Chapter 1. Ling Tian's Vengeance. The sun rose and daybreak arrived. The surface of the ocean glistened in the sunlight, and the waves rose and fell like the gentle rocking of a mother's embrace. Wave by wave, it continued to rise and fall without end. In a faraway place, a colony of seagulls flew up into the skies, circling in the skies for a long time. Ling Tian, with a suave face and beautiful complexion, was dressed in a snow-white windbreaker, appearing as though he was a marble figurine. He sat on the yacht and completely blended with it as his body rose and fell together with the waves. His fringe blew with the winds, and a mysterious smile spread across his face with an intense look in his eyes. He melded into this beautiful picture, and everything looked to be in complete harmony. Even the pickiest of painters would not be able to find any flaws in this natural picture. Ling Tian's expression did not reveal any joy or surprise as he silently enjoyed the beautiful scenery around him. But in reality, his heart was in turmoil, and he was deeply troubled as the matters of the past flashed through his memory. Ling Tian came from the most mysterious ancient martial family in China, the Ling family. Ever since he was young, he received the most brutal of trainings and was smarter than his peers. At the age of 15, he was already a head above the rest and was unbeatable amongst people from his generation. Be it inner or physical martial arts, the four arts of a Chinese scholar, one, or other miscellaneous things. He was regarded as the hope of the younger generation in the Ling family and was the most outstanding representative. As he thought about that, bitterness was inevitably displayed through Ling Tian's eyes. Ling Tian was born from the second side branch of the Ling family and was not of direct descent. As such, ever since he became famous when he was 15, the second side branch of the Ling family was not only given more attention but also ruthlessly suppressed by those of direct descent. As Ling Tian turned 16, the second side branch was already in a perilous situation. If not for the protection of a few elders in the family, the second side branch might have been completely wiped out because of Ling Tian. A conspiracy finally happened in the midst of the silence. Ling Tian remembered clearly that it happened during summer when he was 17. It was only 11 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival when he had gone to the lakeside because he was feeling frustrated. However, he had unexpectedly found his younger sister, Ling Shuer, drowning in the water. Ling Tian did not have a good impression of this sister of his, as he felt that she was too materialistic and competitive. Thus, he would usually keep a distance from her. But no matter what, he would never leave her in the lurch in such a situation. Seeing Ling Shuer crying for help in the water, Ling Tian did not think of anything and jumped in immediately. At that moment, Ling Tian did not even find it strange for Ling Shuer, who was always surrounded by people, to be by the lake alone. How was it possible for a girl who grew up by the river to not be able to swim? How was it possible for someone with such profound martial skills like Ling Shuer to fall into the lake without any rhyme or reason? Wasn't it strange for the usually proud Ling Shuer to cry out for help? Perhaps Ling Tian considered all of these things. Perhaps he did not consider any of these. But no matter what, he still jumped in to save this sister of his whom he disliked since he was young. Although Ling Tian was smart and was not one with simple thoughts, he was only a 17-year-old child at the end of the day. Ling Tian, who had never come into contact with the outside world, was still extremely pure despite being pressured by the family. He would never have expected that they would resort to such means just because of authority. Just when Ling Tian jumped into the water and approached Ling Shuer, the weak Ling Shuer suddenly became extremely energetic and fought him in the water. At the same time, she began to cry out for help with a pitiful voice full of fear. In that instant, Ling Tian realized that Ling Shuer's clothes were actually in tatters. It was as though someone had torn it apart by force. Then, Ling Tian began to feel that something was wrong. Just when he wanted to break free from Ling Shuer and head back up to shore, the shore was already filled with a large group of people. Ling Tian's mind immediately turned blank because everyone present was a direct descendant in the family. This is definitely a trap. A trap enough to destroy my reputation completely. What a joke. I actually jumped in without guarding against her completely. Of course, Ling Shuer was rescued up to shore. Then, she bitterly complained about how Ling Tian tried to rape her. Her torn clothes became the biggest evidence for her claim that Ling Tian threw her into the water out of frustration when she tried to resolutely defend herself. At that moment, the 50-odd people surrounding the lake became the eyewitnesses. The evidence was concrete. Ling Tian's actions were dishonorable. Not only had he tried to usurp power in the family through lustful means, but also tried to rape his own younger sister in the family. His actions were extremely vile, making one's hair stand at the thought of it. He was worse than a beast. The family head personally gathered the 5 elders of the sect and made a judgment towards Ling Tian. Throughout this process, Ling Tian did not say a single word. In actual fact, he no longer had the need to say anything. In just that instant, Ling Tian was no longer the hope, but rather, the shame of the family. The second side branch of the family which Ling Tian was in was also affected by that incident, and thus, was not allowed to interfere with family affairs for the following 10 years. Ling Tian's parents did not bring him up properly, and they had their freedoms restrained. They were not allowed to step out of the family for life. As for Ling Tian, he was the main offender and was a degenerate of the family. Thus, his punishment was also the harshest. His martial arts was completely crippled, and he was chased out of the sect, never to return to the sect in his lifetime. Ling Tian was thrown out from the family, just like trash. Throughout the whole process, Ling Tian was in a daze as though he was in a dream. From then on, Ling Tian led a miserable life. Although Ling Tian was already chased out of the sect, his cousins did not intend to let him off. They found the greatest joy in humiliating someone whom they could never have hoped to even reach in the past. They never left his everyday life as if they were Ling Tian's shadow, and used every means possible to humiliate the man they used to look up to. For 3 whole years, the proud genius was struggling in a life worse than hell. Only after 3 years did his younger sister, Ling Ming'er, find a chance to save him by sending him to the Eastern Ocean far away from the family. Only then did his torture end. Every now and then, Ling Ming'er visited Ling Tian to give him some daily necessities and update him about the situation within the sect. As time slowly passed, the Ling family seemed to have completely forgotten the existence of this genius in the family. But Ling Tian could never forget everything which he had gone through. Revenge had become the only reason for his survival. The first elder who crippled his martial arts did not show him a shred of mercy at all. It was impossible to take revenge with martial arts from then on. In those few years, Ling Tian spent all of his time on firearms. The cold firearms had become the only resort he was left with. Just 3 months ago, Ling Ming'er visited for the last time to inform Ling Tian that Ling Xuer, who framed him before, was going to get married with the young master of the Huang family. The wedding was slated to take place at the Eastern Ocean, and Ling Tian was subtly told that it would be an extremely luxurious one. All of the large families and societal powers would be present to witness the blissful moment of Ling Xuer. As for the Ling family, all of the young talents and 3 elders would be present. As Ling Ming'er delivered the news, Ling Tian slipped into silence, not saying a single word until Ling Ming'er left. Before Ling Ming'er left, she said, "I know what you are thinking of. I also know what the only thing you want to do in this lifetime is. If you want to do it, you can dial this number. No matter what you need, the person who picks up the line will arrange everything for you nicely." Ling Ming'er then left a name card and disappeared from the sights of Ling Tian with confidence. Ling Tian just sat there for a whole day and night without moving, as though he was a rock. The following day, he resolved to make the phone call after a whole night of consideration. Ling Tian knew that that was his best chance. If he missed it, he might never be able to take his revenge. Furthermore, that was also an ultimatum that his sister was giving to him. If he could eliminate everyone at the wedding, all of the various families would definitely suffer greatly, especially the Ling family, which would suffer a catastrophic damage capable of destroying them. From the whole event, the only ones who would be able to benefit would be his own sister, Ling Ming'er, and the branch which he was from. After he understood this point, many of his doubts in the past were cleared. Ling Ming'er, this naive-looking sister whom he took such great care of, was actually hiding such shrewdness. She was actually able to plan so far ahead. Her ambitions were actually so huge. Without a doubt, Ling Ming'er had been planning this Eastern Ocean scheme for at least 5 years. Ever since he was chased out of the sect, Ling Ming'er had plenty of opportunities to secretly save him. But she still chose to let him live in that hell for a full 3 years. Perhaps she had only completed the plan on the day she saved him. The most important piece of puzzle in the whole plan was himself. With his abnormal ability to calculate and set traps, as well as his deep understanding of explosives, Ling Tian was the rare genius in the family. Besides, he was prepared to die for revenge. All of these would not materialize without a single piece of the puzzle. But Ling Ming'er was finally able to look forward to such a day. Now every piece of the puzzle finally fell into place. After he understood all these, a chill rose from the depths of Ling Tian's heart, turning even his limbs cold. The last shred of goodness in his heart also disappeared. At the same time, the gratitude he felt towards Ling Ming'er also became hatred. No wonder his sister and everyone from his branch did not bother pleading for him when he was crippled and chased out from the family. They had already treated him like a tool for authority. The whole event of Ling Xuer framing him was not only because of the direct descendants. It was also something that the second side branch was looking forward to. Crippling his martial arts and chasing him out of the sect was to eliminate the potential danger he posed to the direct descendants. Yet, he became a hidden nuclear bomb instead. The planning process had actually occurred without any signs for a whole 5 years. It was no wonder then that Ling Ming'er sent him to the Eastern Ocean instead of all places in the world. The location for the wedding between Ling Xuer and young Master Huang had probably been decided a decade ago. At the same time, the plot which Ling Xuer had been planning for was to strike them during the wedding. Now, there was already a large amount of explosives buried under the Huang family mansion where the wedding was going to take place. The explosives that were more than enough to transform a small hill into a small lake were silently buried under the ground, waiting to be activated. The only thing that was missing was someone to ignite it. No matter who were to ignite the explosives, the person would die for sure. In this world, only a small amount of people would be willing to give up their lives for ideals. Not everyone would have the courage to sacrifice themselves like that. However, Ling Tian was different. The only reason Ling Tian was still alive was for revenge. Ling Tian had an irreconcilable feud with Ling Xuer. Moreover, after being humiliated by the direct descendants for 3 years, it was impossible for him to coexist with them. In order to bring all these people to hell with him, he was willing to do so even if it meant that he would die a horrible death. In fact, he was glad to do so. After Ling Tian dialed the number, he only requested for a few important tools. At the same time, Ling Tian warned them not to make any rash moves. Before igniting the explosives, this mission solely belonged to him. Ling Tian knew that if there were any anomalies, it would be enough to ruin the whole revenge mission. Hence, Ling Tian could not afford such a risk. Although he had unknowingly become a chess piece, he was still quite satisfied with his role. Ming'er, my sister, although you are only using me, I am thankful. Ling Tian became silently steadfast. Since you want that family and that position, then I will help you. 1. The 4 arts of a Chinese scholar refers to the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chapter 2. Mutual Destruction. It was the 9th day of the 9th lunar month. The cool autumn winds blew and the sky was a beautiful blue. Today was not only a meaningful day of celebration for the Chinese one, but also a day where 2 of the largest families of the country, or even world, were having a marriage. The young lady of the Ling family, Ling Xuer, and the young master of the Huang family, Huang Jian, were going to broadcast their marriage to the world today. The location of the wedding was the Huang family mansion by the Eastern Ocean. A month ago, the Huang family renovated this mansion to make it look like a palace, luxurious and magnificent as though it came out from a painting. Half a month ago, guests from all over the world had begun to arrive. They were afraid that they would miss this wedding and the chance to cling on to some global big shots. As time grew near, the main characters from both families had yet to arrive, but the Huang family mansion was already filled with people. The skies were filled with colorful banners flying with the winds, and the mansion was like a sea of rose petals. Following which, the deafening sound of the rotating helicopter blades filled the skies as 2 helicopter squadrons slowly flew over with a majestic grandeur. A completely red helicopter took the lead in the center, and to its left and right were 9 helicopters. Colorful strips of streamers were let out as they flew past, making it seem like the 19 helicopters were riding on a rainbow from afar. Such a formation could only be described as mind-blowing. This was the escort fleet of the Ling family. In the age when the tradition of marriages was to fetch one with a wedding car, the Ling family made history with a helicopter escort. As the luxurious escort fleet was revealed, the crowd immediately broke out into a thunderous applause. At ground level, an ear-splitting gun salute sounded as pairs of gorgeous couples gradually disembarked from the helicopters. Just at this moment, everyone's view was blocked by the rose petals which filled the skies, and everyone was only capable of seeing a sea of rose petals. Only after the helicopter landed on the ground did the fragrant roses scatter all over, filling the mansion with a lovely fragrance and painting the whole mansion a bright red. It was as though the rosy clouds from the morning sky were forcefully dragged down, transforming the mansion into a blood-red color. A young lady was dressed in a pristine white wedding gown with a face full of smiles. She looked as though she had gracefully descended from the skies like a fairy as she stepped on the rose petals. She was the bride of today, the Ling family's Ling Xuer. Such a beautiful scene made everyone dumbfounded, especially the leisurely arriving beauty, who could not help but make everyone feel a sense of inferiority. Seeing her slowly approaching, everyone instinctively let out a path for her. In the sea of rose petals, a young suave man stood there dressed in a black suit. He was Huang Jieyun, the groom and the young master of the Huang family. Upon seeing the both of them, everyone could not help but exclaim in their hearts, "What a perfect pair!" Huang Jieyun was extremely excited, because no one understood what this marriage meant better than him. After this marriage, he would become the spokesperson within the younger generation of the Huang family. Even in the world, he would be someone with sufficient authority. Furthermore, Ling Xuer was the dream girl in his heart. Today, he could finally fulfill his ambitions and bring the beauty home. He ignored the envious gazes and complicated expressions of his brothers beside him. After today, they would all be at his beck and call. Now, he no longer had to care about them at all. His status was already set in stone, and nothing could change it anymore. Meanwhile, Huang Jieyun walked towards the beauty with a carefree smile. As though they were the center of the universe, everyone escorted the groom and bride towards the center of the hall. Everything was completely following Ling Tian's plans. The marriage was both grand and festive, in accordance to the traditional customs of China. Just when everyone was gathered in the main hall giving their blessings, a clear voice suddenly resonated throughout the place. "Younger sister Xuer, today is your big day, and this brother here came from a few thousand kilometers away just to give you a gift." This voice was extremely clear, slow and steady, void of any tinge of emotion, as though it was just a casual conversation. Ling Xuer, who was undergoing the traditional rituals of marriage, began to tremble all of a sudden. Her facial expression then revealed anxiousness and guilt filled her eyes. Everyone from the Ling family's expressions immediately changed. They had already recognized who the voice belonged to. They hadn't heard this voice for 8 years, and they never expected to hear it again during such an important occasion. Everyone from the Ling family was not an idiot. They all knew that the event back then was a pre-planned trap. Furthermore, that single trap executed by just one woman destroyed the rare genius of the Ling family side branch. After that incident, when the elders in the family thought about that event and that person, they were filled with a myriad of emotions. Some felt pity, while some were angry. Others were thankful and relieved, as if a burden was lifted off their shoulders. Everyone then turned and looked towards the entrance of the hall. Under everyone's gaze, a young man clad in white calmly walked in with both hands in his pockets. He was tall and slim with a composed face and slight smile. He had a unique charisma and looked extremely carefree and at ease, as though he was a cloud in the sky drifting with the winds. Huang Jun instinctively felt a sense of danger as he stared at the man in white and questioned, "Who are you?" As he said that, he looked towards Ling Xuer, who was standing beside him. Ling Tian naturally knew what Huang Jun was thinking about and said laughingly, "Don't be worried, young Master Huang. I am not your love rival. I am Xuanhuan's brother, Ling Tian." Only then did Huang Jun heave a sigh of relief as he replied energetically, "So it is brother-in-law. Why didn't brother-in-law come with your uncles and instead came alone?" At the same time, he silently thought to himself, since when did Ling Xuer suddenly have an extra brother? How come I didn't know that? Nonetheless, he was extremely relieved, thinking, as long as he isn't a man who is here to snatch Xuer, all is well. The first elder of the Ling family, Ling Jing, then stepped forward and shouted with a solemn expression, "Ling Tian, we can settle our affairs in private. This is not a place for you to create trouble." Ling Jing was indeed a crafty old fox, as she immediately realized that something was amiss for Ling Tian to be present. Ling Tian laughed and said with a sharp gaze, eldest grandpa, then when is the time for me to create trouble? Is it when I rape her again? Despite Ling Tian's wholehearted smile and calm voice, the words he uttered were extremely vicious. As Ling Tian spoke, the whole atmosphere in the hall changed instantly. Everyone present began to break out into a commotion. Just who is this man? How dare he single-handedly come here to disrupt the marriage of two gigantic families? Don't tell me he has a strong backing. Almost everyone present had the same guess. Ling Jing's face became extremely serious because he knew that this grandchild of his was extremely smart and would never do anything which he had no confidence of. Now that he had appeared, today's matters would definitely not be settled peacefully. However, Ling Jing did not know what Ling Tian's trump card was. Ling Jing could only make some arrangements in secret to reduce the losses today to a minimum. Ling Jing then placed both his hands behind his back, giving a light wave. In response, all the Ling family disciples began to retreat. A teen dressed in a black suit then walked forward and said with a grin, "I was wondering who it was. So, it is the fine young gentleman of our Ling family. I say, little Ling Tian, are you sure you did not take the wrong medicine?" Ling Tian replied with a chuckle, "Oh, it is Brother Ling Chao. I have not seen you for such a long time. Brother Ling Chao really treated me so dearly back then. This brother here has been so worried for you ever since we separated 5 years ago. I have been having trouble sleeping thinking of you ever since." Ling Chao was the one who humiliated Ling Tian the most after his martial arts was crippled. Ling Chao then said with a forced smile, "Really? Haha, I really miss this brother of mine dearly. I have always wondered which rubbish chute my brother has been finding moldy bread from. I hope you don't starve." He pretended to be extremely concerned, revealing a frown. "Ha ha. Rest assured, brother. Even if Brother Ling Tian can't find any moldy bread, he would not go hungry. Plenty of vegetables is thrown away at the market every day. I'm sure Brother Tian enjoys it a lot." A sissy voice sounded from a skinny teen behind Ling Chao. "A pair of idiots." Ling Jing cursed in his heart. For Ling Tian to appear out in the open as such, he must have made appropriate plans for his revenge. With Ling Tian's intelligence, everyone here was already in a perilous situation. But these two idiots were still adding oil to the fuel and angering him further. Ling Xuer took a step forward, and with a dreamy look, she said, "Brother Tian, this little sister has let you down regarding the matters back then. But many years have passed ever since. Today is this little sister's big day. Can't you just take a seat and enjoy a cup of wedding wine peacefully?" Ling Tian burst out into laughter and replied gently, "Little sister Xuer is too serious. I have long forgotten about the past. Today, Ling Tian is here because I have another deep regret in my heart, which I must say." Ling Xuer frowned and asked with an indescribable passion in her eyes, "I wonder what Brother Tian can't put down? If this little sister is able to help, I will definitely do my best to do so." Ling Tian's eyes then turned cold as he said with a ruthless smirk, "There is a Yellow Springs road which I should have taken long ago, but I've always couldn't bear to do so." Ling Chao then interrupted with a cold laughter. "That is because you have not eaten enough rubbish, so of course you can't bear to." Ling Tian ignored him and continued, "Today, I want to walk down that road, but I am just not satisfied." Ling Jing instinctively had a bad premonition and asked, "What are you not satisfied with?" Ling Tian then burst into laughter. "I am not satisfied that a bunch of trash like you all will be the ones accompanying me down that road. Ha ha ha." The Huang family head was immediately startled as he instantly guessed Ling Tian's trump card, explosives. Ling Tian turned to him and praised, "Indeed, you're worthy of being the head of the Huang family. Your reaction is fast indeed." Ling Jing then roared, "Hurry and capture him. Do not allow him to ignite the explosives." As he shouted, he had already dashed out. He was extremely aware that even if he were to catch Ling Tian now, it was already far too late. Thus, he thought that he should take the chance to leave first, possibly saving his life. Ling Tian looked to the skies and burst out with a maniacal laughter. "It's too late. Ha! It's too late. If you had escaped from the moment I came in, you may have been able to save your life. But now, ha ha ha." Following the maniacal laughter, an explosion suddenly sounded along with other explosions throughout the mansion. Both inside and outside, all the people could not keep their balance as the ground trembled. The buildings within the mansion were all blown apart, and cries of agony were heard all over. The place where the helicopters landed was all blown apart as well, making it seem like the world was ending. Ling Tian was unable to stand up straight due to the tremors from the explosion. Sitting on the floor, he said with a hearty laughter as he saw all of the people frantically trying to hide, "Don't bother hiding." Although the effect of this bomb can't be compared with the atomic bomb the United States used on Japan, it wouldn't be too far from it. Ha ha ha. A cruel expression filled Ling Chao's face as he held a short blade. He then roared mournfully, Ling Tian, even if we are going to die, you will die first. Then, he charged towards Ling Tian with his blade. Ling Tian did not avoid him, letting the blade plunge into his chest as the blood spewed all over. He only continued to laugh out loud maniacally. The strongest explosion finally happened as a few mushroom-shaped clouds appeared in the skies. Below, the Huang family mansion could no longer be seen, replaced with a deep crater. The dam from afar was also blown apart, causing the waves to rush in. From then on, there was a new ring-shaped bay in the Eastern Ocean. A couple of kilometers away, there was a young lady dressed in black on top of a mountain, with tears all over her beautiful face. The lady in black lit up 3 sticks of incense and poked it into the ground. Taking a bow, she mumbled, Brother Tian, have a good trip. 1. On the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, there is a festival called the Double Ninth Festival or Chongyang Festival. Chapter 3, Yellow Springs Road. Ling Tian was filled with the thrill from revenge. The moment he saw the hopeless expressions on Ling Shuer, Ling Chao, Ling Han, and everyone else during the explosion, he was completely overjoyed. It was just too bad that he did not have the time to enjoy the sweet feeling of revenge. Following the heaven-shaking explosion, Ling Tian felt his body turn light as he saw a bright road appear before him. Ling Tian was extremely puzzled as he wondered if he had really survived from such an explosion. After checking his body, he realized that he was completely uninjured and could not help but be perplexed. He involuntarily walked along the road of light. As he moved, he immediately felt that there was something different in his body. His body was actually floating as he moved forward. Ling Tian could not help but laugh bitterly. So I did indeed die? This road must be the famous Yellow Springs Road. When I was alive, I have thought about this road for so many times and wanted to tread this path. At this moment, my wish can be said to have come true. Ling Tian thought while mocking himself. This road was different from what he had thought. To his sides and behind were all dark, except for the direction he was heading, which was shining with a dim light. The road seemed to be extremely stable, and he could not tell what was beneath it. Was it made of rock or mud? Ling Tian could not help but be curious. Ling Tian tried to move backward, but his body just wouldn't move. Then, he tried to walk to the side, but was unable to do so either. It was as though there was an invisible barrier present preventing him from doing so. It seemed that one could only walk forward on this road. It was impossible to walk sideways or backwards. As Ling Tian floated forward, he felt an unexplainable carefreeness in his heart despite his death. Ha ha ha, Yellow Springs Road and Grandmother Meng's soup. I, Ling Tian, have been looking forward to it. The faster I drink Grandmother Meng's soup, the faster I can forget all of the memories from my past life. Ling Tian prayed in his heart. 1. Ling Tian suddenly realized that he was not alone on this road. After observing carefully, he realized that there was a continuous stream of people with bitter faces behind him. As they walked, they began to complain and purposefully moved slowly. Every few steps they took a look back as though they had some regrets in their lives. Ling Tian could not help giggling secretly, thinking, it seems that I am the only one who is able to walk on this road happily. Thinking about this, Ling Tian could not help but have a sense of pride in his heart as he laughed with delight. The moment he began to laugh, Ling Tian became the center of everyone's focus. There is actually someone who is so happy to be dead. Those who were trying to slow down their footsteps instinctively gazed at him. Damn it, so it is that sicko. This daddy here will beat you to death. A spirit dashed forward angrily as he grabbed Ling Tian. Just when Ling Tian wanted to avoid him, he realized that the right hand of the spirit actually passed through his body. Ling Tian could not help but laugh to himself. So, I can't get injured as a spirit. Seeing that he was unable to catch Ling Tian, the spirit didn't bother wasting his effort and only scolded. This daddy here does not have any enmity with you. It doesn't matter if you want to seek revenge with the Ling family. Why do you have to drag me down? The moment this person made a move, more and more people found Ling Tian, and soon, a crowd of more than 10 spirits began to flock around him, attacking him with obscenities. As Ling Tian thought about it for a moment, he immediately understood that these people must have been guests at the wedding who never imagined that they would die even before getting to enjoy the wedding banquet. Ling Tian did not have a shred of guilt at all. Having been a part of the Ling family before, he was educated about how society was a man-eat-man world. He was no longer concerned about things like life and death. He was completely unconcerned about the death of an ordinary person. It was merely the survival of the fittest. Everyone had the chance to be an unparalleled expert. It was all a matter of how much effort one put in. If you were not hardworking and threw away your life, who do you have to blame? The heavens gave all humans an equal chance. If you were not hardworking and became a cannon fodder, then don't complain. Seeing the faces of all these angry people, Ling Tian suddenly thought about Ling Xuer and gang and wondered if they were all on this road as well. The moment Ling Tian thought about that, he automatically stopped by the side of the road to wait for them. He wanted to see the expressions on those heartless individuals who could harm their own family. A short while later, there was another large batch of people who emerged from the darkness. These people walked even more slowly and were cursing incessantly. The one who was walking right at the front was that old man, Ling Jing. Behind him was Ling Chao, Ling Han, and Ling Hu. Ha ha ha, not a single one of them is missing. Seeing the agitated looks on their faces, Ling Tian was completely overjoyed. Ling Jing and all present were completely down, not realizing that the very person who caused their deaths was right beside them, and continued cursing as they walked. Ling Tian could not help but laugh to himself. Just when he wanted to continue walking behind them, he saw a lonely and beautiful white figure appear in front of him. She was still dressed in a white wedding gown. She was Ling Xuer. Ling Tian walked forward with a smile and said, "Little sister Xuer, just like the saying, we will definitely have a chance to meet again. We meet again." Looking at Ling Xuer, Ling Tian did not see the expected resentment in her. She only smiled at him and passed by him. Extremely puzzled, Ling Tian asked, "You don't hate me? Don't you blame me for destroying you during the most blissful time of your life?" Ling Xuer then stopped and faced him calmly. Then, she said with a sneer, "Most blissful time of my life? Ha ha, Ling Tian, what a joke. Do you know? Not only do I not hate you, but also, in fact, I am extremely grateful for you." Ling Tian rubbed his head and frowned. "I don't understand what you mean." A mesmerizing smile appeared on Ling Xuer's face as she said, "Brother Tian, do you know? After framing you back then, I had a whole year of nightmares. I dreamt that you were right in front of me regardless whether I was awake or not. Do you know? I was almost tortured by you till I went crazy. I secretly ran out to see you a few times, but just did not have the guts to appear in front of you. I was afraid of the look of disdain on your face. Now, I am extremely relaxed. I have returned to you everything I owed you, and I do not have to have nightmares anymore. Such a feeling is really great." As she said that, a relaxed smile appeared on her face. Ling Tian was stunned for a moment and only replied after a while, "So, you also know how to feel guilty." Ling Xuer replied with contentment, "You don't have to be so sarcastic. Now we are all the same. Despite repaying that debt, I still owe you right now." Ha ha. Ling Xuer then continued with a smile. "Do you know how unwilling I was and how annoyed I felt towards that marriage? Do you know how much I hate that Huang Jian? Now, I am finally free of all these things. I am really happy, really happy." Ling Tian revealed a thoughtful look and asked, "If you were unwilling and disliked him, why did you agree to marry him?" As though Ling Xuer was surprised that Ling Tian would ask that, she looked at him with questioning eyes as she complained, "Why? For my family. For the ambitions of the family. Being a daughter in the family, my destiny was predestined. I would definitely have to sacrifice myself for the family. I do not have the courage to betray the family," she continued with a mischievous smile. "Thankfully, you blew all my troubles away with a bomb. Haha, if I were to have a second life, I would rather stay in the mountains and be a humble hunter's daughter. I would definitely not want to be born in such a family again." Ling Tian became quiet as the both of them stood opposite each other in silence. After a moment, Ling Xuer lifted her head up and said, "Brother Tian, thank you. If we have a second life and are born in the same family, I would definitely be your most caring sister. I'll leave first." She then turned and walked away. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped and said softly to Ling Tian with her back facing him, "Brother Tian, I'm sorry." Ling Tian immediately lifted up his head but realized that Ling Xuer could no longer be seen. From afar, the crowd was still flowing continuously, but Ling Tian only stood there with heartache. Perhaps, if he were to see things from Ling Xuer's perspective, although the methods used to frame him might have been a little despicable, how could a direct descendant like her let authority and power fall into the hands of one from the side branch? The moment they lose authority, they would definitely suffer oppression from the whole family. Such a result was something which the proud direct descendants would not be able to endure for sure. In that instant, the bone-piercing hatred which Ling Tian felt towards Ling Xuer disappeared. This lady suffered a bad name throughout half her lifetime for the sake of her family. For her family, she sacrificed the most precious marriage. However, the only thing he gave her was a heaven-shaking explosion. At that moment, the hatred in his heart turned into tenderness. Younger sister Xuer, if we have a next life, I hope that you will be born in an ordinary family. Enjoy a freedom to love, freedom to marry, freedom to enjoy the free life. Facing the direction which Xuer had gone in, Ling Tian sent out his blessings. For the first time, Ling Tian began to question if his decision to take revenge was right or wrong. He could not help but think about Ling Xuan's final words. Brother Tian, thank you. If we have a second life and are born in the same family, I would definitely be your most caring sister. Ling Tian felt bitterness in his heart as he said to himself, Xuer, if we have a second life and are born in the same family, I will definitely be a good brother and protect you from all grievances. The next life, Ling Tian suddenly remembered these words. Since there is really a Yellow Springs Road and a bridge of helplessness, too, then there must be a next life. Thinking about this, Ling Tian became agitated as he ran towards the direction which Ling Xuer headed and shouted, Xuer, wait. For me, let us go together. In the next life, I will still be your brother. The moment Ling Tian sprinted, he was faster than all of the floating spirits. In the blink of an eye, he had already sprinted a long way but just could not find Ling Xuer. At that moment, he could not help but be disappointed and frustrated. Ahead was a white arch bridge with a misty light, which was surely the bridge of helplessness. By the side of the bridge, there was a large rock pavilion with the people on it staring at it with sorrow. That was certainly the home viewing pavilion 3. Ling Tian was anxious as he knew that once he walked past the bridge of helplessness, he had to drink grandmother Meng's soup for sure. He wanted to find where Ling Xuer was. However, he was completely unable to take a step back. What Ling Tian did not know was that when he sprinted forward while shouting, there was a tender figure by the side of the road weeping, and she was Ling Xuer. Seeing Ling Tian shout out as he passed her, Ling Xuer was extremely moved. She wanted to cry out to him, but was unable to say anything because of her tears of joy. She was completely elated, thinking, Brother Tian has forgiven me. Brother Tian has forgiven me. Excitement bubbling in her, she could not help but burst out into tears. Never did she expect that the knot in her heart which had been there for so many years would come undone in this cold and heartless Yellow Springs Road after she died. Ling Tian vaguely heard the sounds of weeping from behind him and recognized that it was Ling Xuer's voice. Filled with joy, he turned behind and wanted to walk back with all his might. But he remained rooted to the ground. Anxious, he thought about the electric drill in the world. Since I am already without a form, I may be able to pass if I were to spin like an electric drill. The moment he thought about it, he raised his hands to the skies and began spinning on the spot. The moment Ling Tian felt that he was able to generate winds by spinning, he spun towards the direction he came from without restraint. All of the spirits around him began to lose their balance from his actions and cursed him. All of a sudden, all of the spirits around him suddenly disappeared because of a crazy brat who had suddenly started spinning in the middle of the road. It was as if their spirits were completely destroyed. All of the spirits could not help but sigh. There were weird things every year, but not as many as this year. It didn't matter if he was a maniac when he was alive. At least, there was a chance for them to reincarnate after death. But now, this brother here actually went crazy on Yellow Springs Road. It actually resulted in others' spirits to be completely destroyed. Who knows what wrong they did in their past lives? As Ling Tian continued to spin, he slowly advanced forward as he thought to himself, this method is useful indeed. Just when he was extremely satisfied and advanced a few steps, he saw a white figure in front of him which looked like Ling Xuer, approaching him with open arms. With joy, Ling Tian began spinning even faster. Feeling as though he had broken something, he suddenly felt extremely relaxed. His surroundings no longer had that sluggish feeling, and he almost stumbled. He could not be bothered with anything as he stood up after staggering for a moment. Just when he wanted to say hi to Ling Xuer, Ling Tian was completely dumbfounded as he opened his eyes. My goodness! Where is this darn place? 1. It is a traditional Chinese belief that one will drink grandmother Meng's soup when they are in hell to forget things from the past life before entering reincarnation. 2. The Bridge of Helplessness is a bridge where the spirits of the dead must pass on Yellow Springs Road to reach Grandmother Ming before entering reincarnation. 3. The Home Viewing Pavilion is a pavilion where the souls can see their loved ones in the living world. This is also where Grandmother Ming is located at. Chapter 4. Training in the Womb. Ling Tian immediately became depressed. Out of a moment of excitement, he became a spinning top and spun himself into a godforsaken place. Everywhere around him was filled with a gel-like substance, and he became as small as a gourd. Furthermore, his body was being hung up. Such an appearance was just like the preborn bottle gourd babies, one which he saw in his previous life in animation. The worst part was that his body was completely smooth without any limbs. Don't tell me I infringed the heavenly laws. F***K, didn't I merely test a human spinning top on Yellow Springs Road? Is there really a need to hang me up like that to punish me? Ling Tian almost cursed out of frustration. Wait, just what is going on? I can vaguely hear someone talking. Let me listen carefully. Husband, our child is moving. Following which, there was a vague male's voice. Let me hear. Husband, just what is going on? Ling Tian was completely dumbfounded. Don't tell me I've reincarnated so quickly? But why is it husband? Even if I reincarnate, I should be hearing hubby. Don't tell me. Not only did I reincarnate, but I've also traveled to a different world. F***K. Such absurd things which only happens in web novels really happened to me. Ling Tian was completely confused. After checking his whole body carefully, it was indeed the general shape of a human being. The shape was just like the fetus which he studied during high school. Why did this happen? I haven't even passed the bridge of helplessness. I haven't even tried Grandmother Ming's soup. I still wanted to sing a song on the home viewing pavilion. Why am I being sent away in such a hurry? Ling Tian cried out. But just when he opened his mouth, a glue-like substance entered. At the same time, the rope which was tied to his body delivered an endless stream of pure Xiantian qi. Ling Tian sensed the surroundings around him. There aren't any other living organisms around. It seems that I don't have a twin. So I should be the only child? Ling Tian thought to himself. After a series of checks, Ling Tian finally confirmed that he had indeed reincarnated. Although he was not sure how he had passed through into a different world, he was sure that he was currently in the womb of a noble pregnant lady. Praise to the goddess. This world is really too amazing. It seems that they are also speaking Chinese outside. That's convenient. At least I still seem to be on Earth, Ling Tian thought. From his own experience, from what he could see, it seemed like he was only 3 to 4 months old. In other words, it would take another 5 to 6 months before he was born. As he thought about how he had to spend the next 5 to 6 months in this dark place, Ling Tian could not help but go crazy. I have already been lonely from my past life, and now I have to continue living alone? Just where is justice? Since things are so, I can only accept it, Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly thought about the greatest regret of his past life. After being framed, a single palm to my inner core had destroyed all of my pride and hope. I actually had the chance to convert all of my inner chi from Ho-Tian to Xian-Tian, but 3. Wait, what did I just think of? Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Framing, crippled, Ho-Tian. Xian-Tian chi. Isn't this rope that is attached to me sending me the Xian-Tian chi which I dreamed of? Such a golden opportunity and a godsend gift. How can I miss it? Wah! The heavens gave me a younger sister Lin. A naked younger sister Lin for. Ling Tian became completely excited to the point where he almost danced in joy. Thinking about this, Ling Tian immediately felt that his life would not be so boring anymore. At least he would still be able to cultivate his inner chi. Ling Tian first concentrated his attention on the divine shocking dragon formula, which was the treasured cultivation method of the Ling family. He recalled the mnemonic and channel routes in detail and ran it through his head. Ling Tian knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, and he would not allow any mistakes. Reincarnating with the memories of his past life was something extremely amazing. It was just like a billionaire who realized that he reincarnated with all of his money. Oh my God! His starting point was already having Xiantian Qi, while some martial cultivators will never be able to achieve such a feat. He had such a chance even before he was in a complete human form. If he did not make good use of this chance, it would be a complete waste of the blessings of his ancestors and God. Up until now, Ling Tian still couldn't understand why he suddenly reincarnated. However, it was probably related to the moment he became a human spinning top. But all of these were no longer his concerns anymore. The only thing which Ling Tian was concerned with was the weak meridians in his body. Ling Tian was extremely clear that he was no more than a ball of meat then. At the most, he was a ball of meat with sentience. His predicament was extremely dangerous. After all, if his mother were to fall, it was extremely likely that he would be reduced to a pile of blood and be expelled from her body like she is having menstruation. Thus, Ling Tian's priority was to strengthen his body. He had to make sure that he would be unaffected by any medicine and impacts. Even if he was going to go through many tribulations, he definitely needed to hold on till his birth. In order to strengthen his body, he had to use the tion chi from his mother's body and the inner chi cultivation method from his previous life. But the problem was that Ling Tian's meridians were extremely narrow and frail at that moment. He did not know if infants were always that weak, but he felt like he was a complete weakling. Since he planned to do so, he decided he wouldn't hold anything back. Ling Tian then carefully circulated the tion chi around the meridians of his body like he was carving on tofu. As though a century had passed, Ling Tian finally completed the first full cycle in his meridians with the tion chi. All of a sudden, he became extremely fatigued as though he had just crossed a tightrope on a 10,000 feet high cliff holding an extremely fragile jade stone. It's too tortuous. As Ling Tian woke up, that was the first thing he wanted to curse. After a full cycle, Ling Tian felt that his meridians were wider and stronger than before and became more confident. Despite his complaints, Ling Tian was extremely clear that the most difficult segment of circulating his inner chi was the first full cycle. Not only did he have to pay close attention to ensure that he did not take a wrong route, he had to carefully control the right amount of chi flowing through his meridians to slowly widen them. Then, he could unblock his meridians with the widened channels and finally allow the inner chi to flow as per the depicted route. As long as any segments went wrong, he would be dead for sure. At times, Ling Tian thought to himself, if I enter cultivation deviation in my mother's womb. As he thought about that, he immediately stopped himself. No, that's inauspicious. Ever since he had a talk with Ling Xuanhuan on Yellow Springs Road, Ling Tian realized that he had a large change in character. Perhaps it was because the knot in his heart had finally been undone. As such, he was no longer as extreme in his ways as he was in his past life, and he also had a more cheerful disposition. Ling Tian didn't reckon that Ling Xuanhuan had lied to him at such a time, since people normally spoke from the bottom of their hearts upon approaching death. Furthermore, not only were the both of them about to die, they were already dead and walking along Yellow Springs Road. There was simply no reason for Ling Xuanhuan to lie to him. No matter what, I have already reincarnated. All of those things which happened in the past no longer has anything to do with me. From now on, I must try my best to adapt to my new status. I will definitely work hard in this world to make sure that I have my dreams, character, money, power, martial arts, and a beautiful lady. He then took in a deep breath. Oh no. He choked on the amniotic fluid in his mother's womb again. Then, Ling Tian began to use the tion chi to strengthen his meridians again. He had to try his best to make sure that he was invincible from birth. Ling Tian began to fantasize again. It seems like there is really such a formidable person in my memory. He seems to be the one from Investiture of the Gods. The moment Ling Tian thought about that, he was shocked. Goodness, don't tell me that I am that super deity. But I do not have that metal ring or 7-colored belt. Isn't it said that I would be born with it? 5. Time passed unknowingly. Ling Tian did not know how long he had already spent in his mother's womb. Every day, he only cultivated and slept. Ling Tian only knew that after he was born, he would no longer have such a pure tion chi to absorb anymore. Thus, Ling Tian treasured his time a lot. Apart from the time spent sleeping, he spent all of his free time cultivating. The only thing he could feel was his limbs growing out, and he slowly grew fatter. With the continuous refinement of his body, his hands and legs gained strength. Occasionally, when he kicked lightly, he was able to hear a drumming sound and the gentle scolding of a lady. The effects of the pure tion chi were also revealed slowly. In the little body of Ling Tian, all of his meridians had already been opened up, and he had a strong inner chi foundation laid. Occasionally, he touched his own forehead and realized that it was already becoming hard. Ling Tian knew that he would not stay in his mother's womb for long. In just a while, he might officially be born. Right at that moment, Ling Tian suddenly thought of a serious problem. I have been training like mad in my mother's womb. My body is healthy with all my meridians strengthened, but I am still a little too big. From what I know, I am probably around 8 or 9 caddies heavy. How would I be able to go out? Furthermore, my skull is much stronger than that of an ordinary infant. What if I can't go out? Damn it. How did things turn out like that? Ling Tian just wanted to cry? Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly had an idea. I seem to have found a martial arts manual that is able to shrink my bones when viewing the Ling family's martial arts collection previously. The heavens do indeed provide a way. Ling Tian was filled with tears of excitement. Without delay, Ling Tian began to search for the bone-shrinking martial arts from his memories and spent his sleeping time on training. This concerned his life? How could he not be anxious? Now, Ling Tian only had a single thought. It is still best to be from the side branch. Only the direct descendants had the right to enter the martial hall to view the martial arts manual anytime they wanted. For someone like Ling Tian who belonged to the side branch, he only had a single day per month to enter the martial hall. Thus, Ling Tian first memorized any martial arts or cultivation method which he was interested in the moment he had a chance to enter. He would then only study it after he returned to his own courtyard. As time went on, he also had this habit and memorized many different martial arts and cultivation methods. Now, it was finally the time to use it. Ling Tian asked himself, if he had been a direct descendant back then who had free access to the martial hall, would he have still spent that much effort to memorize all of the martial arts manuals? Of course he wouldn't. For the first time in his life, Ling Tian was thankful that he was born in the side branch. Thank goodness. At least the tragedy of both mother and child dying has been avoided. 1. This is a reference to an old Chinese cartoon. 2. The way wives addressed their husbands in the olden days was more formal as compared to how they do so now. 3. Tion refers to the natural qi. After one is born, they would be stained with the tion, postnatal, qi in everyday life. The first step to cultivation would be for them to convert all of this tion qi into xiantian qi. 4. This is reference to an old Chinese opera titled A Younger Sister Ling Fell from the Sky. 5. This is a reference to a classic Chinese novel, Investiture of the Gods. Chapter 5, Complications. After a series of hard work, Ling Tian finally made some progress with the divine bone-shrinking art. As such, Ling Tian had one less thing to worry about. Estimating that it was about time, Ling Tian got more excited. Every day, he rested his ears against his mother's stomach in order to listen to the sounds from outside. Every time he heard his mother's voice, he inevitably felt a sense of closeness to her. Perhaps these are the blood ties between mother and child, Ling Tian thought. Out of boredom, Ling Tian placed his ears upon his mother's stomach again today and heard chatters from the outside. He heard a frail voice. Madam, you don't have to worry. This subordinate has a prescription for you here. As long as Madam drinks it, both you and your child would definitely be safe and the child will be born smoothly. Ling Tian immediately thought to himself, Madam? Subordinate? It seems that this life which I've been reincarnated to isn't too bad and has a certain status. At least I will not suffer too much after I'm born. Ling Tian was overjoyed. As he heard the frail voice mention the medicine, Ling Tian immediately realized that the medicine would most likely expedite his birth. If not, why would he have said, you and your child would definitely be safe and the child will be born smoothly? If Ling Tian was outside, he would definitely have shouted out loud. It isn't good to use medicine to expedite birth. It's best to just let nature take its course. He suddenly felt a tremor. His mother must have received the packet of medicine. Following which, he heard a gentle voice. Thank you, Sir Su. Men, serve Sir Su some tea. Madam is too polite. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take his leave. The frail old voice sounded. Sir Su, have a good trip. Men, send Sir Su out. The voice trailed off. Ling Tian sighed. It seems that she will definitely take this medicine for sure. After a few hours, Ling Tian, who was in meditation, felt a weird medicinal energy flowing into his body through the umbilical cord. In that instant, he felt that something was wrong. His whole body began to feel weird. Ling Tian was immediately shocked. Goodness, don't tell me it's poison. As he circulated his qi, Ling Tian carefully inspected the medicine and almost cursed. This is no medicine to expedite birth. It is no fetus-protecting medicine. Its only use seems to be to stimulate the fetus to move around more in the womb. Ordinary infants would definitely not be able to endure the effects of this medicine and move around vigorously. It doesn't matter if they are born already or not. In the womb, there is an umbilical cord attached. If he were to have any vigorous movements in the womb, he would definitely get tangled up with the umbilical cord. If that's the case, the process of childbirth will definitely be extremely complicated. The tragic loss of both lives definitely can't be avoided then. This medical officer with surname Su definitely does not have good intentions. Ling Tian made sure to commit this voice to memory. Thankfully, the child in my mother's womb is me, this young master. If not, I would definitely end up becoming a ghost without even knowing why. This would even affect my mother's life. This is something unacceptable. He neutralized the poison in this body calmly, as he became suspicious. It is impossible for this doctor to harm my mother for no rhyme or reason. Besides, unless he doesn't want to live anymore, a professional medical officer should not have any conflict with my mother who belongs to a noble family. But from his voice, he did not sound too young. After struggling to stay alive for so many years, it doesn't seem like he would commit suicide. From the above few reasons, the only thing that was certain was that that doctor with the surname Su definitely had a mastermind behind him. For the first time, Ling Tian felt that being born into this family, his life wasn't going to be so simple. Since there was an enemy who wanted to kill this unborn infant, it was clear just how vicious he was. Ling Tian was worried. Just what kind of living conditions would he face in future? In Ling Tian's memories, all doctors with the title of medical officer were definitely imperial doctors serving the royal family in the olden days. If his guess was right, the family which he belonged to was definitely not a simple one. That could be deduced from the way the medical officer with surname Su was so respectful. As an imperial doctor serving the royal family, his status was above over 99% of the people in the world. But he was still so respectful to Ling Tian's mother. It could be seen just how large his family was. In this world, his family was definitely one able to affect the balance of power in the country. This also meant that his mother and father's status in the family was not low at all. It was extremely likely that they were the bloodline of the ruling party in the family, because the enemy in hiding would actually use the imperial doctors to deal with this unborn infant. Ling Tian was certain that the real motive of his enemy, who instructed the imperial doctor to poison him, would be to kill him before he was born. But just why would they deal with a harmless infant like me? Don't tell me my very existence threatens them? As Ling Tian deliberated over it, he concluded that there was only a single explanation for his hidden enemy to deal with him. Since his very existence threatened their interests, just who could an infant like him possibly threaten? The biggest threat he posed seemed only to be inheriting his family in future. However, if he were to continue along this line of thought, Ling Tian helplessly realized that the direction he was headed was wrong from the beginning. If he were to think along the lines of him being the next family successor, then the person who wanted to harm him was definitely within his family. But how is it possible for someone within my family to command an imperial doctor? Don't tell me my family is so large to such a frightening extent. Then, Ling Tian began to think in the direction of the royal family. But the more he tried to think about it, the more he was confused. As he thought about it, Ling Tian almost felt like his brain was exploding and could not help but curse. This young master hasn't been born yet, and you are giving me so much troubles already. Once I'm born, won't I be frustrated to death every day? No matter how he thought about it, he just could not figure it out. Thus, he gave up and fully focused on absorbing the Xiantian Qi. This Xiantian Qi was not the pure Xiantian Qi which martial arts cultivators wanted. The difference between pure Xiantian Qi and Xiantian Qi is extremely huge. Only after absorbing Xiantian Qi into the body with a superior cultivation method and circulating it around the body a few times will there be a possibility of it being transformed into pure Xiantian Qi. However, not everyone who absorbs Xiantian Qi would be able to refine pure Xiantian Qi. Besides the fact that Xiantian Qi is extremely scarce, the Xiantian Qi in the atmosphere has many impurities within it, making it extremely difficult to deal with them individually. Furthermore, one would have to block the Hotian breath in order to refine pure Xiantian Qi. Just this point alone would become the biggest barrier differentiating a martial artist from a Xiantian expert. But Ling Tian was not concerned about those two problems at all. First, being an infant, The tion chi which he was absorbing was completely pure. Even if he wanted to absorb something else, it was impossible. Second, Ling Tian, who was in his mother's body, did not have a Hotian's breath at all. Thus, there was no need to block it at all. If those were the only two reasons, then it wouldn't be much. However, Ling Tian was an anomaly who was reincarnated with the memories of his past life. In those memories, there were cultivation methods and experiences of pure tion chi. With all of these encounters, Ling Tian became a weirdo who should not be born at all. He was actually able to achieve a pure tion chi foundation in his mother's womb. With such a foundation, it was impossible for Ling Tian to be an ordinary person even if he wanted to. His life was destined for a bright and colorful path. It seemed as though the heavens planned to compensate all of his losses from the previous life in his current life. He couldn't be ordinary even if he wanted to. After some time, Ling Tian, who was circulating pure tion chi in his body, suddenly felt a tremor as all the sticky amniotic fluid surrounding him was slowly disappearing. At the same time, he could vaguely hear the hurried footsteps of those outside. Ling Tian knew that the time for him to be born had finally arrived. Thinking about this, Ling Tian flipped his body around according to the experience from his past life, with his head facing down. At the same time, he used all of his strength to circulate the divine bone-shrinking art to shrink his head and make it skinnier. Translator's thoughts. David T. Hi all. Thank you for reading our novel, and we hope that you are enjoying it. We will be releasing one chapter per day, so do support us. Chapter 6. Finally Born. Ling Tian felt as though he had almost expended all of his energy and almost passed out from exhaustion, while his mother was also letting out cries of pain. Finally, as mother and child worked together, Ling Tian finally heard an excited cry. It's out. The child is out. Goodness, he's huge. Following which, Ling Tian relaxed as he thought, goodness, I am finally born. I am really so tired. Then, he lost consciousness and fell asleep. In the delivery room, the midwife wiped her face full of sweat and looked at the infant which was just born. Then, she took a cold breath as she thought to herself, goodness gracious me. This child is huge. So heavy. I'm afraid he is at least 10 caddies heavy. She then looked towards the young, unconscious mother lying on the bed with a sense of lingering fear. Looking at that slender body and beautiful face, she couldn't help but pray. Such a large child and such a delicate mother. Both mother and child could actually be born safely. It is really the blessings of the heavens. Umatba. The news of the safe labor disseminated quickly as the worried men in the living room rushed in without waiting for another second. The first one was a 1.9 meters tall man with a square face and sharp eyebrows. From the way he looked, he should definitely be a person with great authority. Now, that face which was supposed to be filled with an imposing aura was filled with anxiousness, worry, and tenderness. The moment he entered the delivery room, she rushed to the side of the young mother and asked with concern, Tinger, are you all right? Ling Tian, who was wrapped up in swaddling clothes, had already woken up and taken in his first breath of fresh air. Then, he suddenly felt his nose itch and involuntarily let out a large sneeze. The next moment, he heard someone laughingly scold him. This little fellow, there isn't anything wrong. When someone else carries him. But when I carry him, he actually sprayed me a face full of mucus. Huh. There was no anger in the voice, but only delight, pride, and more importantly, satisfaction and gratitude. It was as though it was a great pride and honor for him to be sprayed a face full of mucus and saliva by his own grandson. As Ling Tian heard this voice, it was enough for him to draw an impression of this old man who had a face full of mucus but was filled with smiles. Furthermore, Ling Tian could be sure that it was definitely accurate. As he gradually opened his eyes, he saw an old face with wrinkles by the corners of the eyes, a head full of white hair, and a wide smile, with the corner of his lips almost touching his ears. This was no different to the person in his impression, laughing like an idiot. Ling Tian could not help but despise him in his heart as he revealed a smile. Wahaha. Look, he is smiling. My grandson is smiling. Haha. He is indeed my grandson, smiling the moment he sees his grandfather. Wah. The old man laughed until his saliva began to spit all over, with most of it landing on Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian was completely speechless as he thought, just laugh if you want, but is there a need to give me free rein? Ling Tian almost burst out laughing as he thought to himself, I did not laugh out of joy when I saw you. It's just that your smile was exactly as I imagined, and that's just too vulgar. So this is my grandfather in this world. Darn old man, you're going crazy again. What if you scare my grandson with your loud voice? Aya, look at your thick and clumsy hands. How will you be able to hold the child? Come, give him to me, give him to me. Good grandson, let Granny hug you. Ha ha, look at how handsome he is. These small eyes and nose are exactly the same as his father's. By the side, a kind-looking old lady snatched Ling Tian over and hugged him like a treasured darling. Really? Aunt, why does this child have so many wrinkles on his face? He looks like a small old man. I can't tell where he resembles elder brother. An extremely annoying voice could be heard. But before that person finished talking, there was a loud commotion followed by a shriek of pain. The old lady then scolded. Move off to one side, little brat. Can't you say something nice? Fourth brother is right. Ayaya. Aunt, take a look. Why is this child's head so skinny and long? It looks so ugly. A young lady whined. Haze, what do you know? Take a look at his nose, eyebrows, and eyes. All of these are plucked right off your eldest brother's face. Old man, do you agree? Ling Tian immediately felt that his grandmother was just being unreasonable. He was just born and had used the divine bone-shrinking art to make his face long and skinny. If she was really able to spot his resemblance to his father, she was definitely seeing things. That's right. This child looks exactly like his father, Ling Xiao. With one look, it can be seen that we are grandson and grandfather. Without even looking at him carefully, I can be sure that he is the child of my Ling family. Waha! Following which, his grandmother let out a whistle as she carried him and cradled him with a tempo. Admiration. These two old people were just too amazing. They were actually able to spot so many similarities before the child's facial features were even developed properly. They are just too admirable. Following which, a flurry of heads appeared in Ling Tian's vision, with an expression as though they were all looking at a rare treasure. Aya, young master is so handsome. Just someone spouting nonsense. Yes, look at his eyes, they look so energetic. Another one again. Look at his small arms, they have so much strength. He will definitely be a general when he grows up. Another one trying to bootlick. No, look at his eyes, they are filled with wisdom. Young master will definitely be a genius when he grows up. He will definitely be a prime minister at least. This person is even more amazing. I am still closing my eyes, and she can tell that my eyes are filled with wisdom. A large commotion formed, and Ling Tian almost fainted from the noise which his many aunties had created. Just when he wanted to fake a cry, he suddenly felt that something was amiss, as though a dangerous aura was approaching him. As he felt that, he immediately opened his eyes. In front of him was a 27-year-old teen with a face full of smiles. As he looked at Ling Tian's eyes, words of praise flowed out from his mouth as though it all came from his heart. Be it the tone of his voice or his animated expressions, they all seemed so natural and full of sincere blessings. Ling Tian could not help but sigh with pity. If this person were to be born in my previous world with his acting skills, he would definitely win the Oscars award. This person is just too good at acting. No one was able to discover the real emotions which he had hidden in his heart. But when he lowered his head to look at Ling Tian, the hatred to this newborn was completely without concealment. From Ling Tian's perspective, he was able to clearly see a chilly gaze in the other party's eyes. That was obviously a large killing intent being born out of dejection. This person is dangerous. Ling Tian immediately felt alarmed. After this young man said a few words, he left Ling Tian and continued to socialize with the others in the room. Occasionally, he cracked a joke and was actually able to adjust the atmosphere in the room to one of harmony in a short period of time. It seems that this person has good relations within the family. Furthermore, he also has a certain degree of intimacy and power. Ling Tian had already made sure to engrave that person's appearance into his memories. He was definitely the first one Ling Tian would have to get rid of. Leaving someone like that by his side was definitely too dangerous for him and his family. Ling Tian snickered. Little thing, you actually dare to reveal your killing intent in front of me. This young master will definitely toy with you to death when I grow up. Perhaps ordinary infants will not be able to detect your killing intent, but this young master is different. This young master spent a full 25 years hiding like how you did. Playing schemes in front of this young master is nothing more than just trying to display your skills in front of an expert. A maid then walked up and said, reporting to old madam, young madam is awake and wants to look at the child. Okay. Haha, this old lady will carry my beloved grandson over. Haze, it has been hard on this lass. Such a fat little boy. I wonder how that frail body of hers managed to deal with it. Is the nourishment soup in the kitchen ready yet? Let them hurry up and send it over for Tinger to replenish her body, the old lady said with concern. A short while later, Ling Tian felt a warm embrace. In the hug, he felt a sense of closeness and familiarity. The moment he was in this person's embrace, Ling Tian felt an unspeakable sense of happiness and reliance. It was as though no storm would be able to touch him as long as he was in this embrace. Ling Tian knew that this embrace could only belong to a single person, his mother. Ling Tian entered this world from the Yellow Springs Road without reason and brought the memories from his previous life. He even thought that he would feel extremely awkward facing his mother as a 25-year-old soul in the body of an infant. But when Ling Tian opened his eyes and saw the gentle smile and her uncontained love and pamper, Ling Tian could not help but feel a sense of closeness to her. In that instant, it was as though his mind returned to his previous life where he enjoyed the joyful youth with his mother. In that instant, Ling Tian felt his heart ache as tears filled his eyes uncontrollably. The lady in front of him still had a face full of fatigue and hair filled with sweat. But in Ling Tian's eyes, it was all so beautiful and gratitude filled his heart. In that instant, Ling Tian decided that he will never let this lady suffer from any heartbreak. Regardless of whom, they must never harm this lady, because she was the mother of Ling Tian. Baby, don't cry, mother is here. Don't be afraid, mother will protect you. Ling Tian's mother gently cradled him, and a strange sense of peace rose in Ling Tian's heart. A wave of fatigue then swept over, and Ling Tian gave a loud yawn, comfortably closing his eyes and falling asleep. No matter if it was in this life or his previous one, in a total of 26 years, this was the first time Ling Tian was able to sleep without any worries and problems. Translator's thoughts. David T. Hi all. Thank you for reading our novel, and we hope that you are enjoying it. We will be releasing one chapter per day, so do support us. Chapter 7. Powerful Family. In Duke Ling's mansion, there was a new son, a new fat grandson. General Ling finally had his first son. Both mother and son were safe, with the weight of the newborn child reaching a whole 9 caddies and 2 tails. This matter spread like a tsunami, alerting all of the upper echelons within the sky-bearing empire. Apart from the high status of Duke Ling and General Ling, the Ling family was one of the 6 biggest aristocratic families, which held the most authority in the world. Duke Ling, Ling Zhan, was the family head of this large family. Be it in terms of wealth or manpower, the Ling family was positioned well at a frightening level. The next instant, the gates of the Ling family were filled with a long queue of people, an endless crowd bustling to give their blessings to the Ling family. Not to mention the Yang family who was in the same empire. Even the other 4 families from the other 2 continents had sent people over to congratulate the Ling family. Even the emperor of the sky-bearing empire paid a personal visit to the Ling family before the first full month of young Master Ling. In the sky-bearing empire, almost everyone knew that Duke Ling and the late emperor were sworn brothers who were life and death comrades. Of the large territorial lands of the sky-bearing empire, at least half of them were captured by Duke Ling. No one in the empire was able to match his large contributions to the empire. As for General Ling Xiao, he was one of the pillars within the empire's army today. At least a third of all the troops were within the control of General Ling. The amount of authority he held was comparable to even the Prime Minister, Yang Kongkun of the Yang family. Apart from these, General Ling and the present emperor were like brothers and grew up together since young. Furthermore, the only sister of General Ling was Consort Ling, who had a status only lower than the empress in the imperial palace. Who would dare to look down on such a family? Before Ling Tian was even a month old, 2 warehouses which the Ling family built beforehand to store the various congratulatory gifts were completely full. Furthermore, the guest rooms in the Ling family were completely full during this period. The bright laughter of Duke Ling would sound ever so often, and General Ling, who was gloomy over having no descendant, had completely brightened up. As for the charitable old Madame Ling, she donated 10,000 taels of silver to aid the victims of disasters. All of a sudden, all of the poor families had erected a longevity tablet for old Madame Ling. After Ling Tian understood all of these matters, he was not only unhappy, but also extremely worried. Just as the saying goes, anything which is at its limit would easily falter. Presently, the authority which the Ling family possessed was already at a dangerous level. It was able to threaten the authority of the imperial family already. This was definitely not a good thing. It was impossible for a family this strong to not draw the attention of the imperial family. Perhaps now the Ling family was deeply rooted within the empire and couldn't be easily provoked. Another reason was that the empire was still young, with troubles brewing internally and externally. Thus, the Ling family was still needed to subdue any chaos. As such, the authority of the Ling family would still be on the uprise for a short period of time. However, when the imperial power was firm with both internal and external troubles gone, it would also be end of the line for the Ling family. Any large empires would not be able to accept the existence of such a large power like the Ling family. Getting rid of anything once their purpose had been served had been the way history had always taken place. In comparison to authority, all friendship and brotherhood seemed dull and useless. This was politics. Ling Tian felt that he definitely had to take some precautionary measures and do something about it. His grandfather, Ling Zhan, had already passed his prime, and his father, Ling Xiao, was deadly loyal to the empire and was trapped by his friendship with the emperor. If things were to go on like this, the destruction of the Ling family would be inevitable. Now, the Ling family had its own rightful successor who was a male. This would definitely make the empire even more suspicious and wary. After all, it was far too easy for the Ling family to stage a rebellion with its authority and power. After he was certain of his family's situation, Ling Tian realized that he was born in the middle of a tsunami. It was as though he was born atop a volcano. He inevitably became the focus of all the big families. With regard to such a situation, Ling Tian could only laugh bitterly in his heart. Ling Tian understood that if he were to just be a little outstanding when he grows up, the Ling family would be in an even greater danger. Thinking about this, Ling Tian just wanted to cry out, "After putting up an act for the whole of my previous life, don't tell me I would still." The only thing that Ling Tian felt happy about was that his name had finally been decided after a night of discussion among his parents and grandfather. What made Ling Tian the most surprised was that his name was the same as the one in his previous life, Ling Tian. Damn it, not only did I come here with my memories, but also with my name, Ling Tian thought to himself. Just when he was happy, he could not help but curse as well. Curse his stupid grandfather and foolish-looking father. They are just two political idiots. They do not have any sense of politics in them. If they were to be described with the words from my previous life, they are simply complete idiots. In his previous life, the name Ling Tian wasn't considered much. In fact, it was considered an extremely ordinary name with some grandeur. But in this world where there were still kingdoms and empires, this was a rebellious name. Ling Tian estimated that if this world was like the Qing dynasty of his previous world, just his name alone would guarantee that his whole family would be beheaded. 1. Regarding how clueless his father and grandfather were towards politics, Ling Tian was completely speechless. Ling Tian also gave the Ling family a big surprise. He refused to have any of the milk from the healthy nanny whom old Madame Ling specially found. Every time the nanny placed her at his mouth, this brat would shift his head to the side and reject it. He would rather wail from hunger and refuse to eat it. This made old Madame Ling completely worried. What a joke. The breast milk from my own mother is the best choice for me to grow up healthily. What's so nice about the milk from those ladies without any blood relations to me? They are nothing more than just cows in human form. If you want me to drink their milk, why not just let me drink the milk from cows? Of course, Ling Tian had plans in his heart when he rejected them. Out of her love for Ling Tian, Chu Tinger insisted to hug her child in her embrace. What she did not expect was that the moment Ling Tian was in the embrace of his own mother, he became extremely cooperative, drinking the milk with large gulps with a face full of happiness. Old Madame Ling was worried because her daughter-in-law's body was already slightly weak to begin with. Furthermore, Tinger had just given birth, and old Madame Ling was worried that her body could not take it. She was even more afraid that Tinger could not produce enough milk, starving her grandson. Thus, she always came and took a look every now and then. However, she never expected that after a whole month, Chu Tinger was not only unaffected by taking care of the child, but also even healthier than before she was pregnant and filled with more energy. Ling Tian was secretly delighted. When he was first born, he had already realized that his mother's body was extremely weak. After going through child delivery, her body was on the verge of breaking down. Ling Tian did not want to experience the sadness of losing his mother at such a young age. Thus, he secretly used his pure Xiantian qi to take care of his mother's meridians and repair the damages in her body while he was drinking milk. The effect was indeed extremely good. As long as Chu Tinger did not run into any accidents in future, Ling Tian was certain that she would definitely be able to live to a ripe old age. Ling Tian surprised the Ling family in another aspect. Ever since he was born, he had never once urinated on the bed. Even if he had to bear with it until his face turned red, he did not urinate on the bed. Instead, he created a commotion with his arms and legs in order to remind the adults behind him that he needed to urinate. This was simply a genius. Every time there were guests in the family, his mother and grandmother announced this fact with pride. Without fail, it drew gazes of envy and looks of shock from everyone, followed by a wave of praises. With regard to his mother and grandmother boasting about the fact that he would not urinate on the bed, Ling Tian felt extremely depressed. No matter what, I have a mental age of over 25 years old. How is it possible that I would still do something like that? If you want a 25-year-old teen to urinate on the bed, why don't you ask a carnivore to eat only vegetables? As the days passed, the Ling family found another strange thing about young Master Ling. This young master never cried or threw a tantrum. His actions were regulated to the point it was scary. When it was time to sleep, he would close his eyes obediently and fall asleep. When it was time to drink milk, he would open his mouth without a need for anyone to coax him. When he wasn't eating or sleeping, he was also extremely obedient. He would either listen to the adults talk with interest or lie by the side quietly and play on his own. Almost everyone who saw the young master said that they had never seen a child so obedient. As such, the legends of the young master of the Ling family spread widely till everyone in the sky-bearing empire knew that he was a super genius. One Ling Tian in Chinese means to rule the heavens. Translator's thoughts. David T. Hi all. Thank you for reading our novel, and we hope that you are enjoying it. We will be releasing one chapter per day, so do support us. Chapter 8, Worldly Affairs. As time passed, Ling Tian had arrived in this world for a year already. It was the 7th of July the next day. It was also Ling Tian's birthday, and the Ling family had already made preparations for a large banquet. It was also the one-year-old catch for young Master Ling as well. To the Ling family, this was an extremely big event with all the upper echelons within the sky-bearing empire coming to witness the event. At the same time, they will also have a meal and bootlick the Ling family. 1. A year was enough for Ling Tian to understand many things. With his intelligence, the conversations amongst his family members were enough to give Ling Tian a basic understanding of this world. But as he became more informed about this world, Ling Tian became more and more confused. This world, or rather, planet, was extremely different from the Earth which he lived on in his previous life. However, there were many similarities between them. On this planet, there were 3 large continents: Heavenly Star Continent, Heavenly Sun Continent, and Heavenly Wind Continent. The continent which the Ling family was in was the Heavenly Star Continent. All of the 3 continents were separated by a large ocean. However, the humans on the 3 continents were not as complicated as those on Earth. The inhabitants on the 3 continents were all of the same skin color. If they were to be compared to the people on Earth, they would be the yellow people representing the Chinese people. It is as though this planet was completely ruled by the yellow people. Furthermore, those demon clans, bestial humans and magic which Ling Tian imagined were non-existent in this world. On the Heavenly Star Continent, the sky-bearing empire was not the only empire. There were a total of 7 to 8 large and small empires. The relationships among the empires were not able to escape from mutual deception and war. However, the strengths of the various empires were similar with their territorial lands evenly divided. As such, all of the empires all covetously eye on one another, waiting for an opportunity to strike. What made Ling Tian the most surprised and puzzled was that the culture on this planet was essentially the same as that on Earth. Here, they also revere Lao Tzu, Confucius, Mencius, Han Fizi, and others. At the same time, everyone here spoke Chinese as though it was a planet-wide language. In this world, there was also martial arts. However, as compared to the various sects on Earth, the martial arts in this world was just too pathetic to be compared. Almost all of the martial arts techniques here focused on external martial arts. There were only a few martial arts manuals which were able to allow one to cultivate inner chi. The battles in this planet were fought by cold, hard steel all over. If Ling Tian were to compare the state of this planet to Earth, the state of this planet would be like the Sui and Tang dynasty, where technology was extremely lacking. Ling Tian lamented to himself, "With the amount of knowledge I have, I can be said to be like a super prophet on this planet. Goodness, just how would I be able to keep a low profile? Almost everything I say will be like the perfect edition. Furthermore, there are no computers on this planet, no internet, no television or any media. The most ridiculous thing is that there isn't even the most basic media like newspaper, not to mention the fact that there aren't the Xuanhuan or wuxia novels which I like to read. F***K. As Ling Tian thought about all of these, that was the first word which floated up in his mind. How can I survive like that? Ling Tian was completely frustrated. After taking a look at his grandfather's study once, Ling Tian completely gave up. In the large study, almost all of the books were narrative history and could be said to be the most hypnotic type of books. Apart from the one book called Legend of Heavenly Star Emperor, the rest of the books were filled with derogatory praises which can make a person puke for a full 3 days and 3 nights after reading it. Only his grandfather would be able to pick it up and read it happily every day. From time to time, he even recited them out loud with joy. The thing which Ling Tian's grandfather liked to do the most was hug his grandson while holding a biography in his other hand. He would then read it out and attempt to influence his grandson with culture. After going through a round of that, Ling Tian completely did not like his grandfather anymore. That feeling was even worse than when he was beaten up in the garbage chute and had his martial arts crippled in his previous life. If he had a choice, Ling Tian would rather sit on the tiger bench than hear his grandfather recite. 2. My goodness. Even the words completely frightening can barely explain just how it feels. I believe even Buddha would not be able to endure it. Out of helplessness, Ling Tian could only find a hypnotic martial art from his memory and practiced it bitterly. He did not expect it to have any other use other than to hypnotize himself when he was suffering from cultural influence by his grandfather. As such, from that day on, whenever his grandfather hugged him for a session of cultural influence, Ling Tian would hypnotize himself, and the effect was wonderful. Ling Tian became silent. He was completely pessimistic and disappointed in this world. He had lost all confidence in this world. If not for the fact that it was just too rare a chance for him to be reincarnated with his memories, Ling Tian would most likely have stopped eating to commit suicide. In that year, the only thing which Ling Tian gained was that the pure Xiantian Qi had finally entered the first stage with the help of the divine dragon shaking formula. Do not look down on the fact that it was only the first stage. You have to know, Ling Tian used pure Xiantian Qi to set the foundation for the first stage of the divine dragon shaking formula. In the martial arts world, this was something which only existed in legends. This meant that Ling Tian would never face the difficulties of breaking through the different acupuncture points which normal martial arts cultivators would face. As long as he continued to cultivate, the qi absorbed would be transformed into pure Xiantian Qi in his body. If the meridians of an ordinary martial arts cultivator were like small streams with many obstructions, then the meridians in Ling Tian's body were like large, smooth, flowing rivers. The both of them just cannot be compared with each other. The difference between Ling Tian and an ordinary martial arts cultivator was like a pauper born into a poor family and a prince born into the imperial family. After entering Xiantian, the biggest benefit was that one would never enter cultivation deviation. In this year, Ling Tian had entered into a martial arts world which he could only dream of entering in his previous life, immersing himself completely in martial arts without any worry of disturbances. Due to the fact that he still had to play the role of an infant who did not know how to walk or speak, he had a full 24 hours each day to cultivate. This was also something which could not be avoided. If Ling Tian were to run around the place and spew vulgarities from the day he was born, no one would think that he was a genius. Instead, they would only think that he was a monster. When he was tired of cultivating his inner qi, Ling Tian revised all of the martial arts formulae which he obtained from his previous life to ensure that they were all still committed to his memory. In this planet where martial arts knowledge was scarce, Ling Tian knew just how large the wealth of knowledge he had was. If he were to casually use any of these martial arts formulae from his mind, it would be enough to cause a large earthquake on this planet. All of these would be the treasures for him to build his legend and protect his life and future, and nothing could go wrong with them. After carefully sorting through all of the martial arts formulae in his heart, Ling Tian began his next step. That was to sort through all of the martial arts techniques in his mind, which consisted of various fists, swords, palms, movements, and many other techniques. In his previous life, Ling Tian's martial arts was crippled. After being saved by Ling Ming'er, he stayed by the shore of the Eastern Ocean alone, and the only things which entertained him were online games and novels. Because he had a martial arts background, he was naturally more interested in fighting-type games. As he sorted through all of the martial arts techniques, Ling Tian had once again found the feeling of playing online games. Of course, the greatest difference between playing online games and what he was doing was that one was killing in a virtual world while another was a simulation of battles in his mind. Although both were virtual in nature, Ling Tian was able to emulate all of the actions with his own limbs now. As such, the moves which Ling Tian simulated were those of close combat to achieve a one-hit kill. It must be said that it was indeed a large job for Ling Tian to sort through all of this information. There was an uncountable amount of information in Ling Tian's mind, and it was simply impossible to sort through all of that in just a single year. Thus, Ling Tian only picked and chose those which he felt was more important. His first choice was to protect himself, especially since he felt so helpless and unsafe. Thus, his safety was his utmost priority. As Ling Tian lay in the cradle, he closed his eyes, looking as though he was silent and contented. But in reality, his mind was moving rapidly and incessantly. 1. This is an event where various items such as books, brushes, abacus, and many more would be placed in front of a child for him to pick one. The item which he picks would be indicative of his inclinations in future. 2. The tiger bench is a cruel method of torture used in China which may result in death. Translator's thoughts. David T. Hi all. Thank you for reading our novel, and we hope that you are enjoying it. We will be releasing one chapter per day, so do support us. Chapter 9. Yang Family Head. Ever since he first lay on the cradle in this life, Ling Tian fell in love with such a feeling. It was as though he had returned to the ocean, the only time in his past life that he could ever feel at ease. Lying on the cradle gave him the impression that he was on board his yacht, facing the sunset, and feeling the waves bob the boat up and down. As such, for this period of a year, Ling Tian spent almost half of it lying in that cradle. Tianer, my darling. A gentle voice drifted over, causing the corners of his mouth to unconsciously tug upwards into a happy smile. With hands as delicate as snow and soft as cotton, they lightly pulled him into an embrace. Looking upwards, a tender and warm face filled his vision, with eyes full of indulgent love. This was Ling Tian's mother, Ting. Beside her was a middle-aged man, about 30 years of age, with a squared face streaked with resoluteness. He could still be considered handsome. A gentle smile rested upon his face, akin to the spring winds, and an expression of satisfaction could be seen from his eyes. This could only be his father, the one who possessed the most authority in the military inside the empire, the head General Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stooped over, giving Ling Tian's delicate baby face a light kiss. The stubble on his face felt like steel needles, bringing a brief moment of discomfort to Ling Tian, to which Ling Tian glared at him in unhappiness. Haha, this little fellow seems to be unwilling, humph. I'll give you more to be unhappy about, haha. As he spoke, Ling Xiao gave him 2 more kisses. Ling Tian ended up with a face full of saliva. Tinger playfully pushed her husband to the side, saying, Shoo, your beard is so stiff, you're prickling the baby. Ha, is that so? Why didn't you voice it out last night then? Ha. Aya, Ling Xiao spoke, only to have the tender part of his waist being severely pinched by an angry and embarrassed Ting. Ling Tian did not need to cast his eyes over to guess how wretched his father's face was right then. At that point, he suddenly understood this famous saying from his previous life: love and pain will always go hand in hand. Our son is just beside us. What nonsense are you spouting now? To think you are already a father. Still simmering with the remnants of her anger, Tinger rebuked huffily. What can this small child possibly know? Don't you agree with me, son? With the reply appeared a handsome face in front of Ling Tian, winking at him. Wu, stop meddling. Hearing the voice of the close to exploding Tinger suddenly become much softer, Ling Tian looked over, only to see her buxom and towering chest being impressively covered by a lecherous hand softly massaging it. Ling Tian was filled with fury. F***K. Are you treating me like I'm invisible by displaying such poisonous scenes to corrupt a young person's mind so publicly? Ling Tian angrily grabbed onto that lecherous hand, viciously hauling it off. Ha! Our son is blaming me for infringing on his territory. Ho ho. A crisp and bright laughing voice sounded out. With her chest finally freed, Chu Tinger, with a face flushed with embarrassment, spoke half laughingly and half in embarrassed anger. You baddie. This soul-stirring sight moved Ling Xiao, and he couldn't help but lightly grasped onto his wife's slender waist and moved towards her mouth. Dong. However, a kick on his stomach from Ling Tian, still in his mother's embrace, effectively shut him down. Ha ha ha. This little fellow is so domineering. The couple laughed out together this time round. A pair of footsteps was intermittently heard as it drew closer before the person spoke. Sire, madam, the guests have arrived. The grandsire requests that sire and madam make their appearance. The voice belonged to a delicate and pretty-faced servant girl standing beside the couple who lightly whispered to them. Okay, I understand. Go tell the grandsire that we will be right there. My goodness, this should be the young master, right? Ever since this old man stepped out of Phoenix Cry this year, it is my first time seeing a baby. This is a little token from me, nothing great. Carrying their son, Ling Xiao and his wife had just walked into the grand hall when a viridian-colored jade charm floated in front of little Ling Tian. Sir Wang came all the way from another kingdom, braving much hardships. How could I accept this sort of generous gift from you? Please retract your gift, sir, Ling Xiao courteously replied. This Sir Wang was an old man with a snow-white beard and a body covered with well-made robes. Both his hair and beard were meticulously trimmed, and one could tell that he paid the utmost attention to his bearing. Ling Tian curiously opened his eyes, only to see Sir Wang showing his displeasure by blowing up his beard. General Ling's words have a problem there. This gift was presented as a token for your son's first year, and not for General Ling. With so many imperial officials on scene, General Ling doesn't have to worry about any possible imperial impeachment because of bribery. The crowd burst into laughter at his words, echoing his sentiments. He had to be joking. Ling Xiao was currently akin to the right-hand minister, with authority below one and above tens of thousands. Even if an official was tempted with greed, who would dare to go on board this tiger to pick its fleas? Impeach him? That person had to be sick of living. The officials present all thoughts silently to themselves. This old man Wang just caused all of us to break out in cold sweat with that one joke. Ha ha. If that is the case, it would be disrespectful for me to reject you. Then, let this Ling accept your gift in place of my son. Ling Xiao only cracked a smile, seemingly unaffected by this matter. No, this is exactly the opposite. It is General who is giving me respect instead. Ling Tian could not help but roll his eyes. It seemed like this person was going all out to flatter his father, so he couldn't possibly be part of the enemy camp. Has this little brat been named yet? A similarly white-haired old man moved over this time. Ling Tian received a shock. He was already a year old, but it was the first time someone had dared to call him little brat in front of his grandfather and father. It seemed like this guy was not as simple as he seemed. Hee. Old Yang. This old man here handpicked the name. He's called Ling Tian. Isn't the name splendid? His grandfather, Ling Zhan, stood up as he spoke while laughing. As he listened, the more Ling Tian felt that something was wrong. Although Ling Zhan's words contained a trace of laughter, Ling Tian could sense a deeply buried hint of coldness. It seemed like this old Yang wasn't a simple person at all. Pa. As old Yang lightly clapped, he praised, indeed your style, Grandfather Ling, to even give such a domineering name to your grandson. Good, such an imposing name, huh? I desire to rise above the heavens. What a good name this is. One. As he finished speaking, the whole hall of over tens of people immediately fell into absolute silence. This old Yang's words could be said to have committed a capital offense. The emperor was also known as the Heavens, and yet Ling Zhan gave his grandson the name of Ling Tian. Even though it could be passed off as a joke, one could also frame Ling Zhan for heresy. This statesman is too polite. Just like how your grandson was named Xuanhuan. This old man got a rude shock when I heard it that day, wondering when the Yangs actually gave birth to an emperor. Ling Zhan's eyes flashed with a chilling ray, not yielding in the slightest. 2. Ling Tian was enlightened, as so it turned out, this old chap was actually the head of the Yang family, Yang Kong-kun. They were the only ones out of the 6 great family clans in the sky-bearing empire who had the ability to contend against the Ling family. So they were the bad guys. No wonder his face looks like it is constantly asking for a beating. Ling Tian thought to himself angrily. Ah, so from your old Ling's words, ordinary folks are prohibited to name their children with the characters of dragon or phoenix? Aren't you being too much of a nitpick, old Ling? Twirling his goatee, Yang Kong-kun spoke smilingly. If a single phrase from this old man is nitpicking, is it logical for you to talk about my grandson? Ling Zhan was full of anger. Damn that old Yang. When his grandson was born, Ling Zhan had gone there with good intentions to congratulate him. However, not only did Yang Kong-kun not return this favor, he chose a day like his grandson's first-year celebration to pollute the atmosphere. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have stirred that wine he prepared for old Yang's grandson's full month into a pot of mixed soup before sending it to them. Both old men glared at each other like cocks fighting for supremacy, neither willing to compromise. The surrounding civil and military officials could only look at each other in dismay, keeping mum in fear. These 2 men were people in the sky-bearing empire whose feet could cause the land to shake by just a mere step, and whom their own classes could not afford to offend. One was the Ling family's clan head, the empire's #1 duke, parent of the imperial consort and head general. The other was the Yang family's clan head, the current prime minister of this empire, father of the present empress, father-in-law of the current emperor. If one were to seek death and attempt to interrupt them, they would bring upon themselves a disaster of epic proportions. Those seated nearer to both the old men started to wipe their sweat surreptitiously while edging backwards. All came with good intentions to flatter them and get into their good books. Yet they ended up in the middle of a battle between the apex powers of the empire. The crowd could only lament their misfortune. Yang Kong-kun puffed up his goatee and said, Old Ling, this old man here was only making a casual remark. When did I ever say that your grandson's name wasn't good? This old man here came with good intentions to congratulate you. But look at you, repaying kindness with animosity. 3. Ling Zhan drew back the corners of his mouth, forming a smile that was not really a smile, as he retorted, That is true. Both of us old fogies gave good names to our grandchildren. However, this old man's grandson seems to be brighter than yours. Yang Kong-kun decided to quit while he was ahead and only chuckled. You may say that, but this old man is much busier as compared to you. Hayes, I have to placate 3 grandsons every day, and the worst part is that I still have 2 granddaughters. One minute I'm carrying one, the next, another. This gives me backaches. This kind of hardship is hard to endure. Unlike you, old Ling, who only has one and is so free, only having to carry him once every few days. You even have time to spend taking care of your garden. What an envious lifestyle. As he spoke, the latter hammered at his waist in pretense with a face full of grievances. Although Ling Zhan was fuming deep inside, he could not come up with a suitable retort. His family was small in number, especially so in Ling Tian's generation, where only one seedling could be seen in a 3,000 miles plot of land. 4. Yang Kong-kun's words were obviously targeting at the fact that his house was not as flourishing as his. However, the truth was as such, and Ling Zhan could not straighten his back from this insult. He could only hatefully glare at his son as he scolded. Useless thing. Ling Xiao had his arms coiled around his wife and child all this while, engrossed with watching the 2 old men fight it out. How could he have foreseen disaster falling from the sky? Now that his own father's anger was directed towards him, he could only shrink back without a word, putting on a bitter expression. If his father were to suggest that he take a concubine in front of the crowd, he would be placed in a difficult situation. Chu Tinger's face was red with embarrassment and anger. Stretching out her slim fingers that were smooth as jade, she gave her husband's waist a vicious pinch and twist. As a daughter-in-law, she naturally could not speak out even if the grandsire's mouth was without tact. However, by her side was a human punching bag. It would be a waste if she did not utilize it. Ling Xiao could only draw in a breath of cold air, grimacing in pain. Ling Tian's little face appeared to be excited at the whole lively scene that was unfolding in front of him. However, he was actually sneering to himself. Old Yang, you need not look so pleased. Since you dared to offend this young master here, I'll make sure I'll send your 3 grandsons into the Palace to be eunuchs in a few years' time and trick your 2 granddaughters over to be my concubines. Then I'll see how arrogant you can be. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing the battle between the two come to an end, the crowd could also finally breathe easy. They immediately burst out into idle chatter in an attempt to shift the attention of the 2 old men away from each other in case they decided to go for another round. If they were to start another battle, then wouldn't everyone that had come here today seem like they were here for the purpose of watching a show instead of celebrating? Furthermore, how could anyone of their class be able to such a fiery show without penalty? Conveniently at that moment, an earth-shattering sharp voice sounded from the front door. The Emperor, Empress, and the Imperial Consort have arrived. 1. The surname Ling in Ling Tian's name can also mean to rise high, In this case, paired with his name of Tion, meaning sky or heavens, his name means to rise higher than the heavens itself. 2. The Huang in the name Xuanhuan is a homonym that sounds like emperor. Thus, the grandfather was rebutting that they named their child as an emperor, which was also treasonous. 3. Actual phrase for repaying kindness with animosity was supposed to be dog bites Lu Dongbin. The original phrase says Bin, Shin, which is trying to say that the dog, person, cannot tell the good person's intentions and thus bites the hand that feeds it. 4. One seedling could be seen in a 3,000 miles plot of land, literally refers to the fact that Ling Tian was the only offspring of his generation. Do note that the Chinese mile is only 500 meters. Translator's thoughts. David T. Hi all. Thank you for reading our novel, and we hope that you are enjoying it. We will be releasing 1 chapter per day, so do support us. Chapter 10, Framing the Queen. Ling Tian almost laughed. He finally heard the classic script line. In his past life, he was pulled by his sisters to watch a few different dramas, especially those of the Qing dynasty. There was always an official crying out like that. As such, the most memorable thing Ling Tian had about those shows was the phrase, "The Emperor has arrived." He thought that he wouldn't be able to hear it anymore after entering a different world. Who would have thought that it would still be shouted out in reality? Ling Tian could not help but think to himself, "Don't tell me this line also came to this world with me." As everyone stood up to receive him, a man who looked about 30 years old dressed in a yellow robe walked in front. He had an average-sized figure and showed signs of putting on weight. His nose and mouth were lifted with an aura of nobility surrounding him. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful ladies dressed extravagantly. Standing beside each other, they each had their own separate kind of beauty. Ling Tian knew that one of the 2 was his own aunt. With a single glance, he was able to immediately identify her. Perhaps it could be said that he was able to do so even before looking. The lady to the right of the emperor who emitted a chilly and irritable aura was definitely not his own aunt. The lady to the left of the emperor who had a friendly aura and was beaming with excitement to rush over was definitely his aunt, consort Ling Ran. After paying greetings to everyone, Ling Ran ignored her status as a consort and ran over, snatching Ling Tian from Chu Tinger's bosom. The next instant, Ling Tian's face was full of saliva from her kisses. "Ha, little thing, you're finally not asleep. Aunt has come over to check on you a few times, but you were always asleep like a pig. I say, little thing, were you born in the year of the pig in your previous life? Stupid little pig, fragrant little pig, Aunt's Ling Tian piggy. Ha ha ha." Ling Tian broke out in sweat. This aunt of mine is really so valiant. To think that she has come to see me a few times already. What a pity that I have always been asleep. Ha ha, sister-in-law. This little child is so fragrant. He is such a cute little piggy. He is just too beautiful to death. Ah, no, I can't say death. Let Aunt kiss you again. Ling Tian stared at his overly enthusiastic aunt with anger. Aunt, although I am your nephew, I am not a clump of dough. It hurts to be rubbed all over by you, you know. Ha ha, since younger sister loves to have a son so much, you should find the time to have one with the emperor. Then you will be able to play with him all day. Ha. Chu Tinger teased Ling Ran softly. Ah, sister-in-law, you're being annoying. Little Tian, ha, you're so fair. This aunt just can't get enough of you. Brother, look at little Tian's eyes. Wow, he has double eyelids. Also, his face is just so comfortable to rub. Ah, what are you doing? Quickly return him to me. Ling Xiao could not bear to see his son get bullied by Ling Ran like that, and snatched his son back. Then, he scolded sternly. You are already a consort. How can you be so unrestrained without bearing your image in mind? Can't you be more refined? You better be careful that the emperor doesn't divorce you. What? Let you hug him for a while longer? My son's face would be all bruised by you if I were to allow that. A yellow-dressed figure then walked in front of Ling Tian and said, Haha, how would I do that? Ranner's temperament is just naturally so lively. After so many years, she is still as lively and innocent as ever. We really like him. Ha ha ha. Come little boy, let your uncle give you a hug. Following the gentle voice, Ling Tian felt that he was in the arms of another person. He then opened his eyes and looked carefully at the emperor's face as though he was extremely curious. In actual fact, Ling Tian could see the expressions hidden under the emperor's eyes extremely clearly. 1. This was the advantage a child had. Facing a 1-year-old child, everyone's guard would inevitably be reduced greatly, revealing the thoughts which they would usually hide completely. After all, even if the 1-year-old baby was a genius, just what would he be able to understand? But no one would ever guess that Ling Tian actually had a mental age of 26 years old. At this moment, Ling Tian could see the complicated look in the emperor's eyes. There were a few elements of joy, worry, and contradiction. Plenty of emotions flashed by his eyes, and they were all committed to Ling Tian's memory. Following which, another pair of fair hands hugged Ling Tian. Those were the hands of the empress who had been standing behind the emperor. Ling Tian knew that the empress, Yang Shui, was the precious daughter of the Yang family head, Yang Kongkun. This lady was also the person he wanted to meet the most after he knew that someone wanted to poison his mother and him. Ling Tian then lifted his head and observed this lady closely. Unsurprisingly, this empress lowered her head as though she was only focused on teasing Ling Tian, who was in her arms. But from Ling Tian's angle, he was able to see a hidden coldness in her heart together with a deep hatred and worry. However, she was still able to betray her heart and said, Emperor, take a look at how cute this child is. Ling Tian's face turned cold. This lady is definitely related to that event. She is definitely going to be a trouble eventually. Now that I have not grown up yet and am still unable to protect myself, it would be best for me to find a way to restrain her. I must definitely restrain her power. Very quickly, a cunning smile appeared on his face. Ling Tian had an idea. As though he was mumbling something, he stretched out both his hands, with one of them grabbing a strand of hair by her cheek and the other pinching the jade peaks right in front of him. At the same time, he struggled and bit down. Ah! An ear-piercing shriek sounded, and the empress let go both of her hands. One of her hands reached out to her hair, while the other to her chest. As for Ling Tian, his small body began falling to the floor. The surface of the hall was made of solid limestone. Everyone then began to exclaim, and Chu Tinger almost fainted from shock. While many words would be required to describe the scene, it all happened in an instant. Ling Ran, who was the nearest, had rushed forward, saving the small Ling Tian right before he fell onto the floor. The whole event took place at a lightning-fast speed. Ling Tian was already in Ling Ran's bosom before everyone even got to react to the situation. However, everyone clearly saw that the empress was the one who let go of the child all of a sudden. Her action simply looked like it was premeditated. Furthermore, the emperor and royal uncle Yang Kongkun actually did not have any reaction when the child fell down. Instead, the one who caught the child was Ling Ran, who was slightly further away. The next moment, everyone was dumbfounded, and the place was filled with pin-drop silence. Everyone all thought, *T just got real. Things probably won't end so easily. Everyone present is extremely worried. This matter can be big or small. If it is small, the emperor will just suppress the matter and ensure that everything is status quo on the surface. If things get blown up big, it wouldn't be impossible for both the families to fight. If something like that happens, the winds in the sky-bearing empire are going to change for sure. However, what everyone did not see was the delightful smile on Ling Tian's face. The 20 to 30 strands of hair on his right hand silently fell and left no trace on him. As for his left hand, he rubbed his index finger and thumb together as he wore an evil smile on his face, reminiscing something. Empress, what is the meaning of that? How can you bear to harm such a small child? Ling Ran, who was hugging Ling Tian, still had a lingering fear as her body trembled slightly. The moment she composed herself, she began to roar like a lioness. Following which, Chu Tinger clumsily sprinted over with a face full of tears. She hugged Ling Tian's small body tightly in her arms as her body trembled and she began to whimper. Ling Zhan's beaming face turned ashen as his eyes turned red. He glared at the empress, who was in panic with a killing intent rising in the atmosphere. Even though he was in front of the emperor, he did not conceal it in the slightest. Ling Zhao's face was completely dull, without any expression, with his hands holding on to the hilt of his sword. Facing Ling Rant's interrogation, the empress's face turned pale as panic filled her eyes. She then stuttered, "No, no, no, it wasn't on purpose. Just now, that child. He pulled my hair. He pinched my... I really didn't do it on purpose, Emperor." A wave of killing intent towards the empress filled the place, and the atmosphere became deadly. All around, everyone from the Ling family was filled with a killing intent as they grabbed the hilt of their swords. The empress couldn't bear with the pressure and broke out into tears. The emperor's face turned ashen and he shouted out with a wave of his sleeves, "Men, send the empress back to the palace." At this moment, the emperor was already certain that this was definitely a conspiracy between the empress and her father. However, this conspiracy was just too brainless. She actually enacted such a lousy act in front of the emperor. Did they really think that the many officials and generals present were idiots? Now that they created such a huge trouble, how would he be able to settle the matter easily? A chill flashed past as he looked at Yang Kong-kun. It seemed that he had given them too much leeway. "Wait." Ling Zhan squeezed his way out of the crowd and said, "The empress is going to leave like that? Don't tell me you are not going to give this old man here an explanation." The chill in his tone was like the chilly winds blowing from hell. Duke Ling was enraged. This was something intolerable. The Ling family had a single descendant for 3 generations, and his son had no activity for 5 to 6 years after they got married. After waiting for so long, his daughter-in-law's stomach finally rose up as she gave the Ling family a new child. Everyone in the family was extremely careful when taking care of him, caring for him as though he was tofu. But never would he have expected that on such a joyous occasion, Ling Tian would be almost killed by this woman under the watchful eyes of everyone. Too bold. So what if you're from the Yang family? Don't tell me this old man here would not dare to kill you. Yang Kong-kun also became flustered as he stepped forward and anxiously replied, "Duke Ling, everyone saw that it was a misunderstanding." Knowing that they were in the wrong, Yang Kong-kun had already lost the pride he's displayed earlier. How could he still be concerned about his face at such a moment? Thus, he lowered his pride. Ling Zhan laughed out loud as his voice became solemn. "Misunderstanding? Ha ha ha, misunderstanding? Yang Kong-kun, you old bastard. You dare say that such a thing was a misunderstanding? My grandson was almost killed in the hands of your daughter, and you dare brush it off as a misunderstanding." Yang Kong-kun was enraged by the fact that he was called an old bastard. However, he could not do anything about it. As sweat filled his whole face, Yang Kong-kun held on to the arm of Ling Zhan and said, "Old Ling, listen to me. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Sometimes people's hands would slip." Ling Zhan's face changed. "Slip of hand? Yang Kong-kun, what if this old man has a slip of hand too?" A chilly voice sounded. The killing intent within it was not concealed at all. "This old man's hand will slip towards the 3 grandson of yours. Yang Kong-kun, what do you think about that?" 1. In China, the emperor likes to address himself as we instead of I. Translator's thoughts. David T. Hi all. Thank you for reading our novel, and we hope that you are enjoying it. We will be releasing 1 chapter per day, so do support us. Chapter 11. Empress Yang Shui. Elder Ling. At the side, the emperor finally could not bear to continue sitting on the sidelines, lest this hot-tempered Duke Ling really gets rid of the 3 grandsons of the Yang family. When that happens, the matter would be irreparable, and even his sky-bearing empire would follow both their family clans and disappear from the face of this earth. No matter what, it was the empress's fault today. Elder Ling can be assured that I would give Senior an appropriate answer. The emperor had no other alternatives. He was the monarch of a nation, but he just can't afford to provoke these 2 old men. He had no choice but to put down his pride and hold his grievances inside his heart. He thought to himself, in all the generations of emperors, I am probably considered the most cowardly and spineless one. Now, there are 2 people in the court whom I do not dare to provoke. If it wasn't to maintain the stability of this country, why would I bother to suffer such anger? Since the emperor had spoken, even if Ling Zhan was unwilling, he still had to give face to the emperor and back down. After all, he was the emperor. Besides, with all the civil and military officials present, If he were to slap the emperor's face in front of so many people, it would be the end of the line for his family, even if the time has not come. It seemed like Ling Tian still had to bide his time for the matters of the empress. Furthermore, after the momentary rush of anger, Ling Tian's head also gradually cleared. He began to find the matters a little too outrageous to believe. Knowing how devious Yang Kongkun was, how could he resort to carrying out such a joke of a plan? They had competed their whole lives, and Ling Tian was very clear that this was completely not his style. Thus, he could only shake his head with a face full of depression. The Empress Yang Shui was then escorted by Yang Kongkun himself back to her palace, since Yang Kongkun himself was unassured of her safety. As the head of the Yang family, Yang Kongkun was naturally extremely familiar of the ways his opponent Ling Tian worked. This guy was naturally lawless and fearless. Even though his daughter might have been crowned empress, in that old fogey's eyes, the title had no meaning. And if it went from push to shove, Ling Tian would not have any second thoughts. If no one was able to give a satisfactory explanation to the latter for today's incident, with a suitable compensation, it didn't matter that his daughter had the title of empress. Her head would still roll. Before they left, Yang Kongkun unexpectedly turned his head back to stare directly at Ling Tian. He spoke in a heavy tone. Ling Tian, we have fought with each other for our whole lives. You know me as well as I know you. If I really wanted your grandson's life, how would there be such a situation as today's taking place? While I may not be able to take care of your entire Ling family, do you think the life of this little thing would faze me? Yang Kongkun. Yang Kongkun was extremely direct and serious in his manner of speech, showing how unbridled he was. As he spoke, all civil and military officials, including the emperor, were at the scene. Such lawlessness. However, Yang Kongkun knew that only by doing so could he even have the chance to protect his daughter's life. Only by doing so could he restrain the raging flames of Ling Tian's anger. Furthermore, although such words seemed to be filled with a bold spirit, this undoubtedly served as a form of explanation to Ling Tian, and Yang Kongkun was undoubtedly admitting his weakness. Following this line of thought, this showed that he was admitting his inferiority in his heart. To such a prideful person like Yang Kongkun, this was worse than death. However, Yang Kongkun had to do such a thing, because no matter how brash he was, he could not be compared to Ling Tian, who did not even recognize the heavens if he were to be riled up. This old fogey could literally do anything and everything. Hearing this proclamation from Yang Kongkun, the emperor's face twitched slightly. However nasty-sounding the words were, it was actually the best method for the imperial family. At the very least, both families would not cause any trouble in the near future. However, deep in his heart, the Emperor Long Xiang was feeling terrible. In his life, he had never wanted to exterminate the two unbearably domineering great families as much as today. He was clear that as long as both of them continued thriving, the imperial family's standing would forever not be rock solid and stable. And yet, if one of them were to fall, then the entire sky-bearing empire would follow suit and collapse. It was either that both of them would survive, or if not, both of them would fall. There was no third option. Thus, he could only endure. Having finished what he wanted to say, Yang Kongkun turned around to leave. Ling Tian stood with furrowed brows, deep in thought for what seemed like half a day before he suddenly smiled. As though nothing had happened, he exclaimed, "For all of you great lords for making the effort to attend this ceremony today, this old man expresses his utmost gratitude. Especially the emperor, who specially took time off his busy schedule to grace my humble home. This truly makes this little old man's face glow in happiness." At this point, this old man first thanks the emperor for his generosity. As he finished, he sank into a deep bow, bending deeply from above his waist. Long Xiang hurriedly helped him up, saying in a pleasant tone, "Elder is too polite. Today's matters leave us in deep embarrassment." Ling Tian laughed heartily while replying, "You are exaggerating too much, Emperor." At this point, his eyes sparkled as he ordered, "Men, bring up the items. This old man wants to see what kind of interesting item his grandson would pick up." Ha! The crowd couldn't help but prostrate in admiration of Ling Tian. Facing such a matter, a normal person would be angered beyond reason. To have one's children suffering from such a shock, most would have already carried their darlings into the inner chambers. However, this Duke Ling here was all frowns and glares one moment, yet as happy as a lark the next moment. This kind of face-changing technique had already reached the point of perfection. He carried on as though nothing had ever happened, and even insisted that his grandson carry on with the item choosing. This, coupled with the fact that it seemed like for him to be able to dominate all under the heavens from a young age, as well as to stand strong for 40 over years, he definitely had a thing or two up his sleeves. Some of the officials who had long held disagreements deep in their hearts now silently heaved a sigh of relief. As it turned out, this distracted old man was actually playing a pig to eat the tiger. Thankfully, no one in their class ever dared to step out to challenge him. This was truly wise of them. Judging by this old fox's standard, he would be like those who would make his helpers count the silver he was about to get for selling them. One had to again reassess the abilities of the Ling family. In his heart, Ling Tian felt that his grandfather should have gone to his world to act in an opera theater. However, in actuality, those people had actually overestimated Ling Tian. Ling Tian had already held some suspicions that this matter was not carried out by Yang Kongkun. If one wanted to insist that this was absolutely not a coincidence, then they could only point fingers at his empress's daughter for trying to act smart. If that was the case, he would definitely not take such a short-sighted woman as a matter to be worried about. At this juncture, Yang Kongkun was sitting with his daughter, Empress Yang Shui, in the carriage, wearing a grave expression. What exactly happened back there? You would normally be more capable of controlling yourself. Yang Shui wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even her own father was also suspecting her. Father, today's incident was really an accident. Yang Kongkun scrutinized her face, as though he was scanning her face with some profound method. Before speaking, continue. Yang Shui finally gained some semblance of calmness and narrated the incident that happened just now, tearfully saying, I was suddenly in pain from both my head and chest. How could I not let go? This caused Yang Kongkun to furrow his brows and remain silent. At this point, both parent and daughter had the same doubtful thought in their hearts. Who was the exact mastermind behind this? Could it be that there is a hidden fourth powerhouse in sky-bearing empire? Both of them never thought of the baby that caused this fiasco. After all, that was just an infant who would even stutter when calling for his parents. Yang Kongkun thought for a long while, before saying, even if it wasn't you, and even if this whole thing was an accident, this tactic has definitely crossed your mind before, hasn't it? Yang Shui could only lower her head to signify her agreement. Letting out a deep sigh, Yang Kongkun remarked bleakly, a woman that has been married out is just like water that has been thrown out. Dad is not blaming you. Instead, it would be stranger if you did not think that way. Letting out another sigh, he seemed to have aged all of a sudden. Yang Shui was naturally intelligent and quickly grasped what her father meant by such a sentence. Although it seemed like both the Ling and Yang families were at loggerheads with each other, their lives were actually intertwined. If the Yangs were to destroy the Ling family, then that would also be the end of the road for the Yangs. Only because both families had misgivings over each other and were curbing the other, could the present scene in sky-bearing empire remain. If one family ceased to exist, the uncontrollable rise of the other surviving family would definitely catch the attention of the royal family, which would eliminate them to prevent this force from rising up any further. Thus, from another angle, to extinguish the Lings was to destroy his own family bloodline. The thought of this led to Yang Kongkun's current mood. However, Ling Shui had her own reasons for thinking so. Her own son, the current crown prince of this dynasty, was already 3 years old, and she had to start planning for her son's future. The power held by the Ling family was too immense. Whether it was in the government or military, they were both equally and unreasonably powerful. In the past, the Ling family had no descendants, and thus even if they had the ambition, this would only lead to their own downfall due to the lack of heirs. However, times have changed. With the addition of this little thing, this could be said to be the tipping point. The Ling family was simply too large and too powerful, to the point that even the royal family was unable to rest easy any longer. If they were to have any ambitions, then the empress's son would definitely not be safe. Yang Shui was naturally unwilling to see such a scene. Thus, she put in the effort to set up countermeasures, planning to let both her family and the Ling family drag each other down. Once her son steps up to become the emperor, he would still be able to provide some form of leeway for her family. As long as her son managed to sit on the throne, even if the Yangs were to be on the decline, they would have the chance to rise again from the ashes. However, if she were to let the Ling family snatch the advantage, then this would not just be a problem for the Yang family, but even the royal family would become like scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Before she entered a marriage, she was just a pure and innocent girl from the Yang family. However, she was now first a mother and thus had to look out for her son. Secondly, she was the empress of this current dynasty and would of course have to protect the foundation of the royal family. Lastly, she was considered a female of the Yang family. Thus, although she felt guilty towards her father, she did not think that she had done anything wrong. Yang Kong-kun let out a long sigh, seemingly aging a few years in a short time. Only after a long while did he finally speak. The Lings shouldn't be finding you for trouble, but will definitely pay closer attention to you. I will not stop you from doing your thing, but at least within the next few years, you are not allowed to carry out any plans. He sighed before he continued in a tone of melancholy. Take care of yourself. Only then will you be able to defeat the enemy. Okay, we're almost at the palace. I'll head back first. As he finished, he did not wait for Yang Shui to reply and left the palanquin directly. Yang Shui stared at her father's silhouette as the rims of her eyes reddened. However, she did not say anything in the end. After getting down, Yang Kong-kun stood for a while, as though awaiting some form of reply from her. However, sensing that Yang Shui was not going to talk, he gave another deep sigh before putting his hands behind his back and walking away. 2 steps later, he suddenly stopped and slowly spoke. He is but an infant. Even if he is a genius, you still have time before he becomes an adult. Why not take a few years to observe? For all you know, he might not even be worth your attention. Don't give in to groundless fears. At most, if the worst comes the worst, it is still not too late to carry it out. Hearing this, Yang Shui's eyes suddenly gleamed. As he finished speaking, Yang Kong-kun strode away briskly, never turning his head back once. His daughter was, after all, not merely his daughter anymore. At the same time, she was the mother of the current crown prince and the emperor's wife. Being her father, he had already made her life difficult for her past 18 years. There was no need to continue making her life difficult. This matter would be left for her to do as she deemed fit. Watching her father's shadow slowly disappear, she noticed that it was more slouched than before, which left her in a daze and unable to speak. Her eyes started to brim with unshed tears. It was a good while after that before she finally regained the clear and cold look in her pupils, with her gaze slowly turning back to a frosty look. Lazily stretching out on the seat, she coldly ordered, "Proceed on to the palace." Chapter 12. Catching the fragrance bag. In front of Ling Tian was a long table with a myriad of items placed on it. On half of the table, there were sabers, spears, bows, and more. They were more than enough to show the expectations the Ling family had of Ling Tian, to be a great general like his father. As Ling Tian took a glance over all of those things, he understood plenty of things. Become a general in future? Ling Tian had honestly not thought about that before. Since the heavens are giving me another chance, how could I be satisfied at just being a general of a small nation? On the other half of the table, the things there seemed extremely insignificant. There were the essential items for scholars like a calligraphy brush, ink, and more. Furthermore, there was even a small stamp on the table. Ling Tian could not help but laugh bitterly. There just isn't anything for me to put up a show. His small body stood atop the large table as he glanced at all of the items. But he did not stop at any of the items as he glanced through them all. Everyone stared at this small little child with interest as their eyes widened in shock when they saw that he was not interested in any of the items. Present. Just what does he want? Everyone present had witnessed this one-year-old catch many times already. No matter what, the child would definitely choose something for sure. Even if they did not like it, other children will still pick up some of the items and play with it like a toy before putting it down for sure. However, they had never witnessed a ceremony where the child was uninterested in anything. Everyone could not help but think to themselves, he is indeed befitting of being the successor of the Ling family. He is so composed and steady even at such a young age. Consort Ling Ran let go of the emperor's arm, and with a fragrant wind, she went to the side of Chu Tinger, who was by the side of the table. With an amused smile, she looked at her nephew and asked, "Tanner, are you not going to choose anything?" Chu Tinger stared at her son nervously as she thought to herself, "Little brat, choose something at least." She was nervous to the point where she almost wanted to choose something on her son's behalf. Just at this moment, Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he looked towards Ling Ran's waist. On her waist, there was a fragrance bag which was hanging there. Ling Tian's eyes then gleamed with joy as he ran towards his aunt. Ling Ran was completely elated. "Little Tian Tian, you are indeed close to your dear aunt, huh? Before she even finished laughing, her joy had already turned into shock. She stood there at a loss, looking at Ling Tian, who had already grabbed onto the fragrance bag, which was on her waist. His fair soft hands grabbed tightly onto the fragrance bag, and he refused to let go. At the same time, he cried out in a barely audible voice, "I want this." Ling Zhan's face immediately darkened. He glared fiercely at Ling Ran and almost wanted to throw this daughter of his, who was a consort, out with a single fist. Ling Zhan had seen many young masters from the different noble families grabbing fragrance bags or other things similar to it during the one-year-old catch ceremony. All of them who grabbed fragrance bags were all mercilessly mocked by his grandfather, a classic playboy in the making. Today he was also afraid that this little brat here would also end up choosing something like this. Thus, he commanded all of these things to be thrown out for the ceremony today, lest he ends up becoming a laughingstock. Furthermore, he instructed that all the fragrance bags on the ladies must be removed for today. Duke Ling was extremely meticulous in his planning and did not allow anything to go wrong. But no matter how meticulous he was, the only one he forgot was this daughter of his who was in the imperial palace. Today, it could be said that the fragrance bag on Ling Ran was the only one that could be found in the Ling family mansion. Things were just so coincidental. As all of the officials who were present saw that, they were all dumbfounded and tried their best to control their laughter. Even the emperor, Long Xiang, who was extremely dissatisfied with the empress, also couldn't help but break out into laughter. Watching the colorful emotions on Ling Zhan's face, everyone found it increasingly difficult to hold back their laughter. Perhaps this was just like how a smart man would end up falling to his own ingenuity. Ever since all of the officials entered the Ling family mansion, they had realized that there weren't any fragrance bags on the ladies in the mansion. If there were only one or two who did not have fragrance bags on them, it might be a coincidence. But if all of them did not have any fragrance bags on, it was enough to show that something was wrong. Although everyone present was silently cursing this cunning old man for cheating as such, who would dare to say it out in the open? If the Ling family placed the fragrance bag on the table openly and Ling Tian grabbed it, everyone would only tease him for a moment and forget about it. However, now that there wasn't a single fragrance bag present in this gigantic Ling family mansion with a population of over 1,000, Ling Tian still unexpectedly ended up grabbing it. Furthermore, it was the fragrance bag that the consort herself was wearing. Seeing how Ling Tian's little face turned red from grabbing onto the fragrance bag so tightly, everyone could not help but laugh out even louder. Chu Tinger's face turned red as she took a step forward, wanting to snatch the fragrance bag from Ling Tian. But she never expected Ling Tian to hold onto it so tightly that she wasn't able to snatch it over. Seeing how his wife and son was fighting over a fragrance bag, Ling Xiao could not help but laugh despite his anger. Forget it. If it wants it, then let him hold on to it. As he said that, he took a deep breath, feeling extremely ashamed. Although the one-year-old catch ceremony was not enough to determine one's future, there were many people who believed in it. They all broke out into a hearty laughter with an extremely bright smile on their faces, particularly those officials who had been teased by Ling Zhan and his son. Ling Zhan took a deep sigh of exasperation as he pointed at Ling Ran with his trembling hands. After he trembled for a moment, he did not say anything and walked out of the room. It seemed that this was no small blow to this old man, and he would probably not attend the banquet being held later. Ling Xiao could not help but lament bitterly in his heart. If my father is not going to appear, then don't tell me I will have to bear all of these on my own. His face darkened at that thought. The emperor, Long Xiang, coughed once he managed to rein in his laughter with much difficulty and asked seriously, "It is getting late already, and we are getting a little hungry." As he said that, he was hinting that the banquet of the Ling family cannot be avoided. All of the officials then celebrated excitedly. As Ling Ran saw the situation unfold, she knew that she had just gotten herself into a lot of trouble. Thinking about how black her father's face was when he left, her heart began to beat rapidly. Originally, she wanted to escape from her father and run back into the palace. However, Ling Tian clung onto her body like he was a koala bear and grabbed on tightly to her fragrance bag without letting go. Not able to make him let go of her anytime soon, she could only helplessly hug Ling Tian in her arms. With a bitter laughter, she complained in her heart, little fellow, you have gotten your aunt into deep trouble." On the banquet, Ling Ran sat beside the emperor, Long Xiang. Although she had a high status at the head of the table, She could not sit down properly as though there were pins and needles beneath her. She hated the fact that she could not turn into a gust of wind and disappear from the banquet. All of the officials present felt that they did not make a wasted trip at all. Not only were they able to witness the war of words between the two heads of the Ling and Yang family, but also watch the exciting act by the Empress. Finally, they were finally able to see Ling Zhan suffer from his own medicine after laughing at all the children who grabbed the fragrance bags. In the end, his own grandson grabbed the fragrance bag, the one and only fragrance bag. With an excited mood, the officials had faces full of smiles. Their conversations were full of joy as their appetite and alcohol tolerance were particularly good. In the hall, all the officials exchanged toasts with each other as some of them began to drink heartily despite the fact that they were in the presence of the emperor and consort. As for Ling Tian, who was the mastermind of all these, he was already caught back into the room to be taught a lesson by his mother, Xuting. After a few glasses of wine, Ling Ran's mood gradually became composed, and she managed to force herself to eat something. Seeing that the emperor, Long Xiang, was about to be done with his meal, she began to whine and pester him to return back to the palace. Long Xiang had always doted on this consort of his a lot, and naturally knew what she was worried about. Thus, he agreed without delay. Before announcing that he was leaving, there was a young servant maid who exited from the bedroom. She then knelt on the ground and said, "Old madam said she has not seen consort for a long time already and misses her greatly. She hopes that the emperor will permit the consort to stay in the mansion for a few days." Ling Ran was startled as her face became dull, with tears almost streaming down. Long Xiang also laughed bitterly, looking at her helplessly. "Since old madam has such a request, Xuanhuan, stay here for a few days then. We will send someone to fetch you back to the palace a few days later." He then instructed Ling Xiao, who was already red from the alcohol. "Ling Xiao, I will allow the consort to stay in the mansion. We will be returning back to the palace first. Uncle Ling's mood isn't too good. Please help me to say goodbye to him." Following which, he laughed and walked out. Looking at the emperor leave, Ling Ran's mood was completely ruined. She had no choice but to follow the servant maid, walking in like a zombie. Not too long later, a thunderous roar sounded. Everyone in the hall then looked at each other, bursting out into an amused laughter. Chapter 13, Feigning Weak. Backyard. After the prank, Ling Tian also received his punishment. His snow white, but had an imprint of a large palm, obviously the doing of his father. After the ceremony, Ling Zhan found an opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Like an erupting volcano, he scolded Ling Xiao viciously. When Ling Xiao escaped pitifully, he was still not spared from 2 rods from his enraged father. With a stomach full of grievances, Ling Xiao was naturally extremely indignant. The moment he went back to his room and saw Ling Tian, he slapped Ling Tian's, but without a second word. Following which, he was thrown out of the room by Chu Tinger, who was angered like a lioness. Then, Chu Tinger began to apply medicine to Ling Tian's, but with a face full of worry and heartache. As she applied the medicine, she began to shed tears of heartache. Ling Tian felt extremely weird. With a modern spirit of 25 years old, he had a mother who was younger than him. Now his whole body was completely naked as his mother was rubbing his smooth, but while consoling him. Ling Tian originally thought that he would be extremely embarrassed by it. He even thought that he may have some dirty thoughts in his mind if such a thing were to occur. However, when he really encountered it, Ling Tian was surprised to find that his heart was completely pure. There was only the deep feeling of him being touched. As his mother's hands began to touch him, he felt that his body was extremely comfortable all over. From that gentle hands and eyes filled with love, Ling Tian felt a deep sense of belonging. His nose could not help but turn sour as tears rolled down his face. In the past, he had deeply wished for the care of a mother, the loving consolation of a mother. However, his mother from the previous world only left him a pile of soil and a few photographs which turned yellow. In his past life, he was only able to reminisce the smile of his mother in his dreams at night. Now all of these were extremely real as they existed beside him in reality. Ling Tian was satisfied. This stubborn bull. How could he bear to deal such a heavy hand to his own son? I must definitely teach him a good lesson later. He is too much. He is going to anger this old lady to death. Tinger, don't be too sad. Even Tianer isn't crying. What a good child. Old Madame Ling walked into the room slowly. As she saw the handprint on her grandson's butt, she was enraged and almost shed tears of heartbreak. Chu Tinger wiped away her tears and swallowed hard. This also can't be blamed on my husband. It can only be blamed on the fact that this child is just too disappointing. Of all the things he could have chosen, he just had to choose his aunt's fragrance bag, making his grandfather so angry for no reason. It is only right for him to be beaten. Old Madame Ling's eyes narrowed as she scolded angrily. Don't mention that old folly. He only knows how to be concerned with face. So what if our grandson likes the fragrance bag? Who wouldn't like something so nice smelling? Besides, even if our grandson likes women in future, don't tell me we wouldn't be able to find them for him. Don't tell me we won't be able to afford them. That father and son pair are just making a mountain out of a molehill. Let this old lady give your husband a good scolding. I rushed over so quickly because I was afraid that he would beat my grandson. But I still came too late and did not make it in time. Just see how I teach him a lesson later. Aya, my poor grandson, look at his smooth skin. Just how could he bear to deal such a heavy hand? Come, let grandmother give you a hug. You're too obedient. Ling Tian was extremely glad. This grandmother of mine is just too amazing. It seems like in the eyes of this old lady, everything I do is definitely right. Everything I do would definitely be supported by her. I like. After living in this household for a year, Ling Tian somewhat understood how the Ling family rose to prominence. After he understood that, Ling Tian deeply understood how wise this saying was. Chaotic times will definitely produce heroes. Circumstances would definitely mold heroes. The head of the Ling family, Ling Zhan, was a hero who was born from such chaotic times. The Ling family was originally only a middle-tier family. At that time, Ling Zhan, who was still the young master, had met Long Qingtian in a chance encounter. The both of them hit off really well with each other and became sworn brothers. From then on, the Ling family had become the spearhead for Long Qingtian. As the many blood battles were fought, almost all the elites of the Ling family were wiped out. Ling Zhan also rose into prominence after that great war. He became the greatest contributor to the founding of the sky-bearing emperor after stepping over countless of bodies. Rising together with him, the Ling family also became ranked alongside the 5 greatest families as the 6th greatest family. According to what Ling Tian understood from this 1 year, Ling Zhan was definitely not someone who was extremely scheming with a deeply hidden agenda. The only reason he was able to walk this far was because of the chance encounter which he had. Fortunately, he did not die. Just when the sky-bearing empire needed a general with heroism and prestige, Ling Tian took up that responsibility as the commander-in-chief of the nation's army. He then led the troops to war, spreading the territory of the sky-bearing empire and making many accomplishments. His only son had also inherited his legacy and was even more accomplished than his father. But there were also disadvantages about that. He had also inherited that straightforward attitude of Ling Zhan. Although the Ling family had great authority and power now, the Ling family did not have deep roots after all. There were few talents within the Ling family, and they just could not be compared to the other great families which had prospered for over hundreds of years. Through the hundreds of years of accumulation, their resources were as high as the mountains. As he understood all of these, the first thing that Ling Tian did was to take in a deep, cold breath. Goodness, an idiotic family like this is actually able to win itself a standing in such a competitive empire? They were still able to expand to such an extent without falling. This was nothing short of a miracle in Ling Tian's heart. The people in this world are just far too kind. They were actually able to hold themselves back from this piece of juicy fat meat. There is actually something as good as this in the world? This is a complete joke. Ling Tian did not believe it at all. There could only be a single reason the Ling family was able to enjoy its power without falling. Someone was keeping them from falling. Furthermore, it was definitely not a single power. There were definitely more than one power supporting the Ling family in the dark. All of these powers who were supporting the Ling family definitely did not have any kind intentions, just like the Yang family, which was together with the Ling family in the sky-bearing empire. From a certain perspective, it was just like the Ling family having a large tree to rely on, sharing their glory. Although the two families were opposing each other, Ling Tian believed that this enmity was definitely created by the Yang family, following which, their enmity will be slowly deepened until the point where both parties are unable to live with each other peacefully. In other words, the Ling family was the existence which the late emperor, Long Qingtian, and the late Yang family had supported to fight the Yang family. The Yang family had no choice but to take a step back. The Ling family closed in on the Yang family for the same reason. The reason the emperor would support the Ling family was definitely to strike at the Yang family, preventing them from dominating the sky-bearing empire. Now, this motive of his was almost perfectly achieved. Ling Tian had every reason to believe that the reason for the rise of his family was definitely not as simple as it seemed. There were definitely the shadows of the other great families. The other great families would definitely not want to see the Yang family or the Ling family dominate the whole sky-bearing empire on their own, becoming a hidden threat to their family. Thus, it was only natural for them to support the Ling family to strike at the Yang family. Ling Tian was able to deduce that his own family was nothing more than an anomaly, the product of the complicated situation on the continent. Ling Tian could even feel that there will definitely be many spies from the imperial palace and the Yang family in this Ling family mansion of his. As Ling Tian thought about this, he could immediately sense danger coming his way. The first thing Ling Tian decided was that he must definitely keep a low profile before he was able to protect himself and his family, trying his best to avoid the attention of the other families. If he were to let them find out that the successor to the Ling family was a heaven-defying genius, the good luck his family had would definitely reach its end. After constant planning, Ling Tian had finally taken the first step to feigning his weakness, the one-year-old catch ceremony today. Ling Tian understood that the moment he caught the fragrance bag, he would definitely become the greatest laughingstock across the continent for the next few years. At the same time, as they laugh at him, they would definitely let their guard down. The catch of this infant would be able to exchange at least 3 to 5 years' worth of time for his family. Even if he were to become a laughingstock, it was worth it. As long as he was able to continue feigning weak, he would definitely be able to slowly form an organization that solely belongs to him with his experience from his past life. After the different powers take notice of him, they would be shocked to realize that they had already missed the best opportunity to deal with him. This daddy here is considered a genius even in the 21st century. If I am going to deal with all you barbarians whose brains have not been fully developed, then there is really no justice in the world, Ling Tian thought to himself. Of course, Ling Tian felt that the matters today were not completely perfect. The reason for that was the young man who revealed a killing intent towards him when he was just born. Ever since Ling Tian saw him when he had just been born, Ling Tian had never seen him again. Ling Tian had never forgotten about him before because he was just like a lurking venomous snake in his own family. He was extremely dangerous, and Ling Tian did not know just how many of such venomous snakes there were in his family. Just where did this venomous snake go in this past year? Just what has he been doing? Will he harm the family? Chapter 14, Small Accomplishment. The days passed one by one as Ling Tian constantly worried as he hypothesized. The years also drifted by. In a blink of an eye, Ling Tian was already 5 years old. The winter wind was biting cold, and large snowflakes fluttered about, blanketing the heavens and earth in a silvery white color. Midwinter was fast approaching. Deep into the night when all was quiet, the snowflakes still floated down, unhurriedly and unceasingly. In the secret chamber, the temperature was, however, warm like spring. Ling Tian was alone inside, his small body completely naked as he sat with both knees crossed, his hands forming lotus seals. His face was warped with agony as his body dripped with sweat all over. This was the critical juncture. Ling Tian knew that if he wanted to survive in this world where the rules were more complicated than his previous world, the only option he had was to quickly raise his own strength, so he could deal with any unexpected twists along the way. Within these 5 years, because of the experiences Ling Tian had in his past life, he familiarized himself to the point that he had cultivated to the peak of the 3rd stage for his divine dragon shocking formula. Now that he was approaching the 4th stage, he isolated himself behind closed doors, so as to rush forth and break the shackles to the 4th level. In his previous life, he had practiced the divine shocking dragon formula to the upper tier of the 5th stage by the age of 15, which made him a miracle beyond miracles in the Ling family. Ever since this formula existed, in the past millennium, no one had ever heard of someone reaching the 5th stage when they were merely 15 years of age. This was also the main reason Ling Tian was the target of much jealousy in his previous life. In this life, Ling Tian had used Xiantian Qi, which was considered the pinnacle of martial arts, as his foundations, and thus his improvements as compared to his past life were miles apart. Of course, due to the difference between Xiantian and Houtian Qi, the strength he could unleash currently was definitely even larger. From his own estimates, if he could successfully overcome the barrier leading to the fourth stage of this divine formula, just relying on the aid given by Ling Tian, he would already be comparable to his previous self when he was at the peak of the sixth stage. Such a result was unbelievable even for Ling Tian himself. Now, he had reached the most important part. Ling Tian had already felt the signs of a breakthrough occurring. Through his spiritual sense, he could see the true qi inside himself boiling as though it just came from a pot which someone had opened. They revolved unceasingly through every single meridian in his body, and for every revolution they made, Ling Tian would intentionally add on a bit more strength to it, to further catalyze the speed of the revolution. This sort of method was actually the brainchild of Ling Tian, and its purpose was to ensure that the revolution would continue to retain its original strength and not fade as it passed by each of his acupuncture points. Even though this method's efficiency was extremely high, practicing such a move would result in unbearable pain to the user. It could be compared to trying to force 100-fold amount of water through a small rivulet of water, where the sides of the water channel would definitely not be able to take such a pressure and might even result in an irreparable scene of destruction. Ling Tian's meridians could be compared to those channels, struggling to endure the tyrannical pressure of the Xiantian qi. If he were to lose control, he would end up destroying his meridians and crippling himself. Ling Tian gingerly circulated the Xiantian qi inside his body, holding his breath as he calmly waited. The amount of qi within him grew larger and larger, and the speed became faster and faster. It grew to the point that it started to indistinctly form the shape of a tornado within his dantian. Ling Tian could even sense the high speed of true qi being circulated as it produced a xiao sound through his spiritual sense. Ling Tian's body turned completely red, with a few areas beginning to exude beads of blood. Veins started bulging out from his forehead, as though earthworms were occupying that area. Finally, the inner circulation of his true qi reached maximum velocity, and many more areas under Ling Tian's skin started to gradually tear, in which dark red blood could be seen. There was not a single spot on his body that was not resisting pain, and the torment from the depths of his soul. The way to his physical body was the very limit of what he could bear. At this point, Ling Tian understood that if he were to continue forcing and consolidating his qi and strength, his body would probably explode from being unable to withstand the pressure. He could only forcefully stabilize his state of mind and manipulate the powerful qi current to smash on his Xuanhuan acupuncture point before it spiraled out of control. By breaking through his blocked Xuanhuan acupuncture point, this symbolized that his arterial and meridian pathways no longer had any blockage. This was the point when one could be considered a high-level martial arts practitioner. His body was racked with pain akin to being torn apart, and under the influence of the true qi, his hair band snapped apart with a bung sound. However, the stalk of black hair on his head did not fall, but rather shot straight upwards towards the sky, as though he had really become a real super Saiyan. A tremendous sound went off within Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, as his Xuanhuan acupuncture point suddenly burst open, with the immensely strong true qi rushing through and only settling down after 9 further cycles of circulation within his body. There was a patch of water stained on the floor. It originated from Ling Tian as he perspired while enduring the pain to the point that formed a distinct circle around where he sat. Only at that exact moment where the true qi burst past the Xuanhuan acupuncture point did Ling Tian finally relax his entire body as an incomparable comfort began to permeate his self. He felt that his whole body was wonderfully comfortable and warm, as though it was made up of cotton. Caught up in this feeling, he felt as though he could really soar up into the sky from where he was seated and twirl around in the sky. At this point, he envisioned himself transforming into an immortal. Comparing that moment of bliss, Ling Tian felt as though all the hard work and pain was totally worth it. This sort of feeling made Ling Tian reminisce about his past self. It was just like an opium addict of decades whom, after stopping for a month, lighted up a stick for a smoke. This sort of feeling was as though he had lost all strength, and even his spirit felt weightless, beginning to float upwards and away. Laughing mockingly at himself, Ling Tian began to recollect all these weird thoughts within his mind and continued to activate his divine formula. With every passing cycle of activation, The blood spots on his skin lessened by a portion to the point where after countless days, his skin actually recovered to its original crystalline and jade-like appearance before he broke through his blockage. Letting out a drawn-out breath, Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, in which a trace of radiant light flashed momentarily. Checking his body in a very satisfied manner, Ling Tian then stood up, putting on the robe that was placed by his side. Although he had no idea how long he had spent sitting in this secret chamber, he was sure that it did not exceed 4 hours. However, if he did not exit the chamber soon, he was sure that his mother would start to worry. Even though he took the opportunity of going out only in the dead of the night to practice his martial arts, he did not know whether his mother would be afraid of him catching a cold and hence come over to his room in the middle of the night to cover him up. This secret chamber was built within Ling Tian's bedroom for the convenience and secrecy of his training. At the age of 3, he started to secretly hollow out an underground space below his small room for his practice purposes. The size of the room was only about 3 to 4 meters squared, and for him who had been cultivating since he was in his mother's womb, this was merely a piece of cake. It only took him a couple of nights to finish excavating the soil and rocks, moving them to the garden with no one noticing. Gently knocking up the limestone tile above him, Ling Tian's tiny body slipped out like a wisp of smoke and securely caught the tile just as it was about to crash onto the floor, placing it back gently with nary a sound. Ling Tian smiled in satisfaction as he strolled to the window, staring entranced at the silver-white world beyond the window. Soft snowflakes slowly spun down, giving a dreamlike illusion. Ling Tian suddenly felt a mysterious surge of loneliness emanating from within his heart. Ever since he had crossed over to this world, this sort of feelings was commonplace. It was as though in the boundless heavens and earth, he was the only one who was alive. In the dead of the night when there was no human noise, this sort of loneliness would act up vigorously. To be physically in this world, yet spiritually not belonging here. To have a body of a 5-year-old, yet to have the mental capacity of a 30-year-old adult. This sort of discrepancies often caused Ling Tian to not know if he should laugh or cry, and also gave him grief beyond measure. He did not have a lack of human company around him, and his current family was extremely harmonious, with his grandparents showing care and concern from deep within their hearts, and his parents constantly pampering and showering him with love. To any common person, the Ling Tian now was at a place too high for them to reach, having owned almost everything that was needed. However, no one understood what Ling Tian was really thinking deep inside. No one could understand the deep-seated chill in the depths of his heart, as well as his desolate feeling of loneliness. Even though he was the core of thousands of people, Ling Tian's heart forever remained solitary. Of course, Ling Tian understood that since he had already arrived in this world, wanting to go back to his original world was simply a fool's delusion. The only thing he could do was to accept the truth and continue living on as best as he could. While he was trying his best to do so, this did not mean that his heart felt relief. Because he was constantly repressing his emotions, Ling Tian occasionally felt that he could not bear with this sort of pain, and this sort of repression could not be understood even by his closest kin. Ling Tian would undoubtedly continue repressing his emotions till the end of his life, because this secret was only privy to himself. Crossing worlds through his spirit, carrying the complete memories with him as he crossed over. This sort of feeling was not admirable at all. Just purely the part of loneliness would be enough to drive someone insane. In the past, when Ling Tian was bored, he would often log onto the web to read stories about the characters crossing to a different world and would be totally engrossed with them. However, Ling Tian now understood. It turned out that crossing over was actually such a painful matter. Ling Tian deeply inhaled, his eyes flashing with all kinds of emotions: nostalgia, hatred, joy, pining, bliss, and loneliness. There were hundreds of varieties of different emotions. If someone were to have witnessed this scene, they would have seen that the expression in his eyes literally held a whole life story within it. Of course, those who witnessed it would definitely treat this 5-year-old child as a demon or monster. Closing his eyes, Ling Tian forced back the tears that were about to spill out. No matter the case, in this current environment, there was little time to be spent on such sentimental thoughts. The him now had too many things to complete. A learned scholar who weeps with the passing of seasons in this disorderly world would only be sentenced to an early death. Suddenly, Ling Tian's heart palpitated as he sensed something. Outside his door, a pair of soft footsteps sounded, followed by the low voice of the female attendant on duty outside his room speaking in an extremely respectful tone. This was followed by a gentle voice lightly questioning the attendant. Ling Tian could only smile bitterly. It seemed like his mother Chu Tinger had come to check on him. Chapter 15. So it was him. The next moment, Ling Tian had left the window and arrived by the side of his bed. His bathrobe had also been taken off and was hanging on the headboard of the bed. 2 layers of blanket were wrapped around Ling Tian's body tightly. Ling Tian's eyes gradually shut as his breathing became stable with a peaceful look on his face. Occasionally, his mouth twitched, and he was obviously in a comfortable, deep sleep already. Suddenly, there was a creak and the door opened slightly. A delicate figure walked in as Ling Tian revealed a look of happiness with his eyes still shut. When this person had walked into the room, a warm feeling rose from his heart. This person was his mother, Chu Ting. A thick velvet coat was draped over Chu Tinger's body, and she revealed a prideful and satisfied smile of a mother. After she entered, she first closed the door gently, afraid that the chilly winds would enter and make her son catch a cold. She then walked towards the side of the bed softly and looked at the sweet face of her son sleeping soundly with a blessed smile. She stretched out her right hand and wanted to gently touch her son's cheek, but she suddenly thought of something and was afraid that her hand was too cold and quickly retracted her hand. Then, she stretched both her hands into the velvet coat and placed them by her own skin. Only after a while, when she felt that her hands were warm enough, did she take her hands out and gently touch her son's face with a smile of satisfaction and blessing. She sat down gently by her son's side and looked at her son's face silently with loving eyes. After she thought about something, she smiled gently and bent forward, kissing her son on the forehead. Then, she placed Ling Tian's right hand, which was out of the blanket, back into the blanket and arranged the blanket again. Only then did she stand up with reluctance and walk out softly. After the barely inaudible sound of a door closing, Chu Tinger disappeared from the room as a unique smell which belonged only to Chu Tinger lingered in the room. On the bed, Ling Tian opened his eyes glistening with tears silently. Ling Tian could clearly feel every single action Chu Tinger had after she entered the room with his spiritual sense. When he saw how his mother was afraid of her hands being too cold and warming it up immediately, Ling Tian was extremely touched. At that moment, the word mother, which was so sacred to Ling Tian, completely merged together with Chu Tinger's appearance. In Ling Tian's mind, there was a subtle change as he began to feel a deep sense of belonging. It was as though he felt that he would not be lonely as long as his mother was beside him. He began to laugh. Early morning, and the snow had not stopped. Ling Tian wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, making him seem extremely fat. On his head was also a snow-white cap with 2 rabbit-like ears on the top of his head and 2 pieces of red jade on his forehead. Ling Tian was speechless. A 30-year-old man like him was wearing such a classic child's hat. This really made him feel like puking. However, in the eyes of others, it was a cute face hidden in a cute rabbit's hat, making the handsome Ling Tian look extremely cute. With Ling Tian's martial arts cultivation, he was basically capable of preventing the cold and heat from affecting him. Such temperatures were essentially negligible to him. Even if he wore a thin robe, he would still be able to defend against the cold. But he still had to put on a show for his grandparents and parents, lest they nag at him all day. The moment the few old people saw Ling Tian wearing something a little thinner, they made a big fuss out of it. They even punished the maids who were in charge of taking care of Ling Tian. From that day on, Ling Tian had become obedient. Although Ling Tian felt extremely blessed because of all the care and concern his family showered him with, he had a huge headache when it came to their constant nagging. Ling Tian was already pretty tall, around the height of a 7 to 8-year-old child. His eyebrows were like swords, cutting down diagonally. Below them were a pair of deep black eyes and a sharp nose. His skin was extremely fair and looked even prettier than that of a little girl. After the servant maids cleaned Ling Tian's face, Ling Tian walked towards the study of his parents. After a few steps, the sound of a gust sounded from behind him. As Ling Tian turned to take a look, a large snowball was flying towards his face. A few bits of snow landed on his clothes, immediately turning it cold. Ling Tian was puzzled. Who would dare to touch me, the treasure of the Ling family, in the Ling family mansion? He could not help but stop and turn around to take a look. The servant maids beside him were startled to the point their faces turned pale as they hurriedly guarded in front of Ling Tian and shouted, "Who? Come out. Following which, a giggle sounded as a little boy 7 to 8 years of age walked out from the bamboo forest by the side with a mischievous smile. Ling Tian then focused his hearing and heard a flurry of footsteps moving away from the bamboo forest. Ling Tian could not help but give a mysterious smile. The servant maids then heaved a sigh of relief and said with annoyance, "So it is young Master Xuan. Young Master Xuan is really mischievous, but this is the little young master. You must not do this again in the future." If the little young master were to be startled, this maid will not be able to bear the consequences. Ling Tian then laughed and said, "It's all right. Who is this little brother?" At the same time, doubt rose from his heart. Young Master Xuan? Who is he? This is the first time I have seen someone who dares to be so rude to me after 5 years. Ling Tian then studied him carefully. Despite the mischievous smile on his face, his lips were thin with a skinny face. While his face was full of smiles, his gaze was chilly. The way he looked at Ling Tian was just like a venomous snake looking at its prey. The gaze seemed to even contain a deep hatred. Ling Tian was shocked. Why would a child so young have such a deep hatred towards him? The servant maid who was leading the way then said respectfully, "This is little young Master Ling Xuan, son of young Master Ling Kong." Ling Kong? Who is Ling Kong? Ling Tian continued asking with doubt. Sister Qiuyu, so this is young Master Tian? I didn't know that young Master Tian was so suave. That brat walked forward with a smile. My father is Ling Kong, and you must be younger brother Tian, right? You're really cute. Ling Tian then snickered in his heart, little brat. Do you think you will be able to fight against me? Ling Tian then pulled Ling Xuan's hands excitedly and said, You are? Haha, I can have someone to play with me already. Where do you stay at? Ling Tian then thought to himself, the chance occurrence which you guys set up today is probably to send this brat next to me, right? Haha, then let me just follow what you guys have planned. Both the brats then began to talk to each other with the various intentions in their heart. As though Ling Tian could not bear with the cold, he trembled and said with a pale face, How cold? A look of disdain quickly flashed past Ling Xuan's eyes before Ling Xuan asked with concern, If little brother Tian is cold, you should quickly follow Sister Qiuyu to Aunt's place. We can play again when you're free. Qiuyu then said with a smile, Young Master Xuan is so sensible. Young Master Tian, let us go quickly. Old Master and Madam should be anxious from waiting already. Ling Tian responded with a nod before saying with reluctance, All right then. Bye-bye, Brother Xuan. I will find you later to play. He then turned to walk away, feeling a burning gaze down his back. Ling Tian's lips twitched, and he smiled mysteriously. Ling Xiao and Chu Tinger sat beside each other while Ling Tian sat opposite, finishing his last mouthful of kanji. After Ling Tian stood up, Chu Tinger pulled him into her bosom and took out a napkin, wiping his mouth gently while scolding him laughingly. This child, always not cleaning up his mouth after he finishes his meal. He is just like a little cat. Ling Tian leaned on his mother with a peaceful feeling rising from within him. Ling Xiao's face was full of smiles as he said, Help Ling Tian to tidy up a little, and we are going to find father. Father has been busy searching for a teacher for Ling Tian these past few days. He may have settled the matter already. Chu Tinger responded with an, Oh, before asking with interest, Teacher? I wonder which few scholars father has found. Ling Xiao replied, I also do not know. But, for them to have obtained father's approval, it definitely cannot go wrong. Pride then filled Chu Tinger's face as she said, No matter who the teacher is, our smart little Tianer will definitely be able to learn well, right? As she said that, she gently pinched Ling Tian's cheek. Ling Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. Then he thought of something and asked, Mother, I saw a child called Ling Xuan on the way here. Who is he? Ling Xuan. Ling Xiao and Chu Tinger stared at each other for a moment. Then, Chu Tinger replied, He is the only son of your second uncle, Ling Kong. These few years, he followed your second uncle to the Northwest Horse Ranch. I believe your second uncle should be back already. The both of you are around the same age and can play together in future. Second uncle? Doesn't grandfather only have a single son? Ling Tian asked in doubt. Ha ha, you little brat. Your second uncle is an orphan who your grandfather adopted back then. When he grew up, your grandfather took him as a godson. After your mother gave birth to you, your second uncle was sent to the Northwest by your grandfather. Calculating the years, it has already been 5 years. Time really flies. Your second uncle is very capable, and you must be respectful to him when you see him later. Okay, Ling Tian lowered his head as a face which he had never forgotten appeared in his mind. The person who revealed a killing intent to him when he was a child. He then laughed to himself. Ling Kong? Ha ha ha, you're finally back? This is getting more and more interesting. The matters today were probably arranged by you as well, right? Ha ha ha. Since you put in so much effort to bring your son up so well, this young master will also play with the both of you happily. Chapter 16, Unreasonable. The family of three went to the main hall of the Ling family, and Ling Tian was shocked the moment he entered. There were dozens of people in the hall, young and old, tall and short. Ling Zhen was also in the crowd, leaning onto someone. The moment Ling Tian entered, he looked over and was certain that he was that person, the person who revealed a killing intent to him when he was born. Now, Ling Tian knew that he was called Ling Kong. After he knew that Ling Zhen was Ling Kong's son and Ling Kong was the only godson of his grandfather, Ling Tian understood the source of his killing intent. His father was the only successor of the Ling family, but did not have a child after so many years of marriage. If this situation were to persist, then the only successor from the third generation would be Ling Kong's son, Ling Zhen. Ever since Ling Tian was born, he had completely destroyed the dreams of that father and son pair. Thus, they were naturally extremely hateful towards Ling Tian. As he thought about that, Ling Tian began to feel pity towards this father and son pair. He would also not be able to take such a blow if it happened to him. Wait a moment. Ling Tian suddenly thought about something. My father and mother are extremely loving, and the both of them are extremely normal. Why would they not have a child after so many years of marriage? Don't tell me that is a conspiracy of Ling Kong all this while. A chilly gaze flashed past Ling Tian's eyes. If that is really the case, this Ling Kong deserves to die. Ever since Ling Tian entered the room, Ling Kong and Ling Zhen's eyes became agitated as a deep hatred hid beneath their eyes. Ling Tian twitched his lips, paid his greetings to his grandfather, and ran forward. Ling Zhen immediately lit up as a bright smile filled his face, hugging Ling Tian in his bosom. I have not seen little young master for a few years, and he has grown up to be so big already. He looks exactly like elder brother. Ha ha. A caring-sounding laughter sounded. Without looking back, Ling Tian knew that the laughter must have definitely came from Ling Kong. Ling Xiao and his wife paid their greetings to everyone present and sat down. Ling Zhen then became serious as he said to Ling Xiao and Chu Tinger, Tinger has grown up already, and it is time for him to learn the 6 arts of a gentleman. 1. And poetry, so he can have a future for himself. I can't possibly allow people to say that the grandson of Ling Zhen, is just a useless, incompetent, and ignorant brat. Today, I have invited all of the famous scholars within the capital. If the both of you do not have any opinions, they will stay in the mansion from today to teach Tian. As Ling Zhen said that, he looked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly, thinking, you have already arranged everything and chosen everyone. What disagreements can we have? He definitely has hidden intentions behind his words. What does he mean by useless, incompetent, and ignorant brat? He is probably still angry at me because of the 1-year-old catch incident. Ling Xiao did not dare disagree and said, Father, you can just make the arrangements which you deem appropriate. Chu Tinger sat down with her brows furrowed. As she heard what Ling Zhen said, she could not help but be angry. This old man, how can you talk about your own grandson like that? My son is only 5. In what way is he incompetent? Ling Zhen then hugged Ling Tian and said with a smile, Good grandson, take a look. Grandfather has specially searched for all these teachers for you. Ling Tian almost fainted as he pointed at the crowd, asking in disbelief, All of these people are? Ling Zhen then said with a smile, Take a look. This is Mr. Qin who will teach you poetry. Mr. Qin is a righteous and knowledgeable man and is a good teacher. Mr. Qin was dressed in a scholarly robe with a lean appearance and skinny figure. He then twiddled with his beard and nodded with a smile. This is Master Lu who will teach you archery and horse riding. Master Lu is extremely familiar with archery and horse riding. A few years ago, he was the instructor for the Imperial Guards. Many high-ranking officials in the military were taught by Master Lu. It can be said that he has many talented disciples. This is Master Shang who will teach you music. Master Shang has a profound understanding towards music, especially the zither, and is the #1 musician in the palace. This is Master He who will also teach you music. Master He is renowned for his skills with the side-blowing and end-blowing flute. All of the music fanatics in the world today would definitely be honored to listen to Master He's performance. This is Master Ho who will teach you drawing. Ling Tian's eyes grew wider. He will teach you calligraphy. Ling Tian rolled his eyes and almost fainted. He will teach you etiquette. Ling Tian. He will teach you. He. Asterisk crash asterisk. Ling Tian's eyes turned white as he fainted on the ground, his whole body trembling. With the threat of refusing to eat, Ling Xiao and Chu Tinger began to plead for their son out of heartache. Together with the scolding of old Madame Ling, Ling Zhan finally changed his mind, retaining only a few teachers and sending the rest back. However, Ling Zhan only took a small step back. Ling Zhan seriously declared that even if Ling Tian wasn't going to learn them, he would have to understand them at the very least. Poetry, horse riding, and archery were compulsory lessons for him. Chess, zither, calligraphy, and painting were secondary lessons. As for the rest, he would also have to choose some of them. Ling Tian was depressed. This daddy here is able to be the all-round teacher of all these people, not only in the areas of poetry, chess, music, and calligraphy, but also in the 18 Chinese weapons together with both internal and external martial arts. For those who are even more interested, I can even teach them some chemistry or even English, Japanese, German, Spanish, and Portuguese. With an extremely bad mood, Ling Zhan, who was someone whom he did not already like, became the target for him to vent his anger. After the ceremony of apprenticeship, Ling Kong suggested allowing Ling Zhan to study with Ling Tian to keep him company as well, obtaining the approval of Ling Zhan, Ling Xiao, and his wife immediately. As for Ling Tian, he would naturally not have an issue against it. Who wouldn't like a toy for him to exploit his intelligence? As such, Ling Zhan became Ling Tian's study attendant under the insistence of Ling Kong. Originally, Ling Tian felt extremely amused when he saw the fictitious smile on Ling Zhan's face. But when he was in an extremely bad mood and Ling Zhan revealed a fake smile again, it got him a kick from Ling Tian. What are you laughing at? Get out of here if you continue laughing. What a joke. Perhaps it can be said that it is extremely rare for someone your age to be so scheming. Maybe it may be more interesting for me to play with you in a few years' time. But with your little intellect, you want to try hiding the sword with your smile? Aren't you just seeking death? Being caught off guard and having a foot to his face, Ling Zhan's nose began to bleed, and he did not react in time. Only after a while did he begin to burst out into tears. Ling Tian then scolded fiercely. What are you crying for? Didn't I just kick you once? You're crying so badly because of that. Che. He pointed a middle finger with disdain. Mr. Qin, who was reciting a poem while shaking his head, never expected that this little young master who looked as pretty as a girl would be so vicious. In a blink of an eye, another student was already lying on the floor with a face full of blood. At that moment, Mr. Qin's tongue was left hanging as he trembled from anger. He pointed at Ling Tian with his finger trembling, completely unable to say anything. You. Ling Tian then rolled his eyes and said, What about me? This young master here is educating my study attendant. Do you have an opinion? Mr. Qin's finger continued to tremble as he twitched in anger. You will anger this old man to death. Ling Tian snickered and kicked Ling Zhan in his abdomen. Get up. Are you pretending to be dead like a dog? This young master is telling you now. When I am not happy, you are not allowed to smile. When this young master is happy, you will have to laugh happily even if your leg is broken. Do you understand? Ling Zhan cried out in pain as he wiggled to get up. With a vicious look on his face, he scolded, Son of a bitch. You dare to hit me? F asterisk asterisk K. You have balls. You dare to scold me. Ha ha ha. I just want you to scold me. If you don't scold me, I won't be able to continue hitting you. But these words of yours have completely enraged me. This brat, both him and his grandfather, does not hold our family in any regard. Ling Tian then rushed forward using both his arms and feet. Although Ling Zhan was older than him by 3 years, Ling Tian was extremely agile. If he were to use inner qi, he would probably be able to kill Ling Zhan with a single fist. The next instant, Ling Zhan lay on the floor like a dead fish, bruises all over his body. This child cannot be taught. Seeing how it was useless to stop the fight, Mr. Qin's face turned ashen as he lifted up the ruler in his hands and shouted, Kneel down. For what? Kneel down for what? This young master has only taught my study attendant a lesson. Who asked him to smile when I'm in a bad mood? Don't tell me it is wrong for me to teach my subordinate a lesson. Now I have to be punished. Ling Tian said with force. What a joke. That pair of father and son wants to harm me even in their dreams. Of course, there is nothing wrong for this young master to collect some interest first. Damn it, to let me study Confucius with him here is a complete joke. If I don't drive you away from anger, how will my plan succeed? Besides, if I were to really learn properly, won't that make the Yang family and imperial family deal with us prematurely? This daddy has already been obedient for 5 years. It is time for me to be hedonistic for once. 1. The 6 arts refer to rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Chapter 17. Quibbling. Mr. Qian then walked out with his sleeves fluttering. The direction he was going was obviously to lodge a complaint against Duke Ling. Ling Tian then sat on the chair which originally belonged to Mr. Qian and crossed his legs. He then placed his hands on his chin, thinking what he should do next. Ling Zhen lay on the floor, moaning in pain with blood all over his face, unable to get up. Ling Tian laughed in his heart. You want to lie down here so you can frame me? No worries. Ling Tian was extremely clear about how much strength he used. This brat would suffer from some superficial injuries at the very most, and there would not be any serious injuries. The only reason he was still lying there was obviously to wait for Ling Zhan to come over so he could lodge a good complaint against Ling Tian. What a pity. Although that plan of yours isn't too bad, you will never imagine that I just need you to add fuel to the fire. If not, how would I be able to have an excuse to chase all of these teachers out? Don't tell me I will have to let them stay here to waste my precious time. However, it really does feel good to beat this brat up. Bold little scum. Ling Zhan came with a chilly wind with exasperation. The first thing he saw was the indifferent-looking Ling Tian seated on the teacher's chair with his legs crossed and Ling Zhan bleeding on the floor. In that instant, he exploded in anger. Without saying anything else, he picked Ling Tian up, turned his body around, and pressed his small body against his knee. Pa, pa, pa. 3 loud slaps then sounded. These 3 slaps were not light at all. As Ling Tian did not circulate his inner qi to protect himself, his fair white but immediately began to swell. Ling Zhan then hugged Ling Zhen from the floor and took a look at his injuries. Outside, a commotion sounded as Ling Xiao rushed in with an ashen face. Behind him, Chu Tinger was jogging over breathlessly. A while later, old Madam Ling, Ling Kong, Sir Qin, and the others all arrived. The moment they saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded. Jenner, as Ling Kong saw the state that his son was in, his face began to cramp up as he hugged his son in his bosom. Then, he hurriedly called for the maids to bring his son away to get his injuries tended to. After his son left, he looked towards Ling Tian with a violent look in his eyes, as though he wanted to swallow Ling Tian in a single gulp. No one expected that the first lesson from the teachers who stayed in the mansion would end up in a fight. Looking at the mess in the study, everyone had unbelievable expressions on their faces. Chu Tinger cried out softly before quickly covering her mouth with her hands, with a flustered look in her eyes. You're going to anger this old man to death. Bastard. Kneel down. Ling Zhan shouted out with a thunderous voice, causing the snow collected on the bamboo leaves outside to fall from the tremors. Ling Tian pouted and slowly got up from the teacher's chair, kneeling down unwillingly. Father, Tianer is still young and ignorant. This is the first time he has been restricted like this. He still has not gotten used to it yet. Please. Chu Tinger quickly stepped forward to plead for her son. But before she finished her sentence, she was interrupted by Ling Zhan. Ever since the ancient times, a doting mother has always been the downfall of many children. Tianer is only 5. He actually attacked his cousin during class. Furthermore, he was even rude to the teacher. Tianer has already shown how mischievous and naughty he is today. If we were to let him off lightly, the lives of everyone in the Ling family will be ruined in his hands. You do not need to plead for him today. Ling Zhan did not want to give an explanation at all. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that his daughter-in-law was pleading for his grandson. If his daughter-in-law couldn't see the gravity of this matter and continued to pamper her son, this grandson of his would definitely be ruined. Tears rolled down Chu Tinger's face as she looked at her son who was kneeling on the floor. She stretched out her hands, but did not dare to hug him. Ling Xiao then grunted, "Such a naughty child. How will he become someone great if he's not taught a lesson? It's all because you dote on him too much." As Ling Xiao said that, old Madam Ling retorted, "As the saying goes, if a child is not taught properly, it is the fault of the father." Ling Xiao, as the father of Tianer, You are responsible for at least half of the matter which happened today. How can you blame it on Tinger? As she said that, she pulled Tinger over and said, Tinger, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. She then glared at Ling Tian with a look of warning. It was obvious that she was trying to say, Old thing, if you are going to injure my grandson today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Ling Tian naturally took note of all this and laughed to himself. As he knelt down on the floor, he raised his neck and said, Grandfather, grandson has something to say. After a few heavy breaths, Ling Tian's face finally turned gentler as he said, Speak. Ling Tian then said, Today's incident can't be blamed on me. Ling Tian then scolded, You have beaten your brother Ling Tian to such an extent, and it is not your fault. He then laughed in anger. Then when would it be your fault? Don't tell me it will only be your fault when he dies. Vile creature. Ling Tian then retorted, Grandfather, I naturally have my own faults. But since this matter happened, there must be a reason behind it. If there isn't any reason, why would I beat him up for nothing? As Ling Tian and Ling Xiao were burly men, they did not find anything strange about that statement. But Ling Kong, who was by the side, looked towards Ling Tian with a solemn expression. Old Madam Ling and Chu Tinger also looked at each other with faces full of doubt. If those words were spoken out of a grown man's mouth, or even from Ling Tian, they would not find it too strange. But Ling Tian was only a 5-year-old after all. Facing the reprimanding of his grandfather, he was actually not afraid in the slightest manner. The words he spoke were so logical, showing how something was strange. Ling Tian then snorted, Continue. Actually, Ling Tian also found this matter to be extremely strange. Although his own grandson was a little playful, he had never ill-treated the maids in the mansion. Instead, he took care of all the maids in the mansion. Why would he beat his cousin up for nothing? However, what he did not know was that the incident was all planned by Ling Tian so that he could avoid suffering from the force-feeding education which his grandfather wanted to give him. As for Ling Tian, he was Ling Tian's unlucky chess piece. Ling Tian's face showed no trace of fear as he said with composure, I definitely made my own mistakes. Today, after finding out I was going to have so many teachers, grandson felt extremely depressed. Right at the moment, Ling Tian smiled at me. I thought that he was mocking me, and so I gave him a kick. This was my mistake, and my only mistake. The things which happened after was just something Ling Tian deserved, and I have no guilt in my heart. Ling Tian was enraged. Oh, little bastard. You beat your cousin up to such an extent, and you still sound as though you are right? Besides, Ling Tian is your elder cousin, son of your second uncle. It is disrespectful for you to call his name directly. Ling Tian then replied calmly. First, when Ling Tian came here, second uncle said that Ling Tian is my study attendant. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and second uncle can all be the witness to this. Since he is my study attendant, he is a subordinate. Being a young master, what is wrong with punishing my subordinate? You, vile creature, you're just quibbling. Ling Tian was fuming, but he had nothing to say. After all, the arrangement of Ling Tian being a study attendant was something Ling Kong insisted on to ensure that the statuses of Ling Tian and Ling Tian were rightfully arranged. Everyone present heard Ling Kong say that. Although he knew that Ling Tian was just quibbling, Ling Tian had nothing to retort. Ling Tian then continued. Second, I could not control my emotions and kicked Ling Tian once. I was sincerely extremely regretful and wanted to help him up. But at that very moment, Ling Tian scolded me. Furthermore, the words he used were just too ugly. Being a child in the Ling family, I cannot endure this scolding which relates to my parents and ancestors. Thus, I beat him up in anger. Everyone's face then turned black. Extremely ugly? Related to his parents and ancestors? Ling Kong felt that things were going wrong. If this brat were to continue talking, then won't my son be beaten up for nothing? Instead, he may even end up being in the wrong. Before Ling Kong had a chance to stop Ling Tian, Ling Tian's crisp voice had already sounded. When Ling Tian was trying to get up, he scolded, Son of a bitch, you dare to hit me. Ling Tian actually imitated the vicious look on Ling Tian's face when he said it with perfection. Mr. Qin can be the witness to this matter. Chapter 18, Deep Schemes. On one side, the poor old teacher could not help but furiously blink his eyes. Listening to how the little fellow was speaking, he vaguely remembered that the situation was not like how Ling Tian had described, or at least it was not fully true. He had the feeling that Ling Tian was twisting the truth to suit his purpose, mixing black and white. However, he could not exactly pinpoint what was wrong. Seeing Ling Tian act with such righteousness and honesty, and speak with such assurance, the old master suddenly felt a little absent-minded. It was quite clear that this little fellow had started this whole fiasco, and even hit an innocent bystander. But he could even twist the truth and make it seem as though he was wronged. This ability he showed in misrepresentation could be said to be out of this world, by absolving himself of all blame in this matter, speaking in a logical and systematic manner, and by laying bare all the facts. This seemed as though he had been made to suffer a grievance beyond the heavens. The old master could only exclaim deeply. This little boy currently speaking seemed to have morphed into the spirit of a sly old fox. How is he still a 5-year-old kid? Isn't this too absurd? The crowd simultaneously turned their heads towards Mr. Qin with inquiring looks. Mr. Qin coughed twice while glancing at Ling Tian, before speaking in a low voice. I indeed heard young Master Ling Tian speaking such words. However, they're after all only children who would spout nonsense when angry. It isn't. Asterisk cough 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 asterisk. The audience was dumbstruck. Black lines formed on all their faces. In this era, respect to seniors and higher authorities was heavily emphasized. If it was as what Ling Tian had described, then the beating he gave was definitely not overboard. No matter if it was with a status as a study attendant or the paternal cousin of Ling Tian, uttering such a sentence was a definite no-no. Ling Kong might be Ling Zhan's godson, but no matter how respectable his position was, it was still given by the Ling family. In conclusion, Ling Kong and his son were merely servants with privileges. Even if he were to be beaten to death, no one would pity him for insulting the master's son like that. Ling Kong's face changed at this statement, and he kneeled on the floor after taking a step forward and said, Ling Kong has failed to teach his son well. Please punish me, Godfather. Although he was filled with hatred deep inside, he had no other alternative. Since his son had spoken thus, and even had a witness, how could he argue his way out? Looking at Ling Tian, he started to scheme deep in his heart. He now had to recalculate his plans to take into account the little brat's meticulous mind. To think that the simple-minded Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao could produce such a profound and meticulous schemer as a descendant. With a gloomy expression, Ling Zhan remarked, Forget it. We will put this aside for the time being. To speak the truth, when Ling Zhan heard that Ling Zhan had spoken such words, he had already begun to rage even before finding out the truth of the matter. Who was Ling Tian? He was the birth son of his own son. Just by his looks, one could tell that his looks were from the same mold as the rest of the family. To think that someone would actually call his grandson a little bastard. Ling Zhan even felt that Ling Tian had let him off with too light a beating. Ling Tian was overjoyed. Since Ling Zhan was not at the scene at that moment, wasn't his words considered the absolute truth? In addition to that, whatever he said was the truth, just that there were some parts which were inconsistent to the case. He did not mention a word about how he had bullied Ling Zhan and goaded him into using those words, but instead drew everyone's attention towards the few words Ling Zhan had used against him. Furthermore, due to the old-fashioned temperament of Mr. Qin, he did not like lying and hiding the truth, and thus would not dispute with nitty details of the situation. In addition, if Mr. Qin were to explain the entire matter in detail and point out that the fault lay with Ling Tian, would be difficult to predict what attitude Ling Zhan would adopt, simply because Ling Tian was his own grandson. Ling Zhan, being merely the son of his godson, would definitely not have a higher place in his heart. Thus, Ling Tian believed that Mr. Qin would figure this out no matter how stupid he might be. If Mr. Qin really revealed the truth and explained why Ling Zhan had used that particular word, he would not be punished too harshly. But this would leave an impression that Mr. Qin was trying to sow discord between Ling Tian and his grandfather. Once that sort of impression is formed, then Mr. Qin would not have a good time in the empire and his reputation would hit the gutters. This would be in addition to offending a behemoth like the Ling family. Ling Tian had already accurately predicted Mr. Qin's thoughts, and like he thought, Mr. Qin's reaction was no different from his hypothesis. However, the most wonderful part was actually Ling Tian's plan to admit his wrongdoing the moment he opened his mouth, and to admit he was at fault in the first place, even going so far as to explain his thoughts. Ling Zhan and the rest of the elders would definitely empathize with him. Imagine an unrestrained 5-year-old suddenly having so many masters and coaching classes forced upon him, restricting his freedom. This would of course make anyone unhappy. Even an adult might not accept it so easily, let alone a child. This was also a way for Ling Tian to send out a message that to a 5-year-old child, such a timetable was too demanding and ridiculous for him. This was mainly directed towards his grandmother and mother. As for his grandfather and father, he did not expect those two blockheads to understand his underlying meaning. He only hoped that his father and grandfather would be able to understand the fact that Ling Zhen had insulted him, and moreover in a very nasty manner. That was enough. The family looked at each other in dismay, with no one knowing what to do next. At this time, old Madame Ling coughed twice lightly before saying, "Ling Kong, how about you make a visit to little Zhen and check out his injuries? Take good care of him. The physician has not replied us yet, and this makes this old lady worry." This was obviously an attempt to send him away, with the underlying reason being, "This is now an internal family matter, and we do not need you to interfere." A flash of resentment appeared across Ling Kong's eyes, before he lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Yes. Then this child will take his leave. For the grievance inflicted upon young Master Tion today, this child will definitely go back and discipline his son well." Madame Ling replied in a magnanimous manner, "Let's forget about it. After all, they're still children and do not know propriety. Having been outside for so many years, you must have also suffered quite a bit. Take this chance to get a good rest and rejuvenate yourself." This sentence was quite amusing, saying that because they were children that they did not know how to behave themselves. In other words, Madame Ling implied that by forgetting about the insult, Ling Kong should also forget about the fact that Ling Tian beat up his son. Of course, Ling Kong understood the meaning, and could only express his thanks in return before retreating from the room. Mr. Chen was in no way slow-witted. He realized that someone of his status should not be dallying any longer in this place, and took this chance to salute the heads, saying, "Duke Ling, old Madame Ling, and great general. This old man is also rather tired, could I?" Madame Ling gave a gentle chuckle, saying, "Mr. Chen need not be so polite. Men, please show Mr. Chen to the guest room." Those not involved all retreated without any exceptions, and only the immediate Ling family members were left. Ling Tian was still kneeling on the floor, but seeing the opportunity present itself, he took the chance to fidget a little, letting an expression of anguish flash across his face. Chu Tinger was heartbroken to the point that her tears were threatening to fall and glanced towards the madam with pleading eyes. Madame Ling asked in displeasure, "What are you looking at this old lady for? Can't you see that my darling grandson is still kneeling on the floor? Are you not going to ask him to get up?" Chu Tinger exulted at that and hurriedly replied, "Many thanks to mother." At this time, Ling Tian stood up even before his mother helped him up. Throwing himself into his grandmother's bosom, he clung onto her neck like an octopus, exclaiming, "Grandma is the best." While pretending to act like a small kid, goosebumps rose all over his body. Madame Ling hugged her grandson, beaming all over as she said, "You sly little fellow, always having such a sweet mouth. You only know how to please your grandmother." Ling Xiao snorted, "Mother, this brat has been so stubborn. He needs to receive some form of punishment. Else, if next time he develops a habit of throwing tantrums, then how would we solve it?" Madame Ling opened her eyes wide at her son as she scolded, "You were 10 times more obstinate and naughty than him when you were young. Didn't you still become a great general? Regarding the teaching of children, you think this old lady still needs you to instruct me? You better shut your mouth." Hearing this, Ling Zhan too could not help but snort. But as he opened his mouth, the old lady had already shifted her death stare over, continuing the barrage. "Old fogey, what are you snorting for? Just look at you. Old killer, how dare you let my grandson kneel for such a long time? Look, his knees are all red. Aya, come let grandma blow on it. Does it still hurt? Aya, what a good boy my Tianer is." Tianer's knees are all red. Do they hurt? Come, let mother rub them for you." Looking at the two women in their family with smiles stretching to the corners of their eyes, asking about Ling Tian's well-being, the two males, Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao, looked at each other and simultaneously rolled their eyes. They couldn't help but be suffused with the feeling of powerlessness and defeat. How exactly did today's matters devolve to such a situation in the end? Nightfall. Ling Tian lay comfortably on his bed with his eyes closed. No one had any idea as to what he was thinking about. Today's matters were actually a test developed by Ling Tian himself. Admittedly, one of the reasons was that he was uninterested in all the teachers that were hired. However, the biggest reason of that deliberate tantrum was actually to give a warning to the Ling Kong and Sun pair. No matter what sort of status Ling Kong held, be it Ling Zhan's godson or the head butler of the house. What was supposed to be his would be given, and as for what was not supposed to be his, he could stop dreaming about obtaining it. Today's actions were to inform the father-son pair that no matter the case, he, Ling Tian, was the actual grandson of Ling Zhan, and thus the first in line to succeed the Ling family. Even if he were to be unreasonable and beat up Ling Zhan, what of it? In the end, the master of the house was still the master, and a servant would always remain a servant. A master of the house would never give a serious penalty to another master for an action against a servant. This Ling Kong wanted to occupy his seat. He could stop dreaming. If you, Ling Kong, are able to see the big picture and live honestly from now on, I might still leave you and your son a path to live. If you want to stubbornly persist in your ways, then I, Ling Tian, will not have the patience to warn you a second time. What waits upon you is only destruction and ruin. I only give chances once. As for those who do not know how to cherish it, I definitely will not give them another chance. Ling Tian thought to himself deep in his heart with his eyes closed. Seeing that it was getting late, his mother also started to make her way back to her room. From afar, his parents' room lights were already off. Outside the house, the faint sound of snoring could be heard from the servant girl, Xiu. Ling Tian smiled to himself as he reached under the bed and drew out a bundle, taking out a set of black clothes meant for night travel. In a flash, a masked figure in a black suit made its way out from the window, similar to a bird flying across the open sky or the wind blowing across the treetops. He did not bring with him any form of light source, merely skimming and weaving in the air as he gracefully twisted and turned. He stole quietly towards the residence where Ling Kong and his son lived. Chapter 19. Malicious Father and Son. The cold winds blew mercilessly in one's face. With the abrupt stop of the snowfall, the sky and earth was left in a blanket of silvery white color. Ling Tian felt like giving himself a nice tight slap. At that moment, he could not have been more depressed. Looking at the pure white snow all around him, all other colors except white were reflected under the effects of the snow and appeared to be extremely provoking to the eye. And out of all colors possible, Ling Tian was dressed in full black. Ling Tian felt as though his mind had short-circuited. He let out a mocking laugh directed at himself. It seemed like his thoughts still followed a certain methodology, and certain choices were subconscious. Following which, Ling Tian, who was running along the eaves of the building, silently stopped as his mocking laugh from before made him recall something. Even though he had close to 30 years of experience, compared to those crafty old foxes in this world, his experiences were moot. After all, most of his experiences came from another world, and he was the only one in this current world with those experiences. If he were to retain such innate habits and take things for granted, only disaster awaits him at the end. His style of thinking and methodology needs to be changed. His past self only faced the influence of a family's direct descent, and yet was already pushed into a disadvantageous situation, having to endure excessive sufferings. However, what he faced currently was not just the internal strife within the family, but also the problem of his family's existence, and other families with equal power. In fact, what he had to face in these clearly troubled times were not just a few families or countries, but the entire world. In this life, although his current situation looked rather peaceful, in reality, it had already long exceeded his previous life in terms of viciousness. At the slightest wrong move, he would die and have his soul dispersed, with his family clan becoming history. As such, he had no choice but to exercise prudence. One must know that by bringing memories of 2 lifetimes to this world, what one grasped would ensure that he would not end up being mediocre. His abrupt rise would not be a coincidence, but rather an inevitable truth. However, once he rises up, he would have to face those forces which he had thought of. Shaking his head, Ling Tian dissipated the distressing thoughts that were accumulating in his head. An indifferent smile spread across his face. Since that is the case, then I, Ling Tian, will start to muster my energy to play a good game with this world. This made Ling Tian recall a famous novel he had read in his previous life. The protagonist had once said, "Whoever is the most vicious gets to live the longest." The first time Ling Tian read that novel, he was merely 13 years old. At that time, he could not fully comprehend the underlying meaning behind that phrase. He only realized the true meaning of that phrase when his martial arts were crippled and when all hopes he had turned into dust. The reason why he had been forced into that circumstance was because of his soft-heartedness. If he had used all his strength to fight in order to obtain what was rightfully his, but ultimately failed, his ending would not be as wretched as his current one. However, this was not the only case. Ling Tian's opponents had also committed the same mistake of being soft-hearted and died because of it. They should have wiped him off the face of the earth after crippling his cultivation. However, by being merciful, they ultimately allowed a crippled Ling Tian to end in mutual destruction with them. This was akin to digging their own graves. This is a weakness. I will eradicate this weakness. To be limited to thinking of my past life is a form of rigidity, which also means it is a weakness. Both must be changed. Be kind-hearted? This shall not happen again. Whoever is my enemy, I will not give him the chance to strike back. Having thought through his point, Ling Tian suddenly felt his body relax, as though he had broken through some form of fetters in his heart. Letting out a breath of elation which appeared in this chilly weather as a cloud of white fog, Ling Tian's body soared through the air, revolving once before, disappearing, east striding court, deep into the night. Inside the inner chamber sat a huge brazier, and a badly battered, panda-eyed Ling Zhen lay wrapped up in a thin quilt on the bed. His upper torso was bare, revealing patches of bruises. At Ling Zhen's side, Ling Kong held an ointment on one hand, with the other a bundle of gauze, helping his son to change his medicinal wrappings. Tonight was already the second time changing the wrappings. While groaning on the bed, Ling Zhen looked at his father, his little eyes filled with resentment, and said, "Father, this matter cannot be forgotten so easily." Ling Kong arranged the gauze on his hands while saying, "Of course we can't just forget this matter. Today's matters are covered in a veil of strangeness. Zhener, yesterday, when I had sent you to meet with that kid, didn't you mention that he was very warm towards you? Why is it that such a matter happened in just half a day?" Touching on this matter, Ling Zhen could not help but feel depressed, and said, "I, too, don't know what exactly happened. Everything was so sudden. That little bastard suddenly acted as though he was crazy and started hitting me, and there was nothing to preempt me." Hearing this, Ling Kong's face was suffused with a sinister smile. This little bastard ought to die. This kind of abnormal behavior can only be a devil's play. It was just as I thought. Ling Zhen questioned in puzzlement. Does father also think that this little bastard was behaving abnormally today? Ling Kong replied as he revealed an eerie smile. Father is not saying that this little bastard was acting out of the ordinary today, but that this little bastard has not been ordinary ever since he was born. Humph. Ever since that Chu Tinger entered the Ling house, I have secretly ordered people to put air-severing grass into her food. Any woman who has eaten this herb will not be able to conceive for the rest of their lives. But who knows what kind of problem occurred that she managed to give birth to this little bastard. As he spoke, his face grew more and more miserable. Ling Zhen suddenly sat upright, his expressions showing excitement to the point that it turned ruddy, and replied, "If that's the case, then how is it possible that this kid is their birth child? Could it be that they had secretly adopted him? If that's the case, as long as we focus on this advantage, the Ling family will still belong to us." Ling Kong then replied with a disappointed sigh, "This kid is definitely Ling Xiao and Chu Tinger's child. That year, when I heard that Chu Tinger had gotten pregnant, I thought that it was impossible too. So I went to all lengths to kidnap the family of a famous doctor in the capital named Yi Manhwa, and got him to diagnose her condition in the Ling family. If the matter was proven false, I would have already made you the successor of the Ling family. However, after Yi Manhwa's examination, he really confirmed that such a matter existed." Ling Zhen's face was ruthlessly vicious at this point. This could be because Yi Manhwa had colluded with the Ling family, and we can't rule out this possibility. Ling Kong could only smile bitterly in return. I had also considered this problem, and thus I got another 6 doctors to come to the Ling family to diagnose. All of them said that same thing, that she was indeed pregnant. However, when I had decided to stake it all and get someone to poison her to death, settling the matter once and for all, the chance was already gone. When I was still unprepared, the child had already been born. Ling Kong could only let out a long sigh, and he viciously punched the bedside. His eyes were full of insanity as he continued, "But we still have a chance. As long as I can find an opportune time and get rid of that little bastard without leaving any tracks, then the Ling family will still be mine." Ling Zhen's childish features flashed a wicked look. In the depths of his eyes lurked an insanity no lesser than that of his father. After a moment of silence in the room, Ling Kong suddenly laughed sinisterly, saying, "After that little bastard was born, the Northwest Horse Ranch had also reached a critical point, and that old fogey sent me over to supervise. All these years, I haven't had the chance to deal with that little bastard. However, after 5 years of hard work, the entire Northwest Ranch now belongs to both of us, father and son. Ha ha ha. This Northwest Ranch is one of the main sources of income for the Ling family. With such a strong pillar behind me, as long as I start to stir things up here, then The room was filled with sinister and treacherous laughter from the father-son pair, as though the entire Ling family had already fallen into both of their hands. Following which, they continued with some idle conversation, such as how to completely take control of the Ling family, as well as how to settle the remaining family members, so on and so forth. Chapter 20. Late Night Conversation. Just as Ling Kong and his son Ling Zhen were lost in their delusions while happily daydreaming, a black-colored object floated away at the rooftop, where both father and son were talking, much like a cloud, soundlessly disappearing into the night. In that same night, another secret conversation was held in Ling Tian's parents' room. Chu Tinger snuggled up against her husband's embrace, with one of her white and fair arms sticking out of the blanket. Her lovable face was dripping with sweat as she panted, "Xiao Ji, what do you think of Tianer's performance today?" 1. Ling Xiao lay there bare-chested, revealing muscles that looked as though they were crafted from granite. After the exercise, he lay contentedly on the pillow with narrowed eyes, looking as though his soul had flown elsewhere. However, upon hearing the words uttered by his wife, he distractedly stared at her for a while before raging. That little bastard. He behaved totally without control and discipline today. This is too much. I am going to give him a good lesson tomorrow. Chu Tinger only lightly laughed as she stretched out her first finger and drew circles on her husband's chest while she breathily said, "You, always being such a blockhead. Couldn't you see that Tianer mannerisms and way of speaking were far above a normal 10-year-old child?" At first glance, today's matters would appear to be Tianer causing a tantrum. However, this little guy can twist the truth such that an unjustified matter becomes as though he had suffered some great grievance. Don't you feel this is very abnormal? Furrowing his brows, Ling Xiao carefully thought about it before he realized that there was something different about it. That is true, he is just a 5-year-old kid. How can he be able to speak so eloquently? It's to the point where he managed to silence the family members as well as Mr. Qin, making everyone dance to his tune. Looks like our child seems to be a genius-level character. Chu Tinger's face was full of pride. Of course, how could my son be an ordinary character in a generation? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth tugged upwards in a weird smile, and with both his hands itching forward under the blankets, he suddenly grabbed onto the bountiful globes sticking out proudly from Chu Tinger's chest. Applying a bit of force, both of the soft white humps were depressed based on the imprint of his fingers, as he lecherously spoke. "Your son? Without me, how could you have given birth?" With a lovable moan, Chu Tinger suddenly lost strength in her entire body, and her eyes started to blur as she began to pant delicately while saying, "You bad man. While I'm here talking about serious matters, you just had to play dirty tricks." Oh, at this time, one of Ling Xiao's hand decided to go for a change in position and started to explore down south. Chu Tinger started to tremble all over her body and buried her face that was flushed red in embarrassment into her husband's embrace. Ling Xiao sniggered as he said, "Isn't this part of a serious matter?" And with a flip of his body. A long while later, Chu Tinger let out a satisfied sigh, using a slender hand to push aside the hair on the forehead that was matted with sweat. Although her face was flushed red with exertion, the corners of the mouth revealed a blissful smile. Sprawling on her husband like a kitten, she said, "Xiaoji, Tinger can die of blissfulness." Ling Xiao, however, lay there paralyzed like a pile of mud and exhaled heavily as he said, "You can die from bliss, but I will die from fatigue. I almost lost all strength here. My little baby, you bewitching girl." Hateful. Chu Tinger displayed shyness and anger, yet was secretly delighted as she lightly hit him. Her eyes blurred with tenderness and love, as if tears were about to fall. Seeing that incomparably seductive look on his beloved's face, Ling Xiao nearly transformed into a wolf there and then. "Be more serious. I'm talking to you about Tianer." Chu Tinger knew that her husband was not able to resist her charms and immediately burrowed into the covers. only revealing her charming little head. Seems like Tianer's performance today is far exceeding my expectations. Ling Xiao muttered irresolutely. Definitely, regarding how Tianer behaved today, even as his mother, I was surprised and even shocked. Tianer's intelligence has already exceeded my expectations. Chu Tinger revealed a face of concern and worry. It should be a good thing that Tianer is intelligent and witty. What are you worried about? Ling Xiao was flabbergasted at his wife. Chu Tinger let out a face of contemplation as she pondered. Xiaoji, don't you feel that Tianer today was too smart and wily? If a child is smart, I should be happy as the mother, but if he is too smart, it would be easy for him to walk down the wrong path. Furthermore, a higher intelligence means that it will not be easy to discipline him. Don't you feel so? Ling Xiao said with a gleeful expression. Why would there be such a problem? Hee. Among our Ling family's ancestors, including my father and I, we were all gutsy and boorish men. Never once did a strategist appear in the family. Now that we finally have a genius in the family, Tinger, this could be said to be all your credit. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's eyes became lecherous once again, and that pair of lecherous hands also started to stir. Chu Tinger helplessly stared at her husband, half wanting to laugh and half wanting to be angry. But after a long while, she instead let out a sigh, jabbing her finger at her husband's head, saying, Speaking with you is just like playing a harp to a cow. 2. Ling Xiao snickered as his sturdy body once again pounced over, and Chu Tinger could only try her utmost to prevent the invasion of his lecherous hands as she gasped. Wait a moment. I'm not done. For Ling Tian to be so smart, father is actually wasting his time to find so many tutors to coach him, and I'm worried that he would be fed up with it. Woo, you bad boy. As Ling Xiao invaded the capital, he vaguely mumbled, Don't worry. Tomorrow I will speak with father about this. He-oh. So smooth. What occurred next naturally turned the room into a place of spring. As Ling Tian soundlessly thread his way out of his underground chamber, he felt a little strange. Every night, around this time, his mother would brave all winds and rain to make her way to his room to check up on him. So why had she not turned up today? Regarding how loving his parents were, Ling Tian was deeply aware and suffered many times because of it. Before he was 3, the two of them treated him like how they would do to an ordinary infant, and were not discreet in doing their stuff. Thus, every night became a form of torture to Ling Tian, and yet, because he was in the body of an infant, he was unable to voice out his own thoughts. Seeing his parents beside him making love without a care for Ling Tian beside them, Ling Tian felt depressed to the point of dying. Oh heavens, I'm someone who has lived for 2 lifetimes and 20-odd years as a virgin. Those few years, when they woke up, although their parents seemed to be in great vitality, Ling Tian always appeared drowsy with a lack of vigor. He was always afraid that he would either die of a massive nosebleed or a heart attack. This matter continued until the point where Ling Tian celebrated his 4th birthday. When asked what gift he would like for his birthday, he immediately chose to sleep apart from his parents without any hesitation. He even went to the extra mile to ensure that his room was a little further apart from his parents and was resolute about his decision. Hence, his family members could only accede to his request and employed a few nannies and servant girls to attend to his needs. From then on, after sleeping on his own, Ling Tian unexpectedly became more robust, which made the family amazed and feel at ease. Under Ling Tian's insistence, they also allowed him to push out those nannies from this strange young master's room. This was of course a given. Without at least 3 times of nightly sexual harassment, Ling Tian was feeling much better physically and mentally. As Ling Tian secretly rejoiced, he was also in awe of his father's exuberant prowess. When no one was looking, he would secretly open up his pants and examine his JJ, fantasizing if he would inherit this sort of godly vigor. Every time this happened, a weird licentious giggle would sound out from the lone room which Ling Tian stayed in, and this would always cause goosebumps to form, as well as shivers down the spine of those servant girls who were staying nearby and heard it. Ling Tian's decision made his mother, Chu Tinger, extremely sad and worn out. Out of worry, she checked on Ling Tian every day, resulting in Ling Xiao being unable to satisfy his lust for a period of time. As such, he was always frowning whenever he saw his son. Ling Tian felt at peace. No matter what, this was better than having a live broadcast every night, was it not? Furthermore, Ling Tian looked at his father in disdain, as he only knew those few styles, How uncreative. Since his mother had not come to check up on him until now, Ling Tian could already foretell that his mother would not be coming. As for the reason, the Buddha says that such a thing must not be spoken. 1. Xiaoji is an intimate way for Chu Tinger to call Ling Xiao. It also means brother Xiao when translated literally. 2. This is a metaphor of sorts which describes someone who is telling something complicated to a fool, or sometimes, this idiom is used to describe a person who is trying to tell something to the wrong audience. Chapter 21. Talking to Mr. Qin. As for tonight's reconnaissance to the Eastern Trading Court, Ling Tian felt that his harvest was still considered to be on the good side. After all, it was his first time going forth to spy on people, and to already catch wind of such news made him very satisfied. In fact, Ling Tian could not help but fantasize in his heart. Don't tell me everyone who crossed through world are so lucky, receiving such important news in just a casual reconnaissance. The crux of this lay in the fact that Ling Tian's timing was perfect. Firstly, Ling Zhen got himself beaten up for no rhyme or reason, and thus must have accumulated quite a bit of hatred in his heart. Second was the fact that Ling Kong would feel a pain in his heart for the condition of his child, and thus try to console him. As for the timing that Ling Tian himself chose, he was very clear that the content that Ling Kong and his son would discuss today would be regarding unscrupulous matters which would cause the both of them to be buried without a tombstone if revealed. Hence, to be careful, they only left such matters to be discussed in the dead of the night. Thus Ling Tian planned his time accurately. Just as both father and son had just opened the curtains to the discussion on their betrayal, Ling Tian was already noiselessly perched on top of their roof. Ling Tian pondered over this. The news obtained today was enough to prove that both father and son did not harbor any good intentions in their hearts, to the point that the reason Ling Xiao and Chu Ting'e had been married for so long but did not bear any offspring was also plotted by Ling Kong himself. In addition to that, Ling Tian realized that Ling Kong had been scheming as such, working behind the scenes for over a decade, aiming to take control of the various income-generating businesses of the Ling family. The Northwest Ranch, which was considered one of the main sources of revenue for the Ling family, had also now fallen into Ling Kong's grasp. If Ling Tian were to make a rash moves, just these pillars of strength which Ling Kong controlled definitely had the ability to plunge the Ling family into chaos. Both Ling Kong and son were harboring malicious intents. They secretly plotted to wrest away control of the Ling family's businesses, as well as cause irreparable damage to Chu Tinger. Both father and son would have to pay for their crimes with death. However, Ling Tian knew that this timing was not the most opportune moment to expose them. Only by disclosing those working undercover under the orders of Ling Kong and catching them in one fell swoop could he avoid any future repercussions. This would be the best way to go about doing things. With Ling Tian's current strength, wanting to let Ling Kong and his son disappear without a sign was as easy as merely lifting a finger. But this way, the undercover forces of Ling Kong, the people who were in cahoots with them to betray the family, would also sink under wraps and would never surface to surrender themselves. Thus, it would be immensely difficult to deal with all of them. Furthermore, one had to take into consideration the reaction of Ling Zhan. After all, Ling Kong was his godson. Thus, if he were to take action without proper proof, his grandfather would fly into a rage without doubt. At this point, Ling Tian merely smiled coldly. If that's the case, then let me treat it as raising a pig for the slaughter. Sooner or later, your life will still end in my hands. Since I can't silence you both for the moment, then I shall treat it as though I have obtained another 2 playthings. As soon as the second day started, after Ling Tian had finished with his meal, he proceeded towards the study room. Mr. Qin was dressed in a green robe today. Standing by the door watching the tiny figure of Ling Tian plodding towards him, he had a complicated expression in his eyes. Naturally, only Ling Tian turned up for lessons today. Even if one threatened to beat Ling Zhen to death, he probably would never want to stay in the same room as Ling Tian for study ever again. As for the matter of Ling Zhen not turning up, Ling Tian's response was apathetic, as though he had long expected it, or had been forewarned. Mr. Qin secretly sized up this student of his and found out that he was getting more and more mysterious. At such a small age, his actions were ruthless, yet his intelligence was beyond the roof with the gift of the gab. However, he was stubborn and unyielding, and liked to do things his own way. This was the impression Mr. Qian got from his student at that particular moment. Seeing Ling Tian sitting there prim and proper with an unrestrained face, Mr. Qian suddenly felt as though Ling Tian had come into this lesson completely prepared. His previous methods were to first talk about the greater meaning behind studying, so as to motivate the student to study harder. However, facing this kid, Mr. Qian somehow felt that he could save his saliva by eliminating all that nonsense. Clearing his throat, Mr. Qian put his hands behind his back and straightened his expression, saying, "For the first lesson, this old man will first lecture about etiquette. From the past till the present, manners were never disregarded. It is widely believed and known that to be human means to have manners, and manners is the first of many." He continued gabbling nonstop. Ling Tian naturally understood why Mr. Qian started talking about etiquette in the very first lesson. This was due to him being too willful yesterday, plus the fact that he mauled his cousin, Ling Tian, for no apparent reason. Thus, the old man decided to put in some effort in an attempt to guide him towards the correct path. Thinking up to here, Ling Tian's natural restless state began to calm down. Although the old man did not truly understand the actual application of his lecture, such a dedication was admirable. It could be seen that even though Mr. Qian was a very rigid person and overly conventional by nature, he definitely lived up to the name of a learned scholar. Ling Tian's heart warmed at his effort, and he decided to continue to seriously pay attention to the lesson. As for Mr. Qian, he had gabbled nonstop for quite a while now, to the point that his spittle was flying everywhere, but he did not reduce the speed at which he was speaking. Ling Tian's guts twisted as he involuntarily felt the urge to laugh. This was undoubtedly a plan to attack Ling Tian's confidence, and, if he guessed correctly, the old man was already preparing to bombard him with questions. Indeed, once the old man snapped the book shut on his hands, he put on a stern face and coldly asked, "As to what teacher had said previously, can you remember them all?" Ling Tian immediately started laughing inside. This was proceeding exactly like how he guessed it. Putting on a sincerely respectful face, he replied, "Just now, like Sir was saying, from the past till the present, manners were never disregarded. It is widely believed and known that to be human means to have manners, and manners is the first of many." That little mouth suddenly started gabbling nonstop, regurgitating whatever Mr. Qian spoke moments ago, without missing out a single word. Mr. Qian was overwhelmed with shock. Pointing at Ling Tian, his tongue moved, but he was unable to get a word out. The expression in his eyes was one of extreme shock. However, that lasted only a while before it turned into one of extreme joy. For a student to find a good teacher might be difficult, but for a teacher to find a good student required double the effort. The difficulty could be described as though a horse connoisseur has spotted a herd of 1,000-mile colts. Mr. Qian originally thought that with the Ling family up and coming, and their businesses booming, it was just a matter of circumstance for him to come over to teach. The first impression he personally witnessed of Ling Tian yesterday also left him disappointed beyond belief. But who knew that by testing him today, he would find out that this student was intelligent beyond compare. With such a good memory, what's more, one where he could memorize sentences just by hearing them once, Mr. Qian was overcome with utmost joy. Seeing the elation on Mr. Qian's face, Ling Tian was glad and could not help but think to himself, "Seems like crossing through worlds does bring about quite a lot of benefits." No wonder those novels always comment about people crossing through different worlds having an impeccable memory. Seems like there is an element of truth in it. At least for me, wasn't what just happened a very good example? Mr. Qian was obviously gratified. He stroked his beard, smiling so hard that his eyes were reduced to slits as he exclaimed, "Tenor, you have a gift blessed by the heavens. So long as I personally guide and groom you for the next 5 years, I'm afraid that the imperial court would definitely want to rope you in for a major role." Talking up to this point, he suddenly felt as though he was uttering gibberish. It was the son of the great General Ling Xiao, grandson of old Master Ling and the nephew of the royal concubine, he was talking about. If he did not have a major role to play when he entered the imperial court, then that would be weird beyond belief. With his heart so pleased, he did not even realize that he had changed the way he addressed Ling Tian, now calling him Tenor instead. With a childish smile on his face, Ling Tian replied, "Tenor has felt Mister's heart and effort, and knows that only by seriously studying can I repay Mister's effort spent on teaching me, and not sully Mister's name." Mr. Qian was jolted as he heard Ling Tian's words and glanced at him in interest before asking, "Share with me, what type of heart and effort have you felt within, teacher?" He was extremely curious. At such a tender age, having such a heaven-blessed memory was already rare enough. If he were to even have such acute and profound senses towards one's emotions, then Mr. Qian could only label him as a freak. Although he thought this way, Mr. Qian was still filled with expectations to the answer in which Ling Tian would give. On Ling Tian's face appeared a smile full of intelligence as he spoke. Tian once heard that usually when Mr. teaches your students, you would first start from letting them familiarize themselves with words, going through the 4 books and 5 sutras in order. However, when Mr. started lessons today, you instead started talking about etiquette. There must be some inner meaning to this. By now, Mr. Qian could no longer contain the waves in his heart as he thought. Could it really be that such a genius can exist in this world? He could only continue questioning. So, what inner meaning do you think teacher would have by doing this? Ling Tian leisurely continued. I assume Mr. must have seen me being willful and even beating up an innocent person yesterday, and deduced that I was not being taught properly in the past, and thus decided to start with talking about etiquette and manners in order to alter my mind. Mr. Qian's heart nearly stopped beating right there and then. His pair of eyes opened wide till they looked like saucers, as though he just met a sort of demon. Ling Tian only gave a non-committal smile before he continued dropping bombshells. When I met Mr. yesterday, Tianer had already found Mr. to be an upright and trustable man. This was in addition to the fact that Mr. has students everywhere and yet still has the reputation of being just and honest. Thus, Tianer could not bring himself to deceive you. I would like Mr. to help me to protect this secret. I will not disappoint Mr. as well as the teachings you have imparted, and will make your name resound throughout the lands under heaven. Ling Tian had seen through this old man long ago. Inflexible he might have been, but he was definitely someone he could trust. Besides, Ling Tian still had quite a number of years to spend with this old man, and thus some things could not be hidden for long. If that was the case, it was better to say it out openly, so that they could clear the air. Mr. Qian was so moved that his body started trembling involuntarily. With tears in his eyes, he said, "From the time I started teaching till now, from those of low backgrounds all the way to those descendants of nobles, I have never seen a person whose intellect can match yours, tenor. To be able to have such a fine student in my life, this old man has no more regrets in this life." A snow-white brow, however, creased. If so, why did you do that yesterday? Ling Tian merely gave a brief smile, saying, "Mister, I had to divert the tiger's attention and give a signal to those people with hidden meanings. The Ling family's descendant, after all, is only me, tenor. This is to prevent matters from blowing up and increasing the unhappiness of everyone." The meaning of Ling Tian's sentence was extremely obvious, and although Mr. Qian might have been an inflexible person, he was in no way devoid of sense. Always aware of and up to date with the current news, he obviously knew what Ling Tian implied. He could not help but look at this child with admiration. Now Ling Tian laughed. "Let me first inform Mr. that from today, I will be a lazy and idle good-for-nothing, with no motivation whatsoever to improve himself. Will Mr. please forgive me at that time?" This came as another bombshell to Mr. Qian, causing him to be stunned silly. He could only reply, "Why would you do such a thing?" His eyes turning cold, Ling Tian replied, "Don't tell me Mr. cannot see the situation that my family is currently in? Though we may look glamorous on the outside, we are actually surrounded by danger. Any slightest pretext would cause our clan to be destroyed and our members to be killed, consigned to eternal damnation. Might I ask, teacher, if a genius appeared in the Ling family at such a time, and rumors were to spread, what kind of scenario would we see?" Mr. Qian instantly trembled in fright. As an outsider, he could of course see the situation that the Ling family was currently in. However, because the previous 2 generations of the Ling family members were all courageous without a scrap of being scheming, and along with their unswerving loyalty to the royal family, everyone chose to let things go as per normal. If one were to eliminate the Ling family without careful consideration, the resulting chaos would be on the scale of affecting the entire empire and would even shake the very foundations of it. As a monarch, that was not something they would want to see. In addition, since all the members were under the control of the royal family, while they might seem to be in a precarious position, they were actually extremely stable. However, Ling Tian's appearance would be enough to shatter this balance. With his intellect, He had already exceeded the baseline of the other major powers' tolerance. Even Mr. Qian could not predict what sort of scenario would happen when Ling Tian receives the baton for the head of the family. This sort of character was akin to a dragon in the heavens. How could he be satisfied with living while being below someone? Thus, once word about Ling Tian spreads, the Ling family would meet with a disaster. Being a 5-year-old, and yet having his sights set so far even to the point of meticulously planning and preparing a set of strategies in advance, this sort of intellect could be considered fearful. Thinking to this point, Mr. Qian suddenly realized that he had been unknowingly chained onto the broken boat that was the Ling family, and that he had no way of escaping. He could only point a shaking finger in the direction of that despicable fellow in stupefaction, not knowing whether to laugh or cry haze. Without knowing, this old man was actually pulled into your plans. You this. The face of Ling Tian now broke into a smile that resembled a sly smile from a fox. Mr. Now understands, right? Mr. Qian could only slump down on his chair, wanting to cry but not having any tears coming out. Suddenly, Ling Tian stood up and solemnly bowed towards Mr. Qian. This matter concerns the life of my family clan and our tens of thousands of lives. Hence, your student has no choice but to carry out such a method. If I had insulted Mr. in any way, then please forgive me. Your student here swears that, as long as the Ling family lives for a day, we will ensure that you and your family are protected. May heaven curse me if I go back on my word. Mr. Qian hurriedly helped him up, sighing as he spoke. What you did was forced by your circumstances, so who could blame you? Forget it. I am also getting old. I do not have much days left. For the most brilliant student I've ever had in my life, this old man will make a gamble for once. How about that? Breaking into a beaming smile, Ling Tian replied, Mr. will definitely live to a ripe old age. As he spoke, the smile on his face looked like it could be taken by one's hands, and with the ruddy complexion on his little face, it made him look unbelievably cute. Mr. Qian could only stare directly at him, before finally letting out a great sigh. Are you a 5-year-old child, or a 1,000-year-old fox in disguise? Maintaining the smile, Ling Tian flashed his teeth at him. Why don't Mr. try guessing? Chapter 22. Commotion on the streets. Ling Tian felt extremely refreshed. Although he looked like he was taking a huge risk when he was talking to Mr. Qian, it was actually an extremely high-level technique. First, he used his superb memory to stimulate the old man's love for talent. Then, he used the curiosity generated from that and slowly revealed a few secrets of his, gradually grasping Mr. Qian within the palm of his hands. As a result, Mr. Qian was no longer able to pull himself out of it, and Ling Tian had successfully solved his problem for the next few years. You have to know, Mr. Qian only had one way out now. Although he could reveal Ling Tian's secret, he would lose a genius disciple and lose the only chance he had to shock the world. Furthermore, the lives of his family would be in grave danger as well. No matter how greatly the Ling family falls, it would still be an easy task for them to take care of such a small family. Besides, if he were to betray the family he was working for, he would become a disgraceful traitor. Mr. Qian's good reputation, which had spread across the country, would then be destroyed in that single instant, leaving behind a bad name for himself in history books. To someone like Mr. Qian who values reputation more than his life, he would rather die 10,000 times rather than take the risk. With something like this, if Mr. Qian were to keep this secret, it would mean that the benefits to himself and his family would be enormous. If he were to have a strong backing like that of the Ling family, any problems he faced in the country in future would be easily settled. With Ling Tian's intelligence, he would definitely shock the world when his wings are given sufficient time to grow. At that time, Mr. Qian, who was the first teacher of Ling Tian, would also become famous worldwide. This is precisely the thing which Mr. Qian had been chasing after his whole life. Now that he had the chance to fulfill it, he would hold on to this opportunity tightly even if it meant his whole body would be shattered into pieces. The conditions which Ling Tian offered was something that Mr. Qian was unwilling and unable to reject. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. Ling Tian then thought about an extremely crude way of describing the situation. An adulterous couple clicked together well. After having that conversation with Mr. Qian, Ling Tian felt extremely relaxed. With satisfaction, he openly took his 2 servants and walked out of the main gate of the Ling mansion. Behind him, Mr. Qian's face had already changed many times. Then, He scolded a vulgarity which he had never scolded before in his life, and kicked the stool which Ling Tian was sitting on far away. Following which, he stood there in a daze, with a comfortable smile on his face. At times, he was smiling, and at times, he was angry. The myriad of emotions on his face was as though he was a madman. Ling Tian, who had large eyes and rosy cheeks, was dressed in a white robe and sang happily on the streets. He began to shout out to the skies, "My comrades, 1949 is here. The Chinese people are liberated." The two servants who were behind him looked at each other strangely, sighing together, "Youth is the best indeed. Look at how happy our young master is." When his mood was at his best, something bad would definitely ruin it. This was something which Ling Tian had experienced very often. Suddenly, a large commotion broke out on the streets as Ling Tian could hear people screaming. There was a man who walked out of the gambling house with a face full of smiles and a string of coins more than half full. It seemed that his luck was pretty good. Just when he walked out of the gambling house, he was knocked down to the floor by a small figure and his coins scattered all over the place. Before he even had a chance to scold, the little figure had already gotten up and ran towards the city gates. Behind him, the man who was on the floor began to scold. F***K. Little brat, this daddy here will definitely skin you alive if I catch you. The small figure then passed by Ling Tian, and Ling Tian saw him clearly. He was a 7 to 8 years old boy who was extremely skinny. His clothes were in tatters with a face full of soil. His teeth were grit tightly as he ran out towards the city gates without looking back at all. Ling Tian exclaimed. Ling Tian was shocked at the speed of this little fellow. It was obvious that this boy had never practiced martial arts before. But when he was sprinting, that little body of his was controlled perfectly, and he was faster than ordinary adults. From the steam rising from the top of his head, Ling Tian could tell that this little boy had been running for a long period of time. If not, why would he be drenched in sweat even in this cold weather? It seems that his resolve isn't too bad either. Ling Tian was curious. Why is he running? He looks too flustered. It is as though there is a hungry wolf chasing after him. When Ling Tian was thinking, that boy could no longer be seen, leaving behind the cursing people whom the boy had bumped into. Following which, Ling Tian could hear dozens of people sprinting. It seems that these people must be chasing after that boy, Ling Tian thought to himself. Ling Tian looked towards the direction at which the boy came from and saw the crowd dispersing and ran over like a wave. Ling Tian frowned for a moment. Then, a thought flashed across his mind. He then walked up to the guy who was scolding and kicked him in the abdomen. Shameful thing. Why are you so arrogant? After receiving a sudden forceful kick, that man immediately curled up on the floor like a shrimp as his face cramped up from the pain. With a vicious glare in his eyes, he scolded, "Little bastard. You are seeking death." Ling Tian then kicked him again. Shameful thing. You dare to scold this young master? Then Ling Tian gave him yet another kick. Everyone on the streets suddenly felt as though their horizons were widened. There was actually a well-dressed boy who was definitely less than 10 years old kicking a man over 20 years old. The crowd began to gather, and the street was completely jammed up. As the two servants saw that this gambler dared to humiliate their young master, they were completely enraged. They immediately took a step forward and slapped a few teeth out of the gambler. You dare to humiliate the young master? You deserve death. Their punches then rained on the man. The gambler finally realized that the one who kicked him was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked like the child of a rich family. In that instant, he could tell that he had offended someone whom he should not have. He then began to plead with his hands wrapped around his head and body curled up into a ball. The people in the crowd then looked towards Ling Tian with a tinge of fear in their eyes. Just which family does this child belong to? Why is he so domineering? The few black-dressed burly men who were chasing after the boy suddenly saw that the streets were jammed up. They could not help but be angry and shouted, "All of you unrelated people, move aside. We have things to do." He then stretched his hands out and pushed those on the outer rims of the crowds to the side. Ling Tian immediately looked up. Who dares to be so rude? As servants of the Ling mansion, the both of them already had the habit of being prideful and domineering. They then stepped out from the crowd with arms crossed and nose raised up high. The young master of the Ling family is settling something. Who dares to disturb him? The arrogance which they had in their tone was something that even government officials wouldn't dare to have. The few men dressed in black were then stunned and realized that something was wrong. They are actually from the Ling mansion. The young master of the Ling family is actually present. They then looked towards each other with hesitation. Although they were not government officials, but who in the country wouldn't know about the Ling family? With the power the Ling family had, it was naturally not something which these small little gangs like them could offend. Thus, they immediately retreated. Chapter 23, Planned Disturbance. Since Ling Tian had already achieved what he wanted, he would not go too far. He then took out a silver ingot and threw it at the gambler who was kicked by him. Following which, he raised his head and walked out slowly. With a snort, he asked calmly, "Who are you guys? You guys actually dare to be so domineering in the city. Do you still have the law in your eyes?" As Ling Tian said that, everyone wanted to faint. This brat previously ignored the law and attacked someone for no reason, beating a few of his teeth out. If not for these people who arrived, that gambler would probably be dead in his hands already. Now he was actually acting justified and asking if they had the law in their eyes. The men dressed in black had a face full of anxiousness, but he did not dare to offend Ling Tian. Although he really wanted to just slap that brat to the sight, Ling Tian's background did not allow him to do that. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to young Master Ling, we are the subordinates of the Blood Rose Hall. We have received orders to leave the city to handle some matters. We did not know that young master is here and had ruined your fun. This subordinate here apologizes for that." Ling Tian then made a soft, "Oh," and pretended that he was interested. "What are you guys going to do? Tell this young master." The man dressed in black almost went crazy, thinking to himself, "This little brat." Helpless, he could only reveal a face of difficulty. "I hope that young master will understand. This matter involves the secret of the Blood Rose Hall, and this subordinate cannot spread it." Ling Tian then chuckled and said, "What you mean is that you cannot tell me." Sweat began to trickle down the forehead of the man dressed in black as he replied, "It is not that I cannot. It is just that this subordinate status is just too low. How about?" Ling Tian then laughed as his face lit up and said magnanimously, "Since it isn't convenient for you guys to say it, forget it then. This young master isn't too curious anyway. All right, go and do your stuff. This young master will not delay you." The man dressed in black cursed in his heart. "Damn it, this still isn't called curious. This is called not delaying us. Now that you stopped us, who knows where that son of a bitch is now?" However, he did not dare display any of those as he replied, "Thank you, young master. We will take our leave." With a wave of his right hand, the men in black weaved through the crowd and continued to give chase. Ling Tian could not help but be taken aback. After he slowed them down on purpose, everyone who had a little bit of experience would know that it was almost impossible for them to catch the boy back again. But these men in black actually did not give up and continued to give chase. But the boy whom they were chasing after was obviously just a 7 to 8-year-old child. Ling Tian then scratched his chin and thought to himself, "Don't tell me there is something strange going on." Ling Tian was curious. The next moment, Ling Tian could not help but scold himself for being an idiot. Currently, it was snowing so heavily. It wouldn't matter if the boy did not exit the city. But the moment he leaves the city, the footprints would be enough to find him. Ling Tian was extremely interested in the boy who ran away for a single reason, the resolute look on his face as he grit his teeth. Also, it was because of the great control he displayed when he was escaping. That desperate escape reminded Ling Tian about the hopelessness in his previous life. After standing there for a moment, Ling Tian decided that he would go and take a look. He then looked towards the two servants following him and said, "Both of you return first. If old master asks, just say that I will be back soon." The two servants were shocked and said, "Young master, we will not dare to do so. Please take us along with you if you have anything to do." Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he said, "Since I asked the both of you to go back, you too should go back. Why? You aren't going to listen to me now." The chill in his voice was full of threat. The both of them fell into a dilemma. If they don't listen to Ling Tian, he would definitely get angry. Ling Tian was someone who dared to even beat Ling Zhan. If they didn't listen to him, they would definitely end up in a plight worse than Ling Zhan. But if the both of them were to return on their own, and something happens to Ling Tian, 100 lives of theirs won't be enough to repay their mistakes. The both of them looked at each other and were determined. "Young master, we are willing to accept your punishment, but we will definitely not go back without you. Please forgive us, young master." Ling Tian was speechless. Looking at his own 5-year-old body, he understood that it was impossible to let them return on their own. Helpless, he could only say, "All right, follow me if you are willing." But let me make matters clear first. If you cannot keep up with me, then find a spot near the gate of the mansion to wait for me to come back." The both of them agreed immediately. A short while later, both the servants were panting heavily with their hand on their knees and face completely flushed red. As for Ling Tian, he was already out of their sights. Looking at the bustling crowd in front of them, they could not help but be at a loss. As one of them finally regained his breath, he said with amazement, "I say, second brother, this young master of ours is a real weirdo." The other servant wiped off his sweat and said, "Indeed, I have never seen a 5-year-old child run even faster than a rabbit. It can't be helped." Young master went in the direction of the city gates. "Let us wait for him there." Ling Tian weaved through the crowds as though he was taking a stroll. With his small size, he was able to weave through them easily without them even knowing. In the front, the figures of those burly men dressed in black could be seen. They were at the city gates waiting to exit. It seems that the boy had indeed left the city, Ling Tian thought. Ling Tian was rather disappointed. With such a weather, it was akin to seeking death if he were to leave the city. With his intelligence, Ling Tian felt that he was blowing matters up. "Is this little brat worth my effort?" Ling Tian shook his head. "Since I have already started, let me complete it." With Ling Tian's character, he would not allow himself to give up halfway. Thinking about this, Ling Tian walked towards the city gates. Looking at Ling Tian's luxurious clothes and arrogant aura, the guards of the city gates did not dare to stop him and let him out immediately. As he left the city, he saw a sea of white in front of him. A few black dots then dashed towards a single direction. They were the men dressed in black. In that direction, it seemed as though there was smoke rising from afar and a forest ahead. As Ling Tian looked to the horizon, he asked himself, "If I was being chased, would I choose that direction to run in?" The answer was, of course not. Ling Tian carefully observed the cluster of footsteps at the exit of the city gates and realized that there were roughly the same number of people going in all directions without the obvious footprint of a child. Ling Tian thought for a moment and walked ahead. Then, with the position he was in as an axis, he turned around to take a look at his surroundings. After walking up to here, the footprints from the city gates were already scattered much clearer than before. As Ling Tian took a closer look, he could not find any small footprints. Ling Tian laughed in his heart. This fellow is really interesting. Chapter 24, The Test Begins. Obviously, that boy definitely put on a pair of adult shoes. If not, he would have worn a large pair of socks on top of his own shoes. No wonder he dared to run out of the city. So that's the reason. Ling Tian's disappointed heart began to grow excited again. Ling Tian asked himself, "If I were him, which direction would I run in?" Directly ahead was the public road. Since the organization pursuing the boy was obviously not small, he definitely would not take that road. With a weather like this, taking the public road was as good as surrendering. To the right was the direction where the men in black chased after. There was smoke rising from afar with a large forested area which seemed like a good place to hide. However, the truth wasn't really the case. Everyone would think that it was the best place to hide, so that would also become the place where he would be found the most easily. To the left was a small path with less footprints. Furthermore, it was a completely flat plain with no hiding place until a small village afar. It was a long road with no vegetation to the sides. Obviously, this was a place where someone running for his life would never go to. But with Ling Tian's vast experience of escaping, this road was the safest. Ling Tian smiled in his heart. "If you choose this path, I will help you. But if you did not choose this path, I will not help you even if you were to die in front of me. Because that would mean that you are not worth for me to save." Ling Tian turned into a flash in the snowy grounds and sprinted towards the left like lightning. In a small desolate village with only tens of families, at times, the few people who passed by the narrow walkway were filled with hunger on their faces. The whole village was extremely quiet and desolate with a dull atmosphere all over. At times, there was the sound of barking dogs. As Ling Tian walked alone on the road, his eyes scanned around in search for a possible hiding place. If that boy was able to escape so far, he was completely fitting of Ling Tian's expectations. As everyone saw this well-dressed young man, they all displayed fear with a tinge of doubt within them. Why would a young master of a rich family appear here? Ling Tian's actions were very fast. He quickly walked through the whole village once. He also made a pick of the best hiding places within the village and found the 3 best hiding spots. A test which the one taking it was ignorant about had already began. Furthermore, It was already at its final stages. First, the boy must escape until here at the very least before fulfilling the basic criteria. Furthermore, from the location of his hiding spot, Ling Tian would be able to tell how resolute this person was. Sprinting here from the city was definitely a great toll on the body. If he was able to escape until here, he must have spent a lot of thought planning his escape. But all of these weren't enough. In order to meet Ling Tian's expectations, he must definitely hide himself immediately after escaping here. Furthermore, he would definitely require some food after expending so much energy. But if there was going to be a person begging or stealing food at that moment, he would definitely reveal himself. Thus, he had to endure even further. The 3 hiding spots which Ling Tian picked out also had rankings. The one at the back of the village was the lousiest of them all. Although it was the most concealed, it was also the most dangerous. The moment it's blocked, there's no chance for escape at all. The hiding place to the left of the village allowed one to attack or retreat. However, he would also have to pass through the whole village before arriving at that hiding place. The hiding place which Ling Tian was most satisfied with was a pile of rubble before the entrance of the village, which had no way to hide someone. If that boy was able to hide there, his intelligence was at an extremely scary level. If he chose that place, he must be extremely bold, because that was the first place the enemy would see. He must also be extremely meticulous, finding the right hiding spot in a single glance and entering it immediately. Furthermore, he must also have a great understanding of the human heart in order to choose this hiding spot. This place was just too obvious with no obvious hiding place. Thus, this was the place where his pursuers were most likely to overlook and rush straight into the village to search. Once everywhere in the village had been searched through, this place still wouldn't draw the attention of anyone. The best part was that he would not have to pass by the village at all and would not leave behind a trace. If that boy was able to escape to this point, but not within any of these 3 hiding spots, Ling Tian would immediately give up on him. He would only be able to barely meet the mark if he chose one of these 3 hiding spots. In Ling Tian's heart, he would only want the elites with great potential. If one did not have potential, Ling Tian would not even give him a second look. Ling Tian decided to begin his search from the back of the village. After he entered and looked around, Ling Tian turned and walked out. There was no one. Ling Tian had a gut feeling that the boy must have definitely escaped until here. It was just that he didn't know where he was hiding. With a bit of joy, Ling Tian went to the left of the village. This place was an abandoned shed with the walls of the place collapsed and winds blowing from all over. As Ling Tian walked over, he couldn't find any footprints on the floor. After considering for a moment, Ling Tian decided to walk in still. There were a few bunches of withered grass which were placed around messily. It was obvious that there wasn't much space in this broken shed. Ling Tian looked around the place generally before standing in the center of the shed, circulating his inner chi and feeling the movements all around him. A while later, the corners of Ling Tian's lips twitched upwards as he revealed a delighted smile. Yes, in this shed, there was a subtle breathing sound. Obviously, it was the boy who escaped here. Ling Tian was extremely satisfied. Although he did not choose the spot which Ling Tian thought was the best, he was still extremely careful and meticulous from the way he was able to hide here and remove all traces on the snow. If the person searching the place wasn't someone who was at the Xiantian stage like Ling Tian, he would definitely not be able to find the boy for sure. After meeting so many people, it seemed as though there was no one who knew what inner chi actually was. Ling Tian smiled with satisfaction and walked forward, stopping in front of a small pile of withered grass. Then, he said softly, "Come on out, don't hide anymore. You are inside." Chapter 25, Little Beggar. Not a sound came from the inside. Furrowing his brow, Ling Tian repeated himself in a deeper tone. There was still no response. Ling Tian began to get a little impatient. "Since I've already found you, it shouldn't matter to you whether I'm one of your captives, but rather, the fact that you cannot escape for the time being. If that's the case, then you should walk out happily. Did you think that by hiding inside like a turtle in its shell, you would be safe?" Taking a step forward, Ling Tian kicked. With a walla sound, the grasses and the piled-up snow flew to the far distance. Below them was a tiny figure huddled up. This was the same beggar that Ling Tian saw who was fleeing for his life. Ling Tian knitted his brows, such a large movement, yet the little beggar still continued to huddle there without any movement. Approaching closer for a better look, Ling Tian suddenly gave a mocking smile. Turns out that the fellow had already fainted. It was no wonder that he only heard such a weak breathing. As it turns out, the little beggar had already sunk into a coma and could just die in his sleep at any moment. Stretching out his right hand, he felt the little beggar's forehead. It was burning hot to the point it was frightening. It seemed like he even caught a high fever. This situation was troublesome now. Ling Tian thought of home remedies used in his previous world to treat fevers, but after running through them all at once, he realized that not one could be used in this set of circumstances. Tapping his head, Ling Tian came to the conclusion that he had to first take drastic measures to wake that little beggar up. Grabbing a handful of snow from his side, he gripped it tightly to mold it into a block of snow, before wiping it against the beggar's face. Under the stimulation from the cold, the little beggar involuntarily let out a moan. Grasping the block of snow, Ling Tian's movements got faster and faster as he used the snow to rub on the skin of the little beggar. Even his palms could feel the snow warming up. This was a method which was beyond crude, and yet, it was clear that this sort of method was extremely effective. For patients suffering from frostbites, such a method was actually the optimal way for them to treat them. While the little beggar was not actually suffering from frostbites, he after all caught his fever from the biting chill. Thus, Ling Tian was certain that such a method would definitely bring about some help. As it happened, after one barely perceptible groan came from the little beggar's throat, he finally slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Ling Tian, he clearly jerked in shock. In such a scenario and place, he would never have dreamed of meeting a boy roughly the same age as him, with white skin that looked like it was touched up with cosmetics. It was as if he had been dreaming all along. Seeing that he had already woken up, Ling Tian let out a breath of relief, before asking, "How do you feel now that you have woken up?" The little beggar stared distractedly for a while before replying, "Did you save me?" After he finished, he then found out that the grass bundle in which he had squeezed himself into had been thrown to the side. His gaze became penetrating as he asked guardedly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ling Tian gave a slight smile. "I was following you from inside the city. You really can run." While his tone was light, it was full of innate arrogance as though he was a person who had lived high up in the heavens. The little beggar got even more panic-stricken, shaking his still befuddled brain as he strenuously asked, "You've been following me? What motives do you have?" Ling Tian snorted, the tips of his feet pushing aside the dead grass on the ground. "If I hadn't followed you, then with that illness and the cold, I'm afraid you would be so dead." The little beggar was struck speechless. With his intelligence, it was not difficult for him to understand. If it was not for the fact that this child who was about the same age as him had found him, he would most likely have lost his life. He originally thought of resting a bit before continuing his journey, but who knew that due to his fatigue and the fact that he was suffering from hunger, he actually fainted. Ling Tian cut to the chase, directly asking, "Why were those pursuers going after you? What have you done?" Hearing Ling Tian's words, hatred shot out from deep within the eyes of the little beggar, and his dizzy head also cleared a little. A death feud. This sentence was said with gritted teeth. He initially did not want to answer, but in his heart, he vaguely had a suspicion that this little boy, standing in front of him, could provide some measure of assistance. He now had nothing to his name and was still being hunted down. If he had no one to rely on, then even if he was able to escape for a day or two, he would still be hunted down eventually. He need not even think of taking his revenge of blood. However, this little boy in front of him could possibly give him this chance. His body could not hold on for much longer. Ling Tian grunted in response, then drew out 3 pristine white buns from his robes, saying, "You must probably be hungry. Eat this first, then tell me your story." The eyes of the little beggar lit up as he greedily stared at the buns in Ling Tian's hands. With a gulu sound, his mouth was flooded with saliva. He literally snatched the food over and began to wolf them down voraciously. Through his intermittent narration, Ling Tian found out that the little beggar in front of him was called Du Fei and was the son of Du Yuan, a merchant in the city. Their family operated 2 pawn shops and life was considered manageable. Last month, someone had pawned off a treasured jewel. Since the 10,000 orchid pearl was made entirely of white jade and furthermore inlaid with all sort of precious gems on the surface, the price was incomparable. Of course, the Du family did not have the ability to accept such a lavish item. However, the original owner was a descendant of a declined aristocrat family, and whatever that was of value to him had long been pawned away, only leaving this family heirloom. Furthermore, The family knew that the Du family was not able to pay out for such a treasure and thus only listed out a price of 10,000 taels of silver. They set the deadline for half a year, in which the original owner would then use the 10,000 taels of silver to buy back the item. Since the Du family had been dealing with all of this family's pawned items beforehand, due to sentimentality, Yuan decided to proceed with the deal. Who would have known that just as they were exchanging the items, they were spotted by a section leader of the Bloodflower Hall. When the section leader made his report, the hall master of this Bloodflower Hall immediately harbored thoughts of greed in his heart and sent people over to the Du family, wanting to buy over that 10,000 orchid pearl for only 5,000 taels. Yuan, of course, would not agree, since the descendant of the declined aristocrat family had said that it was only for a loan of 10,000 taels in which he would return to reclaim the treasure. Besides, how could the real price of this 10,000 orchid pearl be only worth 5,000 taels? Even if it were 10 times the price, one would still probably not be able to buy it. Yuan promptly rejected it. However, how could he have known that such a rejection would bring about an extermination of his family clan? The whole Du household of over 100 people were silenced in just a night. It was unknown to whom the 10,000 orchid pearl had fallen to. Luckily for Du Fei, he managed to escape because he appeared skinny and weak, and was thus a small target. However, the Bloodflower Hall definitely did not let him go so as to eliminate any future troubles, and thus chased after him in hot pursuit. The present Du Fei had already not eaten in 3 days. In this half a month, Du Fei had hidden left and fled right, going through much suffering to barely escape from the clutches of death. Upon explaining his plight, Du Fei stared at Ling Tian with a hopeful expression on his face. From how Ling Tian dressed, he was definitely not a small-time figure, and as long as he returned home and spoke of this treasure to his family members, then he, Du Fei, could use the 10,000 orchid pearl as a bait to get someone else to do the dirty work for him. Ling Tian smiled. What do you intend to do? Du Fei felt his heart aflame as he stood up straight and said, as long as young master is willing to help this small one take his revenge, this small one will gift the 10,000 orchid pearl to young master. Hearing this, Ling Tian only gave a cold laugh. After I destroy Bloodflower Hall, the 10,000 orchid pearl would belong to me. Why would I still need you to give it to me? As a man facing the killers who exterminated your family, you only have this much of resolve. Chapter 26, Vicious Oath. With reddened eyes, Du Fei spat out in grief and indignation. Then what else do you want me to do? I don't have any strength and neither do I have influence. Even if I want to take revenge on my own, wouldn't I just be seeking my own death? This young master, even if you do not want to help me take revenge, you don't have to insult me. With an arrogant smile on his face, Ling Tian merely said, insult you? Just based on your current looks of a stray dog. Are you even worthy of me insulting you? Du Fei was angered to the point where his entire body was shaking. You don't go too far. If it weren't for him taking into consideration that the other party had saved his life, Du Fei would have just pounced forward, fists blazing. Ling Tian stood up, revealing an expression of disinterest, and spoke indifferently. Please do not be mistaken. Towards a person who wants to simply borrow someone else's hand to take revenge, I don't even have the slightest bit of interest to insult them. That's because such a person is worse than a dog. Even a dog will bite a person if it's threatened, but you only know how to bark at a corner. Oh no, you might not even dare to bark out. Shaking his head, Ling Tian threw out a tail of silver as he continued. Boring. Take this and run for your life. For a person with no backbone like you, don't even think about getting revenge. Just find a place to properly live. Even living as a turtle in its shell is quite good. Ha ha ha. After that wave of mocking laughter, Ling Tian started to move back to where he came from. As he walked back, he said, I originally thought of giving you hope, making you strong enough to take your own revenge. Ha ha ha. To think that you just wanted to use me, insulting from top to bottom. Du Fei's body was shivering uncontrollably. His face changed from green to red as he listened to Ling Tian's provocations. In that instant, he felt extremely ashamed of himself. Every word and every sentence felt like a steel knife viciously gorging itself deep in his heart, causing so much pain that his body spasmed in response. Suddenly, he heard Ling Tian's final words as he was walking away. I originally thought of giving you hope, making you strong enough to take your own revenge. Du Fei jumped as though he had been given an electric shock and stared at the back of the departing Ling Tian. He suddenly dashed towards him madly, even forgetting to take the tail of silver thrown out to him. No, he did not even register that piece of silver. As Ling Tian walked, he counted under his breath slowly. In his heart, Ling Tian only gave Du Fei up to 10 seconds to grab onto this chance. If he reached 10 and Du Fei had not yet caught up, then Ling Tian would leave without so much as turning his head. There would be nothing worth staying for anyway. 5, 6, 7. From behind him came the frenzied sound of running footsteps, and the corners of Ling Tian's mouth curled up in a smile. Du Fei ran over as though he was flying, and had just caught up to Ling Tian. However, before he could control and slow down his body's momentum from the rapid running earlier, he had already kneeled down with a piu sound. "Young master, please hold up." Ling Tian turned back leisurely, staring at the kneeling Du Fei in front of him indifferently, without a shred of emotion on his face. Du Fei knocked his head heavily on the ground while saying, "Young master, I desire revenge. I desire strength. I want to personally avenge my parents. Please help me to accomplish my aim." Ling Tian stood tall and upright, and saw that the knocking of his head had formed a depression in the snow, and that the pung-pung sounds created from his knocking were getting gradually louder and sharper. He maintained a straight face without any emotions leaking through, saying, "Sure, I can help to make you really strong such that you can personally slay all your enemies. I can achieve all these. However, they all require a corresponding price. You should be clear that I am not helping you because I pity you. What else can you pay? What can you give me? As long as you can convince me, then you have the possibility of obtaining everything that I've said." Taking 2 more steps forward unhurriedly, he continued, "This sort of things cannot be obtained just because you kowtowed to me. If you cannot convince me, even if you were to knock your brain into pieces, I would still not be willing to help you." Du Fei blankly stood up, muttering to himself, "What can I pay? What can I pay?" Ling Tian coldly remarked, "The weather here is cold. I have no interest in dawdling with you. Oh, by the way, that 10,000 orchid pearl, or whatever it's called, there's no need to talk about it anymore. This young master doesn't even put it in his eyes. Do you know who I am?" Du Fei raised his head, a face full of questioning. Ling Tian blandly remarked, "My surname is Ling, named Tian. Ever heard of the Ling family? I'm the only young master of the Ling family." Du Fei was shocked to the point he stared with his mouth agape. To think that the person opposite him was actually from one of the most outstanding families in the empire, the Ling family's young master. Just based on the Ling family's finances, not to mention 1 orchid pearl, even tens or hundreds of them were insufficient for them to take notice. In that case, what could he actually fork out? Traces of impatience appeared on Ling Tian's face. He said, "Okay, I'll be leaving now. Since you cannot think of anything, then I wish you all the best from now on." He turned to leave with no reluctance whatsoever. Du Fei flew into panic. Throwing himself in front of Ling Tian, he tightly grabbed onto his legs while screaming, "Young master! Young master! I do not have anything of value to give to young master. I only have this little life, and although it may be worth little, as long as young master desires it, this little one will throw out his worthless life." Ling Tian finally smiled. "Life? Interesting. This is now getting interesting. Ha ha ha, but just based on life, it's still not enough." Du Fei was frozen in shock. Other than his life, what else could he give? He had nothing left. Ling Tian's expression turned frosty as he boomed, "Stand up and listen to me." Du Fei's body trembled as his eyes revealed expressions of ecstasy. He hurriedly stood up as he heard the command. Ling Tian stared hard into Du Fei's eyes as he continued, "Since you managed to think of giving away your life, which happens to be about half of what I've thought of, I've decided to tell you what else is it that I require." Du Fei's expression tightened. His ears perked up involuntarily, as though afraid that he would miss the next few words that Ling Tian was about to say. Ling Tian enunciated slowly, "I can let you reach a height which ordinary mortals can never dream of touching. I, too, can grant you sufficient strength needed to conquer all under the heavens, without anybody being your opponent. I can also give you the power to hold life and death of every single person under the heavens except mine. Do you understand me?" Sticking out his chest, Du Fei's eyes let out a scorching brilliance as he spoke. "I understand now. Young master, you shall have this little one's life and soul. What I can further give you is my undying loyalty." Ling Tian laughed satisfyingly. "Loyalty? Ha ha. I admire you for being able to figure it out, albeit with hints from me. However, I do not just want loyalty, but instead I need your absolute obedience. Even if I ask you to die, this is not just something you hang at your mouth. Du Fei's small stature suddenly kneeled down, raising his hands towards the sky. Oh heavens above! This little one, Du Fei, uses my parents' and ancestors' names to swear that from today onwards, Du Fei will thus devote his unerring loyalty and service to young Master Ling Tian. If I were to betray my oath, then may my ancestors be condemned to hell, never to reincarnate. My male descendants shall be slaves and females be prostitutes for eternity. Ling Tian felt emotionally moved, yet terrified. In this world, oaths were heavily regarded. The people here believed that when someone passed away, their spirit and souls would enter another world to await the cycle of samsara, then be reborn again. In the past, even for an important matter, most people would only afflict the curse upon their own bodies, and no one ever dared to use his own ancestors and descendants as a target too. For Du Fei to use his ancestors and successive generations, the oath was severe beyond compare and could be considered extremely vicious to himself. Such an oath, once spoken, could not be taken back. Thus Du Fei could be considered to have burned off all his paths of retreat. Du Fei was very clear that if what Ling Tian promised would come to fruition, then he would definitely want to have the absolute loyalty of the said person. Or else, if one were to personally groom out an extremely strong traitor and enemy, would he not be digging his own grave? Thus, without any hesitation, Du Fei chose an oath that no one had ever done before, and viciously used it upon himself. No one would take their own ancestors to crack a joke, and what's more their descendants. Furthermore, who in their right minds would make such a vicious joke? Ling Tian's face remained impassive, and he looked towards Du Fei, saying, "As of now, the name Du Fei is no more. Your new name shall now be Ling Jian. Surname Ling from the Ling family, and Jian meaning the sword. Do you understand? From today onwards, you shall be a sword in my hand. The sharpest, most powerful sword." Du Fei, oh no, now Ling Jian, looked as though there were lights shooting out of his eyes as he replied, "Yes, young master, from today onwards, I shall be called Ling Jian. I shall be young master's sharpest sword." Chapter 27, A Problem of Address. At this moment, Ling Jian gradually understood what kind of path Ling Tian was arranging for him. Ling Jian could already predict that this road which Ling Tian had arranged for him would definitely be filled with blood and killings, darkness and sin. Ling Jian, that was a name full of killing intent. 1. Ling Tian smiled with satisfaction as he said, "In order to become a qualified sword, you must still go through continuous molding. I will be the blacksmith. This process will be filled with great dangers. There's a chance for you to lose your life at any moment. You have to be prepared for this." With regard to what Ling Tian said, Ling Jian was not surprised at all. This was completely within his expectations. In order for an ordinary 7 to 8-year-old child to become a sharp sword filled with blood and killing, the process would definitely be extremely arduous. The sharpness of a sword is from grinding. The fragrance of the blossom flower is from bearing the bitter winter. This should be the way. As Ling Jian faced Ling Tian, he felt that this young master of his was definitely not an ordinary young master of an aristocratic family. In front of Ling Tian, Ling Jian felt as though he was unable to hide anything at all. It was as though he was completely naked with all of his secrets laid bare, including the deepest parts of his soul. In truth, Ling Tian was a few years younger than him. Ling Jian was puzzled. How will Ling Tian mold me into an expert able to stand on top of the world? But he did not dare to say that aloud. Seeing Ling Jian's doubtful face, Ling Tian laughed as he said calmly, "Follow me." Then, Ling Tian began to walk forward. After a few steps, he grabbed a fist-sized rock which was covered by snow and smiled at Ling Jian. As he rubbed his hands lightly, the hard rock immediately became dust, falling down from Ling Tian's palms. After slapping his hands a few times, Ling Tian then asked, "Are you confident now?" Ling Jian was dumbfounded, following which he broke out into ecstasy, his whole body trembling in excitement. Thinking about how he was doubtful, Ling Jian could not help but say with embarrassment, "This subordinate deserves to die. I actually doubted young master. Please punish me, young master." Ling Tian ignored him and continued walking forward as his voice sounded, "It can't be blamed on you. but I hope that you will never doubt me again." Ling Tian's eyes began to burn. "Yes, young master." Then, he followed his young master as he suddenly felt that the world was filled with hope and life. He felt a sense of excitement and relaxation which he had never felt before in his life. In front, Ling Tian suddenly stopped as his face turned serious. Ling Tian felt his heart skip a beat as he quickly cupped his hands in respect, not knowing what his young master wanted to say. He then heard Ling Tian saying, Ling Tian, don't call me young master in future. I do not like those two words. You can just call me young noble." Ling Tian immediately agreed as he was puzzled as to why his young master would not allow himself to be called young master. Isn't young master and young noble the same thing? Changing the address is just like changing the taste of the medicine without changing the prescription. Although he was puzzled, he could only bury the doubts in his heart. As he looked at Ling Tian's expression, it seemed extremely strange, with his face even blushing slightly. It was as though Ling Tian felt embarrassed. Ling Tian immediately became even more puzzled. How would Ling Tian know that Ling Tian had suddenly remembered that in his previous life, there were some young men in the high-class clubs who were officially known as public relations staff, but in reality, their job was to accompany the rich women. Furthermore, they were commonly known as young master. My goodness, I only just realized it. Ling Tian suddenly realized that all of the maids and outsiders seemed to have a single way of addressing him, young master. This even included all of his aunts. Pukes. Ling Tian suddenly made the sound of one vomiting while walking, following which he began to vomit nonstop as his face became pale. Ling Tian, who was behind, had a face full of bewilderment. Just what is wrong with young master? When the both of them arrived at the city gates, it was already in the afternoon. Facing the guards of the city gates, Ling Tian showed a jade talisman, and the guards respectfully received the two boys. The two servants were waiting anxiously in the city with their necks long from waiting. As time slowly passed, the both of them became more and more worried. As they thought about the punishment they would receive if they lost the young master, they began to have blank looks on their faces as their body was on the verge of collapsing. Finally, they saw Ling Tian walking in slowly from the city gates with his footsteps shaky and face pale. Both the servants dashed forward as though they saw a treasure, with tears almost coming out of their eyes. "Young master, you are finally back." Young master, what is wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Are you sick, young master?" Ling Tian stared at the two servants with a vicious look. Hearing them call him young master, Ling Tian wanted to swallow them alive. He then snapped at them, "Don't call me young master." Both of the servants looked towards each other as they thought, "Don't tell me young master became possessed after leaving the city?" Concern filled their eyes as they asked, "Young master, you..." Before they even finished their sentence, Ling Tian began to fly into a fit of rage. "Don't call me young master. I don't allow you to call me young master. Damn it, are you guys deaf? If you guys call me young master again, I will skin you guys alive." Ling Tian was enraged. Being at the peak of his anger, Ling Tian began to curse. At that moment, the city gates were filled with pin-drop silence. The section of 10 men who were about to send Ling Tian back all stared at each other as they thought, "This young master of the Ling family is actually so fierce to his servants even at such a young age. He actually cursed them in public like that." At that moment, all of them began to lament for General Ling. His son is really unlike him. The two servants almost wanted to cry. Ling Tian was completely depressed. Hearing that they almost called him young master again, he could not help but roar, F***K. His voice sounded like thunder. Everyone around could hear it. With a darkened face, Ling Tian brought Ling Tian into a small sedan, which the city guards prepared like a volcano which was about to explode. Ling Tian did not dare to sit in the sedan, but with a little bit of force, Ling Tian easily carried him up. In the end, Ling Tian used too much force and Ling Tian's shoulder was dislocated with a pop sound. Translator's thoughts. David T. 1. Jian refers to sword. Chapter 28. City Gates Rumors. When Ling Tian got up the sedan and left the city gates, a procession of luxurious carriages covered in a black cloth entered slowly into the city gates. There were golden chrysanthemum flowers weaved upon the carriage's exterior. As the city gates saw the golden chrysanthemum, they immediately stood at attention, saluting with their spears. They did not even check the carriage at all as it entered the city without reducing its speed. It was as though they were used to seeing the reaction of the guards and did not have any reaction. As the commander of the guards saw the carriages enter the city, he wiped the sweat which had formed on his forehead as he exclaimed with fright in his voice, "My goodness! What day is it today? Why did this person enter the city?" By the side, a young soldier with face full of acne asked curiously, "Sir, who is that? Why does he look so arrogant?" Before he got to finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by the captain. "Little ancestor of mine, will you die if you do not say anything? Are you trying to kill us all?" All of the older troops then gave a deathly glare at the genius, who almost caused trouble for them, rushing forward to give him a good beating. A short while later, as they saw the carriages leave, the captain said with a trembling voice, "That was so close. It seems that his mood is pretty good today. You bastard. When you go off duty later, go and punish yourself with the whip. In future, don't ask things that you are not supposed to." All of the older soldiers began to nod in agreement. In the front, most carriage, the curtains of the sedan were lifted and a cute head popped out of it. She was a 4 to 5-year-old child with black hair, soft skin, and beautiful eyebrows. Her lips were thin with big and shiny eyes. Despite her young age, everyone was able to tell with a single look that she was a beauty. When she grows up, she would definitely be a rare gem. At that very moment, her red lips were chewing onto some snacks as she asked, "Grandpa, so this is the capital? Wow, it's so big. There are so many people. Look there, it's so pretty." Her voice was extremely attractive. As she said that, she looked around with her black eyes. In the carriage, an old voice sounded, My good Xuer, this is the capital. Back then, Grandpa stayed here for 20 years. Speaking to this point, his old voice was already filled with a deep sigh as though he was reminiscing something. The little girl, Xuer, was naturally unable to understand her grandfather's feelings. Her head was still stuck out of the window as she looked around in excitement. At times, she also screamed out, "Wow! Look there! Look there! There is a pretty lantern. Grandpa, quickly take a look. There is a monkey on his shoulder. Hee hee. Oi, little monkey. Look there! Look there! There are hobballs there. Help me buy a stick of that. Yes, 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 quickly. Oh no, humph." In the carriage, a 50 to 60-year-old man dressed in a pair of purple robes sat on the rocking carriage, looking at his granddaughter scream and shout in excitement excitedly with a doting smile. His eyes then narrowed for a moment as he thought, "Imperial capital. I Xuanhuan am back." Outside the carriage, there were people pulling in sails, sounds of bargaining, the cries of children, various chatters and more. Suddenly, as though the old man heard something, his face changed and he stretched out his right hand from the window and gave a mysterious hand sign. The whole procession of carriages suddenly stopped. In fact, they did not stop completely. Their speed slowed down to a point where it was 10 times slower than before. In the eyes of an ordinary individual, this procession of carriages was as good as stationary. The little girl was the most excited as she jumped off the carriage and ran towards the hawker selling the hawballs. She then took a stick of them, smiling as she ate it. The hawker was stunned for a moment. Looking at this adorable child, he had forgotten to collect money from him for a moment. After being in a short daze, a large hand stretched out by the side, with an ingot of silver falling into his hands. Just when the hawker wanted to give his thanks, the person ignored and walked away. For a moment there, the hawker felt that he was in a dream. A short distance away from the carriage, there were a few people discussing something, with their saliva flying all around. The thing which drew the attention of the old man in the carriage was the conversation among these men. In the carriage, the eyes of the old men were shut as the words of the men flowed into his ears without a single word missing. "Do you guys know? Something happened at the city gates just now." "Oh, what happened?" "Hee hee. Do you guys know about the Ling mansion? The young master of the Ling family was creating a scene at the city gates just now." "Huh? You're referring to young master Ling Tian? I've heard about it already. Despite his young age, he is extremely domineering. I even heard that he almost beat his cousin to death on the first lesson with his teacher. Furthermore, he even hit the teacher. I have also heard about that. The rumors are indeed true. Right at the city gates just now, his guards did not offend him and had only called him young master once. But he was not willing to accept that address and scolded them on the spot. The words he used were just too unpleasant to the ears, and he even knocked 2 teeth out from that guard of his. Just what is wrong with his guards calling him young master? Such a young child is really. As he said that, he shook his head with a look of disdain. This isn't considered much, at least he is still beating up someone from his own family. I heard that in the afternoon on Azure Dragon Street. He beat someone up for no good reason, crippling that person. At that time, the person was tens of feet away from him and did not even provoke him at all. He is just domineering to the extreme. Isn't anyone from his family going to discipline him? This person was someone who had just joined the conversation. Jay, what do you know? This young master is the son of General Ling, the only grandson of Duke Ling. Who would dare to discipline him? As for his own family, they can't wait to dote on him. Discipline? You must be dreaming. With the strength of the Ling family, not to mention beating a few people up, he would be fine even if he killed a few hundred innocent people. Hayes, if this child were to grow up, he will be another plague in the capital. Someone shook his head with a sigh. When he grows up, brother, he is already a plague in the capital right now. Hayes, I was referring to the large amount of ladies who are going to suffer in his hands when he grows up. I heard that when this young master was going through the one-year-old catch ceremony, he caught the fragrance bag of his aunt. I heard that Duke Ling had thrown out all of the fragrance bags from the mansion back then, afraid that he would pick that. In the end, the consort herself had won. But this child refused to pick anything up at the beginning, only catching the fragrance bag the moment his aunt arrived. He will definitely be a lecher when he grows up. There was this matter as well. Thankfully, I do not have a daughter. If not, she will definitely be destroyed by him. I won't even have a place to go to if I want to file a report to him. Scram, with that face of yours, it would be good if someone would want your daughter. Just who is young Master Ling Tian? Would he take fancy to your daughter? In the carriage, the purple-robed elder's face became uglier and uglier by the second. As he heard till the end, his face had already turned completely ashen. His chest began to rise and fall with his heavy breathing as his eyes were burning with rage. He then scolded hatefully. Damn it, you old bastard. This is the grandson-in-law you are giving me. This old man will not let you off. Chapter 29, 3-Year Plan. The little girl had long climbed up the chariot, and seeing her grandfather fuming in anger, she giggled. Her little body barreling towards her grandfather's embrace, she said, Grandpa, don't be angry. Schwer will give you some haw ball. While chewing on the sour-sweet haw ball in her mouth, the old man could only reluctantly squeeze out a smile, stretching out a hand to caress his granddaughter's hair. However, his heart remained extremely heavy. If this is the case, then wouldn't it be this bag of old bones ruining my granddaughter's marriage? He took yet another long sigh, steeling his heart that after the audience with the emperor, he would immediately head to condemn that disgraceful old fogey. Slightly in front of the purple-robed old man's chariot, which was emblazoned with the symbol of a golden chrysanthemum flower, there was a chariot with over 10 soldiers escorting. Inside that chariot, Ling Tian was reclined inside without any poise whatsoever. Opposite him sat Ling Tian in an upright position, showing extreme respect towards him. His hands and legs seemed to have no place to comfortably rest on, making him look as though he was extremely uncomfortable. Ling Tian cast a glance at him before speaking. Ling Tian. Ling Tian hurriedly shot up straight. Young noble, this little one is here, awaiting your instructions. At this moment, after witnessing for himself the power of Ling Tian, the latter in Ling Tian's heart was not simply just his master and person to show loyalty towards, but rather more like a deity to worship. In his life, this was the first time he had seen someone actually use a pair of bare hands to grind limestone into powder. Don't even talk about seeing it. Ling Tian had never even heard of such a thing. Even the legends did not speak of such an incident happening. Ling Tian could only heave a sigh. Sit down, Ling Tian. Next time when you're around me, there's no need to be so respectful and cautious. I'm not used to it. Just revert back to your original personality. That would be fine. Ling Tian sprang upright. Yes, young master. Letting out a groan, Ling Tian tossed his hands up in defeat, saying, Forget it. Do as you wish. Ling Tian returned to his seat, but still kept his body ramrod straight. Ling Tian, how old are you right now? Replying young noble, I'm currently 9. Oh, already 9 years old. That's a little late. Have you practiced any martial skills in the past? Replying young noble, I have not. I only learnt some body-strengthening methods from the martial arts instructors in the protection courts. Oh, then no wonder. As to what he suspected, Ling Tian did not say, but Ling Tian understood it in his heart. It was probably this little bit of insignificant foundation that was the reason that mysteriously allowed him to be noticed by Ling Tian. At this moment, in Ling Tian's heart, he could not help but feel gratitude for the instructor who had taught him a little of the body-strengthening art. Ling Tian, you were still feverish just now. How are you right now? Do you still feel dizzy? Ling Tian felt his eyes start to sting. After being on the run for nearly a month and having tasted the coldness of human emotions, this was the first time someone had really cared for his well-being. Thank you for the attention, young master. I no longer feel dizzy. This shows that your body constitution is passable. I will follow suit and include a regime of training meant to help you to resist the influence of drugs and poison. In future, this will be an asset to further guard your life. Ling Tian pondered for a while more before slowly speaking. Ling Tian, right now, listen carefully to the arrangements that I've made for you and what I can help you with. Ling Tian had an expression full of excitement and emotion as he respectfully replied, Yes. May young noble please instruct me. On the side of your enemies, what I can do is, within these 3 years, I will not lay a single finger on Blood Rose Hall. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ling Tian slowly spoke. Feelings of gratitude appeared in the eyes of Ling Tian as he replied, Yes. Ling Tian understands. He could completely understand the underlying meaning of Ling Tian's words, which was to leave the annihilation of Blood Rose Hall to him, so as to allow him the chance to personally avenge his blood feud. As a son, he wanted to use the fresh blood of his enemies to comfort his parents' souls in heaven. Ling Tian let out a satisfied smile. As the first sword under me, 3 years later would be the time to test out this sword of mine. As for Blood Rose Hall, it will serve as the first whetstone for your growth. In these 3 years, I will not do anything towards Blood Rose Hall. Neither will I bother to put pressure on them. However, after 3 years, I want the entire Blood Rose Hall to completely and entirely disappear by your hands, no matter how large they've grown. Ling Tian silently listened, his eyes flashing with bloodthirst. Upon visualizing the scene of the members in Blood Rose Hall falling under his sword, as well as moaning and begging for forgiveness, his eyes lit up with excitement. Pausing for a moment, Ling Tian lazily continued. In these 3 years, I will teach you the pinnacle of killing sword arts in this world, increasing your killing skills on all fronts. If you aren't able to annihilate Blood Rose Hall after 3 years of me coaching you, then I will personally silence you. The moment he reached the last sentence, Ling Tian's tone turned exceptionally severe. Ling Tian felt a jolt pass through his entire body, and his eyes turned steely. Biting off each word clearly, he replied, Young noble, rest assured. If after the painstaking effort by young noble yourself, I still am unable to demolish Blood Rose Hall, I, Ling Tian, would not have the face to remain in this world any longer either. With an N sound, Ling Tian spoke. From now on, you must be prepared. In the process of training you, there will be countless dangers you have to face. There is a chance that you will not be able to keep up with my training rhythm and end up losing your life. However, once you have passed my drills, then in this entire continent, you will move unhindered. Ling Tian shuddered from head to toe, and his eyes turned bloodshot. What could be seen in the depths of his eyes was an unwavering determination to succeed or die trying. Ling Tian now calmly stood up and pulled open the screen of the chariot, leisurely getting off the vehicle. As he walked, he said, I'm now giving you the chance to be strong, to get your revenge. The rest depends on you. Follow me. Ling Tian also hurriedly got down, and as he looked up, a massive and impressively grand golden-colored door appeared before his eyes. Ling residence. All his hopes and dreams would start from here. The people inside the Ling residence all saw their own young master actually bringing back a filthy and dirty-looking beggar back, and all of them revealed looks of astonishment. Walking through the main door, he ordered his personal maid Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, this little child is the study companion that I've bought just now. Could you bring him for a bath and a change of clothes, get him some food, and sort him out before sending him to my room? The moment he finished, he started to walk away on his own. Xiaoyu received a rude shock, before running behind him and calling out, Young master, the madam wants you to go to her room when you are back. She says that she has something to tell you. In a flash, Ling Tian spun around, scowling at her. Remember this. All who are in the Ling residence, none is allowed to call me young master. Just call me young noble. Do all of you understand? His voice resounded just like a crack of thunder. Xiaoyu was frightened out of her wits, her heart palpitating wildly as she hurriedly saluted. Yes, young noble, this servant will remember. With a humph sound, Ling Tian continued. Xiaoyu, I want you to inform all the servants in Ling residence that if I ever hear someone call me young master again, I'll pull out his tongue and break both his legs. Yu, as well as those bodyguards situated at the front of the main gate, all could not help but feel a shiver go down their spines. In the Ling residence, this young master's words were no joke. He even dared to mess around with Master Ling Kong's only son. What would he not dare to do? The crowd expressed their agreement profusely. On his side, the shadow of Ling Tian could not even be seen anymore. Chapter 30, Planned Marriage. For the whole of today, where exactly did you run off to? Instead of studying hard, why did you run off elsewhere? Chu Tinger held onto the feather duster with one hand, looking imposing and intimidating. Your child went out to play for a while only, then came straight home. Scratching his scalp, Ling Tian put on a mask of innocence. Oh, ha ha ha, playing a while refers to the whole day? And to think you still dare to say that you came straight home. Chu Tinger spoke, not knowing to laugh or to be angry. Seeing how his son wore a face of nonchalance, it pissed her off, but at the same time made her want to burst out into a smile. She stretched out her hand to pinch his smooth cheeks, and with that pinch, she fondly pulled him into her chest. Go and groom yourself properly, and don't go out tomorrow. Your wife will be visiting. My wife. Even with memories of 2 lives, Ling Tian still felt his brain crash. Where had this wife come from? In my 2 lives, I've always been a pure and untainted little chick. Nodding her head with certainty, she took the chance to pinch Ling Tian's face once again. Yes, your wife. Huh? My Tianer is already so big. How could he do without a wife? Ling Tian was at a loss for words. If he did not remember his appearance wrongly, right now he should still be having the body of a 5-year-old child. Could it be that early marriages and early childbearing in the ancient times were actually at such a state? Under Chu Tinger's explanation, did Ling Tian finally understand? Turns out that when he was still in his mother's stomach, grandfather Ling had gone to meet up with the greatest financial magnate, the Shao family head, and proposed a marriage with his daughter-in-law's child. Both sides agreed that if both were males, then they would be sworn brothers. If they were both females, they would be sisters. And if it was a male and a female, then they would be a couple. Ling Tian suffered from a burst of depression. This system of feudalism could really cause the death of someone. What age was this, that a 5-year-old child could have already completed his lifelong milestone of being married? Ling Tian was certainly unhappy about this. He thought of actually pursuing someone to be his future wife. This could be due to the fact that even in his previous life, he had never tasted the feeling of being in love. In his heart, Ling Tian felt that love was full of mysteriousness and was something he was looking forward to. Furthermore, in the depths of Ling Tian's heart, he was in conflict with the sort of political and beneficial marriages formed between families so as to boost both families' alliances. He also detested the fact that the family would sacrifice their descendants to carry out such a method. It was indeed true that in this world, only the strong would be respected. However, this definitely did not include love. One could even say that power and might could get you any woman's body, but not her heart and love. And what Ling Tian wanted was a lover, not a wife in name or a tool for venting his lust, no matter if she was as beautiful as an immortal. Mother, I do not wish to have a wife. Please help me to reject the marriage. Ling Tian held on to Chu Tinger's arm, shaking it left and right, as he put on an attitude like a child throwing a tantrum. Bleg. Ling Tian vomited a little mentally, but he had no choice. Since this mother was not receptive to both hard and soft methods, the only way to deal with this problem was to use this move. Ling Tian had to act like he was immature. This won't do. Chu Tinger put on a fierce face, being resolute and not giving any ground to him. Your grandfather specially secured this marriage for you. How could it be poor? The other party must be a little beauty. Ling Tian furrowed his brows in reluctance and unwillingness, saying, no matter how pretty she is, she definitely cannot compare to Mother. Mother is the prettiest. He ruthlessly boot-licked his mother, since such words were welcome in the ears of most women, let alone being said by their own child, which contained only the most sincere admiration from someone whom she had weaned, as well as a sense of dependence. Indeed, Chu Tinger immediately became more cheerful upon hearing that. With her face blossoming, she fiercely kissed Ling Tian's face while saying, so nice of you, Toner. After being affectionate for a while, Chu Tinger finally said, oh right, Toner. After you went out today, Mr. Chen wasn't too happy about it, and his face was quite ugly to behold. You have to be careful this time and be a good boy, else if your teacher beats you, I won't be bothered about it. Ling Tian smiled to himself. The reason Mr. Chen was in low spirits was probably because of himself, but not like what his mother had described. Instead, it was because that old man was sure of himself, and yet had unknowingly been brought for a ride by a child merely 5 years of age. It would be surprising if he did not feel any indignation towards the matter. I'll go take a look. Ling Tian turned his body to leave. By the way, mother, I brought back a little beggar from outside today. Let him follow me from now on. Before Chu Tinger had the chance to reply, his shadow could not be seen already. Chu Tinger could only let out a curse, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow, how was this considered a request? It was more like merely informing her. As for why Ling Tian did this, Chu Tinger also understood. He was saying that he wanted the little beggar as his own personal attendant, and that they had better not employ him to do other tasks. Forget it. Let him do as he pleases, Chu Tinger thought to herself, as she called over a serving maid, and gave her a few instructions. Mr. Chen had a face full of black lines as he sat alone in the study room, still feeling gloomy about the fact that he got taken advantage of in the morning. As he sulked, he realized that Ling Tian was behaving furtively at the doorstep, and could not help but scold. Since you've come back, why? Don't you come in? What are you looking at? Sniggering to himself, Ling Tian walked to stand in front of Mr. Chen. With a humph sound, Mr. Chen turned his head the other way. Toward this student of his, he had a love-hate relationship. Any word he spoke once would be captured and understood by Ling Tian, who could furthermore provide his own viewpoint to that matter, often allowing Mr. Chen to receive some enlightenment. Mr. Chen dared to conclude that Ling Tian could definitely inherit his legacy in future, promoting his studies and name to all under the heavens. However, what made him helpless was the fact that this student was just too smart, and it was obvious that he had not put in all his brainpower into his studies. All his previous methods to coerce little children could not be used against him, even to the point that giving him encouragement would result in him arguing back an entire chapter in return, and it would flow out in a torrent, with every word polished like a pearl. This usually made Mr. Chen enthralled as he realized that words could be used in such a way. In the end, he would snap out of his trance, not knowing then who was the actual teacher and who the student was between the two of them. Sneaking a glance at Mr. Chen's facial expression, Ling Tian could naturally tell that his mood was not good. Thus he decided to stretch his tongue and say, "Sir, this student has a matter which needs your help to clear my confusion." As he spoke, his expression and tone were all prim and proper. As Mr. Chen heard this, his heart was filled with satisfaction, quickly turning his head back. "Ha! Good student. Come say out any doubts you have. Teacher here will say all that he knows, without withholding any information." "Humph, humph, you little rascal. After all, the stuff that you know in this world is actually very little." With a groan, Ling Tian made a sour face as he said, "Just now mother told me that my prearranged fiancé is about to arrive." Mr. Chen was stunned. Only after quite a while did he come to his senses and furiously asked, "This is the question you wanted to consult your teacher with?" After his anger subsided somewhat, he realized that this was actually quite amusing. A wimpy kid merely a few years of age was already having a fiancé. Ling Tian sighed in an exaggerated manner before continuing, "How is that so? If I could settle this small problem easily, why would I bother great teacher?" Mr. Chen nodded his head slightly at this, appearing satisfied. However, Ling Tian actually continued, "Besides, Mr. is completely unable to be of help as well." Mr. Chen immediately flared up in a rage. "Bullshit. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Chapter 31, Shao Family Prowess. Ling Tian then giggled before saying seriously, "I have another request for teacher." Seeing Ling Tian all serious, Mr. Chen did not dare delay before replying, "Speak." Ling Tian then said, "I want to have all the information that you know regarding the Shao family." Mr. Chen then exclaimed, "Shao family? Your future wife is from the Shao family." In his heart, he was thinking about why he did not know about this. Ling Tian then sighed as he nodded. "Furthermore, she is the only little princess of the Shao family. I heard that the last is called Shao Yanshui and is also 5 this year." Mr. Chen then did not know whether to laugh or cry as he replied, "You are both of the same age and you call her lass? You really like to brag." Ling Tian then giggled and asked, What does Mr. knows about the Xiao family? Mr. Qin then replied with a proud smile. With regard to the Xiao family, I am the right person for you to ask. Although I do not dare say that I know everything regarding the Xiao family, I know at least most of it. This old man and the Xiao family had been good friends for many years. Ling Tian became interested as he walked to Mr. Qin's back and massaged him lightly. At the same time, he said, "Then will Mr. please tell me about it?" Mr. Qin twiddled with his beard with satisfaction and said, On account of the fact that you are so filial, your teacher will explain to you the matters of the Xiao family." Ling Tian nodded and began to listen carefully. The Xiao family has an extremely special existence in the whole continent. This family is not any weaker than the 6 great families in the world today. But the Xiao family is able to distance itself from the royal family and yet receive benefits from all of the different nations. Besides that, the Xiao family's wealth is publicly recognized as the first in the world. Furthermore, it is publicly known that their wealth was slowly accumulated through ordinary business means and a result of many generations of hard work. As Ling Tian listened to this point, he could not help but sneer in his heart. Full of lies. This was the thought in Ling Tian's heart. Able to become the world's first without using any underhand means? This is something Ling Tian would never believe. Even in the earth where he stayed in his previous life, it is also impossible for one to achieve such heights only through honest means. Not to mention, this place which was still in the warring states with great chaos all over. However, Ling Tian did not say anything and silently listened to what Mr. Qin had to say. The Xiao family head is called Xuanhuan, great with skill and strategy. In the past, he roamed around the continent and was a life-and-death brother to your grandfather, Ling Tian. Due to the fact that your grandfather had saved his life many times, the both of them were extremely close. Your pre-planned marriage was probably a doing of the both of them. The Xiao family had begun to change its main dealings 30 years ago from the civilian to the military industry. From then on, the Xiao family specialized in the dealings of armors and weapons. It was also from that time on when the Xiao family established its standing as the world's wealthiest family. The wealth of the Zhao's family can be easily explained with a single point. Currently, there are 7 empires in the continent. Of the arms in the Star-Falling Empire, Heaven's Blessing Empire, Burning Phoenix Empire, and our own empire, at least half of them were purchased from the Xiao family. As for the other 3 empires, there were at least 30% bought from the Xiao family. Ling Tian took in a cold breath. If he were to follow such calculations, the accumulation of wealth over the years would mean that the Xiao family was wealthier than the 4 great empires combined. Being this wealthy, they can literally do anything they want in this world. Even if they were to deal with a small empire, they would be able to settle anything with money. Money can't solve anything. This phrase does have its own logic. But if the amount of wealth reaches a stage where everyone in the world finds it to be frightening, then money is able to solve everything. There is nothing that such wealth would not be able to solve. Thinking about this, Ling Tian began to conceive ideas in his head. It seems like that Xiao family must have contributed much for the Ling family to have its current standings. With such a strong alliance as an in-law, it is no surprise that the Ling family is still able to remain standing despite the adversities. However, the Xiao family was indeed extremely bold. They actually dared to give up on all other businesses and specialize in the dealings of armor and weapons, which is a big taboo of an industry. You have to know, this industry is something which every empire would covet after. If any of the 7 empires in the continent absorbs the Xiao family, they would definitely have the capabilities to unite the whole continent. Such an attraction was something which no empire would be able to resist. Since Ling Tian was able to realize this fact, then everyone should be able to as well. But why was it such that no country had made its move until now? With the delicate balance of power in the continent currently, any small movements would definitely create a huge storm. As long as a single party were to show signs of threat, all of the other empires would definitely gather to suppress that empire. However, this was not the main reason the different empires were staying silent. Unifying the continent was the dream of every ruler. In order to unify the continent, there would definitely be risks involved. But if they were able to completely eat up the Xiao family in a short time, the benefits they would reap would be worth much more than the risk they were taking. If that's the case, there was only a single reason left. The Xiao family definitely has a powerful military might which no one else knew to protect the safety of the Xiao family. As he thought about that, Ling Tian could not help but ask in doubt. Such a fat piece of meat. It can't be that no one wants a piece of it, right? Mr. Qin then nodded his head in agreement. Of course, there are many people who want a piece of them. You have to know, there were 11 empires in this continent 25 years ago. But now, there are only 7 left. The 4 empires which disappeared were the ones who wanted a piece of this meat. Ling Tian took in another cold breath. Destroying 4 nations? Since the Shao family possessed such strength, why did they not unify the continent themselves? Mr. Qin nodded his head in reply. It is not that they do not wish to unify the continent. It is because they are already the target of many powerhouses. If they were to take any action, it would also become their ending. Even the 4 empires from back then did not form an alliance to attack together. Instead, they fought individually. The Shao family had only defended against a single wave of attacks from them, following which, the other nations had attacked together to destroy them. Just from this point alone, it can be seen that while the Shao family had the ability to protect itself, it was still far from unifying the continent. Besides that, it is said that the first leader of the Shao family, Shao Qingyun, was a reincarnated celestial. He was adept in divination with many peculiar abilities. Before he died, he had performed divination for the Shao family and left behind a will. If the Shao family were to continue with its business, the foundations of the Shao family would not perish. But if it were to have any ambitions to unify the continent, the whole family would be wiped out for sure. Ling Tian then sneered and laughed. Reincarnation of a celestial? Will of an ancestor? Divination? What a joke. Sir, do you really believe that? Mr. Qin replied with a bitter laughter. It doesn't matter whether or not I believe it. In fact, it would not affect the present state of the continent even if no one in the continent believes it. But the key is that the Shao family had always followed this will. Besides that, the Shao family had always been doing their business peacefully without a single person of the Shao family becoming a government official of any country. They had always been extremely peaceful, keeping to the will of their ancestors. Thus, despite how the various nations all covet after the Shao family, they were extremely careful towards them, keeping this delicate state. With regard to what Mr. Qin said, Ling Tian sneered with disdain. He then said, I am sure that every empire is definitely eyeing covetously at the Shao family and awaiting an opportunity. As for the Shao family, they have not given up on unifying the continent either. It is just that all of the preparations are being made in secret. As for the military might of the Shao family, it is definitely not weaker than any of the empires. There is only one reason why there has not been any movements. All the powerhouses need a justifiable reason. In other words, they are waiting for a chance. Mr. Qin's face changed as he asked, how did you deduce that? Ling Tian smiled slightly, his fair-looking face plastered a sweet-looking smile. But in the eyes of Mr. Qin, it was filled with a bone-piercing chill. He could not help but tremble for a moment. Chapter 32. I want to reject the marriage. Ling Tian coldly smiled as he said, Mr. Qin, I actually have a hypothesis, not sure if you would believe it. His tone was full of natural confidence, as though he could not possibly be wrong. Mr. Qin wanted to question him. What exactly was his hypothesis? However, he was unconsciously affected by Ling Tian's imposing manner and could not even speak a single word. At such a young age, with such a tiny body, how was it that he could release such a domineering wave of aura? And furthermore, an aura not born of anger, but majesty. Ling Tian himself did not notice that his actions and behavior at that particular moment had already deviated from that of a child's. His head was lowered as he paced 2 steps, organizing his thought process before continuing. I hypothesize, no, I'm sure, that first, the military supplies and armor that the Shao family had provided to the other empires were all second-class products, or only made from ordinary materials. The real armors should be kept in their own secret storages, waiting for the opportunity to be used. Secondly, the Shao family should definitely have a secret task force hidden somewhere remote, or appearing in this world under another alias. Thirdly, once chaos strikes and the other countries engage in war, the Shao family would definitely take advantage of the situation. The last sentence of Ling Tian remained unspoken, and that was, when chaos strikes, the people with the final laugh were most likely to be the Shao family. However, that would only be the case if the Ling Tian now did not exist in this world. Only then could they obtain their sweet victory. However, the circumstances have changed. Since I, Ling Tian, am brought here, How could I allow you to manipulate whatever you please? Gritting his teeth, Ling Tian smiled coldly as the thoughts ran unspoken deep within his eyes. Mr. Qin was completely blown away by Ling Tian. Seeing that little child in front of him, he had no idea how he actually could have come up with such a deduction, but deep within his heart, he faintly felt as though Ling Tian's deductions were not merely baseless claims. Looking at Ling Tian, Mr. Qin asked, "Then, now that you know all this knowledge, what are you planning to do?" As he spoke, the latter did not realize that his tone had already undergone somewhat of a change. It was as though he was trying to discuss an important matter, or using the attitude of a person seeking an answer from someone high up that he could not help but subconsciously respect. Only to see Ling Tian give a lofty smile and say, "I want to decline the marriage." What? Even in his dreams, did Mr. Qin not expect that even after grasping the frightening strength of the Xiao family, Ling Tian would still go ahead and speak such an earth-shattering sentence? This was something completely unbelievable. Furrowing his brows, Ling Tian thought deeply for a while before replying, "Declining the marriage is for my own safety. The Ling family is currently in a mess both internally and externally, shaking as though it is about to topple any time. I'm afraid that in these 10 years, we cannot withstand any form of torment. In addition, after a few more years, when I've grown bigger, I will execute a thorough clean sweep throughout the entire Ling family. All the internal moles, including those sent out from the various major families, are not allowed to stay inside here. After the sweep, I will then restructure the Ling family, and thus before I resmelt the Ling family into an iron board. Before that, it must not receive any unrest, no matter how trivial." This was the first time Ling Tian had frankly spoken his mind about his ideals after arriving to this world. Just based on his tone, it was already full of bloodshed and slaughter. Mr. Qin was only listening at the side, but already felt his spine turning cold with cold sweat dripping down his body. It made him desire to cover his ears to block off his voice, as he could very well imagine how Ling Tian's supposed clean sweep would be carried out, and how much bloodshed would actually be spread. From the humongous power that the Ling family currently possessed, how many people would actually die before he fulfills his supposed cleansing? But one thing was for sure, it would not be a small sum. Ling Tian was helpless too. After these few days, Mr. Qin was already placed in the same boat as Ling Tian himself, and was the only person that he could trust currently. Secondly, Mr. Qin's current status was Ling Tian's tutor, and had to ensure that he was compatible with any movements Ling Tian made in the future, or else, just based on Ling Tian's grandparents and parents, these 4 huge mountains would be able to restrict all of Ling Tian's movements. If that's the case, the Ling family would be a sitting duck. Thirdly, there were many things that Ling Tian, at his current age, could not deal with, and thus Mr. Qin was an ideal candidate to carry out his plans. With a smile without the slightest hint of moodiness, Ling Tian continued, "If the Ling family were to maintain this relationship of in-laws with the Xiao family, then once the Xiao family makes their move, the Ling family would be dragged into this scene. I cannot place the well-being of the Ling family on the hopes that the Xiao family will not make a move during the next 10 years. That would be a gamble and is considered too much of a risk. Furthermore, even though the Ling family is in its golden age, we still have to cut this sort of ties with the Xiao family. This is because once things get messy, the Ling family will end up as a form of vassal to the Xiao family. And I, Ling Tian, will not allow my family members to live being under others." As such, Ling Tian gave an uninterested smile. "I want to reject the marriage." Sweat dripped unceasingly from Mr. Qin's forehead. Never in his dreams did he imagine that Ling Tian actually had such foresight. Even in their dreams, no one would have expected the best ally in this world, the biggest financial magnate, the Xiao family, would actually be something to fear and avoid in Ling Tian's eyes. And even in their dreams, no one would have expected this little child's ambitions to be so huge. "Unwilling to allow my family members to live being under others." This sort of resonating words, what great ambition. Not willing to live under others. Then the ending can only be that the Ling family be above all the rest. But placed above who? What was he planning to do? Mr. Qin stared into Ling Tian's eyes, his own filled with dread. Ling Tian smiled affably, as though his smile had a deeper meaning, and said, "Sir, I am but an ordinary little kid. You should understand this point." Mr. Qin thought to himself, "Bullshit. You're definitely not an ordinary child. How can an ordinary child have such intellect as well as cunningness, thinking of all the different points like you? Thinking from another angle, Mr. Qian could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Not a normal child. His sentence encapsulated many meanings. Was it a sort of hint? When Ling Tian said that sentence at that time, it was of course not to tell Mr. Qian himself that he was a demon. That would be complete nonsense. Unless this kid was actually a sort of savior sent personally by the heavens themselves? Other than that explanation, there was no other reasoning that could fit why this 5-year-old would have so many inconceivable matters happening around him. Mr. Qian's eyes opened as wide as bells at that thought, staring at Ling Tian without moving a muscle. In these eyes flashed fear, fright, disbelief, respect, hope. In just that short moment, over 100 forms of emotions overflowed from Mr. Qian's heart. Unable to bear the burden, Mr. Qian suddenly fainted. Chapter 33, Destiny. Don't tell me you're sent from heaven. This sentence sounded out like a groan, and Mr. Qian himself did not even know how he managed to ask. He felt as though he was in a dream, as though his spirit was floating halfway in the air. Seeing how Mr. Qian's face lost its color, Ling Tian could not help but let out a bitter smile. This was just following through with whatever that he said. He merely felt as though his previous performance was much too eye-catching, and with no options left, he could only speak whatever came to mind without first processing it. He had just wanted to label himself as a genius, since geniuses existed in this world. By operating under the cover of a genius, this would allow people to feel less inferior. How would he have known that his ordinary words would be taken by the old man, as though he was someone sent from the heaven? To think that this was preordained by heavens, my God. What was that old man's brains made of? This kind of imagination, wasn't it just too rich? Mr. Qian took a long time before his spirit finally returned to reality, hurriedly taking a step forward. This expression looked crazed as he grabbed onto Ling Tian's collar, saying, were you expressly sent by the heavens? Were you? Ling Tian was grabbed so tightly he was literally suffocating. With difficulty, he took a breath of air, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I guess I can be considered. Damn it, there should not be any problem saying that he was sent by the heavens, right? After all, he had secretly snuck out from the yellow springs of the underworld. If he did not possess a measure of blessings from the heavens, he would probably have been reincarnated back in his previous world. Just using this point for reference, one could say that it seemed as though the heavens willed it, so there you go. Mr. Qian finally loosened his hands, his eyes vacant, yet wearing an ecstatic expression. The poor old man finally went mental after all the mental shocks given by Ling Tian. Mr. Wake up. Mr. After Ling Tian called out a few times, did Mr. Qian come to his senses as though waking up from a dream. The moment the latter saw Ling Tian's face, he hurriedly stood up and tidied his robes, before giving a stately expression as he kowtowed on the ground. Ling Tian started to sweat profusely. This old fellow was obviously trying to shorten his longevity. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to help him back up. The old man panicked on the spot. Manners can't be abandoned. You are an envoy sent from heaven. Are you telling this old man that he doesn't even have the qualifications to pay respect to you? Ling Tian was absolutely horrified. You old man, after studying for your entire lifetime, your brain probably got muddled from all the studying. I have not even tried to dupe you and you're already like that. If I ever con you, then won't you probably have a heart attack and just die right there? Seeing how the old man was extremely moved, prostrating himself on the floor without any intentions of moving, Ling Tian was rendered speechless. Looks like he could only con him into getting up. Cough, cough. 2 harsh coughing sounds rang out, as Ling Tian spoke with a stern face. Mister, what you're doing is wrong. Right now, only you know of my identity, so if you insist on doing so, then do you know the consequences if the news were to leak out? All the major powers as well as everyone in this world will treat me as their enemy, and would definitely want to silence me early. As for the Ling family, they would obviously be dragged into the muddied waters. All that I said could be caused by you merely wanting to pay your respects to me. Have you thought about it? Mr. Qian got terrified out of his wits. He stood up in a fluster of arms and legs, saying, This old man has gone silly. Will, young noble, please forgive me. After thinking, he still did not know how to address Ling Tian, and thus reluctantly settled with the term young noble. Ling Tian felt a headache coming. Sir, please resume your original address of me. Are you trying to kill this kid here? However, Mr. Chen shook his head with a firm expression, remarking, in private, respect must be shown. Only then can this old man's heart be at ease. Feeling depressed, Ling Tian could only attempt to salvage the situation. If Mr. behaves this way, I will not be at ease too. Furthermore, within the Ling family, the major power's spies are pervasive. If someone were to spy on us, then all that we have hidden would be a wasted effort. Thus, at any time, we cannot be like this. As long as Mr. is aware of, that is sufficient. Why must you show it externally? Mr. Chen acted as though he had just woken from a dream, saying, yes, yes, yes. This old man was befuddled. Ha ha ha. As long as I have God in my heart, then God will naturally exist. Ling Tian truly felt like cradling his head and walking out. With no options, he could only change the subject. A moment ago, we had already spoken about this. The arranged marriage must be withdrawn. But how do we do it? This needs to be discussed seriously. Mr. Chen seemed to be gradually returning to his normal state. Then how you do plan on going about this matter? Ling Tian let out a smile. Finally, he had pulled the old guy's attention back. Being already prepared, he said, the best policy for this matter would be for the bride's party to voluntarily carry out the withdrawal. This made Mr. Chen ask in bewilderment. This marriage has already been arranged. How could the matrimony between the Xiao and Ling families be a small matter? This benefits both families quite a bit. So why would the Xiao family take the risk of souring relations to voluntarily withdraw? With a sly smile, Ling Tian replied, if I guess correctly, given the great ambitions of the Xiao family, what will happen when they find out that the young master of the Ling family, their future son-in-law, is merely a domineering and unreasonable child, without a hint of a future? Everybody can see that the Ling family is at the heart of the struggle, tossing and turning based on the storm. Furthermore, both the previous two generations of the Lings are loyal to a fault to the empire, without any possibility of them rebelling. With such an ally of no use and instead creates more trouble, would the master of the family still insist on using his granddaughter's happiness to trade? In this scenario, what do you think they will do? Mr. Chen sharply breathed in, saying, if that's the case, then if I'm the Xiao family's head, I would definitely choose to withdraw. However, how do we let the Xiao family know about all these? With a secretive smile, Ling Tian continued, doesn't Sir have your old friend Xuanhuan? Before making such a big decision, will he not come over to ask his old friend how the Ling family's young master is like? At that time, you just need to say as such, and all would be sealed. Ha ha ha. A line of sinister laughter could be heard. Mr. Chen felt his back suddenly full of cold sweat. This little devil. He, old man Chen, started to pray for the future opponents that would be going against Ling Tian. Against this little devil, one was really seeking his own death. All of a sudden, Mr. Chen had another question. Since young noble wishes to withdraw, then, no matter which side speaks first, it doesn't matter, does it? Why must it be them to suggest? Snorting, Ling Tian answered, to withdraw, especially when the family's prestige is on the line, how can one just simply speak about withdrawing? If the Xiao family wishes to annul it without a price, how could that be possible? This caused Mr. Chen to break out in sweat. How despicable! How shameless! This little thing was definitely sent from the heavens. He obviously wanted to withdraw from the marriage, yet planned to make the other party speak of doing so first. All these just to profit from this matter. Mr. Chen had seen many shameless people in his life, yet this was his first time witnessing shamelessness brought to the utmost degree. He could still hear Ling Tian muttering to himself, although withdrawing is good, I should at least be able to extort an armory of weapons. However, what would happen if I fall for the last from the Xiao family? If that's the case, I can only kidnap her when the time comes. Mr. Chen felt like covering his face and running for his life. Chapter 34. Ling Jian's Position. Ling Tian began to hum a tune as he walked casually to the room he stayed in. He had finally taken care of Mr. Chen completely. Although there were certain things that went a little wrong, Ling Tian was still extremely satisfied. After he walked past a bamboo shelter covered in snow, he was already able to see his own room door. Right at that moment, the door opened, and a child walked out from inside with his head lowered. As Ling Tian took a look, this pale-faced boy was dressed in a thick cotton-padded jacket. However, he looked a lot better than when he first arrived. Despite his skinny appearance, a deep, chilly glow could be seen deep within his eyes. It was as though it was a flickering, ghostly light in the middle of the night, his whole body emanating a chilly aura. This was Ling Tian, who was brought back by Ling Tian. It seemed that Xiaoyu did not let Ling Tian down and had brought Ling Tian over. From now on, Ling Tian would only belong to Ling Tian alone. The reason Ling Tian took a liking to Ling Tian was not just because of his spectacular control over his own body. Another reason was the chilly aura which filled Ling Tian. With Ling Tian's experience from his past life, anyone who possessed such an aura would be able to become a king in the darkness with proper training, a top-notch assassin. Coincidentally, from his memory, Ling Tian had a perfect training method to train assassins. In the Ling family from his previous life, grooming assassins which were hidden in the dark was extremely crucial to their survival. It was also a sharp sword used to deal with enemies. Now, Ling Tian wanted to train Ling Tian into a killer as such. No, it wasn't enough for him to only meet that standard. Ling Tian wanted Ling Tian to become the king of darkness in this world, the king of assassins. As for Ling Tian, he met Ling Tian's expectations, be it physically or in terms of his experiences. Especially the way Ling Tian was able to conceal his tracks without anyone teaching him to do so was something which Ling Tian admired. You have to know, as an assassin, concealing one's trace was the foundation of everything. Assassins' specialty was to conceal themselves in the darkness forever and never fight the enemy head-on. No matter what kind of pugilistic rule of a fair fight was nothing but rubbish to them. Killing with a single strike through any means necessary was the rule assassins must follow. After he entered the room, Ling Tian saw that there was a campfire in the center of the room. The green flame which was burning with the charcoal did not let out a single wisp of smoke, warming up the entire room. Ling Tian wanted to take off his own jacket, but Ling Tian had already walked forward and wanted to help Ling Tian take it off. Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he did not take off his jacket and tapped Ling Tian on the shoulders lightly. Ling Tian, take a seat first. I think I have to talk to you about some things. When I am talking, you only have to listen carefully, but I will only say this once. Ling Tian then stood up straight and responded, yes. Then, he sat on the stool like a block of wood, with his eyes gleaming with light, staring at Ling Tian silently. Ling Tian laughed out bitterly and said, Ling Tian, first, you have to be clear about why I am bringing you back for. You have to know, I am not bringing you back to become my servant to help me take care of my daily necessities. Ling Tian, as long as you can pass my test, you will become my hands. My most trusted assistant. You will become a brother whom I can entrust my life to. Do you understand? Ling Tian's body then shook as gratitude was revealed in his eyes. His lips began to move, but nothing came out from his mouth. Tears began to fill his eyes. Ling Tian then raised his hands to stop Ling Tian from saying anything as he continued. I know what you are thinking of, and I also know how you feel. You do not need to talk about all of these things. It is enough for you to keep it in your heart. Of course, all of these words are merely empty words before you pass the test. However, you must be extremely clear of your status. In this family, you do not have to serve anyone. Besides that, always remember something. Apart from me, you do not have to follow the orders of anyone. Remember, anyone. Apart from being respectful to my blood relatives, you can despise anyone else in this world the moment you leave this mansion. That includes any prince, duke, or king. Even in this family, you can also despise anyone else apart from my grandparents and parents. Do you understand? Ling Tian's eyes were already glistening with tears at this moment. Although he did not know what Ling Tian wanted him to do, he never dreamt that Ling Tian would give him such a high status. Unknowingly, Ling Tian's back was straight as he stared at Ling Tian unblinkingly, afraid that he would miss out anything Ling Tian said. In this instant, Ling Tian had a thought. Such a master. Even if I have to die for him someday, I will definitely die with a smile. No one knew that the world's #1 cold-blooded killer who stood atop the peak of the world and was only loyal to Ling Tian alone had built his confidence for the first time today. He had taken the first step to shocking the world, and from then on, beginning to stretch out his wings. All of these was because of the words which Ling Tian said with such certainty. After speaking, Ling Tian stood up, took off his jacket and hung it. He then lay down on his bed without saying another word. In the whole process, Ling Tian did not even take a single look, but only sat down silently. He used his hands to rub the places of his body which still experienced pain to relieve himself of the ache and fatigue. At times, he would stretch his own body, going about his own activities and ignoring everyone else. He knew that his test had already begun. The faster he regained his strength, the higher the chance for him to pass the test. Now, saying anything was useless. If he was unable to pass the test of his young noble, then everything Ling Tian just said were just empty words. Ling Tian had already resolved to pass his young noble's test, so he could be someone his young noble trusted. He would then be able to protect his young noble at any time with his life. As long as I am alive, no one in this world, be it the emperor or a deity, will touch a single hair on my young noble. Although he did not say that aloud, Ling Tian had already made an oath in his heart. Although this oath was not as vicious as the one he made before, it was one made with his heart and soul, made with his life and loyalty. This oath would also follow Ling Tian throughout his life to become his life principle. The night approached silently and left silently. Ling Tian opened his eyes as the warm sunlight shone in from the window. A weird smile then surfaced on Ling Tian's lips. Today must be the day when the Xiao family head, Xuanhuan, is coming. Chapter 35, Xiao Family Head. Early in the morning, someone arrived at the gate of the Ling family mansion and gave a notice of visit. Duke Ling's sworn brother, also the family head of the wealthiest family, Xuanhuan, was going to visit Ling Zhan of the Ling family in the afternoon today. Everyone in the Ling family all became busy. The family head of the wealthiest family's visit was no small matter at all. The Ling family's chefs all personally picked the best ingredients to show what they got in the afternoon. The godson of Duke Ling, Ling Kong, was running around all over, monitoring the progress everywhere while preparing for the visit. At the same time, he instructed his son, Ling Zhan, to make sure he leaves a favorable impression on the Xiao family head later when he sees him. For a figure like the Xiao family head, a single compliment from him would change your future. As Duke Ling looked at the notice of visit, he was cursing out vehemently. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. Since when did that old fox, Xiao, ever give me a notice of visit when he comes? Doesn't he just barge his way in every time? Why is he so serious this time? This sudden notice of visit just had too much meaning hidden within it. Ling Zhan could not help but think about it deeply. Don't tell me that old man went crazy, Duke Ling thought to himself. No matter what, he definitely isn't happy about something. It doesn't seem like something small either. Ling Zhan could not help but be puzzled about just when he had offended that fellow. After thinking for half a day, he was still completely puzzled. Ling Zhan then did not bother thinking about it any further as he thought to himself. When that old fox Xiao comes later, I must definitely give him a good scolding. So what if you're rich? The sun slowly rose into the sky, and the sky was free from clouds, signaling good weather. The warm sunlight had begun to purge out the bone-piercing chill of winter. Noon was about to arrive. A horse carriage was clad in a black cloth with a golden chrysanthemum weaved onto it. Under the warm sunlight, it slowly made its way through the streets with the distinct sound of the horse's hooves hammering the ground. In front of the horse carriage, there were 4 men dressed in black with a sword by their waists. Their eyes were cold as they led the front of the carriage. To the sides of the carriage, there were also 2 such men following closely. Behind the carriage were 8 men dressed in black following silently in 2 neat rows. Although it was but a single carriage approaching the Ling family mansion, the guards of the mansion could feel a great pressure coming upon them. In that instant, the atmosphere of the place became heavy as the guards felt their breathing becoming uneven. A wave of majestic aura emanated from the black carriage just like that. As the carriage came to a halt, a black-dressed man walked up to the door of the carriage and took a high kneel with one of his fists planted to the ground. Another man dressed in black then walked forward to lift up the veil of the carriage. A black pair of boots then appeared from the carriage, stepping on the first man's back. Following which, an old man with white hair walked out from the carriage. His face was lean and his body skinny, but his eyes were gleaming as he was still hale and hearty. Following a chuckle, a little girl dressed in a green jacket jumped down from the carriage and was caught by the old man in midair. A guard had already long gone to alert Ling Zhan as he led a large crowd of people to welcome their guests with a face full of smiles. That old man was naturally the Xiao family head, Xuanhuan. Seeing his sword brother receive him with a face full of joy from reuniting with his brother he had not seen for a long time, Xuanhuan could only suppress that unhappiness in his heart. Seeing the unrestrained smile on his sworn brother's face, Xuanhuan could not help but feel warm in his heart. At the same time, he began to reminisce about the times when they were fighting together as blood filled the battlefield. He then could not help but feel that his actions today were a little too much. Hey, forget it. I will find a time to talk about that matter. Since we have not seen each other after so long, I should not ruin the atmosphere. After Xuanhuan came to the capital, he had ordered people to gather information about the young master of the Ling family. The results of the information he had gathered angered Xuanhuan to the point he almost died. The more he looked at the information, the angrier he got. Although this child was still young, he was extremely horrible. If Ling Tian were to continue growing up as such, the Ling family would definitely be ruined in his hands. How would Xuanhuan dare to bet on his granddaughter's happiness like that? In a moment of anger, he decided to give the Ling family a notice of visit. The meaning of giving a notice of visit was equivalent to an official visit between nations, meaning that everything was official. For Xuanhuan to give a notice of visit with his status, it obviously meant that he wanted Ling Tian to receive him personally at the door. Xuanhuan knew that he would definitely make Ling Tian displeased, or even angered, by doing so. But for the plans of his own family and the happiness of his granddaughter, he felt that he did not have a choice. Ling Tian broke out into a laugh and received Xuanhuan with a big hug. At this moment, Xuanhuan also revealed a sincere expression in his eyes as he stretched his arms wide as well. These two brothers who had been through life and death battles together finally met again after 5 years. Ling Tian hugged Xuanhuan and slapped his back as though he was extremely excited. But when no one else was able to see him, Ling Tian whispered into Xuanhuan's ears, "Xuanhuan, you bitch. If you do not give me a proper explanation about the notice of visit today, your sister-in-law, and I will definitely skin you alive today." Xuanhuan laughed bitterly in his heart. I knew that this old man wouldn't be able to take it. Trouble is indeed here. He then replied softly, "Let's talk about this later." Under the warm reception of the Ling family, the Xiao family entered the Ling mansion together. Old Madame Ling took the women in the family to welcome the Xiao family head in the mansion, but had a chilly look on her face. Xuanhuan took a step forward and cupped his fists. How could this little brother dare to trouble sister-in-law to welcome me personally? I'm extremely terrified by this hospitality. Old Madame Ling did not even flinch as she replied seriously. The family head of the wealthiest family is paying a visit, and I am extremely honored by this visit. This old lady must definitely lead the women in the family to welcome the Xiao family head. Xuanhuan felt extremely awkward. He knew this old lady and the three of them had ventured through the continent when they were younger. Xuanhuan was not afraid of anything in the world, but was only extremely respectful towards this old lady. There was once when Xuanhuan was heavily injured, and this sister-in-law of his had saved him from thousands of enemy troops. Only after taking care of him for a full 7 days was he finally saved from the brink of death. In Xuanhuan's heart, Ling Tian and his wife were extremely important to him. Now that he saw his sister-in-law go through such proper ceremonies with him, he could not help but be flustered and his face turned red. He then looked towards Ling Tian with a pleading expression only to receive a cunning smile from Ling Tian in reply, who slowly lifted his head towards the sky, as though there was something fun in the skies. What a joke! You are the one who sent an official notice of visit. Now that you are in trouble, you want this old man to clean up after you? How can there be something so good in the world? Xuanhuan grit his teeth as his face turned red. Helpless, he could only act as though he did not know what was going on. Why is sister-in-law doing this? Did this little brother offend sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, please let me know if I am in the wrong, and I will definitely correct myself. Old Madame Ling then replied coldly, I wouldn't dare. The Xiao family is extremely wealthy and had sent an official notice of visit to this small Ling family of mine. How would I dare to not come out to personally welcome you? What wrong does the Xiao family head have? It should be the Ling family who is in the wrong. Xuanhuan then roared towards the guards dressed in black. Which bastard was the one who gave an official notice of visit? Come forward. As he roared, his eyes began to blink quickly. The guards dressed in black all stared at each other, dumbfounded. If you did not give the order, who would dare to use your name to send a notice of visit? Isn't that just seeking death? After being stunned for a moment, a guard dressed in black finally snapped into his senses and took a step forward. With a knee to the ground, he said, This subordinate did not do my job properly. I hope that family head will punish me. Xuanhuan then kicked him, sending him flying as he scolded, Bastard! Is there a need for me to send a notice of visit to the Xiao family when I come to visit? Failing at everything you do, go back and receive 100 whips from the enforcement hall. You trash which embarrassed me. That guard then responded quickly and took his leave. After scolding the guard, Xuanhuan turned around and said with an apologetic smile, "Sister-in-law, this little brother does not know about this matter at all." Old Madame Ling's lips then twitched as she rolled her eyes. If old Madame Ling was not able to see that this was merely an act, that would be impossible. Ling Xiao, who was by the side, saw that the time was about right and stepped forward. "Mother, it seems that Uncle Xiao really does not know about this. It is just that his subordinates did not know about the relationship between the two family of ours, making his own decision. It is all just a misunderstanding." Xuanhuan immediately added on, Yes, it is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ha ha. He then looked towards Ling Xiao with gratitude and glared at Ling Zhan. Old Madame Ling then responded, "Oh, so it was just a misunderstanding." Xuanhuan wiped off the cold sweat on his face. Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. His voice became dry as though he was an old hen with his neck choked up. Old Madame Ling immediately became warm as she replied, "Since it was just a misunderstanding, let us forget about it. This beautiful young lady must be Shui, right? Look at her, just how beautiful she is. Come to grandmother. Grandmother has something good for you. So obedient." Kissing the little girl on the cheeks, old Madame Ling hugged her up and walked in together with all the females in the family. Xuanhuan then heaved a sigh of relief. I have finally passed this round. But right at that moment, old Madame Ling's voice sounded. Ling Xiao, give a piece of cloth to your Uncle Xiao to wipe his eyes. He seems pretty tired, blinking his eyes so vigorously. Xuanhuan broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 36, Super Domineering. Turning his head back and seeing the expression of a smile, and yet not a smile coming from Ling Zhan, he could not help but rage. Old thing, are you mute? Ling Zhan snorted before gloomily asking, You're blaming me for this matter? Xuanhuan let out a snort in anger, but had no words to retort. This whole matter was created from a moment of his anger, and thus could not be blamed on others. A brief spell of depression struck him as his eyes wandered around. Seemingly feeling as though something was missing, it suddenly struck him as his face turned frosty and he raged. Where's your darling grandson? Ling Zhan was also puzzled for a while. He just saw the little fellow not too long ago. How did he disappear in a blink of an eye? Carrying some suspicions, he looked towards Ling Xiao. Where did Tenor go? Ling Kong, who was standing by the side, was rejoicing in their misfortune. At such an important scene, that good-for-nothing was actually not at the scene. Was this not looking for trouble? As both the Ling father and son were tongue-tied, an old man wearing a green robe hurriedly walked out from the inner courtyard. Ha! I heard the Xiao family's great chariot is here, so this old man shamelessly came to welcome you too. After so many years, I trust the Xiao family head is still well. Xuanhuan took a glance and received a shock and asked as he hurriedly stepped forward to meet him, Brother Qin, why are you here? Both Ling father and son rejoiced inwardly and took this chance to bring the various guests into the reception hall of the Ling residence. Ling Zhan gave a look to the attendant behind him, causing him to hurriedly sneak away to find Ling Tian. Mr. Qin was shaking hands while chatting happily with Xuanhuan, looking as though they were bosom friends. Xuanhuan purposefully walked slower than the rest, and as the crowd started to pull away from them, he pulled Mr. Qin's hand and said, Brother Qin, this Xiao has a matter to consult you with. Please stay with me. The black-robed bodyguards all knew that their family head had something to consult Mr. Qin with, and all of them surrounded the two of them from the view of the crowd, without so much as a single sound being made. Mr. Qin of course knew the reason as to why he was being held back. Subconsciously, he gained a whole new level of respect for the frightening intellect that Ling Tian held. This little fellow could actually predict the steps Xuanhuan would take and moreover, without the slightest amount of deviation. How many mortals in the area under the heavens could achieve that? Xuanhuan whispered, Since Brother Qin is tutoring here, this Xiao shall get straight to the point. Can I know how the Ling young master is like? Indeed, it came. Mr. Qin gave a laugh and sighed, but his facial expressions were wondrous to behold. While shaking his head, his face changed constantly, from shame to disbelief and a sad sigh, finally speaking in a pained tone. Ai, Brother Xiao, I will not hide from you anything. For this matter, It's hard to explain in just a few words. Based on this Qin's knowledge, I'm ashamed to be his teacher. Shaking his head some more, his face looked as though he was about to burst into tears. Xuanhuan's face turned cold as he slowly spoke. If you say it like this, then what I've heard from the grapevine definitely has some form of truth. Luckily, this old man came a few years earlier. Or else, the latter could not help but feel a sense of fright. Mr. Qian was tongue-tied. Ling Tian had long guessed what Xuanhuan's reaction upon hearing the rumors would be. Now that the person in question opened his mouth, to think it was as though he was repeating from a script that Ling Tian had crafted, with the most difficult part being that not one word deviated from the original one by Ling Tian. It was as though a parrot was mimicking. In order to hide the smile that threatened to surface, Mr. Qian's mouth curved to a strange angle. In his heart, a wave of hooting laughter flooded up, threatening to explode out from his mouth. Whatever Mr. Qian had said was apparently right, but wrong for different types of people who heard it, as they would have different interpretations. In actual fact, Mr. Qian was speaking the truth. He was indicating that his knowledge was insufficient, being his teacher in vain. But his words, upon entering Xuanhuan's ears, based on his first impression, he would definitely come out with a completely different reasoning. Xuanhuan snorted once, before flicking aside his sleeve as he walked towards the great hall. Mr. Qian could not help but cough a few times softly before falling in a step behind him. The great hall was already a mass of activity. The women folk had long left, only leaving Madame Ling holding onto the hands of a little girl, affectionately huddling together, not knowing what they were saying. Xuanhuan came over with a black face. Glancing around the hall, he found out that the young master of the Ling family had yet to make his appearance even till now. This caused him to be even unhappier, calling out deeply, "Shuer, come to grandfather's side." The little girl, Xiao, gave a sound of acknowledgement and climbed down from Madame Ling's embrace using both her hands, before skipping and jumping towards her grandfather's side. Her mouth seemed to be chewing on something, as she stretched out that jade-like white wrist of hers as though to present a treasure. "Grandfather, look, this is the present from Madame Ling to me." It was actually a jasper bracelet, looking pure and clear as water without the slightest hint of impurities. A blood-red phoenix could be seen vividly on the bracelet surface, following the movements of the bracelet, as though it wanted to break through and soar off. A look from Xuanhuan told him that the blood phoenix was in no way embedded into it, but rather naturally formed. Such a treasure was hard to obtain even with 10,000 gold, but Madame Ling actually casually gave it away to his granddaughter. Obviously, she had already treated her as she would with her daughter-in-law. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan could not help but let out an agonized smile. As for the bracelet, Xuanhuan naturally understood that this was the heirloom of the Ling family, the Blood Phoenix Jasper bracelet, and its price was beyond compare, treated as a priceless treasure. Wearing it would cause a person to always be calm and collected, indeed a treasure without rival. Xuanhuan could not help but stutter, thinking to himself, "Looks like I have to really sever through the tangled hemp quickly, or else it will reach the route of no return." Outside the hall, the voice of a guard traveled over. "Young master, please follow this little one along. The sire has already been waiting for quite a while." Following which, the melodious sound of a child erupted in violent fury. "Bastard! You dog slave, are you looking to die? I told you long ago not to call me young master. Get the F***K lost. What's so good about seeing that old Xiao? I'd rather go feed the birds." This was followed with a pu sound, presumably from the servant enduring a beating from the young master. In that moment, the audience in the hall all had wondrous expressions to behold. It was so silent, you could hear a pin drop. Both Ling Tian and Xuanhuan wore a face of black lines, so full of rage that it was on the verge of spilling out. Old Madame Ling was about to bring a cup of tea to her mouth, yet upon hearing the sentence, the teacup ended up falling to the floor, smashing into bits. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the entrance. Even Mr. Qian, who had known that Ling Tian would perform a miraculous feat today, did not expect such a dominant and aggressive play, and his eyes opened wide as bells. Ling Xiao was apoplectic with rage, and with a bellow, his body shot forward as though he was flying. This was followed by a series of slapping sounds, before a little child's crying could be heard. This was closely followed by Ling Xiao returning, holding on to a bruised and battered Ling Tian. From Ling Tian's face, one could see that his beating was not light, and both his cheeks were swollen. With a swing, Ling Xiao threw his child onto the floor, yet still breathing heavily. Although Ling Zhan opened his mouth a little, he concluded that this was not the appropriate place to discipline his grandchild, and only bellowed out, "Unfilial creature! Why haven't you come up to pay respects to your grandfather, Xiao?" Laboriously standing up limb by limb, Ling Tian was cursing in his heart. This time, your father, was conveniently so viciously hit. Rubbing his huge swelling on his once delicate face, he saw that the great hall now had an extra stranger dressed in green robes, carrying a beautiful little girl. In his bosom, the stranger gave an expression as though he was about to eat him alive when he saw him. He was most likely the Xiao family's head, Xuanhuan. Wiping off the tears that he had forcefully squeezed out, he strode towards Xuanhuan. Just when the crowd thought that he was about to pay his respects to Xuanhuan, Ling Tian suddenly gave a sound of exclamation, then turned his eyesight while increasing his pace, saying, "Wah! This lass is my wife, right? Ha ha ha! She is so pretty. Come, let me give you a kiss." Waha! The audience was petrified. Such a scene made people not want to look on, unable to withstand such a wicked behavior from such a young child. Xuanhuan was so angry that his entire body started to tremble, and he could not wait to punch that jerk to death with one blow right there and then. He hollered in anger, "Scram!" The little girl, Xuanhuan, was so frightened that she turned tail and threw herself into her grandfather's embrace, not daring to show her face again. Grandpa Ling nearly died there, and then due to his anger, gritting his teeth, he spoke, "Evil creature, Ling Xiao, bring the family law book for this old man. Today, I shall cleanse the house." The boiling Ling Xiao, who was about to move forward to deal with his son, suddenly had a change in his expression, stopping in his steps. The originally deathly white face of old Madame Ling suddenly trembled as she screamed, "You dare!" She dashed down and grabbed Ling Tian into her bosom, saying, "Tunger is still small. At such a small age, what can he know? How can you subject him to the family law?" Ling Zhan bristled up his beard and said, "Still small? All of you used to keep saying so, but look at what pampering the child has brought to you. Even if this old man will be deprived of descendants, I shall take care of this little bastard today. Move aside." Chapter 37. Xiao family rejects the marriage. "You dare? Old thing. You just try to touch Tianer today. Unless you punish me together with the family law as well." Old Madame Ling hugged her grandson tightly and refused to budge. "This child is mischievous, and you can scold him however you wish. But if you want to use the family laws, you must step over my dead body first." Ling Tian could not help but stick out his lips secretly. Shit just got real. Grandfather actually wants to punish me. It seems that things will not end so simply today. His eyeballs began to roll all over, but he just did not have an idea of what to do. Xuanhuan was extremely calm, but his face was ashen. He stood up and said, "Big brother, relax. If you want to teach this child a lesson, you should wait for this younger brother to leave first. This little brother is here today because I have an unreasonable request. I hope that big brother will agree to it." Everyone in the Ling family could feel that something was going wrong as Ling Zhan gave a dry cough. "Younger brother, please speak. No matter what it is, this brother will agree to it." He already had an idea of what Xuanhuan's unreasonable request was. No wonder he gave an official notice of visit today. Xuanhuan then said calmly, "Big brother, sister-in-law, and I have known each other for 30 years. Big brother and sister-in-law are all extremely close to me and have even saved my life on multiple occasions. This little brother does not dare to forget about it. Every time I think about the days when the three of us roamed the continent together, I always felt that knowing the both of you has made my life to be without regrets. The things which I am about to say are unrelated to our brotherly ties. No matter what happens, Xuanhuan will not treat the both of you any differently." Ling Zhan trembled as tears filled his eyes. "Fenghan, if you have an issue, you can just mention it. Your elder brother is still the head of the Ling family now. No matter what you say, even if you want my life, I will not frown even the slightest." Xuanhuan then knelt down and kowtowed to Ling Zhan once before standing up. Everyone was stunned by the solemn atmosphere and did not stop him. They only heard as he said with a mellow voice, 5 years ago, both of our families had a pre-planned marriage to bring our families closer. We agreed that if they were both males, they would become sworn brothers. If they were both females, they would become sisters. If one was male while the other female, they would be married. At that time, this old man had made the request, and elder brother agreed without a second thought. Today, I mention this again because I will have to break this promise and apologize to elder brother and sister. As he said that, everyone present had already understood what he meant. Ling Tian let out a long sigh, and he seemed to have aged a lot in that instant. The wrinkles on his face also seemed to have deepened as he stood there for a moment with his body trembling slightly. All of a sudden, everyone could sense a feeling of desolation emanating from that large body. Ling Tian was filled with guilt in his heart as he thought to himself, "I'm sorry, grandfather, this grandson has made you sad. Although you will not be able to understand everything I do, it is all for the future of the Ling family. You will definitely be able to understand my intentions one day." Xuanhuan then continued, "Ever since this little brother came into the capital, I have heard many rumors about how mischievous, incorrigible, and domineering the young master of the Ling family is. This little brother thought that it was merely someone spreading false rumors. After all, just how mischievous can a 5-year-old child be? But today, this old man witnessed with my very own eyes and feel that the words mischievous and domineering are not enough to describe this child. Everyone from the Ling family could not lift their heads up. They were being criticized by others, but could not retaliate with a single word. This feeling was something they had never felt before. Only Ling Kong and Ling Tian had a look of humiliation, but were ecstatic in their hearts to the point they wanted to cheer out loud. As such, Fenghan thinks that the precious gem of the Xiao family, the little princess whom everyone dotes on, is not suitable to be with your grandson. This old man cannot use the happiness of my granddaughter to gamble on the fact that Ling Tian will change when he grows up. This old man thinks that this marriage should be put to an end right here and now. I hope that elder brother will agree." Fenghan straightened his back and slowly made his statement. Although everyone from the Ling family had already guessed the reason for Fenghan to reject the marriage, they were still at a loss when they heard it. Old Madame Ling began to feel herself black out as her eyes shut and her body fell backwards. She was then hugged by Ling Tian as he placed his palm on her back and channeled a wave of pure Xiantian qi into her body. Only after a moment later did old Madame Ling let out a groan as she regained her senses. Everyone's attention was focused on Fenghan, and no one noticed the irregularity in old Madame Ling's body. At this moment, she had already recovered and would naturally not draw any attention. But old Madame Ling herself knew that there was a warm energy being channeled into her body from her back. In this wave of energy, it was filled with a strong life force. All of the hidden injuries in her body, which were from her younger days, had actually recovered through this wave of energy. At the same time, she felt that her body had never been stronger as her vitality was at its peak. She could not help but look towards Ling Tian with shock, looking at his serious face with a palm to her back. She tapped her grandson's hands lightly, as old Madame Ling felt that her own grandson was definitely out of the ordinary. At the very least, he was definitely not like how he appeared on the surface. Perhaps he has his own intentions about the matters today, but this marriage is really such a pity. Haze, forget it, let him be. Knowing that her own grandson was not as mischievous as he appeared on the surface, old Madame Ling felt that it was a surprise and was extremely satisfied. Humph, this old fox Xiao, rejecting this marriage is definitely something you will regret for life. Old Madame Ling began to think to herself. Ling Tian knew that his grandmother would definitely find out about his own secret, and there was no way for him to hide it any longer. Thus, he whispered into her ears, "Rest assured, grandmother. If grandmother really likes that lass, grandson will just marry her when I grow up." Old Madame Ling became excited in her heart. At this moment, she was certain that the matters today were just all part of her grandson's plan. Although she did not know what his intentions were, she knew that her grandson had his own plans and would not let her down for sure. She could not help but praise with a smile. Good Tianer, obedient Tianer. Ha ha. In that moment of excitement, her laughter and praises actually escaped from her lips. She immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly covered her mouth. But things were already too late, as everyone in the hall had heard her praises. At this moment, Ling Tian also became anxious as he pinched his grandmother's hands. Old Madame Ling immediately noticed her mistake as she grunted, You really anger this old lady to death." As Fenghan heard her praise, his eyes narrowed as he almost died from anger. If it were him, he would definitely beat this vile creature to death a long time ago. but she actually praised him as such. Isn't this akin to slapping his face in front of everyone? Only after he heard the following words of old Madame Ling did he calm down for a moment as he thought to himself. So, she laughed out of extreme anger. Chapter 38, Big Gamble. Mr. Qian, who was by the side, observed how the whole event unfolded. Everything actually went according to his plan, without the slightest deviation. The shock in his heart just could not be described with words. As Xuanhuan requested to reject the marriage, everyone in the Ling family was in a state of shock and could not react at all. Only after a short moment did Ling Tian sit back down in his chair as he said with desolation, "Forget it. Forget it. Such a vile creature is definitely not a match for Xuer. There is no need to harm her for life. Let's just call it off." Xuanhuan felt extremely bad as he looked at how miserable his big brother and sister-in-law looked. "Big brother, sister-in-law, Fenghan has went back on my words today and no longer have the face to look at the both of you. This little brother will take his leave." Ling Tian waved his hands weakly and replied, "Don't mention about that. If you were to talk about who does not have the face to meet who, it will be the Ling family who does not have the face to look at you. This matter is all because elder brother did not discipline my child enough, resulting in such an affair. How is this related to younger brother?" "But," Ling Tian suddenly stood up straight and said loudly, "It doesn't matter whether or not the marriage is called off. Even if you do not call it off today, this old man will also call it off if I do not bring up my grandson well. Whether or not this marriage exists, it must not affect the relationship between us brothers. Since this matter is settled, then this issue is over already. But if you come to my house and do not stay with me for a few days to have a good catch-up, I will take it that I do not have this brother anymore." Xuanhuan's eyes shone as he heard that. "Of course I will. Since I am already at big brother's house, younger brother will definitely have to disturb you for a few days." He also felt relaxed in his heart. 30 years of brotherhood was not affected by this matter. He then greeted old Madame Ling, "Sister-in-law, I hope that sister-in-law will also punish me for being rude. I seek the forgiveness of sister-in-law. Little brother is also a grandfather now and have to plan for my future generations." His voice was full of sincerity. Old Madame Ling also laughed and said casually, "Little Han, now that the marriage is over, you cannot throw away your big brother and sister-in-law. Don't worry, I am not so narrow-minded. You are still the little Han that I dote on the most." As Xuanhuan heard the address which only his sister-in-law called him, his eyes turned red as he was moved. Sister-in-law is really too magnanimous. This little brother is speechless. 30 years ago, the three of them were roaming the continent together as old Madame Ling called Xuanhuan Little Han. Because of this, the both of them even fought over it because Xuanhuan refused to accept such an address. But old Madame Ling just refused to change that address. As such, Xuanhuan became helpless as time went by, and this address was one that belonged uniquely to old Madame Ling. It is just that as they began to grow older, old Madame Ling did not call him as such for many years already. Now that they were all so old and Xuanhuan heard this memory-filled name again from old Madame Ling, a wave of nostalgia hit him as he thought about those hot-blooded, rash, and exciting days they used to have in the past. At that time, Big Brother was full of mettle and extremely fit. Sister-in-law was always clad in white with her black long hair resting on her shoulders. As he thought about the past, he could not help but go into a daze. As he opened his eyes and looked at the white hair and wrinkles on his big brother and sister-in-law, his heart could not help but turn sour as he thought to himself, "Even if us brothers were to gather together every day, with our time coming soon, just how long more will we be able to gather as such?" After a moment, Xuanhuan ordered, "Black guards, fetch the luggage from the villa. Bring everyone else as well. For the next few days, this old man will have a good gathering with big brother and sister-in-law." 2 of the black guards responded respectfully and exited the door. Duke Ling broke out into a laughter as the desolation was completely washed away. "That's the way. Even if we aren't in-laws, we are still the best brothers. Brother, this decision of yours suddenly made you more pleasing to the eye." Of course, Duke Ling would not be able to let go of the fact that Xuanhuan rejected the marriage so easily. Up until now, he was still brooding over it. But he could not blame Xuanhuan either. From the way Ling Tian saw it, this decision of his was not wrong if he were to put himself in Xuanhuan's shoes. It is just that Ling Tian felt that his own grandson was just too useless, betraying the goodwill of his little brother. Ling Tian then made a decision in his heart. When this matter is settled, I will definitely have to groom Ling Tian well. Old Madam Ling then said with a laugh, Little Han, there is something that sister-in-law has to say first. Xuanhuan was in an extremely good mood and replied with a smile, Sister-in-law, please speak. Old Madam Ling then chuckled, making Xuanhuan tremble a little as the hair on his arms stood up. He remembered that every time his sister-in-law has a sly plan to prank him, she would reveal such an expression. Old Madam Ling then said with a smile, Today, you have rejected the marriage and sister-in-law will not blame you. But if a few years later you regret this matter, sister-in-law will want you to kowtow to me 3 times. How about that? Do you dare to take up this gamble? Xuanhuan broke out into laughter as he replied, Sister-in-law, aren't you joking? Looking at Ling Tian, who was in the arms of his grandmother, he said with resolution, This matter is impossible. Old Madam Ling then grunted, Are you that sure? What if it happens? Xuanhuan said with a cold sneer, Sister-in-law does not need to force me. If these 2 little fellows are able to come together many years later, then Fenghan is willing to kowtow to you in apology, announcing to the world that I, Xuanhuan, was blind. At the same time, I will present half of my Xiao family estate as dowry for Xuer. Is sister-in-law satisfied with this? Everyone's faces began to change. The stakes are extremely high. The fortune of the Xiao family can no longer be described to rival a nation anymore. Even half of the Xiao family's fortune is much greater than the fortune of a nation. But as everyone thought about it, they all realized that Xuanhuan was probably making a passing remark only. The way they saw it, it was impossible for Ling Tian and Xiao Yinxue to come together in future. No matter how they looked at it, old Madam Ling was more likely to lose. It can be said that it is impossible for Xuanhuan to lose this bet. Old Madam Ling then laughed. Little Han, you must remember this bet. Of course, if the both of them are unable to come together, then this old lady would lose the bet. Even though our Ling family is poorer than your Xiao family, I will take out half of our Ling family estate as dowry for Xuer. Everyone was startled. This old lady can't be foolish, right? Just for her pride, she would be willing to give up half of the fortune of the biggest family in the empire. The way everyone saw it, the Ling family would definitely not be able to keep their wealth if this bet were to take place. Chapter 39, Scheming Grandmother. Xuanhuan became startled as he exclaimed, Sister-in-law, I wouldn't dare to gamble like that. Old Madam only replied calmly with a smile. Little Han, sister-in-law only made this decision after careful thought. If Tian'er is going to carry on like that, then the more wealth my Ling family leaves for him, the more it will harm him. If that's the case, then why not I give half of the wealth to the Xiao family? It can also be considered as a little gift from your big brother and sister-in-law. As she said the last few words, she purposefully emphasized on them. However, everyone was all puzzled as they did not understand what she meant. Ling Tian laughed to himself. So it seems that this grandmother of mine is really a smart person. Old Madam Ling's action were as good as telling the Xiao family. I know what the Xiao family has been planning all this while. But even if your Xiao family is going to do anything, we will not do anything to help you in the open. Although the marriage has been rejected, I can still use this gamble to give you half of my wealth. This can also be said to help you on behalf of our past relationship. Of course, all of this are on the basis that you win the bet. If you lose the bet, then my grandson will be your grandson-in-law. If that's the case, no matter how big your Xiao family becomes, even if you unite the continent, half of that would still belong to my grandson. Xuanhuan naturally understood what old Madam meant. These words of hers had already showed that the Ling family was not going to help with the Xiao family's big plans and will only help in secret. Of course, whether or not that was the plan of old Madam Ling, Xuanhuan would not know. But that was the way he understood old Madam Ling's words. From the way Xuanhuan saw it, the domineering and incorrigible Ling Tian in front of him will never hold a candle to his granddaughter. He believes that no woman would ever like a child who is horrible as such, especially the smart granddaughter of his. Ling Tian was immediately awed by his grandmother's wits. From the way the Xiao family's ambitions and power was growing, it was extremely likely that they were planning something. While old Madam Ling seemed to have made a great risk in this gamble, it was actually a flawless method to protect the Ling family. If the Xiao family were to fail, the Ling family will be able to separate itself from that matter. If the Xiao family were to succeed, the Ling family would grow to even greater heights. In other words, the Ling family would be assured of another 10 years of prosperity and safety whether or not the Xiao family succeeds. Just from this alone, that is a great benefit to the Ling family. Especially how she was able to unknowingly drag the Xiao family's wealth into this whole situation, even when the Ling family was already at the longer end of the stick. At the same time, she made Xuanhuan owe the Ling family a huge favor. Ling Tian was completely awed. Fantastic means she had. It seems that the most cunning person in the Ling family isn't I, Ling Tian. Instead, it is my grandmother. Indeed, Xuanhuan was not able to read old Madame Ling's move completely and only thought that old Madame Ling was helping the Xiao family in their future uprising. He could not help but feel warm in his heart as he replied with gratitude. All right, then this little brother shall not stand on ceremony. I will accept this gamble. As he said that, he called his granddaughter to his side and said, now that the marriage is no longer, this lass cannot take away this blood phoenix jade bangle, which is the heirloom of the Ling family. Old Madame Ling then grunted with pride. So what if it is a family heirloom? It is just a bangle. This old lady will not take back anything I have given. At the same time, she snickered in her heart. This old lady just likes this lass. Even if I have to force my grandson to the corner, I will make sure he kidnaps this lass back for me. If that's the case, then wouldn't my family heirloom return? What is wrong with giving the family heirloom to my daughter-in-law? Xuanhuan then broke out in a laugh. If that's the case, then this little brother will not say anything else. Ling Zhan was listening to the conversation and was indifferent towards giving out half of his family wealth. In the eyes of this straightforward old man, wealth was nothing more than physical possessions. Even if he were to give it to the Xiao family, it is at least still in the hands of his own brother. However, he was puzzled about the attitude old Madame Ling had towards the rejection of the marriage. His wife had always been extremely concerned about this marriage. Why does it seem that she was so indifferent towards the rejection of the marriage today? He could not help but look at his wife with doubt, thinking, don't tell me that old lady is angered to the point she can no longer think straight. However, he could not find anything wrong with her and did not bother thinking about the matter any further. With a wave of his hands, he commanded, little ones, serve a table of good food and wine. This old man will have a good drink, my brother, today. As old Madame Ling saw the questioning look on Ling Zhan's face, she was also extremely depressed as she thought to herself, it doesn't matter if that old man is foolish. But with my wit, I was also fooled by this little one. If not for the fact that I was so angered today, forcing him to save me, I will probably be unable to find out his little secret. At the same time, she was extremely doubtful in her heart. Not only have I never seen that warm chi from Ling Tian before, but also I have not even heard about something as mystical as that before. I wonder which expert he learnt that from. Why has he never shown it before? Just who was the one who planned the affairs that happened today? What's the meaning behind that? Tianer has never gone out far before ever since he was young and grew up under our eyes. When did he meet such a mysterious expert? He should not be able to hide all of these from me, but I am actually clueless about all of these. Not even a single clue about this matter. This is just too strange. Although old Madame Ling knew that Ling Tian was not how he appeared to be, she did not believe that all of these were planned, directed, and acted out by him alone. No matter how much of a genius Ling Tian was, he was only a 5-year-old child in her eyes. Thus, old Madame Ling had immediately assumed that there must definitely be a mysterious expert behind Ling Tian. Furthermore, this expert does not have any malicious intent towards the Ling family. It must be said, old Madame Ling's deductions were all extremely logical. Of course, if Ling Tian was not a weirdo who reincarnated with his memories, old Madame Ling's deductions would not just be a deduction, but the truth. But now, old Madame Ling was completely wrong. Seeing that the atmosphere had changed, Ling Xiao could finally relax. Seeing Ling Tian in the bosom of old Madame Ling, Ling Xiao could not help but scold. Little beast, get your ass here now. Before Ling Tian had a chance to react, old Madame Ling had already glared at him. What do you want to do? Do you really think that your wings are now strong? Without the permission of this old lady, just go ahead and try to touch Tianer. This old lady will definitely break your legs. Ling Xiao was completely helpless as his eyes turned red from anger. Mother, Tianer is so mischievous. If he is not taught a lesson, he may. Before Ling Xiao finished what he had to say, old Madame Ling had already roared at him. He may what? Do I still need you to teach me how to discipline a child? Scram to one side. As she said that, she held Ling Tian with one hand and Xiao Yinshui with the other, walking out of the hall in front of everyone. Before she disappeared, she looked towards Ling Tian and warned, "If you dare to get drunk, you will be asking for trouble." Only then did she really walk away. All of the men in the hall stared at one another, dumbfounded, for a moment. Only after a while did Xuanhuan burst out into laughter. "After 30 years, my big brother is still so scared of her. It seems that it is impossible for him to make his wife submit in this lifetime." Ling Tian's face turned red as he felt that he lost all face in front of his sworn brother. Chapter 40, Master. Ling Tian sat down obediently on the chair as he fidgeted with his eyes looking around nervously. Old Madame Ling sat opposite him with a smile, which did not seem like one, with the look of a police interrogating a criminal. "You horrible brat, I must definitely dig out all of your secrets today." Ling Tian laughed bitterly to himself as he quickly thought of a plan. Looking at the domineering look on his grandmother's face, he definitely will not have a good time today. The first thing old Madame Ling said after entering the room was, "Bring Xuer to the side room, and take good care of her. Xuer, go and play with elder sister first. Grandmother will teach this naughty brother of yours a good lesson. I will take you to have something nice to eat later. Such a good girl." The first half was spoken to a maid while the second half was spoken to Xuer. As Xiao Yanxue looked towards Ling Tian with a little bit of fear and disgust, she responded to old Madame Ling softly and walked out with the maid. "How is your master?" Old Madame Ling looked at her grandson and asked. "My master?" Ling Tian was lost. "What is going on here? Since when do I have a master?" As he looked at the confident look on his grandmother's face, he understood what was going on as he praised her methods in his heart. If Ling Tian was just a 5-year-old child and had a secret master, he would definitely let up with just a single question by old Madame Ling. This question obviously means, "I already know all about you. It is best to say everything out on your own." With mind games as such, there was no chance for Ling Tian to avoid the question at all. It was indeed a good method to use. But after Ling Tian heard that question, he had the urge to burst out into laughter. Ling Tian thought to himself, "Since grandmother has already gone into the topic and has a guest like that, why not I just play along with her?" He then pretended to stutter as he said, Good. Grandmother, how did you know that I have a master?" "Indeed so." Old Madame Ling thought to herself, "Humph, little brat. No matter how much you act, you still revealed yourself after a single question." Old Madame Ling could not help but feel full of herself. With a cold grunt, she continued to say with confidence, "Humph. Why would grandmother not know about those little things of yours? It isn't a big secret anyway. Speak. How did you meet your master?" As old Madame Ling questioned Ling Tian, she was hinting to him that she was well aware of who his master was. At the same time, it is to make Ling Tian think that she would immediately know if he were to lie about anything. She would probably be able to use this method to even deal with a fully grown man. But facing a weirdo like Ling Tian, the result of this method would be to lead her further and further down the path of her misunderstanding. After Ling Tian thought for a moment, he acted as though he could no longer hide the matter anymore and revealed everything. Of course, the everything he revealed was carefully modified. Ling Tian then described how he saw a white-bearded old man when he was 3 appearing in front of him. The old man said that he was a martial talent the moment he saw Ling Tian and said that he wanted to take Ling Tian in as a disciple. At the same time, he requested Ling Tian to move out from staying with his parents. Then, the old man would sneak into his room every night to teach him martial arts and more. Ling Tian made use of all the wuxia tales he had read before in his past life to weave out a story. However, this was something extremely amazing in this world as well, and even old Madame Ling had her mouth ajar as she listened to the whole story. After Ling Tian had explained the matter, old Madame Ling's doubt about why Ling Tian intended to move out when he was 3 was finally resolved. At the same time, she looked towards her grandson with a sense of satisfaction and pride. She then thought about something as she asked, "Tianer, your master taught you martial arts in light of your talents, and this is something fantastic. But why did you hide the matter from us?" After considering for a moment, Ling Tian finally came to a decision and replied, "Master said that our Ling family is too big now and will attract many enemies. If people knew about me, it will be extremely disadvantageous to our family." Old Madame Ling then nodded in agreement. It seems that Tianer's master is extremely wise and isn't someone simple. She then asked again, "Don't tell me your grandparents or parents will reveal the secret if you tell us?" This was what old Madame Ling was extremely displeased about. "It doesn't matter if you want to take my grandson as your disciple. But why do you forbid him from telling us? Ling Tian is our direct descendant. After Ling Tian weighed his options for a moment, he decided to speak the truth. Master has said that there are many dangers in our own Ling family mansion. He said that my grandparents and parents can definitely be trusted. But there are other figures in the Ling family with authority that must be guarded against. Right? Master also talked about second uncle before. Ling Tian came to a conclusion. Since I can't conceal the matter, let me bring it up openly. With grandmother's wits, she is definitely someone who will consider the bigger picture. It may be a good thing to let her know the truth earlier. Since I have a fake master as backing, I don't need to be afraid of revealing anything. Old Madame Ling's face became serious as she asked, "Your second uncle? What about your second uncle?" As she said that, her eyebrows furrowed as she had a bad premonition. Ling Tian replied, Master had once heard a secret conversation between second uncle and Ling Jin before. He said that second uncle had once sent someone to feed mother the air-severing grass. Ling Tian thought to himself, since I am going to reveal the truth, I should go all out. Let me send a big bomb to shock her first. Bang! Old Madame Ling slapped the table and stood up in rage. This had always been a doubt in her heart. Her son and daughter-in-law have always been extremely loving but never had a child, making the two old people so worried. They thought that it might be because of a hidden disability and tried to find a cure for it all over, but they never imagined that this would be the cause of it. In that instant, old Madame Ling thought about the different things that happened in the past few years. She started thinking about how Ling Kong was extremely passionate about the problem that the Ling family had no descendants, personally arranging for someone to attend to Chu Ting. At the same time, this answered all the possible doubts both herself and Ling Zhan had about him being a little too extreme. In fact, when he heard about any doctor who might be able to help Chu Tinger conceive, he personally sought them out no matter the distance. But old Madame Ling never imagined that there was such a vicious intent behind all of those. In the past, old Madame Ling had always felt gratitude towards Ling Kong and felt that this godson of hers knew how to repay gratitude. At the same time, she had even praised him in front of Ling Zhan many times about his good character before. She said that he was smart and capable, being a rare talent. But she never expected that it was this talent who almost made the Ling family lose its future generation. If not for the fact that there was an accident and Ling Tian came into existence, Ling Kong's scheme would have succeeded by now. At the same time, he would be victorious with everyone being kept in the dark. Old Madame Ling was both embarrassed and angered to the point she felt her heart almost bursting. As her breath became ragged, she grit her teeth and cursed. So this was the case. If the Ling family really does not have any descendants, the wealth of the whole family would definitely land into Ling Zhen's hands. What a good plan. What vicious methods. Ling Kong, I will make sure you die a horrible death. As she said the final sentence, she said it with all of her strength. As long as Ling Xiao does not have any children, Ling Kong, who was the godson of Ling Zhan, was the person closest to the direct bloodline of the Ling family. Ling Zhen would then be the third-generation successor to the Ling family for sure. With old Madame Ling's wisdom, she was naturally able to easily understand the reasons behind Ling Kong's plans in a short few moments. She could not help but feel like catching the both of them in front of her immediately, executing them on the spot to vent her anger. Chapter 41. Revealing Cards. Ling Tian was startled as he hurriedly took a look out of the door and circulated his inner force to observe the surroundings. Only after he realized that there was nothing wrong did he return. Grandmother, don't be agitated. My master said that we cannot make any rash moves. A short while later, old Madame Ling's ragged breath finally became back to normal. She then squatted down and looked at Ling Tian with fiery eyes as she asked anxiously, What else did your master say? Tianer, quickly tell them all to grandmother. This matter will affect the life and death of our Ling family. You cannot hide anything. Ling Tian replied, Yes. Master said that Ling Kong has been managing the affairs of the Ling family for many years and already has a good grasp of the family. Furthermore, all of his talents are all in secret. If we were to catch Ling Kong right now, all of the others involved will never be found out. This will definitely leave behind many hidden dangers for our Ling family in future. As such, it is best that we are careful. It's either we lie and wait, or we catch them all in a single swoop when we take action. If not, trouble will follow for sure. Old Madame Ling's face became serious as she got up and paced around. With a frown, she said, "Your master is right. This matter must be handled carefully and with planning. All of these years, everything in the Ling family has been managed by Ling Kong. Haste. It is a pity your grandfather and father are the same, unable to hide anything in their heart. Ha ha ha. This old lady finally understands why your master asked you to keep it a secret. If your grandfather and father were to find out about this, the whole world would definitely find out also. At that time, there will be no turning back for sure. Good thinking, good thinking." Naturally, she was praising Ling Tian's master for his good thinking. Thinking about this matter carefully and connecting all the dots, old Madame Ling began to feel that Ling Tian's master was extremely wise and was definitely a top-notch figure in the world today. She could not help but admire him in her heart as she asked, "Tenor, can you get your master to come out so grandmother can talk to him?" Ling Tian was then startled as he quickly replied, "Master has said that he has distanced himself from worldly affairs and does not like to come in contact with people. Grandson has also pleaded to him many times before, but he just refused to do so. He only agreed to help us in secret." He then wiped off his cold sweat. "If grandmother really wants to see that master of mine, what should I do?" Old Madame Ling then smiled. "All of these experts all have their strange temperaments. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to see us. If we were to force it, we may elicit a bad response from him instead, and that wouldn't be good. But this is also good. With your master in secret, it is an extremely good thing for our Ling family." Ling Tian responded, "Yes." Then, he did not dare say anything else. Old Madame Ling then frowned as she asked with doubt, "So, your actions today to force the Xiao family to reject the marriage was your master's idea as well?" Ling Tian replied with a and admitted it. Old Madame Ling then asked, "This marriage is extremely beneficial to our Ling family, so why would your master want to ruin it? Did he tell you the reason?" Ling Tian then replied, "Master has said it before." At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat in his heart as he thought, "It seems that grandmother will not let me go today until she digs everything she wants to know out of me." Old Madame Ling's brows then twitched. "Oh." Ling Tian replied, "Master said that the ambitions of the Xiao family are far too big. They may even have the ambitions to unite the continent. Now that our Ling family still has troubles within that we have not removed, together with the suspicions from the royal family, the moment things gets messy, our Ling family will be the first to get exterminated. Furthermore, if our Ling family wants to get rid of all the hidden troubles within, we will definitely suffer great harm, with the family being thrown into chaos. This wound will not be something which our family will be able to recover in a short period of time for sure. Thus, it is not wise for us to interfere with the matters of the Xiao family now. It is best for the Ling family to maintain a low profile now." Old Madame Ling then sighed. The Xiao family has been accumulating their forces for a few decades, and their ambitions are obvious. If our Ling family does not have such a big internal issue, it doesn't matter if we were to involve ourselves. But at this moment, it is not suitable for us to do so. However, it is really such a waste for us to lose this marriage." As she finished, she then sighed again. Ling Tian sat down obediently as he thought to himself, "The main reason is just because your grandson does not want to be under anyone. Of course, I will not tell you this reason." Old Madame Ling then sighed again as she said, "The moment the continent becomes messy, it wouldn't be our choice whether to involve ourselves anymore. In the chaotic world, it is impossible for a family as large as ours to stand on the sidelines. We will definitely have to take a side for sure. How is this something that can be avoided by rejecting a single marriage?" Ling Tian thought to himself, "If this is the only reason, then this decision is indeed a little hasty. But your grandson still has other plans." Then, old Madame Ling shook her head as she said seriously, "If you have any news of that bastard Ling Kong in future, you must inform grandmother for sure." As she said that, she grit her teeth in anger. Ling Tian immediately agreed as he thought to himself, "The things today are finally over. I also reaped quite a few benefits. It is just that I have wasted a lot of brain cells." Old Madame Ling then looked to her grandson and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she stretched out her hands and pulled on Ling Tian's ears as she scolded, "You little brat, you actually concealed such a large matter from your grandmother for a full 2 years. Do you know your crime?" Ling Tian then cried out in pain, "Grandmother, let go. Tenor will not dare to do so in future." Not only did old Madame Ling not let go, she pulled on the other ear of Ling Tian as she grunted, This old lady had just gave out our family heirloom, and you actually made them reject the marriage. Do you want to anger this old lady to death? That is the gift for my granddaughter-in-law. Little thing, if that lass is still to your liking when you grow up, you must definitely bring her together with the bracelet back together regardless the cost. I made a gamble in public just now. If you dare to let this old lady lose, humph. Now that the serious matters are settled, how is it possible for her to not punish Ling Tian? Ling Tian broke out in sweat. Grandmother is indeed the strongest and most scheming person in the mansion. Regardless the means? Regardless the cost? No matter what. Ling Tian could not help but let his thoughts go awry. I really want to know, what if I rape her first before bringing her back? But he knew that if he were to really ask that, he would really be a real bastard. Thus, he swallowed the question back. Seeing how his own ears were still in his grandmother's hands, Ling Tian quickly assured, Grandmother, be at ease. Grandson will definitely not let you lose the bet. Only then did old Madame Ling become happy as she let go of his ears and said with a caring smile, Her is indeed a good boy and an obedient child. Ling Tian was speechless. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Grandmother, Master had said something else. Without any choice, he could only use his bogus master as an excuse. Old Madame Ling then asked, What matter? Ling Tian then replied with embarrassment. Master said that if the Xiao family really rejects the marriage, we cannot let them do so easily. We must definitely let Xuanhuan pay a price. Old Madame Ling then spat out the sip of tea she just drank as she said with a bitter laughter. You two master and disciple have already tricked the whole Xiao family, and you still want to go after their property. Ling Tian looked at old Madame Ling with a pair of innocent-looking eyes and said, Master once said that the Xiao family has a top-notch weapon-making factory near the capital. Chapter 42, Night Visit. Cough. Madame Ling choked and started to cough. This old body of mine is not going to care about this matter. If you want, you can go there yourself. I'm just afraid your grandfather will whip you little thing to death if he finds out. Ling Tian merely giggled. When he comes, I'll hide inside Grandma's room and not even take a step out. Madame Ling playfully scolded him. Scram, go see that little lass. It should be about time for dinner. Why don't you return to your room? Your mother should also be worried to death. You had better not attend today's banquet. With a sound of affirmation, Ling Tian began walking towards his room. Further ahead, he heard sounds of heavy breathing coming out from his room. When he opened the door, he saw Ling Tian with his hands outstretched, his entire body maintaining a perfect horse stance as he stood facing the window. Looking at Ling Tian, it was obvious that he had been in this position for quite a while. His hair was matted and sweaty. The cotton jacket he was wearing had an obvious patch of sweat on it, and his facial muscles were twisted, twitching nonstop, and same with his body. However, his eyes were full of determination. Gritting his teeth, he exuded a crazed aura akin to a wild beast. Before leaving his room, Ling Tian had passed down some simple training methods for Ling Tian, and one of them was this horse stance. Ling Tian had demonstrated the perfect stance before he left. From how Ling Tian was positioned, it was obvious that once Ling Tian had left the house, he had begun his training without a single ounce of rest. He had long overdrafted his reserves of strength. Even though Ling Tian had quite accidentally chanced upon Ling Tian, he did not say a word and instead moved around him, sitting on the bed, nary a word. Since Ling Tian had taken the initiative to begin his own training, Ling Tian of course did not obstruct him. He could even take this chance to observe if the kid could achieve his own bodily limits and test his willpower at the same time. With both hands clasped behind his head, his eyes staring aimlessly at the bed frame, Ling Tian's brain was working in overdrive, planning to look for Xuanhuan tonight, guessing what attitude that old fellow would have towards him, as well as how he should counter. The things he had to do were plenty, but this matter was of utmost importance because once Xuanhuan left the city, Ling Tian would definitely lose the chance. Since Ling Tian wanted to build up his strength from now, he would need sufficient military weapons. Although Ling Tian himself had the skill to manufacture weapons and was aware of the different shapes and sizes, he would have to expose his secret in order to get them. Thus, having his own weapons plus production line would be the best. Ling Tian originally had the intention to make them himself, but just as he had this idea, Xuanhuan brought his granddaughter over in a majestic fashion. To Ling Tian, this was none other than the heavens dropping a piece of pie for him. Such a rare opportunity. How could he let it go? If he were to miss out on such a chance, Most likely even heaven himself would not forgive him. Ling Tian's eyes continuously moved as the corners of his mouth gradually lifted up to form a smile. There were two people in the room, yet it was noiselessly calm. One was pitting against himself, pressing on it, maintaining his horse stance, and the other lay on the bed, his spirit seeming to have flown out to the heavens. A good while later, a putong sound was heard. Ling Tian received a shock and opened his eyes wide. Without any suspense, lying on the ground was a fainted Ling Tian. Even though he fell down, his two hands were still outstretched in front of him. This fellow actually did the horse stance till he dropped from where he was standing. Ling Tian's eyes revealed an expression of satisfaction. As a person from a modern era, he of course knew the amount of perseverance needed to be able to perform the horse stance until one's entire body is bereft of strength and end up fainting. One should actually know that even if a person were to perform running to the extreme, those who could run till they fainted were few in number. Not to mention that this was the horse stance, which was 10 times harder. Thus, just judging by current circumstances, Ling Jian's intellect and willpower had already met Ling Tian's expectations. Ling Tian now believed that if he were to let Ling Jian continue using his current methods to train, Ling Jian would definitely become a figure of a generation in this world. Walking up to Ling Jian, Ling Tian's hand grabbed tightly to Ling Jian's taut muscles and began massaging them, so as to help him relax. Ling Tian's other hand pressed against Ling Jian's back, sending a warm stream of pure internal energy into him slowly. Ling Jian let out a suppressed groan and slowly regained his consciousness. When he saw Ling Tian helping him to massage his muscles personally, he could not help but feel a surge of warmth, almost tearing up on the spot. This was followed by being terrified, and he hurriedly struggled to get up. Ling Tian's hand moved from his back to gently rest on his shoulder. Yet, at the same time, Ling Jian felt as though an immense mountain was pressing on his body, incapacitating him. Only after Ling Tian had finished massaging the 4 limbs of his body did he finally let go of Ling Jian. Standing up, one could see that his forehead had a thin layer of sweat. A moment ago, Ling Tian did not dare to be too careless. If Ling Jian had overtrained and resulted in his muscles enduring injuries, that was not something one could recover within 2 or 3 days. Ling Jian stood up, moving his limbs, and found out that his body was comfortably sore. Just as he was about to express his thanks, Ling Tian had already reached the door, saying, "Follow me for a meal first." He did not mention a word about his secret training. In the afternoon, a huge banquet was held, and this made Ling Jian dead drunk, with him being long carried to his room. Old man Ling was originally not in such a bad state, but with his bad mood due to the Shao family asking to cancel the marriage proposal and getting infuriated by Ling Tian, his heart became even more depressed. However, Xuanhuan came from afar and both of them have not met for many years, thus he could not bring himself to explode in anger at the scene. Having suppressed his anger forcefully, he of course had no strength to compete against the power of the alcohol. Staying over as a guest of the Ling family, Xuanhuan had also gotten himself nearly drunk. As he thought of how he had settled one of the weights in his heart, he felt even more comfortable. Thinking of how his big brother and sister's long relationship also did not have any troubles, this elevated his mood further. Although he felt that he was not doing good to both his brother and his wife by annulling the marriage, but if one were to search deeply, he did not actually feel that he had done anything wrong. Plus, the fact that the elder sister wanted to use the context of a gamble equivalent to giving away half of the Ling family's wealth. This wealth could actually be used by him to fund his business in future. The best was that till now, no one in the Ling family had spoken about pinning the blame on him. Author's note. The madam actually did not mean that. Xuanhuan guessed it himself. With so many rewards at hand, his trip to the capital this time was definitely not in vain. Having received the news that Ling Jian had not even woken up from the wine influence as he smiled to himself, he also politely designed the banquet hosted by the Ling family tonight, asking the guards to send his food over to guard him. He was prepared to have a good meal with his granddaughter, at the same time sort through the gains that he had obtained in this trip. At the same time, now that he had received assistance from all sides, he contemplated what he should do for his next step. Thinking of the benefits, he could not help but let out a slight smile. After dinner, he ordered the guards to remove the leftovers. Then with a book in his hand, he sat on a chair. Suddenly, faint voices of talking could be heard coming from outside. Next, A guard opened the door and entered, reporting, "Family head, Mr. Qin brings along the young master of the Ling family to come visit." Xuanhuan froze in shock, asking, "Young Master Ling?" The guard replied, "Yes, it is the little kid that spoke rudely this afternoon." Xuanhuan was naturally filled with doubts. Why did he come over for? What would an extreme silk pants like him have anything to look for? Snorting innately, he thought, "Your old man hasn't even come to look for me, and you dare to take the initiative." He spoke, "Let him in," and with a wave of his hand sent Xiao Yinshui away to her own room for rest. 1. The sounds of footsteps rang out, with Ling Tian leading and Mr. Qin behind. Both of them entered the room. Translator's thoughts. David T. 1. Note that silk pants refer to a playboy who is domineering and good for nothing at the same time. For lack of a better English word, we decided to use a literal translation. Chapter 43, Gentleman's Negotiation. Mr. Qin laughed heartily, saying, "It's rare to see Brother Xiao. Since we're staying in the same residence currently, this Qin would like to take the opportunity to have a good chat with Brother Xiao, so I was impulsive in coming over. Brother Xiao, please understand." Xuanhuan smiled slightly as he replied, "What kind of words are those, Brother Qin? For you to grace my quarters with your presence is to overwhelm this little me with favor. Please, take a seat." Glancing at the side, Ling Tian had sat down on a chair long ago and even placed a leg under his buttocks to cushion them while sitting down, being totally uncouth. Casually swiping the snacks on the table, he put them in his mouth and spat them out with a pei-pei sound, saying, "Not nice. Not nice." Mr. Qin turned towards the latter, coughing loudly twice. Xuanhuan felt even more unhappy and could only reluctantly hold his loathing in his heart as he spoke. "Young master, to visit this old man in the night. May I know what matter you have?" Ling Tian scratched his little head before replying, "A moment ago, I just thought of it." Xiao. "Oops, Grandpa Xiao, you brought out the topic of annulling the marriage agreement today. This, it seems a little inappropriate." Thunder flashed across Xuanhuan's face as he retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? This is already a foregone conclusion, and besides, it should be your grandfather coming to look for me instead." He implied that as a kid, he did not have the authority. Ling Tian, however, shook his head. "Grandpa Xiao, you are mistaken. Whether the marriage goes through or fails is part of Ling Tian's life blessings. So even if my grandfather were to intercede on my behalf, he would not be able to express my heart's thoughts." This made Xuanhuan blow up. Ever since he had taken the position of family head in the last decade, this was the first time someone dared to tell him in his face that he was wrong. His face immediately fell as he snapped. "Then, according to you, what should we do?" Ling Tian merely smiled. "I heard that the marriage arrangement that year was facilitated by Grandpa Xiao yourself. Is that true?" Xuanhuan had an icy expression. "Yes, that's right. That year, it was this old man's idea that both of us families become relatives." Ling Tian smiled brightly as he continued. "That being the case, the arrangement was also cancelled by Grandpa Xiao today, and this matter was also heard by all others there, including this little one. Am I wrong for saying so?" Xuanhuan was growing ever impatient, and hearing him speak more nonsense, he wanted to pick him up and throw him out. Forcefully regaining his composure, he replied again, "Yes, that was done by this old man. However, he was thinking, if it wasn't for the fact that you were too disappointing, why would I be the bad guy and do such a thing?" The same Cheshire cat grin was still plastered on Ling Tian's face as he pressed on. "Thus, the reason why Grandpa Xiao wanted to annul the marriage was because Ling Tian is too disappointing, and you're afraid that I would interfere with Miss Xiao's happiness. Am I correct?" With a face of disdain, Xuanhuan replied, "Seems like you are not completely unaware of everything." What he implied was that Ling Tian had hit the jackpot. Ling Tian's face fell and his body straightened up as he spoke. "If that is the case, then Grandpa Xiao would be engaging and annulling as and when he sees fit. For what reason, we shall not say, but the truth is that for both families' matters, all decisions were made by Grandpa Xiao alone, as though the clouds come when your palm faces up and the rain comes when your palm faces down. Doing whatever you like, totally uncaring of the feelings of the Ling family." This sentence completely showed off Ling Tian's ability, domineering beyond belief. Impudent. Xuanhuan would never have imagined that this little kid could actually come up with such a sentence. If this matter got leaked out, How much waves would it actually cause? Thus, he definitely lost control. Smashing a palm down on the table in front of Ling Tian with a violent bang, the sturdy table actually turned into a pile of wood chips. Inner strength. Ling Tian's pupils contracted, his heart seeming like it was struck with a heavy blow from a steel hammer. Damn it! Since when did this world have such a thing? Why was it that this old fellow in front of him could use it as and when he liked? Ling Tian believed his vision did not fail him, and that in his fury, Xuanhuan had actually performed an internal cultivator's inner qi. It was only that it was conspicuously mixed, unable to hold a candle to the orthodox qi produced by the divine shocking dragon formula that Ling Tian practiced. Furthermore, it did not look like his internal strength was deep, more like he had just scratched the surface. However, Ling Tian remained unblinking, smiling coldly as he said, "Don't tell me that whatever I said just now was fabrication? My questions a moment ago, Grandpa Xiao answered all of them." Never did Xuanhuan expect that a mere 5-year-old child could actually dig such a big pitfall for him, and that he even jumped in unhesitatingly without any form of preparations. For a short moment, he was so angered he could not speak. Upon hearing the commotion, the guards outside barged in loudly. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan waved his sleeve while saying, "You may go out, there's nothing wrong here." Unhurriedly seating himself once more, he stared at Ling Tian with the eyes of an eagle, as though it was the first time he had actually seen him. What are you actually driving towards?" Ling Tian smirked. "The Xiao family has huge influence over the finances, and our Ling family cannot afford to provoke you. Even if this grandson wants to do something, so long as Grandpa Xiao does not agree, then everything is just empty words." His words implied that Xuanhuan had taken matters into his own hands in dealing with the affairs of the two households, and he did not relax from this stance one bit. Xuanhuan was gradually feeling as though this fellow was not an easy target, and even though he was burning inside, he smiled instead. "Go ahead with whatever you want to say. It does not matter even if it is inadequate. I had better figure out Ling Tian's intention before anything else." Ling Tian's eyes chilled. "While my Ling family is incomparable to the Xiao family, we are also not so weak that we allow someone to step over us. Grandpa Xiao can cover the skies with one hand. By going back on your words just based on a single sentence, even for the matters of two families, I'm not sure if Grandpa Xiao treats my Ling family as another place you possess, or do you not even place the Ling family in your eyes? Are we just meat on a chopping block to you?" With such a bad labeling dropped onto him, this made Xuanhuan apoplectic with rage until his body trembled. He thought to himself darkly, today's matters were actually a bit overboard. If the Ling family were to misunderstand because of this, then there would be hell to pay. The reason he had stayed over at the Ling's was that he had taken this into consideration, and to think that this little kid in front of him had taken the words out of his own mouth. Stabilizing his mental state with difficulty, he leisurely spoke. "Ling Tian, you should also know that if such words get leaked, no matter the Ling or Xiao family, what will the aftermath be? Can you bear the responsibility?" Ling Tian gave a relaxed smile. "This grandson here is still a kid, so what's this talk about responsibility? However, if Grandpa Xiao does not want the words to travel out, then Tianer would naturally wish for the same thing." Xuanhuan finally understood that the purpose of Ling Tian coming here today was to talk terms with him. Xuanhuan unhurriedly replied, "Regarding today's matters, were they your idea or someone else's?" When he spoke, his tone was cold, as though he wanted to freeze everyone into ice directly. Ling Tian laughed in return. "Judging by how Grandpa Xiao has been friends with my grandfather for so many years, do you think this could be from him?" Ling Tian did not directly answer the question, but instead posed another question back to him. Gently nodding his head, Xuanhuan said, "Definitely not. However, this old man does not believe that at your age, you can come up with such words." Lifting his head high, his eyes bright and clear, and staring straight at Xuanhuan, he spoke unflinchingly. "This matter started because of my marriage. The person who loses out the most in this is me, Ling Tian, not the Ling family. Does Grandpa Xiao intend to deny that?" Xuanhuan stared back in return, thinking that this child's eyes were immensely acute, hiding his thoughts very well. He could only give up and turn his head, saying, "If you put it this way, I can't very well disagree." Ling Tian began to laugh heartily. "If that's so, then things will be much more easily settled. Grandpa Xiao facilitated my marriage that year by yourself, And today, Grandpa Xiao once again dissolved my marriage by yourself. Putting it like that isn't wrong, is it? Ling Tian's words were extremely crafty, sealing the fact that he had no relationship with the Ling family, and that today's matters were all his idea, without any relation with the rest of his family. Being the crafty old fox, how could Xuanhuan not catch on to the meaning? However, what he wanted most now was this: to prevent any possible implications between the two families, so as to prevent future troubles. As such, he nodded his head, saying, "That's right," while he thought, "Whatever methods you have, just bring them out. This old man has traveled unhindered under the heavens. Don't tell me I can't take care of a child like you." With a cunning smile, Ling Tian dropped the bomb. "Grandpa Xiao, as a senior, you created such a huge mishap for this grandson here by not only letting my allocated future wife disappear without a trace, but also letting this grandson become the laughingstock of this entire capital. For such a huge loss, don't tell me that senior doesn't have any intention of repaying this grandson here." Chapter 44. I Want a Compensation. After going around in circles for half a day, spinning the Xiao family head deep into it, Ling Tian finally self-righteously dropped the bombshell. For a moment, he felt overjoyed in his heart. However, Xuanhuan was knotted with anger. To think that with his own intelligence, he had actually been dancing in the palm of a little kid's hand today. For that moment, his heart was unbearably depressed and could only rage impotently. The marriage has already been annulled, and there is no possibility of it ever happening again. So what kind of compensation do you want? Say it out. As long as this old man is able to achieve it, I would go to all lengths to get it for you." Ling Tian answered with a loud laugh. "Don't tell me there are things that Grandpa Xiao cannot achieve in this world." This sentence was a blatant labeling. As long as Xuanhuan were to acknowledge as such, then it would be as good as letting Ling Tian do as he wished. Thus, how could Xuanhuan not know the weight of this sentence? Deeply sighing, he said, "As long as it is within this old man's capabilities, I will comply without exception." In this sentence, even he himself did not realize that he had unknowingly started to treat the little child in front of him as someone on his level of playing field. Slapping his palms together, Ling Tian looked extremely happy as he spoke. "Since Grandpa Xiao has spoken as such, then let this matter come to an end." Xuanhuan snorted. "You have not specified what you want yet." Ling Tian only answered, "What this grandson wants is insignificant to Grandpa Xiao, and to the Xiao family. It is merely the hairs on a cow." With a face full of doubt, Xuanhuan continued staring at Ling Tian. Ling Tian laughed and said, "I heard that Grandpa Xiao has a property in the capital and that it is a building workshop which is extremely run down. As Grandpa Xiao is situated so far away, it would be considered beyond your influence to manage it. So could this grandson have the fortune to temporarily inherit it in order to take care of it on your behalf for the next few years?" Yet another bombshell. Never in his dreams did Xuanhuan think that Ling Tian would actually want a military workshop in which the Ling family had absolutely no use for. Both generations of Ling were people of authority within the military, so if they needed weapons, they could directly draw them from the empire's armory. No one would bother to gossip, no matter how much they took. Thus, to Xuanhuan, for the Ling family to request for the military workshop, it was practically useless. However, while that workshop was of little use to the Ling family, it was actually a secret military base as well as an important supply line. If they were to lose this base, it would definitely affect the Xiao family's entire deployment strategy, especially the strategic position of being placed within the capital of the Sky-bearing Empire. The whole plan of revolting against the Sky-bearing Empire would have to be recalculated, and the previous plans would have to be scrapped. From this, one could tell the importance of this military workshop. Ling Tian smiled to himself. Of course, he wanted to use one move to completely disrupt the enemy's plans. This young master here hasn't grown up yet, but you want to mess around here and there? That's impossible. Furthermore, if Ling Tian were to obtain this military workshop, then all sorts of fine and delicate weapons would definitely appear from within. Just based on the skills Ling Tian possessed in his past life, his methods of forging metal definitely far outstripped anyone from this world. Xuanhuan finally became aware of how he should not have despised the little doll in front of him. Just a casual move rendered him into a trap with no choice but to agree. Moreover, Ling Tian had definitely done his preparations, using words to drive him into a corner. If he were to disagree now, this would make him a shameless person. First, arranging the marriage, then annulling it, then even rejecting the other party's requests. Seeing how Xuanhuan was muttering irresolutely to himself, appearing to be in difficulty, Ling Tian only laughed, and within his slight laugh contained traces of ridicule. Ha ha ha, what a Xiao family! What a person whose words are worth enormous weight. As the head of the family of the top financial magnate in this world, Ling Tian finally understood as to why the Xiao family can become the #1 under heavens. The secret is to take this and want that, going back against their words, and only allowing entry but not exit. Even if you bullied someone, who under the heavens would dare to breathe a word? Ha ha ha. So what if it is the grandson of a sworn brother? Gains come first, the rest can be thrown aside like rubbish. Ha ha ha. This sentence was not only sly, but also vicious and poisonous. Each word was like a steel knife viciously stabbing deep into Xuanhuan's heart. To be teased by a person with such a big age gap between, how could one endure it? Xuanhuan's face alternated between red and green concurrently, and he almost flew into a rage due to his humiliation. He fiercely shouted, I originally thought you were going to take advantage of the situation. Never did I think that you only wanted a small workshop that the Xiao family had long wanted to discard. This has certainly surprised this old man here. The Xiao family has tens of thousands of them that I do not even place this small workshop in my eye. Why don't I just gift it to you instead? Taking the chance to cling on to this sentence, Ling Tian immediately followed up, gentleman's word. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately replied back in his rage. Once spoken, will not be taken back. Ling Tian could let go of the burden in his heart at last. He heartily laughed. This grandson had known it all along, that Grandpa Xiao is of an outspoken and straightforward character, and can spend money as though it is water. He values relations above all else, and each promise is worth its weight in gold. Indeed, this is as the rumors say. Please forgive this grandson for his rudeness just now. Taking into account that grandson is still young and ignorant, I'm sure you will forgive me, right, Grandpa Xiao? With a sincere tone and a sincere expression, it was as if the words he just spoke were absolute truths. In his rage, Xuanhuan was impetuous and did not even process what he was saying, hence the phrase, once spoken will not be taken back, came out from his mouth. After speaking those words, only a while later did Xuanhuan finally clear his head. Recounting what exactly happened, he felt utterly despondent. A sentence spoken out was just like spilled water. While it was only a few simple words, they represented a rearrangement which would cost the Xiao family at least 2 years of time. During such chaotic times, when the current political system was still unknown, 2 years of time was enough to change both the heavens and earth. Thinking up to here, he could not help but wish he could give himself a few tight slaps. As though he was a ball that had lost its air, he fell back onto his chair, his eyes vacant. However, inside, he was rapidly processing this new information, devising a plan to redeem himself from this situation. However, no matter how much he thought, he was at his wit's end. Looking at how Ling Tian's face obviously wore the expression of someone that had prepared in advance, Xuanhuan felt as though he had swallowed a huge steamed bun which got lodged inside his throat. He could not swallow, and neither could he spit it out. It was extremely uncomfortable. For the arrangement within the sky-bearing empire's capital, he went to the trouble of traveling such a long distance personally, armed with an array of strategies, to fix the appropriate measures. Furthermore, he gave immensely generous terms to the other huge family clans, all to create a suitable backdrop for his grand plan. How was he to know that after all of this was completed, he himself would actually throw the plan away at such a critical juncture? In that moment, Xuanhuan had the desire to look at the heavens and sigh. The eyes he used to look at Ling Tian had also become incomparably focused. Recalling Ling Tian's every action and movement when he stepped into the room, he could not help but be enlightened all of a sudden. From the moment he had questioned Ling Tian this sentence, based on your views, what would you do? He had already unknowingly taken a disadvantageous position. All the talks after that were guided by Ling Tian himself, leading him into a dead end step by step. To think that he had walked unhindered through the business world, yet lost to a child today. Furthermore, it was an utter defeat. Although he had not placed him in his eyes at the start, underestimating his enemy. However, even with this sort of attitude, how many under the heavens could actually calculate his moves and behavior? He could not help but suddenly remember the heroic bet made with Madame Ling right after he had annulled the marriage. At this moment, Xuanhuan truly understood there was no need to wait for 10 years for the bet between him and Madame Ling to come to fruition. He had already lost right here and now. Even though Ling Tian and Xiao Yanxue would not walk side by side in the future, he still lost, and miserably indeed. Having eyes but not being able to see, taking a treasured jade as rubble, this sort of preposterous event could actually happen to himself. Xuanhuan could not help but let out a bitter laugh at this scenario. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, who was about to step out of the door, suddenly turned around and faced a certain direction in the room and let out a grin. This grin was just like a greeting, but also an understanding smile, as though he knew everything like the back of his hand, and there was even a hint of wit and playfulness. However, the strange part was that in the direction he faced, there was nobody at all. Chapter 45. Gain some, lose some. Seeing Ling Tian bring the document with his seal of family head away, Xuanhuan felt extremely at peace with himself, because there was no shame in him losing. Know yourself and know thy enemy. Only then can you emerge victorious. In the battle just now, it was his opponent that had understood him completely, even his temper and innate disposition, to the point where he could predict every single reaction he would make based on that. However, he was absolutely clueless about his opponent. Thus, when his opponent had already come knocking, he still arrogantly chose to underestimate him. With deep thoughts and meticulous planning, coupled with an arrogant opponent who had let down his guard, if one still could not win, that would be the biggest joke on earth. A strip of black shadow noiselessly appeared behind Xuanhuan at this time. Xuanhuan did not turn back, but rather let out a bitter laugh. The matters just now. You saw them all, right? The black shadow was a skinny middle-aged man. Upon hearing Xuanhuan speak, he merely nodded his head slightly, refraining from talking. Xuanhuan laughed mockingly at himself. Do you find me laughable? With a serious expression, the black shadow replied, this child, no matter his wisdom or shrewdness, all are beyond ordinary. He is definitely a rare genius. Xuanhuan could only sigh, saying, that's right, this old man feels this way as well. Today's annulling of the marriage could be said to be a mistake of epic proportions. If we had been able to nurture this sort of person into an adult, then he could bring us assistance of unimaginable proportions. AI, what a pity. The black shadow, however, muttered to himself irresolutely for a while before unhurriedly replying, I don't see it this way. Xuanhuan let out a cry of surprise. Oh. The black shadow continued. From the surface, family head, you have utterly lost. However, if we were to observe from a bigger point of view, it is indeed a cause to rejoice. Xuanhuan seemed to have grasped hold of something, saying, elaborate more. The black shadow said, from the immediate point, annulling the marriage and losing a genius, even being extorted and losing the military workshop and throwing a wrench in all our plans, it seems to be a thorough disaster. However, even though this plan was a failure, if we were to look at the long-term effects, we have just avoided a danger that could potentially result in the Xiao family being annihilated. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, annihilated, annihilated. His eyes suddenly lit up. The black shadow unceasingly continued. For someone like him who is head and shoulders above all others since childhood, showing extraordinary talent, his actions would definitely be firm and ruthless without hesitation. How could such a person be willing to be shackled down, living under someone's rule? If the marriage problem remains unsolved, then if a problem were to occur, the Ling family would definitely stand with our family, and this sort of person would definitely become the nucleus of our great army. After a long while, given the intellect and stratagems of such a person, the black shadow did not continue after saying this point, only using his laughter to complete the sentence. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up at this, saying, that's right. Ha ha ha. In the end, he's still a kid and his thinking is not mature enough. If he continues to endure silently, not purposely showing off his silk pants side, then the marriage will proceed as per normal. When he grows up and marries Xuer, then he could use the entire Xiao family to open up a new rule under him. How dangerous. How dangerous. Though his mouth was saying how dangerous it could have been, his facial expression revealed he was actually happily laughing without any worries. It was a mere 2 years of effort, but in the process, he had inadvertently gotten rid of a cancerous tumor. Xuanhuan exchanged a look with the Black Shadow, both letting out a smile, their hearts shouting in celebration. Even losing the military workshop which served as a base of operations suddenly felt as though it was worth it. For quite a while, the Black Shadow's concentration was placed towards the direction in which Ling Tian had left. His heart was filled with suspicion. Was that smile that he gave as he left directed at me? Though that smile was gentle and felt like a spring breeze, from the Black Shadow's point of view, it looked like a flash of lightning, piercing through his defenses at the least he expected it. That smile was obviously a warning. A severe warning. Don't tell me, he can really sense me? In this world, outside of my sect, are there really still people who have mastered such mystical skills? The Black Shadow was filled with doubts. Due to him not being able to confirm if Ling Tian had really spotted himself, moreover, deep in his heart, he felt that it was impossible for a mere 5-year-old child to actually see through his disguise. Arrogance long ingrained within made him push this matter to the back after a brief moment of suspicion and doubt. In reality, in this world, the Black Shadow felt that things that were capable of letting him place within his heart were but few. As such, he did not mention this matter to Xuanhuan. However, little did he know that his arrogance today would lead to his own sect literally being extinguished. Ling Tian's mood was joyous. With this sort of capital in his hands, he could finally be able to attack, albeit with difficulty. Today's events went like a rehearsed play, completely according to how he had expected it to be, as though he had arranged it methodically. The ending was perfect beyond his expectations. Not only did Ling Tian get what he wanted, but also an unexpected bounty. And that was that Madame Ling had also joined Ling Tian's faction. With his grandmother's support, this gave Ling Tian the confidence to carry out the next step of his plan. Mr. Qian was by his side, and from start to end, he silently watched the whole process without talking once. From the time Ling Tian walked into the room, his arrogant and disrespectful attitude successfully roused the hate of Xuanhuan, followed by his effortless control of the entire conversation, knowing when to press and when to relax. All of this inexorably led Xuanhuan to an unrecoverable trap, finally succeeding. The whole process went like moving clouds and flowing water, with Ling Tian firmly holding on to Xuanhuan, playing this ruthless character around the palm of his hand. This sort of feeling was difficult to describe. Mr. Qian found out that Ling Tian's intellect was more and more akin to the vast ocean. No wonder he was the chosen one sent from heaven. This caused Mr. Qian's eyes to shine with a pious light. The most ingenious method from Ling Tian would be the fact that he separated himself from the Ling family step by step. This was incredibly funny. Ling Tian rode on the name of the Ling family, using their status to negotiate with Xuanhuan. But in the end, Xuanhuan was reduced to the point that he did not even have the right to look for trouble with the Ling family. Once Xuanhuan realized this point, he would definitely be overcome with depression. Seeing that Mr. Qian was silent throughout, Ling Tian curiously asked, "Mister, what are you thinking that makes you so entranced?" Mr. Qian let out a full breath of admiration and was just about to speak before he remembered a point. "Tonner, if you do it like this will result in a huge blow to the relations between both families. In the end, you're still Duke Ling's grandson. If Xuanhuan goes to look for your grandfather to condemn him and explains this matter, I'm afraid we will not know how Duke Ling will react." Ling Tian smiled in a relaxed way. "Mr. is overthinking. I dare to guarantee that for this matter, Xuanhuan will not be able to announce it and can only let it rot in his guts." In confusion, Mr. Qian asked, "Why is that so? Such a huge loss. And with you, the Ling family would rise to the pinnacle. How could he swallow such a matter so easily?" Chapter 46, My Brother. Ling Tian merely laughed. It would be stranger if he did not swallow this matter easily. If this matter were to leak out, everyone would know that Xuanhuan had been taken advantage of by a 5-year-old kid. Then where would the face of the #1 financial magnate go? No matter the Xiao family, or Xuanhuan himself, they cannot afford to do so. Thus, even though he has a lot of pent-up grievances, he can only grin and bear it. He has no other choice. As for the relationship for both families, Ling Tian smiled coldly at this and continued, "Ever since Xuanhuan took my Ling family as a chess piece for him to rule all under heaven, he had already lost the right to talk about friendship in front of my Ling family." Mr. Qian was enlightened. Ling Tian continued, "However, Xuanhuan totally underestimated me today and took one wrong step after another, being led by the nose all this while. Furthermore, I did not give him the chance to take a breath and retaliate. Thus, today's matters could be considered lucky. If we were to meet again, I don't have the certainty to triumph over him. Mr. Qian replied emotionally. That's right. Xuanhuan's intellect is beyond ordinary, and you should not belittle him. Also, regarding today's matters, Xuanhuan suffered such a loss in vain. Although he can't say anything about it, we can't rule out the fact that he might try to assassinate you. Your performance today has given Xuanhuan too many warning alarms, enough to make him take you seriously. Thus, we have to take precautions. Ling Tian nodded his head in affirmation. That's right. Although I have a 90% guarantee that Xuanhuan would not resort to any underhand methods, one must always take precautions. There's no harm in being careful. As he spoke, Ling Tian revealed a secretive smile. Just as Mr. Qian was still wrapping his mind around the whole thing, Ling Tian brainlessly spoke a random sentence. I believe Xuanhuan would be extremely happy right now, huh? Happy? Mr. Qian stared in astonishment, completely unable to understand the meaning behind why Xuanhuan would be happy. In his point of view, after receiving such a terrible loss and a humiliating defeat, enduring and not hanging himself was already difficult enough, let alone being happy. Mr. Qian really could not fathom why Xuanhuan could be happy under such circumstances. Stepping forward, Ling Tian spoke whilst drawing out each word. This is because Xuanhuan is a shrewd and intelligent man with foresight. Oh, Mr. Qian increasingly felt like a stupid monk, unable to even feel his head. However, Ling Tian did not elaborate, instead turning his head to look at the clear skies as well as the half-moon. The night is still young. Seeing how they had reached the split between both the guest room and his own room, he turned towards Mr. Qian and said, Mister, if you have nothing on tonight, would you be willing to come over to Tanner's room to have a talk? Mr. Qian voiced his approval. He had long understood every word that this student of his spoke had its own unique meaning. In some areas, he could in fact be his mentor instead. For this invitation by Ling Tian, he had already guessed that there was some matter that Ling Tian needed to discuss with him. Thus, he readily agreed. Oh, this is... Opening the door, Mr. Qian received a shock. Inside the room, a scrawny little kid was only wearing a thin cotton-padded jacket in this midwinter season. Furthermore, his whole body was full of sweat, with steam coming out of his head. He was inside the room, doing some weird action, and seeing the duo enter, he only shifted himself to the corner of the room before continuing that strange action. Towards the only young master of the house, Ling Tian, he acted as though he had not seen him at all. However, Mr. Qian saw clearly the expression the scrawny kid used to stare at Ling Tian. It was full of admiration and gratitude, as though an ordinary mortal had seen a deity. It was precisely this sort of pious expression. The brazier was originally placed in the middle of the room, but after Ling Jian had moved in, Ling Tian commanded people to add another small bed in his room. The brazier was also moved to the middle of the two beds. It was not that there was no room. Given the size of the Ling residence, not even talking about one Ling Jian, even 1,000 of him would be able to stay in separate houses. The problem was that Ling Tian felt that Ling Jian's foundation was too weak, and with Ling Jian himself being the sort of idiot that would forego his life for training, Ling Tian was afraid that he would run into problems and thus let him stay in his room. Right now, seeing how Mr. Qian was staring at Ling Jian with his mouth agape and his expression of shock, Ling Tian did not mind and merely smiled, gesturing Mr. Qian to sit down beside him, casually introducing, This is Ling Jian. He's a brother whom I brought back. Brother? Ling Jian, standing at the side, currently training as though there was no one, suddenly jerked as though he had received an electric shock, his whole body tightening up completely. The pair of troubled, slender eyes suddenly burst out in an expression of broiling heat. Both his lips also began to tremble emotionally. Young Noble said that he was his brother. Young Noble said that he was his brother. In that moment, these words rose up from deep within Ling Jian's heart like a tsunami, filling his eyes with tears. This moment, Ling Jian basked in the emotions of bliss, pride, and satisfaction. These earth-shattering emotions surged up violently and threatened to drown him within. As Ling Tian said those words, his tone was natural, as though in his heart he had long considered Ling Jian as his brother. The way he spoke was as though it was a given. However, This ordinary sentence made Ling Tian's heart feel as though it was being overturned by waves. Mister, please come over here. Ling Tian has something to conceal, and yet has no one to ask for help with, thus could only invite Mr. over to discuss instead. Ling Tian spoke respectfully. Towards Mr. Qian's personal integrity, Ling Tian only had the utmost respect from deep within him. Mr. Qian laughed in return. Young noble need not be too polite, just speak your mind. Ling Tian smiled and dropped the courteous words, getting straight to the point. Mr. has also heard the whole thing just now. We are about to take over a military workshop, thus we are in need of workers. Since I do not have anyone under me right now, I will need Mr. to recommend some talents to me. With an "oh" from Mr. Qian, he stroked his beard as he thought deeply. Ling Tian continued. In addition, I still need a residence in a secluded area. The quieter, the better. I'm not too familiar regarding the procedures to apply for one. Furthermore, for confidentiality, all this needs to be done covertly, thus I have to trouble Mr. a lot. Mr. Qian cheerfully smiled. Young noble, you want to break and scatter this bunch of old bones, right? It could be seen that even though he spoke thus, Mr. Qian was actually glad that Ling Tian had given such an important role to him. This was because Mr. Qian could feel that Ling Tian did not try to hide any secrets from him. He secretly swore in his heart, no matter the case, both of these matters need to be done beautifully. Chapter 47. Begin planning. Ling Tian jumped in exultation. Mr. Qian actually agreed so readily. In that case, both matters should not be a problem if he left them to Mr. Qian. This was because Ling Tian had neglected a point. Mr. Qian's students were far and plenty, not just for an ordinary noble house. Even for the current imperial court, many of them were actually under Mr. Qian's tutelage. So long as Mr. Qian was willing to open his mouth, this sort of matter like Ling Tian's was not worth a fart to him. Ling Tian smiled. Since that's the case, I can put myself at ease. Tomorrow I shall get some banknotes from Grandma and pass them to Mr. Qian for you to use as you see fit. I estimate 5 million taels should do the job. 5 million. Mr. Qian staggered, nearly slipping and falling. Even if one wanted to buy a large residence, one would not need so much. 5 million taels, this was enough to build a palace. Ling Tian nodded his head, smiling at Mr. Qian as he continued. Mister, regarding the military workshop left to me by the Xiao family, I will only need a few of the experienced smithers. If I were to take them all, the Xiao family would not be able to bear it, while I would have reservations even in using them. Mr. Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. In that case, I need to find 2,000 people to replace those inside at least. Ling Tian grinned. Mister does not need to panic for as long as the laborers have strength. That would be good. 2,000 people will not be difficult to find. The majority of the silver would be spent on the residence. The residence must firstly be big as possible. Secondly, it has to be deserted, best outside the city where it will not attract anyone's attention. Thirdly, the location must be good, being able to account for an all-round defense. Yep, just these three. After you have found one that fits, no matter what the residence is, I will still give it a total facelift. And the silver will be mostly used for the facelift. Mr. Qian let out a breath in relief. So that's the case. However, he furrowed his brow soon after, saying, for those requirements that you have stated before, this old man does have a place which will fit in all three criteria. Oh. Ling Tian's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly asked, where is it? Mr. Qian replied, it's at a forested riverside, south of the city, below Mount Victory. It is the Liang dynasty's King Fu's courtyard. The position is strategic, with mountains on a side and a river on the other, making it hard to attack, but easy to defend. It is just that this is built by the Liang dynasty emperor for his royal brother. However, before it had finished building, the Liang dynasty was annihilated by our army, and thus, people started to claim that it was an ominous land. Although the location is good, the place has literally turned into ruins, with nobody showing interest. The foundations are still intact. With a bit of renovations and building, it would be considered to be barely fit for use. As long as young noble wills it, we do not even need the silver to buy it. We only need to send people to fix it, and there would be no one poking their noses in. Ling Tian rested his chin on one hand and thought for a while, before saying, if that is so, mister, how about I follow you out of the city to visit your friends tomorrow? Mr. Qian blanked out for a while before coming to an understanding. Ling Tian wanted to make use of this time to check if the King Fu's courtyard was up to his expectations or not, and to use the excuse of visiting friends would be the perfect cover. Who said that a student could not accompany his teacher to visit his friends? Thus, Ling Tian planned to go there in an upright and righteous fashion, and he could even avoid scrutiny and undue concern. A flawless plan. This was even more true now that Ling Tian had just flipped the entire residence upside down, and thus he had to lie low a while, else he would be stuck at Ling Zhan and Ling Zhao's side listening to them nag, or even worse, getting beaten up. In addition, given that Xuanhuan was still staying inside the Ling residence, Ling Tian did not want to see that shrewd old thing come out with stunts to wreck his plans. After realizing this point, Mr. Qin gave a bright smile, looking at Ling Tian with an undisguised mischief in his eyes. Now that matters were settled, Mr. Qin had no reason to stay, and after a few teasing words, he bade farewell and left for his own room. On the other side, Ling Jian, who had been training nonstop while the other two were discussing, had almost reached his bodily limits, looking entirely as though he had been pulled out from the water. Every strand of his hair stuck onto his scalp, and his body constantly emitted steam. Ling Tian let out a smile of praise when he saw this, and threw a few more pieces of charcoal into the brazier, letting the dying embers blaze up once again. In just a few short moments, the room was so warm that people did not need to wear clothes any longer. At this point, Ling Tian realized that he forgot to refill the brazier whilst in discussion with Mr. Qin. No wonder Mr. Qin did not bother staying on afterwards. It was because he felt cold. Shaking his head, Ling Tian smiled. Ling Jian, slow down your pace and recover step by step. Walk towards the brazier and change your clothes. Ling Tian was very clear that for this sort of grueling training for Ling Jian, if he did not take a break, he would never reach maximum effectiveness for the training. Instead, he would even end up injuring himself greatly if his body was not warmed. With a sound of acknowledgement, Ling Jian slowly halted his movements. When he stopped, without waiting for him to come over, Ling Tian had already thrown an overcoat over his body, bringing him close to the brazier to sit down. Ling Jian's lips trembled, saying, "Many thanks, young noble." Ling Tian stared deeply at him, saying, "Ling Jian, if there was one day that you die protecting me, I would not say thanks. Do you understand what I mean?" Ling Jian, however, replied emotionally, "To die while protecting the young noble, that is my honor." Ling Tian patted his shoulder, saying, "Thus, you don't need to thank me either." Pausing a while, Ling Tian turned his head over and said, "Between men, there is no need for thanks. Using just the mouth, you can never express yourself fully. It's too bland." Ling Jian's eyes twinkled and he lowered his head. Understood. Even though Ling Jian did not fully understand what Ling Tian meant with that sentence, he stored it in his heart. To him, every word and action of his young noble was worth the effort to learn. Even if he did not understand now, there would come a day when he would. And when the time came, he would definitely understand the intentions behind his young noble. That was what he thought. The next day, dawn. Ling Tian first made his way into Madame Ling's room, where they had a conversation, muttering about God knows what. This was followed by him bringing Ling Jian as well as a bodyguard, and following Mr. Qin into his carriage to visit his friend. Behind him, by the doors of the great hall, stood several people. All of them had various forms of expressions. Ling Zhan was still depressed and did not even bother stepping out. Ling Xiao was, on the other hand, still angry and looked as though he could not wait to grab Ling Tian to give him a thorough beating. Chu Tinger had an expression of concern, while Madame Ling's was one of pride. Further back, a silhouette watched the tiny shadow of Ling Tian with a heavy face, appearing as though he was meeting his lifelong enemy. Carrying this face of deep probing and investigation was naturally Xuanhuan. Watching this scene, Xuanhuan said, "The little fellow is moving out. There must be something going on. Follow him and tell me what he does." While there was nobody behind him, not even a shadow, the moment he finished talking, a barely noticeable body shape flickered in the sunlight before disappearing. He only left a word hanging in the air. "Yes." Ling Kong rushed back to his run, his emotions in an eager mess. Bending over the case, his hand casually grabbed the piece of paper and wrote a few words on it. The flowing river surrounded by trees, below Mount Victory, obstruct and kill Ling Tian. No mistakes are tolerated. In a jiffy, a pure white carrier pigeon took flight from the Ling residence. It flew in a circle on top of the residence before heading south. Looking at the carrier pigeon soar through the air, a flash of happiness shone in Ling Kong's eyes, and his malevolent face was suffused with excitement. Within the Ling residence, in the tallest attic, was the location Madame Ling used to recite her Buddhist prayers daily. Currently, Madame Ling stood at the window, her hand holding on to a scripture book, yet her eyes were facing east. Seeing the carrier pigeon suddenly rise from the east-striding courtyard, her eyes flashed with a coldness akin to ice. Her killing intent flowed out unchecked. Chapter 48. Fighting on the Streets. 2 horse carriages, one in front with the other behind, moved slowly on the streets. The 4 horses which dragged the carriage along had already indicated that this was a super luxurious carriage. There were plenty of bells which hanged all around the carriage, ringing as they went along the streets. This was the trademark of the Ling mansion, the famous gold wind chimes which was famous across the world. In the carriage, it was extremely spacious inside. Mr. Qian held a scroll of yellow-colored pages, reading it with enjoyment by the side. Ling Tian sat in a relaxed position with his eyes shut and a calm face. No one could tell what exactly he was thinking about. Ling Jin sat behind Ling Tian with his back straight with all his muscles tensed up. Ling Jin would remember a single phrase which Ling Tian said, "No matter what, training must never stop." Currently, Ling Jin was using his actions to live out this phrase. After leaving the Ling family mansion, the carriage proceeded slowly to the south. The carriage swayed gently, giving one the feeling that he was in a baby's cradle. At least, Ling Tian felt that way as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. These few days of hard work was indeed not easy for him. Despite him having the mental age carried over from his past life, he was still in the body of a 5-year-old child. Despite being trained in martial arts, it was also extremely taxing for him to be overstretched for the past few days. With such a good opportunity to take a break during the journey, Ling Tian would definitely not let go of it. Just when he was gradually about to fall asleep, the carriage suddenly stopped as a commotion sounded outside, as though there were people fighting. Ling Tian was startled awake. The feeling of wanting to sleep but being pulled out of your dreams by a shock sent Ling Tian into a fit of rage. Such a rage is called morning blues in his previous life. A weird voice then sounded, as though it was a chicken who had its neck strangled. "Get lost, get lost. Get off the road. I'm talking about you. Damn it, are you deaf?" Following which, he heard the hoarse voice of Ling Da who was driving his carriage. "Bullshit. You should be the one to get lost. Open up your eyes before you want to bully someone. Look at which family this carriage belongs to." Ling Tian grunted in his heart. The people blocking us must definitely be from the Yang family. In this large capital, only the Yang family would have the guts to block the carriage with the Ling family's gold wind chimes. Ling Tian stretched out his hands to lift up the curtains. Then, he looked back at the furious Mr. Qian and gave a mischievous smile. Mr. Qian was originally extremely angry, but after seeing Ling Tian's expression, he knew that the Yang family who was blocking the way were going to be in trouble. He could not help but laugh as he pulled Ling Jin who wanted to follow Ling Tian down. "Let the young noble handle this matter. It is not appropriate for any of us to handle this matter." Ling Jin was first stunned for a while before understanding what Mr. Qian meant. He then sat down obediently and looked out of the window. Ling Tian got off the carriage as he looked up in the skies and said with arrogance, "Ling Da, which blind person dares to block the carriage of my Ling family? Go and ask him if he thinks that he has too many heads growing on his neck and wants to get rid of one." As this arrogant command sounded, everyone by the sides all became silent. The guard of the Ling family was stunned for a moment before laughing. "Oi, my young noble is asking you a question. Do you have 2 heads on your neck? Ha ha ha." On the opposite, the carriage also had 4 horses pulling on it with a fair and round fatty driving the carriage. This was the fat driver that was the one shouting previously. The moment he saw that the young master of the Ling family was the one in the carriage, he knew that this matter could not be settled by him. Before his master said anything, it was best for him to just feign deaf and hide like a tortoise. The veils on the opposite carriage were then lifted as a 13 to 14-year-old teen walked down. His hair was in a mess with triangular eyes. Before even taking a few steps, his body had already began to shake as though he was drunk. It was obvious that he was exactly like how Ling Tian was acting, someone who only knew how to rely on the strength of the family, arrogant to the point he did not even know how to walk properly. This was the young master of the Yang family, Yang Wei. As everyone saw this teen walk down, they felt that they were in luck. They had unknowingly chanced upon a good show between the two infamous brats in the city fighting over the road. The crowd then began to grow larger as they all watched with excited eyes. This road was the main street of the capital. Not to mention 2-horse carriages. Even if it was 4 or 6 of carriages of this size, the road was more than enough to fit them all. But whenever the Ling family or Yang family's carriage were on the streets, they would definitely be in the center of the streets. They had met with each other many times before and had fought countless of times with both families having their fair share of wins and losses. But for the younger generation from both family to meet at the same time, this was the first ever since they were born. It seems that there would definitely be an exciting show. Now, both the young masters were surrounded by guards, mumbling something as they stared to the skies with disdain on their faces. While still staring at the sky, Ling Tian calmly said, "Whoa, I wondered who had such guts. So it is just a little lamb." His clear voice sounded, completely filled with disdain. The crowds broke out into commotion. This young master of the Ling family is so bold. Yang Wei's body continued to sway, as though he would not be able to show his status and unique charisma if he did not do so, as he retorted, where did this little brat come from? He actually copies after others like a little dog and walked in the middle of the streets. He actually dares to snatch the road with this young master? He actually began to bark first. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have guts, you have guts. He used a total of 3 as though he was extremely surprised. Ling Tian then replied, "Young Master Yang, what are you shivering about? Don't tell me you are getting fits. It's best you return home quickly. I heard that it isn't good to come in contact with too much wind with this illness," with a tone filled with concern. As Mr. Qin saw how Yang Wei was acting together with Ling Tian's sarcasm, he almost burst out into laughter. Yang Wei's swaying immediately stopped as he scolded in frustration. "Little dog, hurry up and let the path out to this young master. I do not have the time to play with you. Scram back to your kennel. This young master is magnanimous and will not be calculative with you. I will let you off today." As he said that, he snatched the horse whip from the fatty and whipped it in the air, making a loud smack. Following which, he walked forward with the whip with a vicious look filled with excitement, as though he wanted to whip Ling Tian on the spot. Seeing the malevolent look on Yan Wei's face, Ling Tian knew that he had successfully incited Yan Wei's rage. He then snickered in his heart. "Let's see if you will fall for it or not." Following which, he pretended to be in fear as he stuttered, "You, what are you so fierce for? Be careful that I will complain to my aunt's husband too." These words of his was purposefully spoken softly as his voice trembled, as though he was frightened by Yang Wei. The moment he said aunt's husband, it was soft to the point only Yang Wei was able to hear it. As Ling Tian said that, everyone was surprised. This young master of the Ling family was so fierce when they first met. Why is it such that after Yang Wei became ferocious, Ling Tian's knees turned completely soft? They all could not help but feel disdain in their heart. For him to admit his weakness in front of everyone, how would the Ling family reputation suffer? Many people could not help but shake their heads as they thought to themselves, General Ling is so heroic and courageous, but his son actually turned out like that. This is really a tiger father with a dog son, the downfall of the family. Yang Wei was extremely pleased in his heart. Whenever their Yang family fought the Ling family, their family was always on the losing end. But when he came out today, he was actually able to scare the young master of the Ling family silent. Although he was bullying the Yang, it was still obvious to the crowds that the Yang family was a head above the Ling family. In excitement, blood rushed towards his head as he did not pay much attention to what Ling Tian said. Seeing Ling Tian respond so weakly, Yang Wei broke out into a crazed laughter. "Your aunt's husband? Ha ha ha! What can your aunt's husband amount to? He dares to interfere with the affairs of my Yang family? Is he tired of living? This young master will be waiting here. Brat, go and call your aunt's husband over, and this young master will see if he will have to kowtow to me for mercy." Wahaha! A wave of maniacal laughter sounded. Ling Tian shouted out, obviously extremely angry, "You dare scold my aunt's husband? You have guts." Yang Wei then spat on the ground as he said, "What can your aunt's husband be considered? Not only do this young master dare to scold him, I also dare to beat him up." Ling Tian then chuckled as his face changed to one of seriousness and coldness. With a sharp glare, he shouted, "Everyone heard that. This person is extremely bold and dares to scold the emperor. He does not place the emperor in his sights at all. It is obvious that his Yang family is disloyal and wants to rebel. Men, capture all of these people from the Yang family. Don't let any of them off. If they dare to retaliate, kill them without mercy for the crime of treason. Only then did everyone realize that Duke Ling only had a single daughter, and this daughter of his was married to the emperor. Then, Ling Tian's aunt's husband would be the emperor. Although he was being a little unreasonable and trying to force a crime onto Yang Wei, everyone present can be witnesses to the fact that Yang Wei scolded Ling Tian's aunt's husband. Chapter 49, Crime of Rebellion. Everyone felt baffled at the scene. The two children were arguing a while ago with everyone watching them in enjoyment. How did the winds change and suddenly bring in the topic of the emperor? To insult the emperor and harbor plans of rebelling was a crime which would cause the extermination of all 9 generations of one's family. How did young Master Yang not know this and proceed to insult the other party's uncle-in-law? Because Ling Tian's voice was too soft, so everyone did not hear Ling Tian saying, "Tell that to my aunt's husband." They only heard young noble Yang suddenly burst out scolding the other party's uncle-in-law, and even venomously so, and furthermore fluently cursing. Shit has hit the fan. Everyone present only saw the young Master Yang standing there stock still in shock. Then, the audience hurriedly moved their legs to escape. Are you kidding me? In just a blink of an eye, an old hen transformed into a duck. Since the topic went to rebelling, why would the people of their caliber stay when the only option there was death? Ling Tian shifted his vision and glanced towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi was a bodyguard of the Ling family, and also one which had constantly opposed the Yang family for many years. While he worked as a coachman on the surface, he had virtually seen all the struggles of the two families over the years. Of course, Ling Tian had to consult him to understand how he should proceed in order to reap the full benefits. Under their tacit agreement, Ling Tian suddenly jumped onto the chariot, shouting, "All are not to move. Those present here are all witnesses. If anyone dares to move, he or she will be dealt with in the same crime of rebellion. The punishment will be the extermination of your 9 generations." Once he spoke, those on the street froze like blocks of wood. Everyone had an expression of dread, with their limbs shaking as they screamed in their hearts. Why am I so unlucky? I came here to watch a good show, but got turned into a witness for a crime of rebellion. What is the reasoning behind this suffering? Many of them secretly swore. Even if there was a beautiful lady doing a striptease on the streets in future, they would not even stay there to observe. This sort of matter was death-inducing. Behind the Yang family's chariot, a servant suddenly pushed apart the crowd and sped off. In a blink of an eye, not even his shadow could be seen. Obviously, he had gone back to the Yang residence to report the matter. However, Ling Tian did not even bat an eyelid, as though he had not noticed the blatant escape. He did not think that the Yang family will be destroyed by this, and only thought he could use this chance to bring the Yang's young master down a notch. Secretly throwing Ling Yi a glance, he gave a tacit signal, and Ling Yi immediately sliced off the bridle of one of the horses pulling the chariot. He then got on the horse and speed along towards the Ling residence. "Little thing, how dare you try to climb up my head? Watch how this little grandpa play you to death." Ling Tian thought to himself happily. However, his facial expression remained chilly as he scolded. "Men, what are you still waiting for? Tie them all up. No one shall be exempted." Yang Wei's pitch went up by an octave as he shouted, "You dare!" A wave of disdain surfaced in Ling Tian's heart. Waving his hands, he continued, "Anyone who resists would be considered a rebel. Kill them without mercy. Men, hurry up." Yes. The various guards of the Ling residence shouted out their acknowledgement, pouncing towards the people like wolves and tigers. The moment they grabbed onto someone, they would first give them a good beating before tying them up. Finally, the ropes ran out, and they started to take out the belts of the unfortunate victims to use as a rope. In that moment, all the Ling bodyguards were high-spirited, delightedly carrying themselves without restraint. After fighting with the Yang family for 3 decades, this was the first time they could let loose all their frustrations. How would the Yang family's bodyguard and butler know that just a single sentence from their young master would land them in such trouble? Right now, everyone was behaving similarly, not daring to move, allowing themselves to be tied up. Thinking of moving. You must be joking. It would be counted as treason. Ling Tian was completely willing to kill on the streets. Furthermore, even if they were killed, It would be just and proper, and no one would say a word against him. Glancing at the audiences lying wrapped like dumplings on the floor in satisfaction, Ling Tian nodded his head. He then slowly walked in front of Yang Wei, saying, "Young Master Yang, I just thought of it. I have not asked for your name yet." Yang Wei had on a face of viciousness, coldly snorting. "Kid, don't be too happy. I won't let you go, definitely not." Ling Tian now smiled, his grin remaining on his face as he stood back up. Suddenly, he stretched out a leg, kicking him to the ground. Walking up to him, he stretched out his right leg, slowly and firmly pressing it on Yang Wei's face, viciously grinding it such that the latter's mouth was buried in the snow piled up on the street. Contemptuously laughing, he continued, "Young Master Yang, you aren't willing to let me go?" As he spoke, he slowly lifted up his leg, before placing it down. Lift up, push down. "You must know that for today's matters, even if I were to kill you right now, your grandfather would still have to personally come over to the Ling residence to thank me. Do you really think that you are some big shot?" Hee-hee-ha. Ling Tian felt as though he was basking in too much of the limelight today. In his laughter, he purposely added a touch of bossiness to it, making it look like an evildoer who had gotten what he wanted. Yang Wei's mouth was filled with soil, with muffled sounds coming from within his mouth. Upon hearing Ling Tian's cold ridicule, he finally could not resist the fear growing in his heart, and 2 streams of tears flowed out from his eyes. As he thought of the seriousness of the matter just now, he got more and more afraid. The humiliation added on was the breaking point for him, making him burst into tears. "My God, you're crying from this? How pathetic." Ling Tian slowly brought his leg down, then turned to face another bodyguard of the Yang family, smiling as he spoke. "What is the name of your young master?" Despite the cute smile on Ling Tian's face, the bodyguard felt the chills deep in his heart. He could not help but hiccup as he stuttered. "Young master's name is called Yang Wei." Ling Tian's mouth dropped wide open, his expression fantastic to behold. After a while, he finally could not take it any longer, bursting out into laughter. "Impotent. How could someone actually be given such a dog's hit name?" Ling Tian laughed till the tears flowed down from his face, his body racked with shivers. He was really full of respect for Yang Kong-kun. This man, his standard at giving names was in a league of its own. From afar, the sound of frenzied horse clops sounded, and a group of people on horseback came from opposite directions, from the north and south. Both houses really live up their name of being decade-old enemies, even having such synchronization in appearing at the scene. Ling Tian mused to himself. Seeing both parties close to arriving as he glanced sideways, he immediately dived into the chariot. For the following matter, Ling Tian was not willing to stand out any further. However, the Yang family would not, even in their dreams, think that inside his chariot was still hidden another witness that could be considered a heavyweight character. That was Mr. Qin. Both families had sent out their heavyweight characters as well. On the Ling family's side, there was the Duke Ling Zhan and Ling Tian's father Ling Xiao. Furthermore, there was another who came to watch the fun, the Xiao family's Xuanhuan. Standing beside Duke Ling was a beardless middle-aged man, who was the Ling family's chief advisor, Li Jingchong, otherwise known as Mr. Li. When Duke Ling heard the news that Ling Tian had caught a few of the Yang family members who had showed signs of rebellion, Li Jingchong, who had happened to be beside him, immediately thought of this as a golden opportunity to undermine the Yang family's strength. How could the latter let it go? Xuanhuan, who just happened to be playing chess with Ling Zhan, naturally would not miss the chance for such a good show. In fact, when Xuanhuan heard the news, the first thought that ran through his mind was, yet another opportunity presented itself to that little devil's mouth. Similar to the Ling family, the lineup of the Yang family's members was in no way inferior. Other than the family head, Yang Kong-kun, there was also Yang Wei's father, Yang Lei, his uncle, Yang Chun, as well as several experts and officials. It was as though they came out in full force, with all of them having flustered expressions. Looking at the bedraggled appearance of Yang Wei, all of them were brimming with fury. The audience gathered around in a huge ring. In the ring was 7 to 8 Yang family members with depressed looks, trussed up like turkeys. Every one of them even had a bright steel sword on their necks. Although Yang Wei did not have any steel sword placed on him, his face was full of mud and soil, with his hair in disarray and his body covered in filth. Because it just snowed, and the weather today was considered relatively warm, the piled-up snow started to melt. Since Yang Wei had been pushed down and stepped on by Ling Tian, he naturally took the grand prize. In Ling Tian's eyes, this young noble Yang now looked like a refugee from Africa. 1. The author is playing with homonyms here. Yang Wei, Yang White, has the same pronunciation as Yang Wei, Yang White, which means that one is impotent. Chapter 50. Concrete Evidence. Yang Kong-kun's face turned dark as he bellowed. What is going on? Seeing how pitiful his grandson was, he felt a wave of heartache. Hurry and release him. The servant who reported the matter to the family had only said that young Master Yang Wei and the young master of the Ling family had a conflict, with Ling Tian catching Yang Wei by slandering him for humiliating the emperor. Yang Kong-kun felt that something was wrong, but the servant just did not dare to explain the whole incident. After all, how would a mere servant dare to talk about humiliating the emperor? Thus, Yang Kong-kun still did not know what happened exactly, and only knew that it was a serious matter rushing over in exasperation. If Yang Wei had offended any other family, Yang Kong-kun could not be bothered with it. But the moment he heard that the Ling family was the other party, he had no choice but to make a personal appearance. Wait. Seeing how the people of the Yang family actually ignored everyone around and wanted to free Yang Wei, Ling Zhan roared, "It is best for us to clarify what happened first before doing anything." Yang Kong-kun retorted, "Old man Ling, the one being tied up is my grandson." What he meant was, "He isn't your grandson. Obviously you don't feel the heartache." Ling Zhan replied coldly, "I know he does not have the surname Ling, but he will not die even if he is tied up for a while more." Yang Kong-kun trembled in anger and managed to barely suppress his anger after taking a few deep breaths. All of a sudden, there was the sound of horses accompanied by flurried footsteps approaching from the east as a squadron of guards dressed in armor approached. The Capital Law Enforcement Squadron. The Yang family stared at them until their eyeballs almost fell off. The Capital Law Enforcement Squadron was a special force in the capital and can be said to be the most powerful force entity apart from the regular force. Their combat prowess was even stronger than the regular army. Ever since this squadron was founded, it has always been in the control of the imperial family. Towards the various powers and government officials in the capital, it carried a strong sense of intimidation. Everyone from the Ling family then revealed a delighted look as Yang Kong-kun turned his head around. What exactly happened? His hand stretched out as he grabbed the fat driver and brought the driver to his side. The fat driver explained the whole event with a depressed expression. However, even he did not hear what Ling Tian said, which caused Yang Wei to scold Ling Tian's uncle-in-law. Since Yang Kong-kun was the one interrogating him, he could only reply honestly about how the young master was the one who began scolding Ling Tian's uncle-in-law. Yang Kong-kun took a deep breath of cold air. This matter can be big or small, depending on the situation. If the Ling family insists that Yang Wei insulted the emperor, this grandson of his is finished for sure. Yang Kong-kun was both angered and frustrated as he stepped on Yang Wei. Are you an idiot? He dug such an obvious trap for you, and you jumped into it without hesitation. He has his uncle-in-law. Don't you have one too? Both of your uncle-in-laws are the same person. Bastard. Yang Kong-kun was angered by his grandson to the point he went silly. Yang Wei scolded Ling Tian's uncle-in-law. Isn't that the same as scolding his own uncle-in-law? Yang Kong-kun also felt that there was definitely something that was wrong in this incident. Although Yang Wei was not extremely bright, he wasn't so stupid either. There must definitely be a hidden explanation behind this. An official from the Capital Law Enforcement Squadron then walked over with a cold expression. What is going on here? Elder Ling? Elder Yang? What are you two elders doing here? The second half of his sentence was filled with shock. Ling Zhan then laughed as he said, "This old man heard that there was a madman here who dared to humiliate the emperor in public. In a fit of rage, this old man came to take a look." That official then paid his compliments to the different people present before walking to the center and asking, "What is going on here?" In fact, he was also extremely worried in his heart. While the Capital Law Enforcement Squadron belonged to the imperial family and had a high status, the 2-inch people here were not figures that he could offend. Even if they would not want to offend the Capital Law Enforcement Squadron, it was nothing difficult for them to deal with a small officer like him. As he saw that both Ling Zhan and Yang Kong-kun was present, he was completely filled with regret. This was obviously a conflict between both their families, and even the emperor would not be able to defuse it so easily, much less him. He then began to search within the crowd as he thought to himself, F***K. Where did that fellow who gave me the news disappear to? If this daddy here sees him, I will definitely shred him into pieces." From the Ling family carriage, which did not move for a long time, an old man who was holding the hand of a little boy suddenly came out from within. His face was lean as his beard reached his chest. "Ha! Why not?" you asked this old man. This old man had been here all this while and had witnessed the whole incident. Besides, there are over hundreds of people here who can be the witness to this event as well. If this old man is unfair with my words, there will naturally be someone from the crowd to step out and disagree with me. The moment Yang Kongkun saw that he was the one stepping out from the carriage, Yang Kongkun felt his head go into a whirl. Why is it him? Things are now bad. If he is the one who planned it all, this wouldn't be surprising. Mr. Qian had always been indifferent to fame and fortune and did not have any government posts. However, his reputation in the world was unrivaled. Together with him being a teacher for many years, he has many talented students all over the world. Even in the current ministerial court, there were many officials who were once under Mr. Qian's tutelage. A few days ago, Yang Kongkun heard that Ling Zhan personally invited Mr. Qian into the Ling family to be the teacher of Ling Tian. Yang Kongkun never imagined that this old man would come out right at this crucial period of time. In front of both the family heads and the capital law enforcement squadron, Mr. Qian repeated the whole incident truthfully. Even the words which Yang Wei used were recited out by him word for word without concealing it in the slightest. Mr. Qian always had an extremely good reputation. Together with the fact that what he said was completely truthful, everyone understood what happened after a short explanation. Yang Kongkun's face turned paler and paler as he heard the story, to the point his face was completely white when the story ended. He had originally felt the matter to be extremely strange. This meeting was obviously coincidental, yet it was made use of so perfectly by someone, forcing his Yang family into a corner. The intricate calculations, sharp foresight, and powerful means were all so baffling. Even if someone were to beat Yang Kongkun to death, he would never believe that the whole affair today was planned out by the mischievous brat of the Ling family. Only after he saw Mr. Qian did Yang Kongkun felt like his doubts were answered. So it was this old man who was controlling the scenes from the back. It is no wonder that my Yang family suffered such a great loss this time. With Yang Wei's pitiful intellect, he completely lacked any form of flexibility. Together with this sly and cunning old man and how sudden this matter was, it was no surprise that Yang Wei fell for Mr. Qian's plans. After Yang Kongkun saw Mr. Qian, he inevitably shoved all of the responsibility for the matters today onto him. In that instant, a vicious glare filled his eyes as he stared at Mr. Qian while thinking to himself, "Darn old thing. I did not place you in my sights initially, but I never thought that you would help the Ling family. Taking the initiative to attack? Ha ha ha, let us wait and see. In this capital, the Ling family is not the only one here." Yang Wei's father, Yang Lei, felt that the matters were becoming more and more disadvantageous for his son and could not help but retort. The young master of the Ling family had always been arrogant and conceited. Who in the capital does not know that? This matter may be started by Ling Tian, forcing my son, Yang Wei, to retaliate. It is all within reason. Everyone then turned to look at Ling Tian, whose hand was being held by Mr. Qian. His eyes was still filled with tears as his eyes were red, obviously crying before this. Currently, his eyes were still looking around anxiously as his body retreated behind Mr. Qian. It was obvious that Ling Tian was extremely frightened. Such a child would start this matter? You're still slandering him? Everyone present came to an immediate conclusion. The young master of the Yang family was definitely the one who bullied Ling Tian, but had accidentally have a slip of his tongue. After all, for a 13-year-old teen to fight a 5-year-old child, everyone did not need to think to guess what the result would be. Looking at Ling Tian's pitiful appearance, looking as though he would cry at any moment, all of the senior present could not help but want to hug and console him. They had all came to a conclusion in their hearts that the Yang family went too far this time. They had actually sent a 13-year-old teen to bully a 5-year-old child. As they all understood what was going on, everyone present were kept behind as witnesses. The victim of the incident also gave his statement of what happened, and there was concrete evidence. The faces of those from the Yang family turned ashen. Chapter 51, Truth. Chapter 51, Truth. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. At this point, young Master Yang finally had a chance to speak. After furiously spitting out the mud inside his mouth, he shouted, "It's that little bastard who is setting me up. I'm innocent." He barely got the sentence out before he was viciously slapped by the ashamed Yang Kong-kun, who shouted, "Back! Shut your mouth!" Ling Zhao's eyes were suffused with coldness which everyone could see. To think that jerk dared to call my son a little bastard. Such a humiliation. To think he dared to be so unbridled even after carrying such a heavy crime. Ling Xiao could not help but want to step in to teach him a lesson. Yang Kong-kun stood ramrod straight in front of his grandson, saying, "Although things have come to such a stage, all of us have only heard one side of the story. Doesn't everyone want to hear the other party explain themselves?" Standing by the side, Li Zhengchong guffawed heartily, saying, "It doesn't matter what young Master Yang says regarding this sort of matter. However, if Sire Yang is not resigned to this fact, you can let your grandson speak out. There's no harm in doing so." Li Zhengchong realized that the Yang family would be in quite a predicament this time round, and he could not help but feel amazed in his heart. This was an originally minor incident, of two children from opposing families arguing. However, under some premeditated guidance, what was originally chicken feed evolved into something which involved all levels of the imperial court, thoroughly putting the Yang family in an embarrassing spot. In particular, the person's ability to grasp the opportune timing, and his judgment was impeccably accurate, leading to such an astonishing scene. The most wonderful part of this was not the fact that Yang Wei was set up, but rather in which the timing was so precisely calculated that both the Yang and Ling families' reinforcements arrived at the exact same time. This was totally mind-blowing. One must know that if any of the families had arrived earlier than the other, the end result would not be like this. If the Yang family were to arrive first, then they would disperse the crowd of witnesses at the first instant and save their people. Only then would they formulate their counterattack. If the Ling family were to arrive first, the Yang family would also have an excuse, saying that all these witnesses were planted by the Ling family deliberately. The Ling family might even be marked with bogus accusations. However, now that both the families had arrived at the same time despite the distance being substantially different, the situation had also become more complex. Right now, both families did not dare to ask the witnesses to disperse in order to deal with this situation. The moment one side opened their mouth, it would mean giving the other party an excuse to strike and say that the offending party had a guilty conscience. As such, either family could use such a scenario to turn the tables onto the other. And the most crucial factor was that even the capital law enforcement squadron was also called over. The moment the law enforcement squadron had heard that there was someone showing signs of rebellion as well as insulting the emperor, they immediately rushed to the scene, attempting to try and net some merit. However, it was unfortunate that they ended up as a pincushion against the fights of the two great families. If the law enforcement squadron had not appeared, both families would have brought their people back and forgot about this matter after fighting for a few rounds. Even if both families were to flip the skies upside down, the imperial family would still adopt the position of a bystander and not get involved, waiting for reap the benefits of both families' weakening. However, now that the team representing the imperial authority had already awkwardly inserted themselves into this matter, that former idea obviously would not work anymore. At this juncture, the only solution to this seemed to be to report the matter to the emperor and await his judgment. However, the fact that Yang Wei had blatantly insulted the emperor meant that he would not be able to escape punishment. One of them was viciously scolding, while the other trying his best to defend the name. Both families were poles apart. At this juncture, which family the emperor would lean towards was obvious at a glance. No matter how this matter was settled, it was undeniable that the Ling family would gain the upper hand. Not only would they win the lawsuit, they would also receive the emperor's favor as well as his reward. On the other hand, even if Yang Wei would be given grace and stop the pursuit of this matter, Yang Wei's life would already be considered finished due to this tiny incident. Not only did the Yang family have to swallow all these pin-up grievances, they had to swallow them with joyous expressions. On the surface with half a word of complaint. If they wanted to seek revenge from the Ling family, they could only do so discreetly and not out in the open. However, both families were already locked in constant strife with each other, so why would the Ling family be afraid of this revenge from the Yang family? Expert. To be able to extrapolate such a trivial matter into such a heaven-defying result, this could only be the work of gods or devils. Upon realizing all this, the head advisor, Li Zhengchong, had a face full of reverence. As though he was witnessing the first rays of sunlight on top of a tall mountain, he looked at Mr. Qin. Though this fellow seemed to be law-abiding and scholarly, no one would have imagined that beneath this restrained appearance was someone who was bold and shrewd. One indeed cannot judge a book by its cover. No one would even imagine, let alone believe, that this matter was actually orchestrated by the teary-eyed, gutless child standing by the side. At this moment, Yang Wei was narrating the whole process in which the argument had developed. Then he said he was going to tell his aunt's husband about this, and let him take care of me. So I just, saying up till here, he secretly lifted up his head to see his grandfather's expression, and tactfully did not continue talking. Thankfully, Yang Kong-kun did not die from anger from this. Yang Kong-kun repeatedly cursed in his heart. How could I have such an idiotic grandson? You would be better off not speaking in this case. In his heart, he had already understood what exactly happened. In a verbal exchange, it would be natural for one's tongue to inadvertently slip. If it were a normal person, that would be the end of it. However, the person in question was Ling Tian. The aunt's husband that Ling Tian had brought out was someone not in the capacity of Yang Wei to even criticize. All the surrounding audience all felt the same way. If a child was being bullied, he would naturally look for an adult to protect him. As to why Ling Tian had mentioned his uncle-in-law, it was a matter of fact. In every child's heart, only the mightiest adult would have the capability to help and protect him. In Ling Tian's case, among all the people he knew, the first person in his mind would definitely be the emperor. This also meant that the emperor, to Ling Tian, was a figure he respected and was close to. Thus, Yang Wei's retaliatory sentence not only sealed his fate, but also increased Ling Tian's reputation in the eyes of the emperor. When the crowd separates, word of this would spread to the emperor's ears, and his impression of the Ling family would also improve by a few points. One would definitely think, why would such a small child like Ling Tian be able to speak of asking his uncle-in-law for help? It could only be that their family teachings were good. Furthermore, this would speak volumes about the loyalty of the Ling family towards the emperor. It was the combination of all these factors that made Yang Kong-kun nearly faint from the anger. Such a small matter was reflected into such a big problem, and could even result in long-term repercussions. If one were to manipulate it properly, this would be enough to determine the success and failure of both the families. The crowd were not fools. After pondering for a while, they could not help but show a change in their expressions. In that instant, it was as if all of them were suffering from suffocation, and they collectively sucked in a long breath of cold air. The suction was so great it was as if the entire street had turned into a vacuum in that very moment. As the commander of the law enforcement squadron, Xuanhuan, saw how the matters had already progressed to such a stage, he could only prudently observe Yang Kong-kun's expression as he suggested, "This matter is out of this small one's jurisdiction. Might I suggest that the two sires instead pay a visit to the emperor and seek divine judgment?" The crowd remained silent. At this point, who could not guess what the emperor would say and deal with this matter? What so-called divine judgment was all a formality. However, the solution that Xuanhuan suggested was the only plausible route to take in order to solve this problem. Even though both Ling Zhan and Yang Kong-kun possessed enough manpower to overflow the heavens in their lifetime, they did not have the ability to resolve this problem amicably. The two old fellows exchanged a glance. One of them had an expression full of glee, while the other was angered beyond words, with a depressed expression. Both nodded their heads at the same time. Xuanhuan only hid behind Ling Zhan from start to the end, coldly watching on as a bystander. Having suffered from a disadvantage before, he naturally could tell with a glance that this matter was, without doubt, another masterpiece created by that little demon. To think he could still reveal such a pitiful look to win the audience's pity. Today's matter did not just severely wound the Yang family, it also greatly boosted the development of the Ling family. The ingenious part of this was that Ling Tian's escaped from the spotlight the moment Mr. Qin stepped out of the carriage. Thus, Ling Tian managed to continue concealing himself, with the brunt of the impact being taken by Mr. Qin. Such a brilliant plan. The more Xuanhuan evaluated the successes and failures of this plan, the more he felt as though that pitiful child had an intellect that was as deep as the ocean, vast and unfathomable. He could only suck in a breath of air, and once more seriously reconsider his viewpoint of Ling Tian. As he focused on Ling Tian, he saw Ling Tian turn his head towards him, the corners of his mouth rising upwards in a crafty smile. Chapter 52. Ambush. Chapter 52, Ambush. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. The emperor's decision was extremely swift and wise. He commanded Yang Kongkun to take his grandson back and discipline him well. Not only did he not punish him, he rewarded him with 10 taels of gold. He then comforted Yang Kongkun in an amiable manner. These are all just words spoken by kids. Rebellion? Ha ha, isn't this just a joke? Are both your elders here to crack a joke with us? This was what the emperor said. In fact, it had a subtle meaning of, there is no need for you to trouble me just because of this small incident. It was as though the emperor was completely unbothered by this affair. He then commanded Ling Tian to bring his grandson back and raise him up well. At the same time, he rewarded him with 10 taels of gold and a piece of white ruby, saying that it was to calm the child down. Before he sent them away, he also added casually, "Oh, my consort had told us that she has not visited her relatives for a long time and wanted to make a trip home." Apart from that, he did not say anything else. Both the old men took their grandsons out of the palace together. One of them filled with black lines all over his forehead, together with a vicious glare in his eyes as though he wanted to eat someone up alive. Another one was filled with smiles and in an extremely good mood. Although the emperor did not say much, he revealed his stand by consoling Yang Kongkun. In this whole incident, it was obvious that Ling Tian was the one being bullied, and the Ling family was the party which needed consoling. However, the emperor did not say anything to the Ling family, but consoled the party who was the perpetrator. This was where it was strange. Especially in Yang Kongkun's heart, it was completely filled with a myriad of mixed feelings. How was it possible for the sly and wise Yang Kongkun to not notice something strange? He thought in his heart, he consoled me, but gave him an extra white ruby. What does the ruby means? It obviously means that what the Ling family did was to his liking. In other words, he wasn't pleased with what my Yang family did. The more he thought about it, the more unpleasant he felt. If the daughter of the Ling family wants to go back to visit them, why did you have to say it in front of me? When they were leaving the palace, Yang Wei's triangular eyes glared at Ling Tian viciously. However, Ling Tian ignored him completely as he thought to himself, "Child, you're too soft. You're still far from fighting with me." Duke Ling left the palace in a merry mood, letting Ling Tian ride on top of his shoulders while calling Ling Tian his darling. It was as though he had completely forgotten about how Ling Tian had caused the Xiao family to reject the marriage. Under Ling Tian's insistence, Ling Tian had still followed Mr. Qin out to visit his friend. It was just that the time was delayed by a whole afternoon. Ling Tian sat on the carriage with a smile as he looked at the brilliant look on Mr. Qin's face, as though he was laughing at Mr. Qin's misfortune. Mr. Qin was now extremely depressed. The whole incident was caused by Ling Tian, and it was also Ling Tian's idea, which guaranteed them the greatest benefits. From the beginning till the end, he had not done anything and only sat in the carriage. But in the end, he became the biggest contributor to the whole event. Duke Ling almost wanted to worship him. As for those top officials who were usually extremely proud and aloof, they looked at him like a teacher respectfully, treating him as though it was all part of his divine planning. If he had really played such a role, he wouldn't be bothered by it. But the thing is, he was receiving credit for something he did not do. With Mr. Qin's rigid and upright character, not only is this not considered glory, it was considered a torture for him. In a mere few hours, Mr. Qin was already exhausted. He then quickly took his leave as he literally escaped from the Ling mansion, allowing him to have the time to wipe off the sweat on his face. At the moment, he saw that the mastermind of this whole incident was laughing at his misfortune. In a moment of rage, he did not bother about anything else and caught Ling Tian over, wanting to give him a good smacking on the ass. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Ling Tian quickly said with a doubtful tone, "The matters today are extremely strange. There is something that I just cannot figure out." As Ling Tian said that, he scratched his head with a doubtful look on his face. Mr. Qin's hands almost landed, but he heard this sudden phrase from Ling Tian. He then could not help but ask, "What do you not understand?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "There is still something that you don't understand? Then it must really be something big." In that instant, his anger had completely dissipated from a single question by Ling Tian. Ling Tian laughed in his heart as he got up from Mr. Qin's knees and said, "The more I think about it, the more I don't understand. Strictly speaking, this is the first time I am leaving the city ever since I was born. But in this very first time, I coincidentally met the young master of the Yang family to fight with me over the road. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Mr. Qian was first stunned before asking nervously, "You're trying to say that there is a spy in the mansion? This is definitely something big." Ling Tian almost burst out into laughter as he thought to himself, "If this was something pre-planned by the Yang family, how would it be possible for me to gain the upper hand so easily? Furthermore, they definitely would not send an idiot like Yang Wei over." But his face was completely still as he continued to spout rubbish. Perhaps he was just too good at speaking, making Mr. Qian extremely serious as he twiddled with his beard in deep thought. Ling Jian was still seated down in the carriage and did not seem to hear anything the both of them said. However, a trace of laughter in his eyes proved that he understood Ling Tian's intent. Following the respectful greetings from the city guards, the carriage exited the city and headed to the south. In the front was the Green Willow Lake. In the willow forest, there was a small river which was about 20 feet wide. The surface of the river was already frozen, and it looked like a beautiful white jade path which spread it across the earth silently. Opposite the river, there was a rundown house, which was King Fu's courtyard. Ling Tian stuck his head out of the carriage as he looked at the large willow forest with ridicule. If I am not wrong, Ling Kong will make use of this opportunity to get rid of me. This would be the best time. The carriage moved slowly on the surface of the ground as it let out a creaking sound. The guards surrounded the left and right of the carriage as they looked to the surroundings carefully while slowly approaching the willow forest. All of a sudden, a whistle sounded as dozens of white-dressed men with bows and swords jumped out from the forest. In a blink of an eye, they were a mere 300 feet away from the carriage. The person leading the group then waved his hands as he commanded, "Attack! Kill them all and leave no one alive." With a swooshing sound, dozens of arrows with steel tips shot over like locusts in the skies. The tip of the arrows had a blue gleam to them, obviously being smeared with poison. 1. White Rui is a piece of white jade. What Rui means in Chinese is according to one's wishes. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. Protect the young master. Ling shouted as he jumped in front of the carriage and pulled out his blade. With 2 swings of the blade, he blocked 2 arrows flying towards him. The Ling family guards were all seasoned in battle and handpicked from the elites from the army. They would naturally not place a mere arrow barrage such as this in their sights. A few of them guarded the front of the carriage with the blades in their hands, brandishing to deflect all of the poisonous arrows. There were a few arrows which could not have been avoided. However, right before the arrow hit the guards, it suddenly lost its aim and landed off the mark. There was actually not a single arrow which landed on the guards. As Ling Tian sat in the carriage, he held onto a small stone in his hands with an evil smirk on his face. There were at least 50 to 60 of these men dressed in white, at least twice the number of guards Ling Tian had. Furthermore, they were all well trained in martial arts with an exquisite blade technique. The moment they engaged in close quarters, the guards of the Ling family could no longer defend against them, and a few of them began to get injured. Ling Yi was startled. He quickly waved his blade to force the enemy in front of him away as he shouted, "Ling Er, I will take a few men to block them. Quickly take the young master away." The white-dressed men then sneered, "Leave? Where will you run to? It's best you all go see Hades together." Ling Yi was enraged as he pounced forward while brandishing his blade. The both of them then began to engage in a fierce battle. In the carriage, Ling Tian rolled his eyeballs as he mumbled, "I've asked you guys to not call me young master. Not call me young master. You guys just won't listen and are still calling me that. Damn it." Mr. Qian was frightened to the point his face turned pale. After he heard Ling Tian picking on his guards over such a matter at a time like this, Mr. Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. The white-dressed men had forced the 20 to 30 guards of Ling Tian to a corner as the remaining people charged by the side of the carriage. The man leading the charge then slashed downwards and sliced off the curtain covering the curtains, revealing the old and young men inside. The man then laughed out loud. "Kill them all." Behind him, all of the men in white gave a war cry as they charged forward together. But just at this moment, the situation changed. In the carriage by the side, more than 10 men jumped out of it all of a sudden. They were all dressed in full black, with even their faces being black. After they jumped out, they did not say a thing, but their blades stabbed out in unison. A few shrieks then sounded as 3 men in white had blood spewing out of their chest and falling down on the floor. The drops of blood colored the snow-white ground. as though the grounds was filled with blossom flowers. The glares of these few men were extremely cold, as they had a pressing and cold aura. That was the bloodthirsty aura that was born from the battlefield, an aura filled with killing intent. The man leading the white-dressed men then cried out in dismay. "Not good. It's Ling Zhao's blood iron warriors. This is a trap. We encountered an ambush. Retreat." One of the warrior then pulled out his blood-stained blade from the chest of the white-dressed men as he face contorted into a malicious glare. "Leave? Leave your life behind first." He then swung his blades as he charged forward like a tiger. The white-dressed men gave a whistle as they escaped in all direction. Ling Tian had always been seating in the carriage. Seeing that the white-dressed men, his eyes flashed. "If I were to really let you escape, then wouldn't I have let down this wonderful gift which Ling Kong had gave me after such careful planning?" His hands then hid in his sleeves as stones flew out of them without any signs. The stones carried with them a large force, and they landed right on the men dressed in white. Most of them hit right at the back of their knees. Only after the stones landed was one able to hear the sound of the stones breaking through the air. It was more than enough to tell just how powerful these stones were, and just how fast they were. The men who were escaping felt a sudden pain in their knees as they tripped for no reason. The blood iron warriors actually ignored the men on the floor and only gave chase to all those who have escaped. There were a few of them who even charged towards the direction where Ling Yi was fighting. Their eyes flashed with excitement, as though killing was the only thing that could entertain them in this world. Ling Tian rolled his eyes, not grasping those opportunities. Bunch of idiots. Ling Er then sprinted over with the guards as he shouted from afar, young master, are you all right?" Ling Tian was enraged, almost wanting to send him flying with a single kick. His face turned black as he screamed, "Don't call me young master." "Er." Ling Er touched his forehead in embarrassment. This young master really has a strange temper, bothering about such a thing at a time like this. Ling Tian then rolled his eyes. "What are you guys still waiting for? Tie all of these men who are on the floor up." Ling Yi then walked over with a few blood iron warriors. His shoulder was bleeding from a slash as he grit his teeth in pain. There were a total of 56 men who attacked them. 19 of them were killed on the spot, and 24 were captured while the rest escaped. Only one of the blood iron warriors had a light injury on his arm, and the rest of them were uninjured. There were more than 10 injuries among Ling Tian's guards, and 3 of them died from battle. Thankfully, most of the injuries were pretty light and would not hinder their movements. There was only one who had been stabbed in the chest and had a serious injury. Ling Tian then walked in front of him to check on his wounds. Shortly after, he could not help but shake his head. Such a big bloody hole on his chest. This is beyond saving already. With guilt in his heart, Ling Tian took a knee as he asked softly, "I am the young noble. Do you have any other final requests? Tell me, and I will complete it for you." That man then stuttered as blood flowed out from his mouth continuously, blocking his throat. It was obvious that he was unable to speak anymore. He looked towards Ling Tian with his eyes in disorder and a deep sense of concern with a tinge of anxious appeal. Ling Tian then turned his head and said softly, "Rest in peace. I will take care of your family." A shimmer of light then shined through his eyes as he tried to move his lips. It was as though he had said thank you, but it was barely audible. Ling Tian then stood up and faced the skies as he ordered, "Ling Er." Ling Er stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here." Ling Tian then ordered without looking back, "Take out your blade. Send this brother on his way." Ling Er became startled as his body trembled to the point he almost collapsed on the floor. He then gave a loud cry, "No, he can still be saved. I can't. Tears rolled down his eyes. As the blood iron warriors heard what Ling Tian said, astonishment filled their eyes as they looked towards Ling Tian with understanding. In the battlefield, if a comrade suffered from fatal wounds, the best choice would be to end his misery with a blade. This is the most honorable death for a warrior. They all felt it to be strange. If they were to meet with such a thing, it was only natural for them to handle the situation as such. However, it was Ling Tian's first time handling such a matter, and he was actually able to make such a resolute decision. This made them all surprised. A blood iron warrior then stepped forward and said, "I'll do it." He then squatted beside the guard and used his left hands to cover his eyes. With a heavy mood, he said, "Brother, rest in peace." Chapter 54, Testing Ling Jian. Chapter 54, Testing Ling Jian. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. Pooh. The shaft of a short knife buried itself deeply into the bodyguard's heart. It unerringly pierced the heart of the guard. Putong. Ling Er knelt down on the floor, howling as he burst into tears. Ling Tian felt a wave of guilt. If he personally took action, the bodyguards would not have needed to die so meaninglessly. However, if he were to take action now, the plans he had painstakingly built would come to naught. Not only would it be a wasted effort, he would also become the target of everyone. Closing his eyes, he thought, "Brothers, please forgive me." Turning his head back, his eyes had already regained their original clarity. Looking at the 24 men dressed in white who were apprehended, his eyes flashed with killing intent. A blood iron warrior moved towards Ling Tian, saying, "Young noble, how should we deal with these people? Do we alert the magistrate or bring them back to our residence?" Ling Tian pondered for a while, before replying, "There's no rush," as the corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel smile. That blood iron warrior blinked a few times in confusion, before answering with a "acknowledged." He then returned back to his original spot. Their mission was to ensure Ling Tian's safety, and for other matters, he would ignore without exceptions. As for the matter of handling the captives, he only asked out of formality's sake, just like how he did so in front of Ling Xiao in the army. These 12 blood iron warrior was the result of the discussion Ling Tian had with Madame Ling earlier on in the morning. Towards his grandmother, Ling Tian did not actually hide his own plans, but rather simply pushed the responsibility towards his master. When Ling Tian left the residence, Madame Ling felt extremely unsettled about it. Ever since she found out about Ling Kong's scheme, she knew that he definitely would not give up just like that, and would definitely make use of the opportunity to get rid of his eyesore, Ling Tian. It was only after Ling Tian vowed that his master would be by his side protecting him did Madame Ling finally agreed reluctantly. However, she still decided to assign 12 blood iron warriors by his side. The 12 blood iron warriors stood at attention before clearing the remnants of the battle without prior instruction. As they passed by Ling Er crying his heart out, their eyes subconsciously flashed with traces of contempt and disdain. If one could not accept life and death, he would be better off staying at home and taking care of the children. What bother coming to the battlefield to engage in killing? On the battlefield, every second would mean the death of tens or even hundreds of your brothers, dying in the most tragic ways possible. If everyone were to be like this crying jerk over here, they would probably end up as meat paste too. In war, time to mourn was a luxury no one could afford. One cry would negatively affect the rest of the soldiers' morale. As such, the actions carried out by Ling Er was a chargeable crime for disturbing the heart of soldiers. Taking in this scene, Ling Tian could not help but let out a sigh. Both parties were the elite among the elites, and yet such difference could be seen by someone who had undergone 100 battles and yet lived to tell the tale. He lightly spoke. They have not been baptized by the killings on the battlefield, and thus naturally do not have any self-control. Such is human nature. They should not be blamed. Hearing this sentence, a few of the blood iron warriors froze in mid-step. Turning back, they deeply stared at their young master. Ling Tian merely curled up the corners of his mouth in return, before turning his head to address his bodyguards. "Ling Yi, bring the captives over. I want to question them." In a short while, all 24 captives were thrown in front of Ling Tian, forming a group. Each of them revealed a look of fear, staring at this delicate child in front of them, which looked like a pretty lady. None of them knew what was going to happen next. Ling Tian walked up to the carriage, calling for Ling Jian to come over. As for Mr. Qin, Ling Tian made him stay in the carriage as he was afraid that what was going to happen next would contain more than a little bloodshed. Thus, he was afraid that the old man would not be able to take it. He even pulled the curtains of the chariot shut in consideration. Mr. Qin was deeply appreciative of Ling Tian's intention. Since he had some form of fear towards killing and bloodshed, he wisely decided to continue hiding in the carriage to recuperate. Kicking one of the short swords on the ground towards Ling Jian, Ling Tian spoke blandly and coldly. "Ling Jian, this shall be your first test. I'll give you 2 hours. I want to have the answers to everything I want to know. As for the idea, you think of it yourself. If you cannot accomplish this, then you don't need to follow me back. Take a bag of silver and roam the world." With a ka sound, Ling Tian nonchalantly threw a bag of silver onto the snowy ground. He then turned back to sit on the pulling shaft of the chariot and closed his eyes slightly, showing no interest in what was happening next. At this time, The 12 Blood Iron warriors had already gathered the corpses of the white-robed men together and simply covered them with the fallen snow before returning. They realized that Ling Tian was about to take care of those captured white-robed men, but had actually handed over the task to a frail 7 to 8-year-old kid. All of them were flabbergasted and immediately came forward to try to help. However, Ling Tian's voice traveled over, bearing chilly undertones. Nobody is to help. All of you had better stand one side and simply watch. Let Ling Tian do whatever he wants. If anyone lets out even a squeak, he can forget about staying in the Ling residence. Everyone simultaneously froze in mid-step. After a while, all of them awkwardly retracted their legs. The glances they shot towards Ling Tian was not only of amazement, but also of some fear. Such resoluteness was something that even the great General Ling Xiao did not have. Eyeing the short sword on his feet, Ling Tian did not bother to pick it up, instead walking towards one of the Blood Iron warriors. Without prior consent, he stretched out his hand and drew out the steel sword hung on that man's waist with a chong sound. That steel sword was so heavy that Ling Tian actually needed both hands in order to lift it up. That small and frail frame seemed to be shaking, though no one was sure if it was due to excitement or fear. Ling Tian felt his heart boiling. Finally, a test in which he had been waiting for. This day has finally arrived. Not only was it sudden, the contents of this test could be seen to be extremely bloody. Furthermore, if he could not pass it and achieve what the young noble asked for, then his entire future would be ruined in just this moment today. Dragging the sword, Ling Tian hung his head down slightly as he moved in the direction of the 24 white-robed men. His hair messily hung down from his forehead, dancing before his eyes and covering them. At this moment, everyone felt that this kid suddenly exuded a gloomy and oppressive aura. Ling Tian dragged the sword in front of the white-robed men. He solemnly spoke. You guys heard him. I only have 2 hours. Thus, time is not on my side. I hope that you can voluntarily tell me everything that my young noble wants to know. Then everyone would remain happy. Though his voice may have sounded immature, it was cold as ice. Hearing his words, a white-robed man coldly laughed in return. Why should we tell you? Little kid, do you think that by putting on such a face you can scare someone? This daddy here came here today not expecting that I would live to tell the tale. HH, a strangled scream suddenly resonated through the air, lingering in the atmosphere. Before he had finished speaking, Ling Tian's eyes had flashed with coldness, and the sword held in his both hands had unhesitatingly hacked down on that man. Chapter 55, Ling Tian's Interrogation. Chapter 55, Ling Tian's Interrogation. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. Blood splattered, and that white-robed man's left arm was amputated at his shoulder. Fresh blood gushed out from the open wound like a fountain. It sprayed onto his accomplices, effectively blinding them. An intense, nauseating feeling surged from all of them. However, those beside the amputated white-robed man did not even dare to make so much as a squeak. They forcefully swallowed back down the bile and vomit that was rising up their throats. At the same time, the glance they shot to the solitary figure of Ling Tian was filled with fear. The surroundings had already turned deathly silent. Even those Blood Iron warriors who were standing by the side did not expect this 9-year-old child to be so decisively ruthless in his actions. Not achieving his aim after merely one sentence, he did not hesitate to bring his sword down. Not like that. His actions were so vicious, crippling the guy in one move. The Ling residents' bodyguards around were turning white in fear, their throats making gurgling sounds. Their Adam's apples were bobbing up and down as though in exercise, making them seem like they were continuously swallowing something. The Blood Iron warriors could not help but turn to look at Ling Tian, who had his butt firmly planted at the carriage shaft. However, they only saw an expression of blandness as he coldly overlooked the scene, as though the matter of an amputation was commonplace and not worthy of his attention. It was as if he had taken a look at the clouds floating and the breeze blowing. All the bodyguards on scene could not help but feel a sense of respect bubbling from their hearts as they thought, these two fellows aren't simple. Ling Tian remained unperturbed, with the steel sword in his hand slowly dripping blood onto the snow as it ran down the blade. Plop plop sounds were heard as they landed drop by drop onto the snow. Coldly looking at his victim, which had already fainted due to the pain, Ling Tian continued in a level tone. My time is short, and I don't want to use punishment. That is too troublesome. I ask now, Can you give me what I want? Don't want to use punishment. The blood iron warriors which were standing by the side all felt like knocking their heads on the ground upon hearing this sentence. How else do you want to punish? One chop, and you already lopped off his arm. This is not considered punishment. Isn't your sentence a little too amusing? Ling Tian stood there, head lowered and sword angled down, silently waiting. As he waited for the white-robed men to talk, he silently counted to 10. Even after he had finished, there was no sound coming from any of them. Ling Tian coldly snorted in his heart before raising the sword. He chopped down once again, without even looking his time. No, spare me. I'll talk. HHH. Yet another agonized howl sounded, and the second arm was separated forever from another white-robed man. As the arm lay on the ground, its fingers seemed to still be twitching. A few drops of the fresh blood splattered onto Ling Tian's face, slowly sliding off. It drew a few devious scars on his pale face as it flowed downwards. However, Ling Tian remained unmoving as a statue, not even bothering to wipe it off. Looking at the white-robed man who had begged moments before his sword cut away his arm, Ling Tian spoke with hints of apology. I'm sorry, you spoke too late, so I couldn't retract my sword in time. Though there were blood trails on his face, his tone was still calm, as though he was making daily conversation. It was as though he had accidentally dropped the teacup at his neighbor's place and was apologizing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I broke your teacup. Seeing this frail little child, a chill rose unhindered from the hearts of the surrounding blood iron warriors, causing them to shiver involuntarily. They thought of what they did when they were around 7 or 8, compared to this little guy who was waving his sword and cutting people as though it was common occurrence. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Was this really a child? He looks more like a little demon. As for the second white-robed man who had had his arm cut off, his facial features were distorted terribly. However, he did not faint, instead rolling about the snow with his other hand holding on to the stump of his arm. Wherever he rolled turned into a patch of red. In his extreme pain, he continuously groaned, unable to even speak coherently. He did not even have the strength to properly groan out, only short breaths coming out from his mouth. Ling Tian only looked at him blandly, before tranquilly turning over to look at his third victim. He simply asked, "What about you? Willing to speak?" His tone was gentle, as though asking a neighbor what he was having for dinner tonight. That white-robed man's eyes were wide with fear. Seeing this azure-like child in front of him actually throwing him this question, he was overwhelmed by fear. After letting out a squeak, he actually fainted. Ling Tian flew into a rage, hollering, F***K your mom. How dare you play dead? The sword on his hand hacked down, and immediately blood flew into the air. His blade went up, fell, went up again. Fresh blood spilled out unceasingly, and Ling Tian had already turned into a blood man. I'll speak. I'll speak. No, I'll speak. I'm willing to speak. Please let me speak. The crowd of white-robed men jostled to withdraw, their faces already turned to that of extreme fear. All of them fought to speak, afraid that this monster would target them next. Their voices were so loud that even the deaf could hear. Ling Tian coldly snorted, pointing the sword towards a slightly plump man. You, speak. On the point of the sword, sticky blood pooled there bit by bit, the blood drops slowly increasing in size then dripping down. That white-robed man was so afraid that he started leaking from both his front and back, deflating onto the ground as he spoke. Little master. No, grandfather. What do you want to ask? This little one will reveal all he knows. And if there's any falsehood, then may my family die an unjust death. Under the coercion of fear, he actually swore and cursed himself. Ling Tian's facial expression relaxed slightly. Say everything that you know. Yes. Yes. This little one is called Zhang Dehu. I'm a disciple of the Dark Night Hall belonging to the Violent Wind Gang. This time we are here under the orders of our gang leader. This little one only knows that this time we're supposed to assassinate a 5 to 6-year-old kid, and we were supposed to silence all others that accompany the kid. Other than that. The more panicked he got, the more he could not remember what he wanted to say, and he could not help but start sweating bullets. Who gave the mission? Who paid you to do so? This matter, little one really doesn't know. Seeing how Ling Tian's face got gradually colder, the white-robed man Zhang Dehu could only beg for mercy and knock his head on the ground as though he was smashing garlic. What is the name of your gang leader? How many people are there in your gang? Where's the headquarters? Locations of your branches? Number of people in your Dark Night Hall? Ling Tian did not bother too much. So long as he thought of that question, he would spit it out towards him like a cannon. Chapter 56, Blood Iron Warriors. Chapter 56, Blood Iron Warriors. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. From what Zhang Dehu confessed, everyone knew that the Violent Wind Gang was a large gang near the capital which was formed around 5 years ago. It was even larger than the Blood Rose Hall, which killed Ling Tian's parents. The head of the gang, Zhao Xuanhuan, was a martial arts expert as well. In the Violent Wind Gang, there was a total of 4 halls with 600+ people. They were the Dark Night Hall, which specialized in assassinations and information gathering. Gold Jade Hall, in charge of all the various gambling dens and prostitution businesses and the largest source of income for the Violent Wind Gang. Tiger Leopard Hall, the force which the Violent Wind Gang showed on the surface in order to hide their true strength. Law Enforcement Hall, carrying out any punishments within the gang and also the strongest force in the Violent Wind Gang. Facing Ling Tian, all of these captured white-dressed men became as obedient as kittens and spilled all the beans. If there was someone who did not have adequate information, the others would snatch for the opportunity to add on with what they knew. They all looked to be extremely loyal, afraid that they did not give enough details and enraging this little devil. There was one of them who even said how many concubines the gang leader had and the sequence which he would find each of the concubines every month. It turns out that this white-dressed man did not have good looks and had a poor family. Even though he was so old already, he was still unable to find a wife and cultivated the habit of eavesdropping. As Ling Tian listened by the side, he broke out in cold sweat. As he realized that there was nothing more which can be interrogated out of them, Ling Tian stopped his interrogation. He then organized whatever he questioned and reported them to Ling Tian. Everyone then saw this small figure walk towards Ling Tian, his body so skinny to the point a gust of wind can blow him down. But even the Blood Iron Warriors who were numb to killing and can laugh on the battlefield had a tinge of fear and worry in their eyes as they looked towards him. There was even a vague trace of respect. Ling Tian had already heard everything he needed and naturally did not pay attention to Ling Jian's report. But in his heart, Ling Tian was still pretty satisfied towards Ling Jian's performance. The process of the interrogation was extremely swift and effective. After listening to the contents which were interrogated, he already had a good understanding of the Violent Wind Gang. Furthermore, Ling Jian only used half the time which Ling Tian gave him. He can be said to have passed with flying colors. Without surprise, no one knew who the client for this mission was. They only knew that 100,000 taels of silver was paid, and the gang received a mysterious mission. The only requirement of the mission was to kill everyone present. As such, before these white-dressed men took action, they still did not know who they were about to kill. It was only after they saw the appearance of the Blood Iron Warriors did they understand that the person they were supposed to kill was an important person in the Ling Mansion. At that moment, all of these white-dressed men cursed in their hearts. Killing someone from the Ling Mansion in the capital. Isn't this just committing suicide? Are they tired of living? They all could not help but begin to hate the gang leader, Zhao Xuanhuan, as well. It doesn't matter if we did not know. Don't tell me you did not know either. For 100,000 taels of silver, you sold the lives of us brothers out. It can be imagined just what kind of a revenge the Ling family would take if this mission was unsuccessful. The consequences are definitely not something which a small Violent Wind Gang is able to endure. To the side, there was a loud puking sound which sounded. The sound was so intense that anyone who heard it would think that the person was puking out all of his internal organs. Everyone turned to look, and they were startled. That person who was puking while holding the carriage for support was the previously cold-blooded Ling Tian. At this moment, he could no longer stand up properly as he squatted down. He already had nothing to puke out, as only his clear stomach acids were puked out. Ling Tian was a 9-year-old child after all. With the pressure of needing to leave the Ling Mansion if he did not pass, he used the most extreme and cruel interrogation method without hesitation. However, it was after all his first time facing such a bloody scene, especially since all of these were created by him. His stomach had long been unable to take the discomfort already. Now that the pressure was over and the bloody scenes appeared in his head again, he could not help but vomit. A trace of heartache then flashed through a leader of the Blood Iron Warriors. He then could not help but say to Ling Tian, "Young noble's training method is indeed effective. but to a child, it may be a little too cruel. Ling Tian was stunned for a moment. This person isn't simple. He is actually able to tell that I am trying to train Ling Tian. He then turned around as he looked towards that blood iron warrior with a smile, which wasn't a smile. However, he did not say a thing but only sized him up with a strange laughter. After which, Ling Tian still did not say anything but only gave a profound smile. This leader of the blood iron warrior was puzzled as he also sized himself up following Ling Tian's gaze. Only after a while did he understand. If not for the life and death battles in the battlefield, will there be the blood iron warriors? After he understood Ling Tian's meaning, he became silent. After sizing him up for a moment, Ling Tian had an idea in his head as he asked, "What is your name? What is your rank?" This blood iron warrior was stunned for a moment before reacting. "Your subordinate is called Feng Mo. I am a personal troop of the martial tent." Personal troop. Ling Tian was surprised. Someone like him was only able to be a small little personal troop? Don't tell me Dad has these many talents. Feng Mo also became embarrassed as he said with a red face, "This subordinate was originally a captain of a 100-man platoon. But because of my bad temper, I had a conflict with one of the deputy general. In a moment of rage, I actually beat the deputy general up. In order to appease the crowd, I was demoted to being a personal troop." "Oh." Ling Tian nodded his head. "My father really knows how to abuse his authority for his personal means, keeping such a blockhead with exceptional martial arts by his side." But the way Ling Tian saw it, this Feng Mo will not be satisfied by being a puny personal troop. At least, he can be a vanguard or division commander in the army. However, he was a mere 100-man captain in the past. It seems that Dad really has a few talents who are not well utilized. For such a talent to be a personal troop, isn't this such a waste? Ling Tian's eyes began to spin as he laughed to himself. Then he asked, "How many blood iron warriors are there in the army?" Feng Mo then replied without thinking, "There are a total of 120 personal troops such as myself who are called blood iron warriors. They are divided into 10 sections with a section commander and 2 IC in each section." Ling Tian then nodded his head as he thought about the army's structure from the past life. In his past life, the smallest unit would be formed by 10 people with a commander and 2 IC as well. As he thought about his previous life, he could not help but go into a daze. As he saw Feng Mo staring at him with a weird look, Ling Tian broke out of his daze as he smiled. Feng Mo, you have already seen that my circumstances are also extremely dire. There will be people who will kill me anytime. I want to tell my father to transfer a section of blood iron warriors over. I wonder if you're willing." Chapter 57. Plotting against the Violent Wind Gang. Chapter 57. Plotting against the Violent Wind Gang. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. Ling Tian thought to himself, "Father has 120 of such people around him. There will definitely be many with nothing to do. It shouldn't be too much for me to ask a dozen or so from him. He should not really be affected also." Feng Mo was stunned. So this young noble had such an idea. He actually wants to steal men from his father. Only after being stunned for a moment did he say, "There is no willing or not willing to. As long as the general gives his command, this subordinate will do anything. In other words, I cannot promise you right now, and I am also not very willing." The phrase, "this subordinate will do anything," already shows his unwillingness. However, as though Ling Tian did not understand the hidden meaning behind those words, he said happily, "Then I shall go back and tell that to my father and see if he is willing." Ha ha. At the same time, he thought in his heart, "Of course I won't go and ask him. I'll fail for sure, or even suffer a beating. It is best to just let grandmother go and ask him for such a thing. She'll definitely succeed." Feng Mo was speechless in his heart. Don't tell me I wasn't obvious enough. This young noble actually couldn't tell? Black lines inevitably filled his face. At this moment, Ling Tian had already puked to the point he had no more strength as he lay on the floor while breathing heavily. Noticing that he had finished vomiting, Ling Tian asked Feng Mo to carry Ling Tian and place him in the carriage. At this moment, Ling Yi regained his senses as he said with concern, Young noble, we should immediately inform the grandsire and ask him to catch the members of the Violent Wind Gang up. We should eradicate them from their roots to spare ourselves from future trouble." Ling Tian then rolled his eyes. "By the time you thought about that, it is too late already. Catch the Violent Wind Gang? Catch them for what? It is all just a waste of time. You will not be able to catch anyone. Ling Tian shook his head as he said that. Ling Yi was depressed. Why won't we be able to catch them? With all of their properties, can they possibly escape? Ling Tian was completely speechless as he scolded a while later. Are you an idiot? If you were the Violent Wind Gang, failed to assassinate the young noble of the largest family in the capital, and even got many of your men caught, would you still remain in the same place to get caught? At this moment, all of the important people in the Violent Wind Gang would have ran far away from the capital by now. Where would we find them then? The city would only be left with the small fries. What good would it be to catch them? Catch them, so we have to feed them? What will they know? Stupid. After thinking for a moment, Ling Tian continued. If all of you had been able to catch all of the attackers, then the Violent Wind Gang would have disappeared from the face of the earth by now. Ling Yi's face turned red as he took a bow in embarrassment and left. As Ling Tian looked at the many white-dressed men who were tied up, he thought for a moment before saying, I originally planned to kill all of you. As he said that, all of their faces changed as they pleaded for mercy. Ling Tian then continued, Now, I want all of you to report where you stay, number of people at home, and your name. All of these will be recorded before I send you back. Ling Er, record it all. Remember, after you return, do whatever you have to do. But if even a single of you escape, all of the 23 who remains will have their whole family executed together with them. A few days later, I will send someone to take over the businesses of the Violent Wind Gang. If you guys cooperate well, this young noble may continue to give you your jobs in future. I can also ensure that you will be better off than before for sure. Release them. All of the white-dressed men stared at each other blankly. They never imagined that this would be the ending. The person they were trying to kill was the young master of General Ling. They had thought that they would either be killed or imprisoned for life. They never imagined that the young noble would let them off so easily. Even after they were all untied, they still felt that they were in a dream and did not believe that it was real. Ling Tian then frowned as he said, All of you still aren't leaving? Don't tell me you expect me to send you guys back with a carriage. Only then did they regain their senses. Looking at the small body of Ling Tian, they all knelt on the floor. We thank the young noble for letting us go. As long as young noble is willing, we are all willing to follow the young noble. Even if we were to become your horses or cows, we will repay the young noble for your kindness. Ling Tian frowned and replied, Become my horses or cows. All of you still do not have the rights to do so. Accomplish this matter properly first. As for the other things, we'll talk about that in future. Remember, none of you are to reveal the matters today. If news were to be spread out, I will hold all of you accountable. Ling Tian intentionally did not reject them completely, leaving them with a glimmer of hope. All of the white-dressed men were elated as they gave their word to Ling Tian. They had also heard that all of the higher echelons within the Violent Wind Gang would be gone for sure. When they return, their safety would definitely not be an issue. After giving thanks, they supported each other and left. Ling Tian looked at their unsteady figures and frowned. Then he shouted, Come back. All of them were shocked as they turned back. Ling Tian then pointed at a bag of silver which he threw on the ground. Take these silver with you. Give more to those who lost their limbs. All of the white-dressed men were extremely thankful, with some of the more emotional ones even crying. They then picked up the silver on the floor and left. The guards of the Ling family and the Blood Iron warriors were all extremely puzzled. All of these white-dressed men were all extremely vile and evil creatures. After interrogating any news from them, they should be executed on the spot. At the very least, they should be sent to the authorities. Why were they released so easily? Isn't this going too easy on them? Looking at their puzzled faces, Ling Tian could not help but silently scold them for being stupid in his heart. This Violent Wind Gang is just an ordinary gang. But if they were in the hands of my Ling family, they would become the largest gang in the capital in a short time. At that time, the Ling Mansion would have another source of income and more information. The gambling dens and prostitution business which the Violent Wind Gang had was not just wealth. It was also the fastest way to get news. At that time, I am completely confident that I will be able to control this gang to grasp all the news within the capital. This is not something which can be measured by wealth. With the strength of the Ling family now, if they had an underground strength like the Violent Wind Gang, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. The biggest problem now was that Ling Tian had to find someone who he can trust to be the gang leader. Only after that would he worry about growing the gang. Ling Tian touched his chin as he looked at the Blood Iron warriors. After looking at them for a moment, he could not help but chuckle. His smile, was just so devious. After Ling Tian and his guards crossed the lake and entered the forest, a figure suddenly appeared. Looking at the carriage which was long gone, he thought for a moment and let out an inaudible sigh. Then, he rushed back to the capital at full speed. Chapter 58, King Fu's Courtyard. Chapter 58, King Fu's Courtyard. Translator, David T. Editor, Cell. Looking from afar, King Fu's courtyard looked like a black shadowy ruin. However, when Ling Tian and group approached it, they collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Firstly, this courtyard of King Fu occupied a space that was large beyond imagination. Based on Ling Tian's estimates, it should be more than 1 hectare in length, bigger than the current Ling residence by at least 2 times. Secondly, was the damage caused to the courtyard. It had long exceeded even Mr. Chen's. It just needs a bit of refurbishing, following which it can be used estimates. Broken tiles were strewn everywhere, and more than half of the walls had already collapsed, with weeds overgrowing the entire place. Whatever spare materials that could be used for rebuilding had long disappeared, to the point that even the glazed roof tiles had been totally scavenged off.